The resurgence of spiritual energy heralds an era of chaos and fierce competition among myriad races. It is a time of pandemonium, where demons dance wildly across the land. Transmigrator Zhang Heng awakens a system and, utilizing an omnipotent replication card, not only duplicates his father's S-class supernatural ability, but also unveils the deeply buried secrets within his father's heart. Step by step, Zhang Heng ascends to the pinnacle of power, trampling all four races beneath his feet, safeguarding our homeland for a century of prosperity, and magnifying the majestic might of humanity. Chapter 001, Rebirth on Blue Star. You little rascal, still sleeping. Are you in class today or not? Zhang Heng abruptly awoke, his mind instantly assaulted by a deafening roar, as if pierced by countless sharp needles, excruciating pain searing through him. Blood began to trickle from all 7 orifices of his face. Son, what's wrong? Son, hospital. Zhang Heng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at a spiderweb in the corner of the ceiling. A small insect was ensnared in the web, while a spider inched closer with deliberate slowness. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Zhang Heng's eyes. He had actually transmigrated. This planet is named Blue Star. It is currently embroiled in an age of rampant chaos, triggered by the resurgence of spiritual energy. Beastkin, awakens, and sky-winged beings have seemingly warred for centuries upon this world called Blue Star, yet no decisive victory has been claimed. Humanity, in this world, has never achieved a true triumph, stubbornly resisting the other 3 races. Humans bear another designation here, aberrants. Aberrants are humans who have awakened supernatural abilities that on Blue Star. Every aberrant who reaches the age of 18 undergoes a unique ritual to awaken a variety of supernatural powers. These abilities serve as both shields to protect themselves and weapons to vanquish foes. Supernatural abilities adhere to a stringent hierarchy and classification system. E rank is the lowest, followed by D, C, B, A, and S, with S rank being the pinnacle. While there are numerous types of supernatural abilities, they fundamentally boil down to 2 categories: combat and auxiliary. Combat abilities possess formidable offensive and destructive potential, such as manipulating elemental forces like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, which are relatively common. Auxiliary abilities are less aggressive, primarily focusing on creation, enhancement, and healing. The original owner of this body had not yet awakened any ability, but he was a student at the South Central Supernatural Academy, with the day of his awakening imminent. This was a point of considerable frustration for him. Becoming a supernatural adept meant daily cultivation, a lifestyle he had no desire to relive. Yet his current physique was undeniably frail, perhaps even vulnerable to being swept away by a strong gust of wind. What troubled Zhang Heng even more was the precarious state of humanity. Due to the ongoing war among the 4 great races of this world, each race launches campaigns to expand their territories, eliminating others to claim more land. On this planet, little territory remains for humanity. All humans have been driven into the most remote and desolate corners of the globe. Technology and supernatural abilities are the twin pillars that have enabled humanity to endure thus far. Before turning 18 and awakening their abilities, some are scarcely aware of the world beyond the city walls, though they learn of it through news and books. Only upon venturing outside do they grasp the true horrors that lie in wait. Moreover, upon reaching 18, humans are compelled to undergo awakening, train for 3 years at various supernatural academies before being conscripted into the military. It all seems rather intriguing. As the hospital doors swung open, Zhang Heng's father entered, carrying a basket of fruit. Zhang Heng stated directly, "I feel much better. I believe I can be discharged now." Zhang Tao grew instantly anxious. "How can that be? You have no idea how much blood you lost. It nearly scared me to death. Who knows if the problem might recur once you're home. Just rest here peacefully. In any case, you can return in time for your school's supernatural awakening ceremony in 7 days. Until then, recuperate and adjust your condition." Zhang Heng insisted on leaving, disliking the atmosphere of the hospital. Zhang Tao then accompanied him through a series of examinations, confirming his health was indeed stable, before finally allowing him to complete the discharge procedures. The moment they stepped out of the hospital, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Heng's mind. Ding! Ding! Zhang Heng's expression shifted. System binding in progress. System. Zhang Heng's face subtly changed. His sole hobby back on Earth was reading, occasionally delving into web novels. System-themed web novels were among his preferred genres. Thus, the concept of a system was not unfamiliar to him. Binding successful. This system is the universal replication system, capable of replicating all things. Host, please perform a self-check. Completion will yield rewards. Rewards? Could be a beginner's gift pack. Zhang Heng silently invoked the system in his mind. Soon, a set of data regarding his own status materialized before his eyes. Host Zhang Heng. Realm none. Supernatural ability not awakened. Strength 4. Vitality 6. Speed 3. Spirit 10. Talent replication. Replication points 0. Congratulations, host, on successful self-check. Reward: 1 universal replication card. The universal replication card allows for 1 replication, disregarding grade and without any cost. High-quality replication source detected nearby. High-quality replication source. Zhang Heng stood still, scanning his surroundings. A red arrow appeared above his father's head, accompanied by several lines of data. Ability grade, S-class. Ability name, Blood Fiend. Realm, 8th tier, 7 stars. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the somewhat portly, amiably smiling man before him, finding it hard to reconcile the data with his appearance. This middle-aged man, bending forward to support him, one hand still clutching a fruit basket, his smile simple and guileless. His ability grade was actually S-class. Yet why did he appear so ordinary? 8th tier? According to the memories he inherited, the highest tier for supernatural adepts was only the 9th, and the man before him was a powerhouse of the 8th tier. Zhang Tao asked worriedly, "Son, are you about to faint again?" "Oh no. Quick, let's get back to the hospital. Hurry." Zhang Heng hastily raised a hand to stop him. "No, it's nothing. The sun is just a bit glaring. I'll be fine after resting at home." Zhang Heng's gaze toward his father suddenly brimmed with curiosity, tinged with a hint of astonishment. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, let's head home. Tonight, I'll prepare a feast of beast meat to replenish your vitality." Ha! In his memories, Zhang Tao's affection for his son surpassed all bounds, cherishing him beyond measure. Thus, even though Zhang Heng grew up without a mother, his character remained unmarred by any flaws. Typically, children from single-parent households exhibit some personality deficiencies. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. "A feast of beast meat? Given our family's circumstances, wouldn't that be too extravagant? Let's just have a bowl of noodles with extra meat." Zhang Tao shot him an exasperated glare. "You little rascal, since when do you get to worry about the family's finances? Your old man may not be much, but I'm not as useless as you think. We can certainly afford a beast meat feast, especially when we prepare it ourselves. It won't cost much. Just wait and indulge yourself to the fullest." Ha! Chapter 002. The long-term meal ticket's disappearance. Upon arriving home, Zhang Tao called out, "Son, lie down and take a nap for a bit. Father will rush to the market to procure some beast meat for a feast. I'll wake you when it's ready." He hastily exited the room, exuding an air of urgency. It was evident that Zhang Tao harbored a clandestine secret. It was difficult to fathom how an S-rank ability user could lead such a dismal existence. Currently, Zhang Tao seemed to be employed as a security guard in a villa district, often subjected to bullying by his superior. After each humiliating encounter, he would return home to lament about the hardships of earning a living, advising his son to study diligently, so that once he awakened his powers, he could enjoy a life of comfort alongside him. Such notions were rather commonplace. An S-rank, 8th-tier powerhouse. Yet leading such a humble life and educating his son like any ordinary father, what could he possibly be thinking? If he had trained his son from a young age, even without the awakening of abilities, the boy's physique would not be so frail. Though the human population in this world is relatively sparse, it still numbers in the billions, with fewer than 100 S-rank ability users among them. Such a stark contrast in numbers highlights the rarity and significance of S-rank ability users. It baffled him why Zhang Tao willingly accepted a subordinate role, enduring daily mistreatment without revealing his true identity for a better life, or using his abilities to aid his family. It seemed he had to choose auspicious days merely to indulge in a meal of meat. Was he adhering to the philosophy of raising a boy in poverty? In his memories, Zhang Tao portrayed himself as an ordinary father, even withholding his identity from his own son. Engaging in this cloak-and-dagger routine suggested either a powerful enemy or a desire to escape from a certain lifestyle to embrace normalcy. At that moment, Zhang Heng heard a faint sound and approached the window, crouching to peer outside. Surprisingly, Zhang Tao was in the backyard. Wasn't he supposed to be preparing the feast? Suddenly, a blood-red door materialized before Zhang Tao, slowly creaking open. Although no sound emanated from the other side, he could see massive beasts engaging in fierce combat. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tao's previously bulky form inexplicably shrank, his stature elevating significantly, transforming him into a tall, muscular figure. The ability to alter one's physique at will. Was it mastery over muscle control, or a unique power bestowed by his abilities? This world appeared rather intriguing. Zhang Tao smiled faintly before stepping through the blood-red door. A spatial ability? Was his power of the spatial variety? And his earlier mention of procuring beast meat, did it mean he was going to capture one of those towering beasts he had just witnessed? The strength of a beast could be discerned through its appearance and size. The larger the creature, the more formidable its power. The door vanished in an instant, and Zhang Heng gradually withdrew his gaze. He approached the standing mirror in his room, observing his pallid complexion and emaciated form. If he were indeed the offspring of an S-rank ability user, he should at least inherit some of his parents' strengths. Could he be adopted? Or perhaps he was merely a facade to conceal the identity of an S-rank 8th-tier ability user. Lost in thought for a while, the clattering sounds from the kitchen below indicated Zhang Tao's return, presumably preparing the feast. At that moment, Zhang Heng began to emerge from his labyrinth of uncertainty. The universal replication card allowed for only a single use, and since S-rank abilities represented the pinnacle of power, he resolved to replicate Zhang Tao's abilities. Son, come downstairs for dinner. Okay. Zhang Heng donned his shoes and made his way down. The dining table was already overflowing with beast meat, and the enormous pot seemed to contain more boiling meat. If he had actually purchased this, it would have cost Zhang Tao an entire year's salary as a security guard. Zhang Tao, clad in a pink frilly apron, wielded a cloth in his hand. His amiable face perpetually adorned with a smile as he vigorously wiped down the table before Zhang Heng. Eat more. Beast meat is good for your health. After you finish, father has something to tell you. Something to tell me? What is it? Zhang Heng grasped his knife in the left hand, eyeing it with a faint smile. While elegantly slicing through a thick piece of beast meat with his fork in the right, he intended to be graceful. Yet the meat was so thick that he had to exert considerable effort, ultimately losing any semblance of elegance. Meanwhile, his father, seated opposite him, devoured his meal with astounding speed. What formidable chewing and digestive abilities. It was said that the more powerful an ability user, the more insatiable their appetite, capable of consuming an entire elephant in one sitting. This appeared to be true. After much effort, Zhang Heng finally managed to chew a piece of meat. It was delicious, with a delightful texture that tested his jaw. While savoring the beast meat, Zhang Heng observed Zhang Tao issuing a command to the system. Would you like to use the universal replication card on Zhang Tao? Replicate S-rank ability Blood Demon? Yes. Zhang Heng responded without hesitation. Replication successful. Commencing fusion with the host. Fusion will require some time. Please be patient. Noticing his son gazing intently at him, Zhang Tao smiled and said, Son, don't you remember how you used to ask me about your mother? You always wanted to know where she went. Zhang Heng set down his utensils, curiosity piqued. You know where she is? His father was about to discuss his mother's whereabouts. Zhang Tao nodded earnestly. I recently received some news, but I can't verify its authenticity. After all these years without any word, it's hard to believe. But I must confirm. Even if it turns out to be false, it seems quite far from here, so you might not see me for a while. Will you miss me? Zhang Heng chuckled awkwardly, of course. Zhang Tao's face radiated gratitude. You truly are a wonderful son. But do not worry, I won't be gone for too long. Once I have confirmed it, if it is indeed your mother, I will bring her back, no matter what. Just wait at home for my good news. But from now on, you'll have to cook for yourself. I'll send you some money, so be sure to use it wisely. The sudden emergence of a mother figure, just days before the awakening of powers, seemed suspicious. Zhang Tao was eager to meet her. Everything appeared rather irrational. Almost as if Zhang Tao had concocted an excuse to leave. Had his son finally matured, ready to awaken his powers? Could he finally leave with peace of mind? Could it be that dad has truly gleaned some news about mom? Or perhaps, there is no longer a need to hide. Zhang Heng pondered lightly before articulating. If mother wished to return, she would not have remained absent for such an extended period. Even if you have located her. If she is unwilling to come back with you, the situation could become quite awkward. You have mentioned that the distance is considerable. You are well aware of the world's dangers beyond these walls. The mountains are high, and the roads are treacherous. Zhang Tao offered a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, Rest assured, I have it all under control. It appeared he had made up his mind. Zhang Heng realized he was indifferent to his father's words. Chapter 003, S-Class Blood Demon Ability After Dinner. Zhang Heng initially intended to stay behind to tidy up, but his father insisted he leave. Relenting, Zhang Heng ascended to the upper floor. The sudden departure of Zhang Tao caught him off guard. He inquired a few times, but his father spoke vaguely, clearly reluctant to divulge his destination. Zhang Heng chose to let it go. The copied ability seemed to have seamlessly integrated with his body. A wave of warmth began to spread throughout him. Zhang Heng hastened to the bathroom for a cold shower. When he emerged, he gazed into the mirror and noticed that his previously emaciated frame now bore the faintest traces of muscle, even resembling defined lines. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. Although the heat had diminished somewhat under the cold water, it quickly surged back. Was this a consequence of the ability's fusion, or had he overindulged in the high-grade beast meat? The moisture from his body was visibly evaporating, rising in wisps of steam. This sensation felt rather peculiar. Zhang Heng opened his mouth, intending to call Zhang Tao downstairs, but at that instant, the temperature within him spiked dramatically, surpassing the threshold of his brain. Consequently, he lost consciousness once more. Time passed, and the light outside gradually brightened. Zhang Heng found himself in bed. On the bedside table lay a thick envelope, presumably containing dragon coins. He opened it to discover a stack of coins, approximately 3,000, along with a ring. Upon inspecting the ring, he noticed it was somewhat worn but appeared to be a spatial ring. He had seen such items advertised on television, which could hold vast amounts of items within their small confines, often priced at nearly 1 million dragon coins. The last item in the envelope was a letter. Zhang Heng unfolded it and read, Son, your father has gone to find your mother. I do not know how long it will take him to return. In a few days, it will be the day you awaken your abilities. regardless of the powers you may awaken. You must strive to cultivate diligently and protect the Dragon Kingdom. Do not, under any circumstances, live your life as timidly as your father has for most of his days. With love, your father. A subtle smile graced Zhang Heng's lips as he folded the letter and tucked both it and the coins into the spatial ring. From now on, he would lead a solitary existence, a way of life he was well accustomed to. Before that, system, host Zhang Heng. Ability, S-Class Blood Demon. Level, First Tier, 1 star. Strength, 34. Vitality, 46. Speed, 37. Mentality, 21. Talent, Copy Spatial Gate, Blood Demon Form, Bloodthirsty. Copy Points, 0. The abilities and levels had manifested. The form metrics had increased several-fold, which explained why his physique now appeared so robust, a stark contrast to his previous frail form. His talents had expanded to 4. Spatial Gate, allows travel to previously visited locations. Blood Demon Form, enters combat mode, significantly enhancing the form metrics by consuming vitality, continuously amplifying these metrics until vitality drops to 100, at which point it automatically ceases. Bloodthirsty, absorbs blood, capable of increasing one's level and permanently enhancing vitality. Was the Spatial Gate the ability that Zhang Tao had utilized? Bloodthirsty and Blood Demon Form seemed to complement each other. However, he currently lacked even 100 vitality, let alone the ability to employ Blood Demon Form. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze towards the window, murmuring, there is still much to learn. At the South Central Ability Academy. Zhang Heng, are you alright? A classmate, nicknamed Sugar Cane, approached him with delight, noting his tall and slender stature. What could possibly be wrong with me? Zhang Heng responded, making his way towards the classroom. You weren't here yesterday. The homeroom teacher said you were hospitalized due to illness. I was quite worried. But I see you're back in school today. What happened? Sugar Cane inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Zhang Heng shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, do you know how many S-Class ability users currently exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Has anyone compiled such statistics? Zhang Tao was formidable, and although he concealed his identity, Zhang Heng was aware of his father's ability's name, which should enable him to uncover what Zhang Tao had accomplished through some means. Now that he had replicated Zhang Tao's ability, if there were any records of his father's exploits or techniques, absorbing that knowledge would certainly ease his burden. Of course, isn't there a book called the Ability Compendium? It contains all the abilities awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, from E-Class to S-Class. Aren't you set to awaken your abilities in a few days? Sugar Cane replied. Many people are specifically visiting the library to check it out. Do you want to see it? Zhang Heng nodded. Yes, I would like to take a look. Since the library has it, I will head there first. Just consider my absence from class today. Seeing Zhang Heng leave in a hurry, Sugar Cane didn't stop him. Though he wondered what had caused this sudden change in demeanor. He had previously been quite flamboyant, but now he seemed unexpectedly serious, even neglecting to return a smile. Upon arriving at the library, Zhang Heng inquired with the librarian and located the Ability Compendium. He found a secluded corner and, without hesitation, flipped to the last few pages of the voluminous tome. There were a total of 107 S-Class abilities listed, not only detailing the abilities, but also providing personal information about those who had awakened S-Class powers and documenting their achievements. His ability was Blood Demon. Zhang Heng scoured the S-Class section of the ability list, but found no mention of Blood Demon, nor did he see a photograph of his father. Initially, he had anticipated a significant discovery, only to end up with nothing. This only deepened his confusion. How could the Dragon Kingdom remain unaware of the emergence of an S-Class ability user? Was it possible that Zhang Tao's powers had not awakened within the Dragon Kingdom? Hence the absence of any record? With the mindset of making the best of his current situation, Zhang Heng perused a few more books in the library until the daylight began to wane. Rubbing his weary eyes, he gently closed a book titled What Every Ability User Should Know. It seemed that visiting the library had indeed been a wise choice. The mere knowledge contained within this tome of abilities has afforded him a more intricate understanding of this world. It delineates various aspects of the 4 principal races inhabiting Blue Star, as well as significant historical events that have transpired. Yet, the conclusion of all these events heralds one undeniable truth. Humanity is being inexorably driven towards the precipice by the other 3 races. Following the Third World War, the Orcs, having exhibited astonishing might, compelled both the Merfolk and the Winged Ones to agree to a truce with humanity. However, it is evident to all that this is merely a ploy to avoid confronting the 2 terrestrial titans, the Orcs and the Aberrants. The Orc population is vast, with individuals of formidable strength, seemingly born for the purpose of warfare. Although the Aberrants are few in number, the powers they wield instill fear in both the Merfolk and the Winged Ones. Consequently, a peace accord was established between the Merfolk, the Winged Ones, and the leaders of humanity, granting humanity a moment to breathe. Chapter 004, Initial Physical Abilities Approaching S. The leaders of humanity are acutely aware that once the Merfolk and the Winged Ones have dealt with the Orcs, their sights will inevitably turn towards mankind. However, completely vanquishing the Orcs is no trifling matter. The advantages of the peace treaty are manifold, It allows humanity to maintain neutrality amid this struggle among the four races, while simultaneously affording opportunities for swift advancement. During this period, the Dragon Kingdom also issued a new decree, which has been vigorously promoted ever since. The number of ability academies in various cities has increased, with these institutions offering free enrollment to assist youths aged 18 and above in their awakening process. Furthermore, after 3 years, regardless of whether they remain in school or join a guild, they must report to the military to serve the nation. However, this timeline is not without its limits. After 3 years, individuals may choose to either continue their service in the military or retire. This bears a semblance to compulsory conscription. Having familiarized himself with several notable historical events of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Heng has come to a new assessment of this world. During the chaotic era, demons ran rampant. Each of the four races aspires to dominate Blue Star, vying for supremacy over the span of years, decades, or even centuries. Such a reality is, indeed, unfathomable to Zhang Heng, who hails from the peaceful realm of Earth. Naturally, this realization only fortifies his resolve to grow stronger. Rather than returning home directly, he made his way to the office of his homeroom teacher. His homeroom teacher, Li Shui, is a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Ms. Li, I wish to discuss something with you, Zhang Heng said. Li Shui, taken aback by the sight of Zhang Heng standing at her office door, expressed her surprise. When did you get discharged? Is your health improving? Zhang Heng nodded as he entered the office. Ms. Li, it is this, my ability has awakened, and I would like to opt out of next week's awakening ceremony. He must take time to acclimate to this new body. Self-awakening? Li Shui was even more astonished. Do you know what your ability is? Its grade? Its name? Zhang Heng shook his head, responding. I visited the library earlier, but did not find any abilities in the compendium that resembled mine. Didn't he find a similar ability? Could it be an unknown ability? Generally, unknown abilities are not to be underestimated, as they have become exceedingly rare. The fact that a student in her class had autonomously awakened an ability not recorded in the compendium was indeed a remarkable surprise to her. Li Shui quickly gestured for Zhang Heng to approach her, saying, Zhang Heng, come here and describe your ability to me. Perhaps you overlooked something. I hope that I did. He replied. At that moment, with a flicker of thought, a grand red door suddenly manifested between them. This door resembled a gaping hole in a shattered mirror, its edges crackling with irregular currents, while the center revealed an empty void. Yet, this void swiftly morphed into an image of Zhang Heng's room. Spatial type? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment. You possess the exceptionally rare spatial ability? Once a spatial ability emerges, its grade is never lower than A, and those of a grade or above, such as S-grade spatial abilities, are few and far between. Clearly, in Li Shui's recollection, none of the spatial abilities she knew exhibited such a form. Moreover, this was evidently an unknown ability, yet Zhang Heng had already begun utilizing it. Ms. Li, the door leads to my room, so I suppose this qualifies as a spatial ability? Li Shui nodded in agreement. Based on the current manifestation of your ability, it indeed appears to be a spatial type. However, do you possess any other capabilities? Zhang Heng shook his head, stating, not yet developed. But I can sense that my ability leans towards physical enhancement. Since awakening, I have felt my body growing stronger. It then dawned on Li Shui that Zhang Heng's physique had indeed transformed considerably. Following the awakening of an ability, the physical form of the ability user undergoes noticeable changes. For instance, those with abilities inclined towards physical enhancement exhibit marked improvements in their stature and appearance, becoming significantly more robust. Conversely, elemental ability users display the most conspicuous transformations, with their hair, eyes, and overall demeanor undergoing dramatic alterations. For example, those awakening fire elemental abilities find their hair, eyebrows, and all body hair tinged with flames, their locks resembling a fiery mane. With a furrowed brow, Li Shui remarked, the compendium records abilities awakened by our Dragon Kingdom's ability users, but it is not exhaustive. It is uncertain whether your ability is unknown or simply unrecorded. In any case, the publicly available compendium does not encompass your specific ability. If we wish to ascertain what your ability truly is, it seems we must consult the principal. The principal is well-versed and may recognize your ability. He is currently away from the school, but will return for the awakening ceremony in a few days. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. It seemed he would indeed need to attend the awakening ceremony. Li Shui then rose, saying, Come, Zhang Heng. Although we are unaware of your ability's nature, I can certainly fulfill your request regarding the assessment of your 4 key metrics. If you have just awakened, we can estimate your metrics and deduce the grade of your ability. Furthermore, since your ability has awakened, you should also possess the capacity for training. Students who autonomously awaken abilities are not treated with reluctance by the school. However, words alone are insufficient. If we have the physical assessment data, it may facilitate everything considerably. Zhang Heng naturally had no objections. Li Shui led him to the physical assessment room, where a teacher responsible for the evaluations was summoned via telephone. Initially, Zhang Heng assumed that the assessment would involve various physical exercises to derive foundational data. To his astonishment, he discovered that it could be accomplished simply by being scanned by a peculiar device. Li Shui and Zhang Heng sat in a corner, awaiting the results of the device's calculations. After a few minutes, the teacher in charge of the physical fitness testing room, surnamed Zhou, emerged with a testing report in hand, his face alight with excitement. Li Shui quickly rose to her feet, inquiring, "How is it, Teacher Zhou? What are the results?" Teacher Zhou, appearing to be in his 30s and possessing striking good looks, bore a faint blush on his cheeks, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. "The results are in. Based solely on the data metrics from the physical fitness test, this child's ability level is at least S rank. Take a look for yourself." "S rank?" Li Shui exclaimed as she eagerly accepted the physical fitness report. Level, first stage, 1 star, strength, 34, vitality, 46, speed, 37, mentality, 21. Is this truly the foundational data for a first stage, 1 star? She gazed in astonishment at the quiet youth before her, Zhang Heng. "Your ability is remarkably close to S rank. Do you grasp what this signifies?" Zhang Heng, fully aware of his ability status, played along with Li Shui, displaying a hint of excitement. Chapter 005. Please keep your ability information confidential. Teacher Zhou looked at Zhang Heng, unable to contain his admiration. "Your physical metrics surpass those of an A-rank ability user by 2-fold and exceed those of a B-rank user by 3-fold, while outpacing C-rank users by 5-fold. Perhaps you have begun to notice the changes in your body since your ability's autonomous awakening?" Zhang Heng nodded, responding, "Indeed, I feel as though I've grown taller." "Fantastic. Our South Zhong Ability Academy is about to become renowned. I must call the principal right away." With that, Teacher Zhou dashed out in high spirits. Li Shui turned to Zhang Heng, unable to suppress her laughter. "It seems that it's just the two of us who are excited. You appear remarkably composed. Are you not the least bit thrilled? An S rank? There are only over 100 S rank awakeners among billions." Zhang Heng replied, "Teacher Li, I am indeed very excited inside." Li Shui, slightly exasperated, recalled that Zhang Heng had not seemed this calm prior. Teacher Zhou returned after making his call. "Zhang Heng, the principal is expected to return to school tomorrow morning. He has come back to meet you, the S-rank ability user. Perhaps the principal could provide him with instructors for combat training? After all, while he possessed attributes, he lacked any combat skills. Even with the knowledge that defeating living beings could grant him replication points, and that absorbing blood could elevate his level, he would not dare venture outside the city to hunt. The outside world and the city were evidently two distinct realms. The hostility of the beasts toward humans was inherent. Moreover, the threats to humanity were not solely from the beasts, but also from other humans outside the city, much like him. Until he was adequately prepared, he would not risk leaving the city. That evening, Li Shui personally escorted him home, allowing Zhang Heng to experience a glimpse of the advantages of being an S-rank ability user. Upon returning home, he retired to bed early. The next morning, he set off for school. Just as he arrived in the classroom and had not yet exchanged a few words with Ganja, his homeroom teacher, Li Shui, summoned him to the principal's office. Standing at the door of the principal's office, spurred on by Teacher Li, Zhang Heng pushed the door open and entered. The principal, surnamed Su, whose first name was unknown to him, appeared to be in his 50s, yet he bore a remarkably youthful demeanor, hardly distinguishable from a man in his 40s. Principal Su regarded the young man before him, then glanced at Li Shui behind him. Without a doubt, the student with the S-rank physical test results must be him. "You are Zhang Heng?" the principal inquired, rising with a smile. Zhang Heng nodded, responding, "Yes, principal. I hear you have something to discuss with me." "Indeed, but first, please take a seat." Principal Su appeared to be in high spirits. The South Zhong Ability Academy was not regarded as a prestigious institution in Jiangnan, and it had never produced a student with an ability above A rank in its 30 years of establishment. This had always been a significant regret for him. He never expected that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Principal Su smiled at Zhang Heng. "I have already heard about your situation. Your ability is either of an unknown type or one that exists but is not cataloged in the ability compendium. Show me, and I shall know. If I cannot identify it, then perhaps no one in Jiangnan City will." Zhang Heng nodded, refraining from unnecessary words, and directly demonstrated his talent. A spatial passage linking to his room suddenly materialized before the principal. Principal Su retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his spatial ring, placing them on his nose. He stood and approached the spatial passage, circling it 3 times before letting out an awkward chuckle, uncertain whether he recognized it or not. Zhang Heng, perplexed, asked Principal. Principal Su took a deep breath, smiling wryly. "Zhang Heng, I must apologize, I truly do not recognize it. This ability to manifest a spatial passage in such a manner is unprecedented. Typically, space-type ability users possess private, isolated spaces, and the only tangible form is an independent internal space. Your capability, however, connects one space to another. I wonder if there are any distance limitations? If not, could a person traverse from the North Pole to the South Pole with just a single step?" Zhang Heng had initially sought to uncover information about the blood demon ability to better understand his own powers. After failing to find any leads, he intended to consult with a teacher. To his astonishment, even the well-informed principal did not recognize his ability. If the principal was unaware, then revealing the name and level of his ability would likely yield the same ignorance. The public ability compendium did not include this ability. and even an erudite principal could not identify it. How had Zhang Tao concealed himself so effectively? It was as if the entire world held no record of him. This rendered Zhang Heng's recent endeavors to mere futile efforts, akin to striking a soft surface, since he could not immediately find any information regarding the blood demon ability. Zhang Heng was not one to dwell on the matter. Principal Su, since you have seen it and are unable to recognize it, I shall return to class. At that moment, Principal Su hastily called out to him, Zhang Heng, please do not rush to leave. Do you not wish to receive the school's support and training? He certainly did, though he was uncertain how to articulate this. However, he knew that if he attempted to depart, the principal would undoubtedly stop him. Zhang Heng inquired calmly. What kind of support and training do you have in mind, Principal? The composure and tranquility Zhang Heng exuded left a profound impression on Principal Su. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though the youth standing before him concealed within himself another persona, a seasoned individual, well-versed in the complexities of life. Principal Su smiled subtly. Rest assured. Regarding support and training, I will not shortchange you. However, before that, I require you to agree to one condition. Another condition? Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for what he could offer to assist the principal. He presumed the principal would not impose any undue hardship on a newly awakened ability user. Speak freely, Principal Su encouraged. I need you to keep the results of your ability confidential from the outside world. You cannot even disclose it to your parents. If you can comply, then. Principal Su's heart fluttered with a tinge of anxiety. Zhang Heng, an S-class student, could easily choose to withdraw from school today and transfer to another academy. And this would be entirely understandable. He is, in fact, quite concerned about this possibility. Should the outside world discover that Zhang Heng possesses an S-class ability of an unknown type, countless institutions would undoubtedly vie for his allegiance with fervor. Ultimately, he would end up serving as a mere pawn for others. He would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Initially, it was assumed that Zhang Heng would decline. To everyone's surprise, he readily acquiesced. Of course, I myself cannot precisely identify the nature of my abilities either. And I hope the principal can assist in uncovering more information regarding my powers. I too shall pledge to keep my abilities confidential. Principal Su's expression brightened immediately, proclaiming, Excellent. It's settled then. Chapter 006, Selection of the Martial Arts Instructor. Based on Zhang Heng's deductions, it appeared that Principal Su was apprehensive about the potential leakage of his abilities grade, which might incite other academies to compete for him. Such a situation is entirely foreseeable. In this world, the proportion of S-class ability users is alarmingly disproportionate, akin to a chasm that separates heaven and earth. If a school were to possess even a single S-class ability user, it could garner immeasurable honor for the institution. The funding for ability academies primarily derives from the military. The sponsorship value of an academy is contingent upon the honors it has previously amassed. It is evident that Principal Su intends to cultivate Zhang Heng with great care, enabling him to secure accolades for the school over the next 3 years and elevate its reputation. As for any additional benefits, Zhang Heng could not speculate at this moment. He understands that in this world, those with greater worth are often the ones most susceptible to exploitation. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. At this moment, within a training room at the Southern Ability Martial Academy, 5 of the institution's foremost martial arts instructors stood in a line before Zhang Heng. These 5 instructors appeared perplexed, unable to grasp what made the student standing beside the principal so extraordinary that he was personally tasked with selecting a mentor from among them. Perhaps he was just another wayward scion of a wealthy family. The financial flow to the academy does not solely rely on the military. While the military constitutes a significant portion, various private enterprises and consortiums also provide funding to promote their own products. Principal Su smiled slightly and addressed Zhang Heng. These 5 individuals before you are our school's most distinguished martial arts instructors. Zhang Heng nodded, having already scrutinized the 5 individuals prior to the principal's introduction. An intriguing phenomenon presented itself. Among the 4 robust and imposing instructors, one in the corner appeared gaunt and somewhat lackluster, piquing his interest significantly. Principal Su then remarked, Why don't each of you introduce yourselves and share your specialties with Zhang Heng? The instructors exchanged awkward glances, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment at having to introduce themselves. The burly man standing at the far right finally spoke up. I am Ling Guowei, specializing in close combat and primarily employing punches and kicks. Following suit, the second instructor introduced himself. I am Qin Wei, adept in swordsmanship. The third chimed in. I am Zhao Quan, proficient in staff techniques. The fourth instructor stated, I am Jiang Qiangshan, skilled in claw techniques and finger methods. Finally, it was the turn of the lean instructor, who seemed to awaken from a reverie, and said, I am Wang Yin. Do you wish to learn the art of killing? Everyone present was taken aback. Principal Su found himself in a rather awkward position. Ling Guowei, the first to introduce himself, chuckled nervously. Do not take him too seriously. Instructor Wang Yin enjoys jesting. He teaches evasive maneuvers. If you wish to learn how to flee swiftly, perhaps you might consider him. The other 3 instructors could not help but laugh, clearly indicating that despite being hailed as the top martial arts instructors of the academy, Wang Yin's rapport with them was tenuous at best. Wang Yin offered no explanation or rebuttal, merely smiling faintly, seemingly indifferent to their assessments. Zhang Heng found himself inexplicably drawn to Wang Yin's unique demeanor. He glanced at Principal Su and inquired, "Am I restricted to learning from only one instructor?" Principal Su raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Of course not. The instructors also have to teach other students. If you select one, I can arrange for one-on-one guidance. If you are dissatisfied later, you can always change your choice. How does that sound? Being in S-class has its advantages, doesn't it?" Zhang Heng nodded and pointed to Wang Yin, declaring, "Then I shall study evasive maneuvers under instructor Wang Yin." This decision took everyone by surprise. The instructors had initially harbored a slight fondness for Zhang Heng, but upon hearing his choice, they all wore expressions of disdain. Was he truly considering learning how to escape? Truly the mark of a spoiled rich kid. Zhang Heng, you are wasting your time. The military has only allotted you 3 years. The results of your training will determine your survival on the battlefield in the future. Indeed, think it over carefully, at least for your own sake. If Zhang Heng were to choose one of them, they could teach him one-on-one, making for an easy and pleasant task. Everyone desired such a position, and the instructors suddenly became enthusiastic. Zhang Heng, however, replied nonchalantly, "If I regret my decision later, can I not simply choose again? This is the authority Principal Su granted me." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's response, the expressions of the 4 instructors darkened considerably. While Principal Su was equally taken aback by Zhang Heng's choice, he intended to say something, but found Zhang Heng already approaching Wang Yin. "Hello, Instructor Wang. I am Zhang Heng, and I will be placing my training in your hands." Zhang Heng extended his right hand toward Wang Yin. Wang Yin smiled slightly and said, "My training cannot occur within the school grounds. We must train outside the city. Are you prepared? Outside the city for training?" Principal Su almost forgot about Wang Yin's existence. How did this individual even come to be associated with the academy? He vaguely recalled this person. Although he held the title of martial arts instructor, he seldom appeared at the school, and even when he did, few students were willing to learn from him, as his teaching method involved outdoor training, essentially outside the city. Moreover, he taught evasive maneuvers, which seemed inherently unreliable and impractical. Would one truly confuse beasts or enemies with mere evasive techniques? Wang Yin's unorthodox teaching approach had led to a certain aversion among the others. Before Zhang Heng could respond, Principal Su hastily interjected, "No, that is far too dangerous. Who would be responsible if anything were to happen? If an S-class student were to encounter a mishap in the wilderness? And if this unfortunate incident were to inadvertently leak out, the principal, by concealing the matter and failing to report it, would be held accountable for the tragic demise of the S-class student due to inadequate supervision and poor judgment. Such a burden would render his later years devoid of peace." Wang Yin shrugged, stating, "Well, I cannot teach you. After all, I am at a loss on how to instruct juggling indoors. You might as well learn from them." Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere within the training room shifted to an oppressive silence, with heavy breaths escalating like the throttle of a motorcycle. "Wang Yin, you are exceedingly presumptuous," Lin Guowei exclaimed, soaring into the air to deliver a kick towards Wang Yin. With a whoosh, the air split. Chapter 007. I choose Wang Yin. The confrontation escalated unexpectedly. Principal Su hastily grasped Zhang Heng, urging him backward. Lin Guowei's kick was swift and fierce, yet Wang Yin showed no inclination to evade. It appeared as if the blow would land squarely upon him. In that instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. Wang Yin unexpectedly stepped back, causing Lin Guowei's foot to sail harmlessly over his shoulder, while Wang Yin seized Lin Guowei's foot, bringing him crashing down to the ground. The impact left Lin Guowei stunned, struggling to rise, only to wobble and settle back onto the floor. Fortunately, the training room was cushioned. Had it not been, Lin Guowei would have surely bled from the fall. With a grin, Wang Yin regarded the fallen Lin Guowei, saying, "Mentor Lin Guowei, how can you resort to violence in front of your students? Such blatant brawling among mentors on campus would not reflect well." Lin Guowei glared at Wang Yin. "Your tongue is far too unclean. You deserve a lesson. What do you mean by juggling? Are we jesters?" Wang Yin shook his head in resignation. It seems we must find another venue. To think that in Jiangnan City, teeming with ability students, not a single worthy pupil can be found. I shall abandon this endeavor and return to farming." Lin Guowei snorted. "Someone like you ought to return to the fields. To claim there are no respectable students when you spend your days sleeping or absent from school. Who would wish to learn from you? Who says no one wishes to?" At that moment, Zhang Heng stepped forward to address Wang Yin. "Mentor Wang Yin, though I hesitated earlier, it was never my intention to shy away from learning from you. I earnestly wish to study under your guidance, if you are willing to teach me." This man, Wang Yin, displayed remarkable strength, effortlessly outmaneuvering fellow mentor Lin Guowei, whose prowess was undoubtedly inferior to the other 4. Moreover, Wang Yin had not even turned to face Lin Guowei, yet accurately predicted the trajectory of his kick. Surely, he must possess some extraordinary skill or a wealth of experience amassed from countless battles. Lin Guowei, seething with indignation, retorted, "Kid, I merely stumbled earlier. You don't think I'm incapable of dealing with him, do you?" Zhang Heng, maintaining his composure, replied, "Mentor Lin, That was not my implication. From the very beginning, I sought to learn from Mentor Wang Yin. My intentions have remained unchanged, irrespective of the outcome of your earlier confrontation. Lin Guowei scoffed. You'll regret this later. Don't come to me for help when the time comes. I dare not teach a student of his. With that, Lin Guowei stormed out of the training room. Wang Yin turned to Zhang Heng once more and inquired, Are you truly unafraid of heading outside the city for training? You might risk your life, you know. Zhang Heng replied, I trust that my mentor would not abandon me in times of peril, would you? Wang Yin scoffed lightly, that is uncertain. With that, he made his way outside, calling, Why are you still standing there? Come along. Coming. Zhang Heng hurriedly sprinted after him, despite Wang Yin's seemingly leisurely pace. He moved like a wisp of smoke, soon vanishing from sight. Principal Su intercepted Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, I acknowledge that Mentor Wang possesses certain abilities. However, his teaching methods are exceedingly perilous. I strongly advise you to reconsider. Principal Su was nearly beside himself with worry. What would happen if something went awry? Zhang Heng, his expression serene, responded, Principal Su, Mentor Wang is correct. We learn combat techniques not for performance indoors, but to confront the beasts and foes outside the city. Although I am unsure why he has chosen the outskirts for training, I believe there is a reason behind it, and I am determined to seek the answers. You need not worry. Principal Su appeared to age several years in an instant, cautioning, If you find yourself in danger, open your spatial door and return immediately. Do not be reckless, understood? Understood. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Outside the school gates, Wang Yin waited until Zhang Heng approached him. With a slight smile, Wang Yin remarked, You finally arrived. I was about to leave if you didn't show up. Zhang Heng's face brightened with a smile, respectfully stating, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we set off now? Wang Yin suddenly reached out to touch Zhang Heng's arm. This gesture caused his brow to furrow slightly, a look of profound curiosity crossing his features. You must have recently awakened your powers. How is your physique so robust? Have you been training since childhood? Zhang Heng shook his head, replying, I only transformed after my awakening. Before, I resembled a typical bookworm. Wang Yin's interest in Zhang Heng grew. A once frail bookworm transformed into a muscular figure post-awakening? What extraordinary ability could have enhanced his physique to such an extent? However, Wang Yin chose not to delve deeper. He would learn more in time. Zhang Heng, since you wish to study under me and I have not resigned, still serving as a mentor at the Southern Ability Academy, I see no reason to refuse you. However, you must understand that I do not teach just anyone. The potential for learning must be evident. If I deem your potential insufficient, no matter your desire to learn from me, I shall not instruct you. I hope you grasp this. After speaking, Wang Yin rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Heng nodded, declaring, I understand. I will not burden my mentor. If you ultimately refuse to teach me, it will certainly be due to my lack of potential. Wang Yin smiled slightly. I am glad you understand. In that case, let us assess your potential. First step, keep up with me. With that, Wang Yin took off running. Outside the school gates, amidst the bustling traffic, he darted forth with astonishing speed. Once the flow of vehicles slowed, Zhang Heng surged after him, engaging in an unending chase. Wang Yin led the way, with a considerable distance between them. Though Wang Yin did not instruct in offensive techniques, his agility and uncanny perception far surpassed any number of combat skills. Initially, he had asked whether Zhang Heng wished to learn the art of killing, an inquiry that had stirred something deep within him. Techniques referred to as such undoubtedly stemmed from a profound understanding of the human body and the lethal methods derived from it. Uncertain whether the other party was serious or merely employing a tactic of refusal, Chapter 008 unfolds with the theme of body technique. Mentor Wang Yin's speed was remarkable, fortunately. His physical prowess was formidable, allowing him to maintain a close pursuit of him, albeit slightly lagging behind. Unexpectedly, Mentor Wang came to a sudden halt. Ahead of them gathered a throng of people. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heng finally caught up with Wang Yin. Without looking back, Wang Yin remarked, The exit hasn't opened yet. Consider yourself fortunate to have a moment's respite. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze toward the dense crowd ahead. Beneath the towering walls, a steel door stood firmly shut. Observing the individuals surrounding him, they appeared almost menacing, each exuding an aura of malevolence. This group must be the beast hunters from Jiangnan City, who spent their days hunting exotic creatures outside the city, undoubtedly carrying the scent of blood with them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhang Heng, gazing at the frail-looking Mentor Wang, felt no sense of weakness emanating from him. There was an unspoken sense that he bore a striking similarity to the muscular brutes around him, perhaps even more deserving of attention than these intimidating figures. Kid, you wouldn't truly wish to learn the art of killing, would you? Otherwise, why would you choose me? Initially concerned that the atmosphere might turn awkward, Zhang Heng found the mood lightening considerably with Mentor Wang's words. I merely wish to learn body techniques from you. Zhang Heng replied. Wang Yin smiled faintly, stating, Though I do not know who you are, the fact that the principal personally brought you here to select a mentor suggests two possibilities. Either you hail from a wealthy family, or you possess potential worth cultivating. The former is not readily apparent, yet the latter is indeed true. However, having potential does not guarantee your ability to learn. While still waiting for the door to open, Wang Yin decided to test Zhang Heng. What do you perceive as body technique? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng responded, I believe body technique to be a skill that makes it difficult for an opponent to catch you during an offensive. However, after witnessing the brief exchange between you and Mentor Lin, I realized that body technique should not merely be restricted to offense. Its essence lies in the manifestation of neural response and physical agility. Wang Yin raised an eyebrow, turning to face Zhang Heng with an expression of surprise. I did not expect your answer to be so astute. Have you received instruction from someone? Zhang Heng shook his head. I have read numerous books, and one phrase has left a profound impression on me. Even amidst chaos, one must adhere to the fundamental principles. I observe more and think differently than others. While others may see and contemplate, I excel at both. The essence of body technique, despite its variations, is fundamentally a skill of self-mastery, applicable in diverse contexts. However, the method of employing this skill is inherently a blend of sensory perception and physicality. Whether it be shooting, boxing, or driving, the principle remains unchanged. The only distinction lies in individual choices. After all, not everyone opts to practice body techniques, nor does everyone choose to hone their shooting skills. Those in different domains naturally remain unaware of the intricacies involved. Mentor Lin and the others not only operate outside my realm, but they also show little inclination to understand you. However, I am eager to learn about you. Wang Yin, impressed by Zhang Heng's articulate discourse, nodded approvingly. You are correct. However, the latter part of your statement is somewhat skewed. It is not that they are unwilling to learn about me, but rather that I do not wish for them to know me. I am here to teach students who are qualified and willing to learn, not to make friends with them. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. Mentor Wang, do you consider me qualified? Wang Yin scoffed lightly. Your bookish demeanor is quite pronounced, which seems at odds with your muscular physique. However, you are fortunate. Your innate abilities have granted you the opportunity to become a practitioner of body techniques. A person as thoughtful as you, even if awakening an elemental ability, could certainly achieve something noteworthy. Zhang Heng detected a hint of something deeper in Wang Yin's words. Mentor Wang, do you believe there is still a disparity between elemental ability practitioners and body technique practitioners? Or is it that you yourself are a practitioner of body techniques, hence your bias towards them? Wang Yin shook his head. Even if I were an elemental ability practitioner, I would still incorporate body techniques. One who has never engaged in close combat with formidable exotic beasts or adversaries can never truly grasp that sensation of teetering on the brink of death. Nor will they have the opportunity to do so, for once they are afforded such a chance, they would likely be slain by a body technique practitioner in the next instant. Zhang Heng nodded, understanding Wang Yin's implication. Even if he awakened an elemental ability, he would choose to cultivate body techniques. Wang Yin continued, what you just articulated is accurate. The essence of body technique is merely a skill of mental perception and bodily coordination, evading enemy attacks or striking from angles and speeds that leave opponents bewildered. To attain such mastery, one's neural responses must not be overly rigid. The brain is the sole organ responsible for transmitting signals to your body. No matter how swift your body may be, it can never surpass the speed of your mind. The brain captures external information through auditory, visual, and sensory perceptions, issuing commands to the body. Only in that fleeting moment does the body respond. Indeed, a master. Zhang Heng's interest intensified. Is that why, Mentor Wang? You can avoid Mentor Lin's kick without even glancing back? Wang Yin nodded. Precisely. Your physical capabilities are commendable. Perhaps I should begin by training your neural responsibilities. A smile spread across Zhang Heng's face, realizing he had made the right bet. Mentor Wang was indeed a concealed master. Wang Yin scoffed. What sort of master am I? The true masters are not present here. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. However, compared to the mentors of the Southern Academy, I can indeed be considered a master. Suddenly, the steel door creaked open. Wang Yin cautioned, the door has opened. Be careful outside the city. And do not let me down. He weaved effortlessly through the crowd, akin to a fish in water. Zhang Heng was filled with questions. How exactly does one train their neural responsibilities? Moreover, as they were about to exit the city, he felt a twinge of excitement within. Chapter 009. The True Identity of Wang Yin. Could he replicate Mentor Wang's neural response? Since one could replicate all things, surely Mentor Wang's neural response could be replicated as well? As Zhang Heng pursued Wang Yin, he issued a command to the system. System, analyze how many replication points are needed for Mentor Wang's neural responsibility. Unable to replicate, replication source must exist in reality. Neural responsibility is not within replicable range. Unable to replicate, only tangible and visible entities could be copied. It seemed that neural responsibility was merely a notion existing within a person's mind. This notion lacked physical existence, thus rendering it unreplicable. It appeared that the system was not capable of replicating everything after all. Wang Yin seemed to be searching for something. Meandering throughout the valley, Zhang Heng quietly followed behind, finding it somewhat arduous to keep pace with Wang Yin. Time passed without notice until Wang Yin suddenly halted, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes as he turned to look back. We've arrived. Zhang Heng reached Wang Yin's side and gazed ahead, but saw little more than a damp area not far off, which appeared to harbor an entrance of sorts. Outside the entrance lay a grotesque pile of black excrement, each piece no thicker than a finger. Clearly, this was the lair of some kind of exotic beast. Was this what Master Wang had been searching for all along? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Zhang Heng inquired, Master Wang, is this the lair of the exotic beast you have been searching for? Wang Yi nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. To train your neural reflexes, it is imperative that you find yourself in peril, teetering on the brink of life and death. In circumstances where a moment's inattention could result in injury. If you feel regret now, perhaps it's not too late. Surely, he didn't intend for him to leap into the lair of the exotic beast to hone his reflexes through confrontation, did he? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he asked. Do you perhaps know what type of exotic beast lair this is, Master Wang? Wang Yin confirmed, certainly. This is the lair of a first-tier exotic beast known as the steel-toothed mouse. They are social creatures with a fierce aggression. One or two pose no significant threat. However, should you encounter a multitude, should they swarm you, you could be devoured down to the very bones. Zhang Heng chuckled in disbelief. Realizing that Master Wang's training methods were indeed unconventional, most would likely turn back upon hearing such things. Yet, Zhang Heng had no intention of retreating. He even found himself in agreement with Master Wang's perspective. He had originally planned to train himself, honing his combat skills to adapt to this body, and then venture outside the city to confront exotic beasts in order to earn replication points. This was merely an advancement of his timeline. Slaying these beasts would enhance his realm, while bloodlust would allow him to consume the vitality of the exotic beasts, permanently increasing his vitality value. As long as his realm and vitality value improved, dealing with exotic beasts would become considerably easier. Observing Zhang Heng's hesitation, Wang Yin remarked, Zhang Heng, it is but a first-tier exotic beast slayer. If you are frightened at this moment, I can only conclude that you are indeed unfit to become a strong individual. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, responding, Master Wang, you misunderstand. I am indeed somewhat afraid, but I have no intention of giving up. Wang Yin huffed lightly. Then let me witness whether your bravery is genuine or feigned. Proceed. Nodding, Zhang Heng took deliberate steps toward the lair. Wang Yin's voice resonated from behind. Every formidable ability wielder possesses a keen neural reflex. The so-called strong are, without exception, those who have faced countless life and death situations, experiencing and understanding the essence of life and death, thereby becoming formidable. Wang Yin spoke the truth. Strength is not forged in the confines of a room, but in the wild, born through countless battles and encounters with numerous strong individuals. If he were to falter now, it would signify that he was not destined to be a strong individual. At that moment, fear dissipated from his heart, replaced by calmness and even a hint of exhilaration. Zhang Heng approached the edge of the lair, taking a deep breath as he peered down into the abyss, which appeared both dark and profound. With a noxious stench wafting from the depths below, he glanced back at Wang Yin, offering a faint smile before turning and leaping into the void. Wang Yin raised an eyebrow, astonished that he actually took the plunge. For some inexplicable reason, this boy gave him a rather peculiar impression. However, he couldn't quite articulate what was so strange about it. Wang Yin then turned his gaze to a large tree behind him, saying, Principal Su, you must be weary from following us. When do you plan to reveal yourself? From behind the tree, Principal Su emerged slowly, his expression grave. Wang Yin grinned, wondering what kind of extraordinary individual this boy was to warrant such concern. As Principal Su approached the edge of the lair, peering down, he turned to Wang Yin, suddenly recalling, I remember who you are now. Wang Yin's expression shifted as he realized Principal Su recognized him. Su's penetrating gaze fixed intently on Wang Yin. He spoke in a low voice. You seem to be the principal of the Bailong Ability Academy in Jiangxing? A slight smile curved the corners of Wang Yin's mouth. You seem uncertain? Su shook his head. Now I can say with absolute certainty. It's just that your appearance has changed drastically. Is this what you meant? Wang Yin's clothing suddenly tore apart, revealing a once slender physique that transformed in an instant into that of a robust, muscular man. As a practitioner of physical abilities, one who trains diligently can attain the power to alter their own physique at will. This is a skill that allows one to master every muscle in their body with ease. Practitioners refer to this technique as intricacy. Intricacy is a skill attained only after reaching significant heights in self-awareness and physical control. It is said to be a form of cultivation, though no one has ever explicitly defined the nature of this cultivation. Yet, every physical practitioner who achieves intricacy sees a notable enhancement in their strength upon returning to their original appearance. For ages, intricacy has been the ultimate aspiration of all practitioners of physical abilities. Principal Su's eyes widened in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. After the exotic beasts breached Jiangxing, you seem to have vanished without a trace. I never expected you to arrive here. What is your true purpose? Wang Yin's physique reverted to its original state as he replied nonchalantly, Purpose? What purpose could I possibly have? I am merely a useless principal who cannot even protect his own students. I have concealed my identity, wandering the lands and taking on disciples to alleviate my boredom. I never anticipated being recognized by you. It seems I must change locations once more, but that will have to wait until I have properly trained this boy. Principal Su, You wouldn't dream of stopping me, would you? Haha. Chapter 010, Bloodlust. 3 years prior. A city known as Jiangxing fell victim to a tide of beasts formed by countless exotic creatures. Due to the late discovery of the crisis, the majority of the city's inhabitants were unable to escape in time. The ability wielders of Jiangxing, even wishing to retaliate, found their powers rendered feeble against the onslaught of the overwhelming beast tide. In less than half a day, Jiangxing was utterly destroyed. With a population of over 100,000, the city's denizens became nothing more than a feast for the exotic beasts. However, the principal of the Bailong Ability Academy emerged as the sole survivor, having been exceptionally powerful. Yet, this also made him a target of public ire. This incident, while not directly his fault, led many to believe that had he acted more decisively, at least some students from Bailong Academy could have escaped Jiangxing. This was particularly true given that one of the Academy's students was an S-rank ability wielder, his student, and also his disciple. The world presumed that even if they could not prevail, he could have at least ensured his disciple's escape. Yet, his disciple ultimately perished in Jiangxing. Wang Yin chose to remain silent back then, opting for obscurity rather than providing any explanations. Even when the military later spoke in his defense, he still did not make an appearance. Principal Su, emerging from his reverie, gazed at Wang Yin and remarked, "If you were to train Zhang Heng, I would have no objections and would feel reassured." Wang Yin said nothing, instead moving towards the burrow and then leaping down. At this moment, Zhang Heng had delved deep into the lair of the steel-toothed rats. The burrow extended downward, and curiously, the deeper he went, the larger the space became. It was a mystery how so many steel-toothed rats could have excavated such a vast cavity. Squeak! Zhang Heng looked up to see a rat, roughly the size of a small dog, with barbed teeth, appearing before him. His pupils constricted slightly, and he clenched his fists. He had finally laid eyes on a steel-toothed rat. Taking a deep breath, he moved toward it. This diminutive beast was perfectly suited for him, a novice in the hunt for exotic creatures. But just a few steps into his approach, the ground erupted with a frantic scratching noise. In the next instant, a torrent of steel-toothed rats surged toward him, roaring in unison. Their numbers were staggering, with more following behind. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Heng felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. At his current pace, he was certain he could outdistance the steel-toothed rats. He resolved to create some distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, Minter Wang, standing there with a frosty demeanor. He drew a machete from his spatial ring and casually tossed it in front of him, saying, "This marks my boundary. If you cross behind me, you may as well turn back." A boundary defined by Minter Wang? If he reached behind him, would it mean he was unworthy? After finally encountering a mentor with such profound combat skills, the thought of missing this opportunity due to a lack of qualification was disheartening. Zhang Heng's gaze sharpened with determination. He rolled on the spot, grasping the machete as he cast a resolute glance at the oncoming tide of steel-toothed rats, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. Then, he charged toward the swarm. Gripping the knife, he swung it fiercely forward. The blade sliced through the air with an ear-splitting hum, cleaving 5 or 6 steel-toothed rats in half. Kill first-tier steel-toothed rat. Copy point 60, Realm Elevation achieved. Congratulations, host realm has risen to first tier 2 stars. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, the system's reward prompt hitting him like a euphoric stimulant. He swung the machete while stepping backward, nearly retreating behind Minter Wang. Wang Yin regarded him with a faintly mocking smile, as if to say, "Is this all you can muster?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng let out a roar and charged at the steel-toothed rats, trampling several underfoot as he sprinted deeper into the burrow. Countless steel-toothed rats leaped onto him, gnawing at his body. Zhang Heng swatted them off while wielding the machete to carve a bloody path ahead. Kill first-tier steel-toothed rat. Copy point 100, substantial realm elevation achieved. Kill first-tier steel-toothed rat. Copy point 120, moderate realm elevation achieved. Kill first-tier steel-toothed rat. Copy point 160, slight realm elevation achieved. The prompts echoed incessantly in his ears, and for reasons unknown, his realm continued to rise without breaking through. He had no time to ponder. The passage was far too narrow for his blade to be effective. These numerous steel-toothed rats could not possibly reside solely in such constricted tunnels. There had to be ample space below. Wang Yin observed Zhang Heng's reckless charge toward the beasts, a smile of satisfaction creeping onto his face. He too ventured deeper into the burrow, following the throng of steel-toothed rats. Zhang Heng descended swiftly, using his speed to leave the steel-toothed rats far behind. Blood flowed from numerous wounds on his body, but they were not deep. The scent of blood only incited the rats to madness. At last, Zhang Heng noticed the passage widening, and his vision cleared as a vast stone cavern unfolded before him. He hastened his steps into the cavern, reaching its center. A deluge of steel-toothed rats surged in, splitting into 2 flanks, rapidly surrounding him in the middle. Man versus swarm, a standoff ensued. Squeak! The rats, feeling the intrusion of a foreign creature into their territory, displayed no friendliness. Zhang Heng assessed the throng of steel-toothed rats surrounding him, while their individual threat was minimal. Being overwhelmed and bitten in a vulnerable spot could spell his doom. The knife was his means of self-defense, but his true aim was not to eradicate the swarm, but to hone his reflexes amid their assault. The sheer number posed a challenge. He needed to thin their ranks. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, he silently invoked his bloodthirst. In an instant, all the steel-toothed rats reacted, billowing clouds of blood mist from their mouths and nostrils. This mist flowed into Zhang Heng's body at an agonizingly slow pace. Vitality 1. Vitality 1. Every few seconds, the system chimed its notifications. A blood-red thread materialized within him, connecting him to all the steel-toothed rats present. It seemed the rats sensed something amiss and surged recklessly toward him. Zhang Heng chuckled coldly, unperturbed, and charged at the foremost steel-toothed rat. At that moment, Wang Yin arrived at the cavernous entrance. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene before him, he was momentarily stunned, then filled with astonishment. Zhang Heng's reflexes had indeed improved significantly. He wielded his knife with deftness, evading the onslaught of the beasts from all directions, transforming from clumsiness to fluidity. But what were those blood-red threads enveloping him? Suddenly, Zhang Heng swung his arms wildly through the air. To his surprise, not a single steel-toothed rat charged at him. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of countless steel-toothed rats, all dead. Chapter 011. The Past. Wang Yin approached Zhang Heng, a look of shock on his face. He gazed at the mass of steel-toothed rats, all devoid of injuries, yet lifeless. Could this be connected to those peculiar blood threads? Moreover, as time passed, the corpses of the steel-toothed rats began to disintegrate into ashes. Wang Yin scrutinized Zhang Heng, pondering the true nature of his abilities. As he observed, the wounds on Zhang Heng's body, though numerous, emitted a vitality that gradually mended his injuries. This young man's powers could not merely be of the spatial variety. The spatial ability merely constitutes a facet of his extraordinary powers. It appears he possesses additional effects, perhaps a multifaceted ability or even a mutation. Zhang Heng observed the completely dull blade of his machete in hand, and then remarked, "Instructor Wang, I cannot provide you with an answer to this inquiry, for my abilities currently remain unknown." An unknown ability? It seems that Principal Su's particular interest in him stems from the uniqueness of Zhang Heng's powers. Moreover, his recent performance corroborated this notion. Armed with only a knife, Zhang Heng stood undefeated against the relentless assault of the steel-toothed rats. Despite sustaining multiple injuries, his unique physique rendered him largely impervious to their attacks. This child is indeed remarkable. Instructor Wang Yin commented, "I shall await you at the school gate tomorrow. It is getting late, so you should return home now." Zhang Heng nodded. "Very well, thank you, Instructor Wang. I shall take my leave." Wang Yin smiled faintly, clearly pleased with Zhang Heng's performance today, and watched as he exited. Suddenly, Zhang Heng halted and stepped forward. A tremor reverberated through the space, and a blood-red door swung open before him. Without hesitation, he entered. This scene left Wang Yin utterly astounded. My heavens, was that the power of a spatial ability user? What manner of creature is this boy? The shock on Wang Yin's face lingered long after. Despite having encountered numerous extraordinary situations, today had truly opened his eyes. At the Nanzhong Ability Academy, Wang Yin sought out Principal Su. Upon seeing Wang Yin arrive alone, Principal Su inquired curiously, "Where's Zhang Heng? Since I entrusted him to you, I expect you to look after him well." Wang Yin's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a stark contrast to his previous indifference. Earlier, he had appeared apathetic, almost languid, showing little interest in anything. However, at this moment, his eyes gleamed with intensity and an imposing aura. He approached Principal Su briskly and asked in a low voice, "What exactly is the situation with that child? What are his abilities?" Principal Su was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled ruefully. "I had assumed you had already discerned it. I have never encountered his abilities, yet it seems you are equally in the dark?" Wang Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I had seen it, I would not be asking you." Principal Su laughed, then posed a question to Wang Yin. "In comparing Zhang Heng with your former S-rank disciple, whom do you prefer?" It was evident that he was aware of his disciple's demise, yet still dared to make a comparison. Nonetheless, Principal Su's words seemed to carry an underlying significance. To dare compare Zhang Heng with his S-rank disciple? Wang Yin scoffed lightly. The higher the rank of an ability, the more it signifies that the individual's attributes surpass the norm, both physically and intellectually. Heaven would not bestow a potent ability upon a fool. If I must compare the two, Zhang Heng undoubtedly aligns more with my preferences. My S-rank disciple was exceptional in every regard, yet he was excessively benevolent. Had he not intervened to assist those besieged by the beasts, perhaps he would have survived. Wang Yin seemingly revealed, albeit inadvertently, the circumstances surrounding his disciple's tragic end, words he had never shared with outsiders. Principal Su's expression shifted instantly. Your disciple died while saving others? Wang Yin's face bore a lingering fury as he recounted. Several classmates were trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed building. Upon discovering them, my disciple dashed in to rescue them. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, like a tide that could not be stemmed, and he was soon engulfed. Suddenly changing the subject, Wang Yin added, however, Zhang Heng would never act so recklessly. He possesses considerable wisdom. The more intelligent an individual, the more self-serving they tend to be. Rescuing others must be contingent upon the circumstances, rather than blindly charging in without regard for one's own safety. Why I do not publicly disclose what transpired at that time is simply because it serves no purpose. Principal Su sighed. It was precisely due to that incident that Long Country launched numerous satellites to monitor the movements of the beasts, allowing for timely detection and preparation in the years that followed, even in the event of a beast tide. Wang Yin coldly replied, "Such discussions are futile. It appears even you are unaware of Zhang Heng's abilities." Principal Su leaned in closer to Wang Yin. His powers are self-awakening and seemingly encompass spatial abilities. We conducted tests on his physical capabilities, and the results indicated an S rank. Such abilities are exceedingly rare, and few are privy to this information. You would do well to keep it confidential. S rank for physical tests? Does that imply his abilities cannot be weaker than S? The revelation that Zhang Heng was an S-rank ability user filled Wang Yin's heart with surprise and joy. Having lost one S-rank disciple, had he now encountered another? Should he laugh or weep? Principal Su approached Wang Yin and lowered his voice. "Instructor Wang, this student possesses immense potential. I hope you will nurture him well. I shall not seek others. I wonder what you think." Having gained notoriety for once accepting an S-rank ability user, he had also become a target for criticism after losing one. History had seemingly repeated itself. He could not afford to make the same mistakes again. S-rank ability users exhibit instructional talents that surpass all others. Yet teaching a disciple is not merely about imparting strength or the utilization of their powers. More importantly, it involves teaching them how to be a person and how to protect themselves. Wang Yin's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination as he looked at Principal Su. "I will ensure he receives proper guidance." Upon hearing this, Principal Su exhaled in relief. "Your response reassures me." Wang Yin chuckled softly and fell into silence. Upon returning home, Zhang Heng first took a brief shower to cleanse himself of the grime and discarded his tattered clothing, which bore the marks of the steel-toothed rats, into the trash bin. After donning fresh attire, he climbed into bed and briefly reflected on the events of the day, then silently called out, "System." Chapter 012, 100,000 Whys. Host, Zhang Heng. Ability, S Blood Demon. Rank, First Tier, 2 stars. Strength, 44. Vitality, 65. Speed, 47. Mentality, 31. Talent, copy the Blood Demon form of the spatial door. Copy points, 1590. Zhang Heng gazed at his attributes panel. It appeared that his rank had increased by 1 star, resulting in a 10-point rise across 4 metrics. With the exception of vitality, which remained notably high. Perhaps this was related to the bloodthirsty talent he had employed. The copy points had risen to 1590. How could it be that, despite encountering at least hundreds of steel-toothed rats beneath the ground, he received such a meager amount of copy points? His vitality did not seem to have increased significantly, and after initially breaking through to the next star, he had not made any further progress. Was it possible that defeating an equivalent number of beasts resulted in diminished rewards? Or was there another explanation? Zhang Heng decided to pose this question to the system. Defeating life forms of the same rank yields standard rewards. Defeating life forms of a lower rank yields minimal rewards. Defeating life forms of a higher rank produces double rewards. Zhang Heng understood now. After his realm ascended, the rewards from the steel-toothed mouse diminished. The reason for this lay in the low realm of the steel-toothed mouse itself. In other words, the next time he vanquished the steel-toothed mouse, or a beast of equivalent rank, the rewards would be exceedingly meager. Upon grasping this notion, Zhang Heng redirected his focus towards his replication points. According to the system's formula, the items eligible for replication would yield points based on the value of the original source. He retrieved a thumb-sized crystal block from his spatial ring. Within the confines of his ring, he possessed 3 more of these blocks, gifted to him by Principal Su. This crystal, known as a spirit crystal, was categorized as inferior grade. For ability users, spirit crystals are among the most precious materials for cultivation. They originate from deep beneath the earth, imbued with exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Absorbing it by hand accelerates cultivation speed by 3-fold. A single small inferior spirit crystal commands a price of approximately 1,000 dragon coins. While defeating beasts could elevate his realm, the existence of spirit crystals seemed somewhat less significant to him. He concluded that his replication points should not be squandered on such items. What he truly lacked were combat techniques. Zhang Heng pulled out his phone and searched online for videos of physical ability users engaged in duels. He lost himself in this endeavor for an entire night until his phone became excessively hot, prompting him to finally set it aside. He then closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the striking moments from the battles he had viewed. What left an impression on him were not the straightforward offensive maneuvers, but rather the neural reflexes displayed by both sides in evading their opponent's attacks. This was precisely the method he was currently practicing. After all, if one cannot evade the opponent's strikes, how could they hope to retaliate? The key lies in dodging the attack and then launching a counterstrike. Such maneuvers typically require minimal technique. The opponent is often already quite close, necessitating only simple punches and kicks. Overcomplicating matters could grant the opponent an opportunity to respond. As long as one reacts swiftly enough to evade an attack, Even a basic punch or kick can yield tremendous impact. Perhaps this is the essence of Mentor Wang's formidable prowess. With this realization, Zhang Heng's determination to train his neural reflexes intensified. He glanced out the window. Dawn was breaking, and the time on his phone indicated it was already 7 o'clock. After a brief morning routine, he set off toward the Southern Ability Academy. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure at the school gate. It was none other than Mentor Wang Yin. "Good morning, Mentor Wang." Wang Yin greeted him with a slight smile and said, "Come along, follow me." Unlike previous instances where he dashed ahead, this time Wang Yin walked at a leisurely pace, allowing Zhang Heng to keep up without haste. Wang Yin continued, "I have been informed of your situation through Principal Su, and I witnessed your abilities yesterday. Given your innate physical resilience, I believe you no longer require any weapons. You can fight barehanded." Zhang Heng chuckled and replied, "Can fists really be tougher than a cleaver? My cleaver was dislocated yesterday. What if I use my fists instead?" He let his sentence trail off. Wang Yin explained, "Fists can indeed become harder than iron, but you are not yet capable of that. After yesterday's assessment, I conclude that before teaching you about neural reflexes, I must first instruct you on how to harness the spiritual energy within your body." Spiritual energy? Zhang Heng pondered, as he currently possessed only one technique called bloodthirst, which did not require any spiritual energy to execute. This made him realize during yesterday's battle that the spiritual energy within him seemed somewhat superfluous. Wang Yin appeared to notice this as well. He had not utilized the spiritual energy within his body to enhance his physical form, which led to his numerous injuries afterward. Wang Yin inquired, "Can you control the spiritual energy within you and channel it to your fists?" Zhang Heng did not respond verbally, but instead attempted it directly. The spiritual energy within him flowed forth, as if it were an integral part of his being. With a mere thought, it manifested in the desired locations. Soon, wisps of spiritual energy began to emanate from his palms. Wang Yin furrowed his brow, remarking, "You truly are a novice, utterly inexperienced, merely having awakened a remarkable ability." Zhang Heng felt a bit embarrassed. Wang Yin quickly proceeded to guide him. "Your spiritual energy is currently dissipating into the air. Hurry, clench your fist." Zhang Heng complied without hesitation. Wang Yin continued, "Whether you are a physical ability user or an elemental ability user, the function of spiritual energy within your body operates on a singular principle: your intent, your thoughts. The spiritual energy is inherently a part of your body. You may wield it as you wish. The only difference between physical and elemental ability users lies in the effects produced when their spiritual energy manifests in the physical realm. For instance, if an elemental user possesses fire abilities, their spiritual energy transforms into flames upon exiting their body. In contrast, the spiritual energy of a physical ability user remains as spiritual energy after leaving the body, lacking any special effects unless their abilities inherently include such traits. Are there not some variant beastmen ability users capable of manipulating natural forces? Their unique abilities grant their spiritual energy special effects. As for yours, it is exceptionally pure, devoid of any extraordinary effects. What you must achieve is to envelop your body with your spiritual energy while in combat. This energy will invigorate your physical form, akin to a stimulant coursing through you, enhancing your speed, strength, and senses. It will also form a protective layer around your exterior, augmenting your defensive capabilities, rendering your fists harder than iron. Zhang Heng felt puzzled but remained unclear as to why, in this state, what usually appeared as mist-like spiritual energy could suddenly become harder than iron. Chapter 013, Spiritual Energy Self-Circulation. Wang Yin smiled slightly and asked, "If you were to spread your spiritual energy throughout your entire body, how would you go about it?" Zhang Heng's immediate thought was to expand the energy from his dantian throughout his body, yet it did not seem to adhere to that principle. Hesitating, he found himself at a loss for words. Wang Yin, recognizing Zhang Heng's novice status and lack of training, decided to cease his teasing and began to explain. "Have you learned about the principles of hydroelectric power?" Zhang Heng, having grasped the concept, responded, "I have indeed studied this. The principle behind hydropower generation lies in the utilization of hydraulic structures and equipment to create a difference in water levels. Water is channeled through tunnels and pressurized pipelines to reach the turbines installed within the hydropower station. The flow of water drives the turbine's rotor, converting hydraulic energy into rotational mechanical energy, which in turn propels the generator's rotor to generate electricity." After articulating this, he turned to Wang Yin and inquired, "Master Wang, do you mean that by employing the principles of hydropower generation within my body, I can make my physique and fists as resilient as iron?" Wang Yin replied, "You are partially correct. It is not merely about making your fists as hard as iron. Rather, in this state, the quality of your spiritual energy will undergo transformation. By utilizing the hydropower generation method, your meridians will serve as conduits for spiritual energy, effectively turning your body into a generator, allowing the energy to form a self-sustaining cycle within you. In this state of self-circulation, the effects of the spiritual energy will evolve, manifesting a substance akin to tension, akin to a protective membrane enveloping your physical form. As long as you maintain this self-circulating state, this protective layer will persist, With this layer in place, your defensive capabilities will become astonishingly formidable. Consider a stone on the ground. It is merely a stone until subjected to forceful projection, at which point it possesses destructive potential. The essence of a physical adept lies in the resilience of their body. The more robust the body, the greater the strength and explosive power. These enhancements can be cultivated through training, and naturally, due to the unique attributes of physical adepts, their bodies will further strengthen upon breaking through their limits. I trust you have begun to comprehend this? Zhang Heng nodded, his expression one of realization. With his elevation in realm, his 4 attributes had also increased by 10 points. He understood that further breakthroughs would yield additional enhancements. After Wang Yin's elucidation, Zhang Heng finally grasped the fundamental principles behind being a physical adept. However, how could he instigate a self-circulation of spiritual energy within himself? Surely, the faster the self-circulation, the more pronounced the effects of the spiritual energy? Wang Yin stated, as your realm ascends, the density of spiritual energy within you will increase, enhancing the efficacy of self-circulation. However, you must first understand that you need a sound physique. Your physical assessment reportedly indicates an S rank. This indeed meets the criteria, for self-circulation imposes certain demands on the user's body. Consider it akin to a fragile pipeline. If the water flow is too rapid, the pipeline may shatter under pressure. Master Wang's analogy of hydropower generation resonated with Zhang Heng, providing clarity on the internal mechanisms. Thank you, Master Wang, I understand. Zhang Heng exclaimed. Wang Yi nodded. Once you master self-circulation, you will gain the capacity to engage in hand-to-hand combat with exotic beasts. Only then will I feel more at ease. Zhang Heng's unique status was why Wang Yin intended to teach him self-circulation, fortifying his body to minimize injuries and adapt to fighting unarmed. Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, Master Wang, if you wish for me to learn self-circulation, would it not be more advantageous to practice in the training room at school? They had now arrived at the northern city gate, which was closed, necessitating a wait for it to open. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng could open a spatial gate to directly reach their previous destination. However, throughout the journey, Wang Yin had remained silent about their destination, focusing solely on elucidating self-circulation, which made Zhang Heng wary of distraction. Wang Yin shook his head, stating, all formidable warriors are forged in the wilderness. No true master has emerged from a training room. Do not forget, your neural reflexes also require enhancement. After your early departure yesterday, I explored the valley and discovered an excellent training site. I shall take you there now. Moreover, I have already secured permission from Principal Su on your behalf. From this moment onward, you will train with me for 24 hours. Master Wang, shall we head directly to the valley? Zhang Heng proposed, seemingly eager to employ his previous ability, which appeared quite convenient. However, Wang Yin declined, asserting that relying on such convenience would only foster dependency. It should be reserved for dire circumstances. During regular training, it was best to avoid its use. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. After a brief interval, the steel gates of the northern city slowly creaked open, prompting Wang Yin to surge forth amidst the crowd. Zhang Heng, observing the throng, quickly followed suit, recognizing that navigating through such a crowd served as a form of practice. Without keen observational skills and agile movements, progress through the bustling masses would be nearly impossible. Wang Yin emerged from the crowd first, glancing back to see Zhang Heng trailing behind. Though his speed was slightly lacking, he managed to avoid collisions, ultimately arriving before Wang Yin. You have made progress. It seems yesterday's training bore fruit, though you still need to improve your speed and finesse. Now follow me. Understood, Zhang Heng affirmed, running in the direction Wang Yin had taken. Within a certain cavern in the valley, Wang Yin led Zhang Heng inside. The cavern was modest, spanning merely a few dozen square meters, adorned with vines outside for camouflage. The air inside was somewhat murky, tinged with a whiff of smoke. Judging by the marks on the walls, it was evident that a fire had been lit there recently, likely by Wang Yin himself. The dampness of the cavern attracted various creatures, and the fire would help mitigate the moisture and drive them away. Wang Yin gestured to a spot where blankets were laid out. From today onward, you will train self-circulation here. Once you have fully mastered it, we will proceed to train your neural reflexes. Do you understand? Zhang Heng felt satisfied with the arrangement and nodded in response. Yes, I understand. Chapter 014. This young man is quite talented. Within the cavern, Wang Yin ignited a campfire, gradually illuminating the dim space. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zhang Heng, they faced one another. Wang Yin initiated the self-circulation of spiritual energy, causing a powerful wave of energy to erupt from his body. This force persisted, lifting his clothing and hair as if he were being buffeted by fierce winds at great heights. The speed at which he enters self-circulation is astounding, Zhang Heng thought, his brow furrowing. Wang Yin, noticing the realization dawning in Zhang Heng's eyes, smiled lightly and remarked, a competent physical adept engages in self-circulation with the speed of a finely tuned sports car. The quicker the start, the higher the RPM, and consequently, the greater the power. As you embark on your journey with self-circulation, take your time. Zhang Heng inquired, Master Wang, do other physical adepts also practice self-circulation? Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging that this technique is a fundamental skill that all physical practitioners must master. Ultimately, everyone will come to grasp it. However, as I previously mentioned, vehicles come in various forms, each possessing distinct engines and capabilities. Consider an ordinary car that can only shift into first gear, while its engine may achieve a momentary acceleration. Sustaining that speed for more than a few seconds could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in engine failure. In contrast, some engines, akin to those of race cars, can operate at high RPMs, allowing for seamless transitions in speed while maintaining optimal performance in a competitive setting. To discuss this further may be premature, for now. Focus on igniting the engine within your body. This diagram illustrates the self-circulating energy pathways. Familiarize yourself with it while I step outside to procure some nourishment. Are you preparing to hunt exotic beasts? Zhang Heng nodded, watching Mentor Wang depart. The analogy of the vehicle is easily comprehensible. Although all practitioners will eventually master the technique of energy self-circulation, various factors may affect their engine performance. Some may possess weaker engines, unable to adjust their RPMs, while others may have robust engines capable of shifting into high-speed mode. The higher the RPM, the greater the amplification of the practitioner's abilities. I wonder if he will ultimately reach high-speed status. He picked up the energy circulation diagram. The illustration depicted a person with a line originating from the energy center, gradually coursing towards the meridians at the soles of his feet, then looping back to the other foot, ascending, and finally reaching the crown of his head, where it descended to reconnect with the initial meridian. Next comes the acceleration of energy flow. Zhang Heng set down the diagram and closed his eyes, beginning to search for the meridians. After several attempts, he realized that energy circulation was not overly complex. He soon grasped the technique, allowing energy to flow through his body in a complete cycle. His body began to radiate warmth, imbued with a palpable sense of power, though this sensation was fleeting. He needed to continuously direct his will to maintain the flow of energy, imprinting it into memory, and subsequently accelerating the energy's movement. A single punch presented no challenge. However, in the midst of combat, sustaining self-circulation while engaging an opponent would indeed prove difficult. It was evident that this required a level of proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the easier it became. Clearly, more practice was necessary. Zhang Heng steadied his mind, slowly closing his eyes to commence energy self-circulation. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Each punch elicited a response from his body, confirming that the energy's path was correct. He began to attempt increasing the speed. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. The pace noticeably quickened, maintaining a steady warmth throughout his body, as energy surged forth, billowing his garments and hair. He felt as though he were enveloped in a gentle breeze. Were he to achieve high-speed energy self-circulation, perhaps he would feel as though caught in a tempest? At that moment, Wang Yin entered, holding a piece of beast meat. Upon seeing Zhang Heng in a state of energy self-circulation, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Such a talented youth. How long had he been gone? An hour? In less than an hour, he had mastered energy self-circulation? What extraordinary talent. Indeed, effort pales in comparison to innate ability. It had taken him 3 full days to learn the self-circulation technique. His disciple required 2 days. Zhang Heng accomplished it in 1 hour. The disparity was evident. The previous training on neural reflexes had also yielded remarkable results. Despite being besieged by hundreds of steel-toothed rats, this young man had remained undefeated, ultimately vanquishing them all. Had his reflexes been even slightly inferior, he would not have evaded the rats' attacks or repelled them. Defeating the leading steel-toothed rat could have resulted in his immediate demise. To mentor a student of such exceptional talent may very well be his honor. Wang Yin, wary of disturbing Zhang Heng, built a campfire outside the cave and began roasting the meat. Time passed, and eventually, Zhang Heng slowly opened his eyes, his energy gradually dispersing back to his energy center. The sky outside had fully darkened. Mentor Wang, holding a piece of roasted meat wrapped in lotus leaves, entered the cave. Zhang Heng quickly rose to receive it, exclaiming, "You could have just called me. There was no need to bring it in." Wang Yin smiled gently, replying, "It was but a small effort. Eat quickly and tell me how your energy self-circulation is progressing." Zhang Heng unwrapped the lotus leaves and savored the meat with great delight. Soon, he polished off the beast meat, feeling as though his realm had notably elevated. Wiping his mouth, he addressed Mentor Wang, who had also finished his meal, saying, "Mentor Wang, I believe I have mastered energy self-circulation and have achieved considerable speed." Wang Yin wiped his mouth and chuckled, "Then let me witness it." Zhang Heng nodded, and with a swift motion, he initiated a rapid self-circulation of energy within his body, standing slowly as gentle breezes emanated from his pores. Wang Yin's hair danced in the air, stirred by the refreshing gusts. The highest speed of self-circulation comprises 5 levels. You are currently at the 1st level. Being able to reach this stage in a single day is quite impressive, as the vast majority cannot even attain the threshold of the 1st level, perpetually hovering just outside. Chapter 015, Genius. There are indeed 5 levels of energy self-circulation? Zhang Heng inquired eagerly. "Mentor, may I ask what level you are at?" Wang Yin replied with a subtle smile. I am at the 3rd level, and that is my limit. Further acceleration would inflict harm upon my body. After all, an engine cannot be upgraded. According to Wang Yin's words, it appears that every physical practitioner's energy self-circulation levels are predetermined. This may relate to the innate level of their awakened abilities. The fact that Mentor Wang can only achieve the 3rd level indicates that, regardless of how hard he trains, he is bound to that limit. Is this the inherent advantage of ability levels? Wang Yin continued. I did not foresee your capacity to master energy self-circulation in such a short time. Now that you have grasped it, with diligent practice, you will gradually break through. He added, starting tomorrow, I expect you to demonstrate your energy self-circulation, as your opponent may be formidable. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Still exotic beasts? Wang Yin nodded. Indeed, still exotic beasts. If you can learn these 2 techniques, it will signify that you have become a qualified physical practitioner. Qualified physical practitioner? Hadn't he only been a practitioner for a few days? It seems he does possess some talent after all. That night, Zhang Heng opened the portal and returned to his room to sleep. Master Wang declined his invitation, seemingly intending to wander around the valley. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that Zhang Heng engaged in a brief wash-up before returning to the cave within the valley. At that moment, Master Wang reappeared from outside, and upon seeing Zhang Heng, he wore a mysterious smile and said, You arrived just in time. Come with me. Zhang Heng nodded lightly and followed Master Wang out of the cave, initially expecting to journey to a distant location. However, as he stepped outside, he was startled to behold, not far ahead, a tree under which lay a humanoid beast bound tightly like a zongzi. Could this be the legendary beast man? How did Master Wang manage to bring one back? Master Wang, what is this? He inquired. With a slight smile, Master Wang replied, Yesterday, I roamed around the vicinity of the valley and stumbled upon this fellow. You are not mistaken. He is indeed a beast man. His level is comparable to yours. He has likely been cast out by his kin. Beastmen revere the strong and scorn the weak. Within their community, if a member is deemed too weak, they are ruthlessly driven away. This beastman has already succumbed into unconsciousness. As Zhang Heng approached the tree, it was his first time witnessing a living beastman at such close quarters. This was a male beastman, possessing human-like features and physique, with a mane of short black hair, a pair of horns atop his head, and hooves for feet. A bull beastman. Master Wang untied the ropes, rousing the creature, whose large eyes widened in terror. Humans. Damned humans. My kin will surely avenge me. Zhang Heng had heard that beastmen could speak human languages and maintained a certain composure. Master Wang sneered. You will be his opponent. If you can defeat him, I shall let you go. The bull beastman, evidently incredulous at the proposition, thought. Defeating this human boy would be simple enough. Was this old man's intent behind his abduction? Humans sometimes captured beastmen for research, dissecting them or using them as beasts of burden. Being captured by humans did not necessarily equate to death. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. The bull beastman flexed his hands, eyeing the duo with caution. Are you serious? If I defeat him, you will let me go? Master Wang nodded, assuring him. Rest assured on that point. I shall keep my word. However, should you lose, your only fate shall be death at my hands. Master Wang delivered this statement with a smile, for in his eyes, beastmen and monstrous creatures were one and the same. Following a certain incident, his hatred for beastmen and monsters surpassed that of the average person. Naturally, all humans harbored a deep-seated animosity towards beastmen, having battled them for centuries and knowing too well how many lives had been lost at their hands, becoming their prey. The bull beastman scrutinized the young boy before him, clenching his fist slightly. Very well, that is preferable to being killed without putting up a fight. Let us begin. I am ready. At this moment, Zhang Heng glanced at Master Wang, who approached him and whispered, The beastman's level is on par with ours. He is also at the 1st rank, 2nd star. To survive, he will unleash all his might against you, and his natural physique far exceeds that of humans, so be cautious. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. The two distanced themselves. The beastman tightened his fists, twisting his neck in preparation, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Zhang Heng instantly entered a cycle of spiritual energy. A gentle breeze began to swirl around him. The bull beastman's expression shifted. This seemed to be the very method through which the human he sought could enhance his strength. Unfortunately, he hadn't captured the human and instead encountered this old man. For now, he needed to defeat this boy and then find a way to escape. Suddenly, the bull beastman took the initiative. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted slightly as he tilted his head to evade the beastman's punch. The bull beastman, seemingly anticipating this, withdrew his fist and instead charged with his head. Zhang Heng seized the bull beastman's horns, pressing downward, while propelling himself backward, soaring several meters away. The bull beastman nearly stumbled, but regained his footing and charged once more towards Zhang Heng. His horns glowed a fiery red, and as he stomped the ground, his body became taut like a drawn arrow, hurtling towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng instantly sensed a wave of heat rushing toward him. He did not attempt to meet the charge head-on, instead sidestepping the bull beastman's attack. As the bull beastman missed, anxiety surged within him. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Heng seized his ankle with a powerful grip, unleashing a torrent of strength that yanked the bull beastman violently toward the ground, delivering a crushing blow to his knee joint. With a sickening crack, one of the bull beastman's legs was rendered useless, eliciting a piercing scream. Master Wang raised an eyebrow, surprised at Zhang Heng's ruthless approach. His first strike had been a bone-breaking blow. Seizing the bull beastman's moment of agony, Zhang Heng released the beastman's injured leg, summoning all his strength into his right foot, and swiftly charged forward, delivering a kick to the beastman's jaw. The bull beastman's jaw dislocated, his scream abruptly silenced. Zhang Heng stood at a distance, casting a glance back at the bull beastman before turning to Master Wang, saying, "Master Wang, I feel as though I could kill him." "What do you mean feel? You have already killed him." Master Wang observed with surprise as Zhang Heng executed such a decisive strike, slaying the bull beastman without a hint of hesitation. From their earlier confrontation, he sensed that Zhang Heng's reflexes had significantly sharpened. Otherwise, how could he have completely evaded all the beastman's attacks to achieve victory? He truly deserved the title of genius. Furthermore, his strikes were impressively fierce. The naive demeanor he previously displayed was undoubtedly an act. Was this merely a ruse to extract information? If that were the case, it was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 016, Master Wang departed. Becoming a supernatural being is a most wondrous experience. At this moment, Zhang Heng vaguely grasped the essence of enhanced reflexes. It was indeed an intangible ability, akin to the senses of sight, hearing, and touch, perceiving cold, heat, and pain. Enhanced reflexes were the culmination of all bodily senses, an invisible capability that only one could recognize within oneself. After several days of guidance from Master Wang, he felt he had fully adapted to this newfound ability. Moreover, his supernatural power had exponentially amplified his capabilities. Master Wang appeared exceedingly pleased with Zhang Heng's earlier performance, approaching him with a smile. "Well done, Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you, Master Wang. I owe my rapid progress to you." Wang Yin cast a slight smile towards Zhang Heng and remarked, "You young rascal are still trying to deceive me. Just from those few moves earlier, I can discern that you have undoubtedly undergone some form of combat training, and not just ordinary training at that." Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly. Knowing full well that he had indeed engaged in some physical training, this lad was still trying to mislead him. Ever since yesterday, when he faced the overwhelming number of steel-toothed rats, he had sensed something amiss. The boy's reflexes were anything but ordinary. Otherwise, how could he have sustained so little injury? Furthermore, in the recent confrontation with the Minotaur, the display put forth had only solidified Wang Yin's previous suspicions. How could an awakened ability user, with merely a few days of experience, possess such extensive combat experience and reflexes? An S-class ability does not confer practical experience or reflexes. These are skills honed over years of diligent practice. However, Zhang Heng seemed reluctant to divulge any more details, and Wang Yin felt it inappropriate to pry further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Wang Yin entered the office of the principal of the Southern Central Ability Academy. Principal Su, upon noticing Wang Yin's arrival, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Teacher Wang, I wonder how Zhang Heng has fared under your tutelage? Have you considered taking him as your disciple?" Wang Yin replied with a wry smile, "What right do I have to take him as a disciple? I have imparted all that I can, and he learns with remarkable speed. In less than 3 days, I find I have little more to teach him." Principal Su's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wang Yin, surely you jest. Even with his strong learning ability, it cannot be that in just 3 days under your guidance, he has completely exhausted your knowledge." Wang Yin's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing the change in his expression, Principal Su also frowned. "What exactly is the matter?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Yin replied earnestly. "To be forthright, Zhang Heng may have been receiving some form of training since childhood. His combat experience and reflexes are quite extraordinary, not to mention his learning capabilities. Although I cannot fathom why he possesses such rich experience and reflexes, they did not manifest when I first encountered him. Yet, after 3 days, his progress has been nothing short of astonishing. I had initially intended to teach him for a few more days and take him as my disciple, but now I believe it best to refrain. I have little more to offer him. He can continue his training independently." Additionally, Wang Yin produced a resignation letter and placed it upon the desk. "I am here to resign. I seek to find other worthy ability users to nurture. Principal Su, I bid you farewell." With that, Wang Yin smiled slightly and strode out of the office. Principal Su stood up, picking up the resignation letter from the desk, momentarily at a loss. While Wang Yin had clearly stated that he had nothing left to teach Zhang Heng and departed with an air of satisfaction, Principal Su found it hard to comprehend the level of talent that could lead Wang Yin to so decisively acknowledge his own limitations in just 3 days. With a gentle sigh, he gazed at Wang Yin's retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Yin, he is undoubtedly a man deserving of respect. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng was diligently attending a practical theory class. The homeroom teacher, Li Shui, drew analogies between beast men, skywing people, and sea people, offering foundational analysis. Zhang Heng listened intently, knowing these could be potential adversaries he would face in the future. His arrival in this world was certainly no mere coincidence. Perhaps it was a long-held yearning within him that had resonated with the deity governing this realm. Initially, he had been troubled by the frailty of this body, realizing that training could not yield immediate results. It is the fruit of years of relentless effort. Given the poor alignment between his memories and this body, regaining control to reach his former peak was an arduous task, though time spent training could potentially restore him to his former glory. The original owner of this body was too advanced in age. At this stage, any training would undoubtedly be too late. To his astonishment, ever since his powers awakened, the sensations he had lost were gradually returning. By yesterday, he felt he had fully adapted to this body and rediscovered the familiar sensations. The next step was to enhance the proficiency of this body through training. After class, Zhang Heng made his way to the restroom, where he opened a portal to return home, to slay living beings to increase his realm. What could be more advantageous than hunting exotic beasts? Teacher Wang had told him before their parting that he felt he had nothing left to teach him, and he would be leaving the following day. Zhang Heng pondered the old man's mindset. After a few days of teaching, he had decided to leave so nonchalantly. Such ease was enviable. Sitting at his computer, Zhang Heng connected to the internet and began researching suitable hunting locations for his current level. After some searching, he discovered a hunting ground known as the 100 Refinements Forest, reputed to be home to numerous first and second-tier exotic beasts, as well as countless beast nests. While this place was a paradise for exotic beasts, it was also a haven for hunters. Many hunters thrived and prospered here. For Zhang Heng, who could elevate his realm by slaying living beings, it presented a promising opportunity for advancement. He printed a map of the Jiangqing ruins and investigated the route to Jiangqing, then went to bed early to rest and prepare for the upcoming adventure in the 100 Refinements Forest. He hoped this place would not disappoint him. Chapter 017, Airplane Mishap. The following morning, Zhang Heng packed some essentials and took a taxi to a nearby small airport. The 100 Refinements Forest was not far from Jiangnan City, merely over 600 kilometers away, and a flight would take less than half an hour. A single plane ticket consumed all his savings, costing $2,900. The modest inheritance left by his father, Zhang Tao, had vanished in an instant. However, he mused that in the future, he would not need to spend so much. He could simply utilize the spatial portal for swift travel between locations. On the tarmac, an old model medium-sized aircraft was parked on the expansive runway. Nearly 30 individuals gathered, evidently all exotic beast hunters heading to the 100 Refinements Forest. Zhang Heng joined the crowd to check in and board the plane. The cabin environment was quite pleasant, clean, and shiny, though the original flight attendants had been replaced by muscular male attendants, giving the atmosphere an unexpected flair reminiscent of a nightclub. With their uniforms straining against their robust physiques, Zhang Heng chose a seat in the corner and began to close his eyes, seeking a moment of rest. As all the passengers boarded the aircraft, it gradually ascended into the sky and then soared at an astonishing speed towards Bailienson. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded from above, causing the entire plane to lurch downward. Zhang Heng, startled, opened his eyes and glanced upward. To his dismay, he noticed a significant dent had formed on the aircraft ceiling. Almost immediately, a series of loud hammering noises followed. With each strike, another dent marred the plane's surface. In an instant, every passenger aboard the aircraft grew restless, engulfed in a wave of panic and terror. Was it a monstrous beast? Could it possibly be a creature of the unknown? Damn it! What are the odds of being caught in such an accident? 1 in a million. Lower the altitude, quickly. The cabin erupted into chaos, the blaring alarm ringing in their ears. The voice of the airport echoed through the intercom. Everyone, please secure yourselves, don your oxygen masks. I will initiate a rapid descent. Above each seat, an oxygen mask descended, connected by a tube. Zhang Heng hastily grabbed the mask and secured it over his face. The plane began a rapid descent. At that moment, an utterly jarring noise erupted from the top of the aircraft. A claw, resembling an eagle's talon, began to tear through the hard surface of the plane as if it were mere soft plastic. A violent wind rushed in, followed by an overwhelming force at the breach. Lighter objects were swiftly drawn towards the opening. Zhang Heng looked up to behold the creature standing atop the plane. It was a beast man with a beak-like visage, sporting enormous wings that were twice the size of its massive 3-meter frame. The avian creature stood firmly, its powerful claws ripping through the aircraft's ceiling with ease. The din was deafening. Zhang Heng felt a piercing ringing in his ears as countless items were expelled from the gaping hole above, and the aircraft spiraled out of control amidst the cacophony of howling winds and human screams. Zhang Heng quickly opened a portal in front of him and dived through. The portal opened midair. Peering down, he witnessed the aircraft crash heavily to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. A figure appeared just outside the portal, prompting Zhang Heng to shut it swiftly. With a snap, one of the eagle-like claws was severed as the portal closed, landing at his feet. The floor beneath him nearly buckled under its weight, revealing the immense heft of the claw. Far in the distance, the birdman gazed at its now severed talon, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. One of its claws was severed? Did that human boy do this? Humanity. The birdman clenched its remaining claw, seething with fury. Zhang Heng picked up the fallen talon, which felt as though it were forged from steel. Though it resembled the size of a watermelon, it weighed several hundred pounds. What was the composition of this creature's body? How could its claws be so incredibly heavy? As Zhang Heng lifted the claw, his mind was flooded with the image of the birdman effortlessly shredding the aircraft. Such a formidable being could not be of low rank. Was it merely passing by? Or was there more to its presence? A tinge of fear crept into Zhang Heng's heart. He was human too, and fear coursed through him. Today was meant for hunting in Bailianson, yet he unexpectedly encountered such a terrifying creature. Had he not possessed the ability to open a portal, he would have surely met his demise. Indeed, in this world, danger lurks at every corner. Becoming stronger is imperative. Detecting a primary replication source. Would you like to replicate this item? A window popped up before Zhang Heng. Replicating the claw would cost 1,000 replication points. Without knowing its exact purpose, it would be unwise to squander such points. He decided to set aside the hunting for the moment. He stored the claw in his spatial ring and proceeded downstairs. He resolved to inquire about the origin of this remarkable talon. If it were as durable as it appeared, perhaps it could be fashioned into a weapon, allowing him to defend against any future encounters with similarly powerful beastmen and escape afterward. On the third floor of Baisheng Mall, at the weaponsmith's forge, the shopkeeper stared at Zhang Heng in astonishment upon seeing the claw, his shock all too evident. Zhang Heng inquired, "Can you forge this into a weapon for me? A long knife will suffice. With a broader blade, a thinner one may easily break, right?" The shopkeeper pointed at Zhang Heng, exclaiming, "Young man, you truly do not recognize the value of this. I shudder to think where you found such a treasure. Fortunately, you brought it to me. Had you taken it elsewhere, you would have been easily duped." Zhang Heng, puzzled, replied, "Isn't your shop located here?" The shopkeeper paused, confused. "What do you mean? The shop is indeed here? So, you're saying you aren't afraid of being tricked? As long as the other shop remains, you have a way to retrieve your items?" Though he didn't understand the young man's confidence, the fact that he possessed such a precious material hinted at an extraordinary background. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, "This claw comes from a third-tier sky eagle. Their numbers are exceedingly rare. Discovering one is a challenge. They have a stronghold known as the Wind God's Peak. Where on earth did you acquire it?" Zhang Heng replied, "It was a birthday gift from my elders." Chapter 018, Third-Tier Sky Eagle Claw. The shopkeeper nodded, understanding dawning upon him. "I see. You wish to forge a weapon to combat beasts, correct? This Sky Eagle Claw is exceptionally hard, and its smelting and forging require considerable skill. To be frank, only my daughter possesses the capability to forge such third-tier materials in this vicinity. The price must be quite steep." He was currently devoid of funds. Unable to afford the forging costs, Zhang Heng retrieved the Sky Eagle Claw from the shopkeeper's hands, astonished that he would ever be troubled by a lack of money. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I have another claw. Could you forge me a fitted vest and a knife? If there are leftover materials, I can offer them to you. If not, please let me know how much it would cost to create a knife and vest, and I will prepare the funds." Zhang Heng held little hope for this. To his surprise, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of extreme excitement. "Young man, you must keep your word. If you have extra materials, you must give them to me. There can be no turning back." Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy. He had clearly underestimated the value of the Sky Eagle Claw. The shopkeeper's demeanor suggested he felt he was getting a fantastic deal. However, there was little he could do, given his current financial state. Zhang Heng then issued a command to the system. "Replicate." Deducting 1,000 replication points. Replicating the Sky Eagle Claw. Replication successful. A critical hit effect has been generated, and the quantity of the replication source has increased. The replicated item has been stored in the backpack. Please check it, host. Zhang Heng's eyes brightened slightly, directing his gaze toward the backpack section of the information panel. Backpack, Sky Eagle Claw X3. 2 additional ones? I never anticipated that replication could result in a critical hit effect. Why didn't that happen when I replicated the other abilities? Or does the critical effect only apply to items? Zhang Heng dismissed these thoughts, retrieving one of the Sky Eagle claws from his backpack and placing it in the hands of the shopkeeper. How long will it take to forge the weapon and the vest? If they can be completed today, I can wait here. The shopkeeper replied eagerly. It can be finished today. My daughter is in the shop, and you can discuss the details of the weapon and vest you desire with her. Finished today? That sounds excellent. The blacksmith is the shopkeeper's daughter. This was unexpected for Zhang Heng. He had assumed that blacksmiths were predominantly male. When one thinks of a blacksmith, the stereotypical image is often that of a muscular man standing beside a furnace, wielding a hammer against glowing iron. Very few would envision a woman in that role. The shopkeeper, Yi Qian, had a daughter named Duo, who was reputed to be a highly regarded blacksmith in the area. She even won first place in weapon forging in Jiangnan City last year. The forge was located in the basement of the master blacksmith shop. Zhang Heng followed Yi Qian down the staircase leading to the underground forge, where the wall before them suddenly reflected a flickering glow of fire. However, instead of the dull clanging of iron being tempered, the sound of a popular girl group's song filled the air. Yi Qian halted abruptly, his expression darkening. Zhang Heng then beheld the scene that had caught Yi Qian's attention. A tall woman with a robust physique and defined muscles was dancing in sync with a performance on a television screen, attempting to mimic the moves of young girls dressed in princess gowns. The visual impact was staggering, akin to witnessing a bear dancing. Ahem, as if responding to the cough. The hefty woman turned her head, her face flushing crimson, followed by a shriek. Of course, this was the vision that most people might conjure in their minds. Yet, Yi Duo appeared unfazed, showing no signs of embarrassment, instead maintaining her composure. Ready to work? Yi Qian nodded, somewhat flustered. Clearly, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. His face reddening as he turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Young brother, don't be misled by my daughter's appearance. She is one of the best in Jiangnan City." Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "You already mentioned that." At this point, Zhang Heng descended the final steps and approached Yi Duo, gazing upon this muscular woman who towered over him. "I would like to request your assistance in forging a knife to combat exotic beasts, as well as a protective vest. Could we discuss the details?" Yi Duo glanced at Zhang Heng before turning to her father. "What materials?" Yi Qian beamed with pride. "A pair of third-tier sky eagle claws. The excess materials will serve as the forging fee." It was evident that Yi Qian felt a great sense of accomplishment in securing this deal. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Duo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "A pair of third-tier sky eagle claws? I didn't realize you had such resources." Yi Qian approached his daughter, handing her the pair of sky eagle claws. "Here are the materials, hold on to them. Also, be courteous to the customer. I must return to oversee the shop. You two can talk at your leisure." With that, Yi Qian departed to tend to the shop, leaving Zhang Heng and Yi Duo, the recipient of the Jiangnan City's top blacksmith award, alone in the underground forge. Yi Duo tossed the sky eagle claw in her hand with a smile, suddenly finding Zhang Heng, who bore an indifferent expression, more agreeable. "This young man seems to have specific requirements for the items he wants forged. Let us discuss them at that table over there." "Very well." Zhang Heng led the way to a table in the corner of the room. It was quite warm in the forge. In just a short while, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Meanwhile, Yi Duo appeared entirely dry, showing no signs of perspiration. She placed the sky eagle claw into the furnace and paid it little mind. The table was equipped with paper and a pen, illustrating the design would be more straightforward. There was no need for intricate artistry. A rough outline and the required symbols would suffice. Zhang Heng picked up the paper and pen, contemplating briefly before sketching the concept that had formed in his mind. It resembled a Japanese katana, close to the Earth's design. As for the vest, there was nothing particularly unique about it, just a standard vest. Yi Duo examined Zhang Heng's drawing of the blade and remarked, "Oh, your expectations seem rather modest. However, if anyone else sought to forge a blade this slender, I would surely refuse. But with the third-tier sky eagle claws, it can be crafted this way. Please take a moment to rest and watch some television while I get started on your order." Yi Duo waved her hand toward the television, and it promptly switched to a news channel. At that moment, the news broadcast was covering a story related to her. Chapter 019, The Night Watchman. Breaking news. A flight bound for by Lian Sun has met with disaster en route to its destination. According to insiders from the airline, the aircraft was attacked by flying beast men during its journey, resulting in the tragic loss of all 32 passengers aboard. We will now list the names of the victims. Let us take a moment of silence for these 32 souls. Images of the victims flashed across the screen. Zhang Heng's photo suddenly appeared, but Yi Duo seemed unaware. The Public Security Bureau has dispatched guardians to track the whereabouts of the flying beastmen nearby and expects to provide us with a satisfactory response shortly. Records indicate that flying beastmen have never been sighted near Jiangnan City. Could this merely be the beginning? Please stay tuned for further updates. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the basement. Zhang Heng glanced at the teacup on the table, which had shifted position due to the recent tremor. He then looked up to see Yi Duo, standing by the forge, wielding a hammer in her right hand and a pair of tongs in her left. As she raised the hammer, her muscles tightened, and another heavy, resounding clang echoed through the air. Zhang Heng's expression shifted, and he thought to himself, what incredible strength. Perhaps it is related to her abilities? For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Heng found himself captivated by the scene before him. The pure aesthetics of strength, combined with the thunderous sounds, rendered him momentarily unable to look away. Time seemed to blur, and before long, Yi Duo held up a flawless, uncolored katana. Devoid of a hilt, the blade of the katana shimmered with an enchanting glow under the flickering firelight. Yi Duo opened her mouth and expelled a stream of flames towards the sword, which immediately ignited in a fervent blaze. Ultimately, she cast it into a nearby bucket to cool. She then commenced the crafting of Zhang Heng's vest. The vest was designed to be a connected piece, otherwise, wearing it would feel akin to being encased in a metal barrel. It is no exaggeration to say that this female blacksmith rightfully deserved the title of the finest blacksmith in Jiangnan City. She truly possessed such prowess. Hours passed, and Zhang Heng felt as though his ears might become deafened. Were it not for his pride, he would have likely retreated upstairs long ago. Yi Duo approached him, holding the completed katana and vest. "I've noticed your fingers are quite long and slender. she remarked. Thus I have deliberately crafted the handle of the katana to be half an inch longer than usual. It should fit your grip perfectly, allowing the muscles in your palm to comfortably grasp the textured grip. As for the vest, I've added several buttons on the sides. Even if your size increases in the future, you can adjust the fit accordingly. It should be more tailored to your physique. Zhang Heng accepted the katana and vest from Yi Duo, first testing the grip of the katana. To his astonishment, he found it incredibly light, yet it exuded no sense of fragility. The blade was a finely honed, irregular edge, thick at the spine and tapering down to a razor-sharp point. Holding it, he felt as if it were a well-used blade rather than a newly forged one, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. The vest was impeccable as well. A mere glance revealed that the leather buttons were the essence of its craftsmanship. At that moment, Yi Duo spoke again. Brother, I only used a bit more than half of the materials. The remainder is mine, all right? But rest assured, I did not skimp on your weapon or vest for the sake of those materials. I guarantee it with my title as the finest blacksmith in Jiangnan City. Zhang Heng offered no further words, retrieving the remaining 2 eagle claws from his spatial ring. Craft another identical one for me, and the rest is yours. Yi Duo initially thought obtaining a pair of eagle claws was quite remarkable, only to discover that he possessed an additional pair. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that these 2 pairs were nearly indistinguishable in size and weight, almost identical. What was the meaning of this? However, she dismissed her thoughts and set about forging another weapon. By the time they left the weapons master's forge, the sky had fully darkened. Zhang Heng exited the forge to find the streets nearly deserted. He gripped both katana blades in his hands, his wrists twisting as the edges gleamed with a blinding cold light in the darkness. The katana's lightness made it quite manageable in his grasp. Yi Duo observed Zhang Heng's retreating silhouette, surprised that he had used a third-grade eagle claw as payment, showcasing his generosity. However, she was taken aback when he subsequently requested 10,000 coins from them. This fellow truly was an enigma. Brother, you are always welcome to return. Yi Duo called after Zhang Heng's figure. He turned with a faint smile before stepping into an adjacent alley, preparing to open a portal back home. Just then, Zhang Heng suddenly took a step back. In the alley, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly illuminated the darkness. A low growl resonated from within the shadows. An aberrant beast? Or a beast man? How could such creatures breach the gates of Jiangnan City, which were shut tight every day? Zhang Heng felt the energy within him surge. His spiritual energy instantaneously entered a heightened state, and in an instant, a gentle breeze erupted from his body. Oh, you show no fear upon seeing me. And you dare to resist? An abominable beast man with a wolf's head emerged from the shadows, his body gradually swelling and bursting his garments, revealing a physique densely packed with muscle. His arms ballooned, and from his right hand, 5 sharp bone spikes protruded. In a flash, he had transformed into a beast, standing before Zhang Heng at a towering height of over 2 meters and 40 centimeters. A second-grade beast man? How could he possess such a formidable physique? Zhang Heng had faced first-grade beastmen before, and this one was on an entirely different level. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as a spatial portal manifested behind him. He leaped backward into the portal. The wolfman stared in shock. Where are you going? Are you looking for me? Just then, Yi Duo appeared, shouldering a massive iron hammer with her other hand dragging the mangled head of the wolfman's corpse. The wolfman's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by wariness and malice. The female night watchman with the hammer? It seems I have not come to the wrong place. You are the one who has slain many of my brothers. Chapter 020, A Haunting Encounter. Zhang Heng had returned home, indifferent to the unfolding events. He felt too weak in the face of such circumstances. There were times when retreat was the wiser choice. Fleeing was not a matter of shame, but rather, death would be the true disgrace. He picked up his phone and dialed the local security bureau. Hello? I need to report an incident. I spotted a second-grade beastman in an alley near the weapons master's forge. On the other end, a man chuckled lightly. If you are referring to the beastman in the alley by the weapons master's forge, our night watchmen have already dealt with it. Please rest assured. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. It had already been resolved. He had only been home for 30 seconds. Before he arrived, he had seen no one else nearby. Had someone dispatched the wolfman in less than 30 seconds? Zhang Heng hung up and opened the spatial portal, returning to the alley where he had just been. The moment he emerged, he witnessed a woman, shouldering a massive iron hammer, dragging the headless corpse of the wolfman as she walked forward. A night watchman? Was Yi Duo not only a blacksmith, but also a night watchman? What exactly did being a night watchman entail? Were they responsible for patrolling the city at night? In any case, this woman seemed far from ordinary. Zhang Heng noticed that she had not detected his presence, so he retreated back to his home. Recently, it seemed he had encountered many formidable individuals, whether at school, outside the city, or within it. All those he met appeared quite powerful, their strength stemming from their considerably higher realms. It was time for him to get a good night's sleep. He did not wish to remain so ineffectual indefinitely. At the security bureau, Yi Duo arrived at the entrance, dragging the wolfman's corpse. Old who? I can hardly believe I encountered a second-grade beast man just as I stepped outside. What on earth is happening with the security in Jiangnan City? How could a second-grade beast man infiltrate? Are there vulnerabilities in our underground conduits? Lao Hu, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a veteran member of the Public Security Bureau, awaited at the entrance after receiving a call from Yi Duoduo. Upon encountering the lifeless body of the werewolf lying on the ground, he frowned heavily. Rest assured, I will dispatch personnel to investigate the underground pipes. Should any discoveries arise, you will be the first to know. Leave the body to me. Yi Duoduo nodded and then inquired, by the way, has a local airline's aircraft been damaged by a flying beast man? Have the Guardians located them? He had heard this news while crafting weapons and was particularly concerned, as it mentioned the Sky Eagle, which he was currently handling a claw from. Given that Sky Eagles rarely appeared near Jiangnan City and that the Fengshan Juefeng was too far away for them to reach, it seemed implausible they could be involved here. Lao Hu chuckled. As luck would have it, someone has severed a hand from that Sky Eagle. It appears they were searching for something nearby when our Guardians stumbled upon them. While not many went, the beast man was significantly weakened due to the loss of a hand, making it relatively easy for our men to capture him. Given the circumstances, we opted not to execute him but rather imprison him. Are you interested in taking a look? After a moment's thought, Yi Duoduo replied, since I'm here, I might as well take a look. It's been a long time since I last saw a living Sky Eagle. Lead the way. I knew your curiosity would get the better of you. Follow me, he said. In the prison, the Sky Eagle was heavily shackled, with iron rings encircling its feet and neck, connected by chains embedded in the walls. The creature sat in silence. Yi Duoduo and Lao Hu approached the prison door, and she gazed at the exposed severed hand of the Sky Eagle. From her spatial ring, she withdrew a Sky Eagle claw, initially indifferent to her presence. The Sky Eagle's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the claw. Where did you obtain that? It's mine. Lao Hu scoffed. You, a beast man, still consider yourself human? That is clearly a claw. Yi Duoduo shot Lao Hu a resigned glance. Must we engage in such childish wordplay? Embarrassed, Lao Hu stepped back, but maintained a serious gaze on the Sky Eagle. The Sky Eagle approached the door, eyeing the claw in Yi Duoduo's hand. That's mine. Return it to me. Yi Duoduo smiled slightly. While this is indeed a Sky Eagle claw, it does not belong to you. I acquired it as crafting payment from a client. He possessed 4 such claws. The Sky Eagle's expression soured. I can recognize my own hand. This is my claw. There's a crack on the 3rd joint. See for yourself. Yi Duoduo and Lao Hu examined the claw, and indeed, it bore a distinct mark. From this angle, even the Sky Eagle's keen eyesight would struggle to discern its true owner. The Sky Eagle extended its right hand. Give it back. Yi Duoduo placed the claw back into her spatial ring, stating, you must reveal your purpose for being here, and then I will return it. Lao Hu, let us go. Lao Hu huffed and shot a cold glare at the Sky Eagle. Upon exiting the prison, Yi Duoduo pondered over the Sky Eagle claw in her hand. It was perplexing. This claw had clearly been given to her by the young man. So how could it possibly belong to the Sky Eagle in prison? Was it conceivable that he had been on the aircraft, severed a claw from the Sky Eagle, and escaped? This seemed unlikely. The young man's strength appeared to be merely at the 1st-tier level. How could he possibly sever a claw from a 3rd-tier Sky Eagle? Even he couldn't have done it so neatly. When she first saw the Sky Eagle's claw, she assumed it had been cut from a corpse, but evidently, that was not the case. Even if it were cut, the surface would not be so smooth. Lao Hu then remarked, speaking of the Sky Eagle, there was reportedly a student from the Southern Central Ability Academy on the destroyed aircraft, whose name appears to be Zhang Heng. If you're free, it would be prudent to visit the academy tomorrow, delivering the compensation to provide some closure for the victim's family. Yi Duoduo accepted the compensation with a photo attached. And upon closer inspection, her disbelief deepened. This was indeed the young man who had come to her for weapon crafting. What on earth was going on? Was he alive or dead? Had she seen his spirit in the afternoon? With great difficulty, she swallowed hard and quickly pushed the compensation back. No, Lao Hu. Please find someone else for this. I do not wish to be involved. Lao Hu looked at her with confusion, perplexed by her sudden fear. As if she were a child weighing 200 pounds. Chapter 021, The Death Worm. Zhang Heng purchased another plane ticket, hoping that this time, the Sky Eagle would not attack the aircraft again. Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate twice. However, once the plane landed at the airstrip near Bailianson, he dismissed that thought. The theory of craters suggested that the chance of one being struck simultaneously was 1 in 10,000. Clearly, he was not so fortunate. Dismissing the plane, Zhang Heng followed the flow of passengers to the entrance of Bailianson. He did not linger and directly headed inside. Acting alone was perilous in this lawless area, where a group of novice hunters lay in wait to prey on newcomers. Their aim was to seize the valuables of novice hunters, and if one foolishly resisted, they would not hesitate to take their lives. Upon entering Bailianson, Zhang Heng followed a predetermined path, sprinting forward with all his might, his form nearly a blur. His target was the worm cavern. Based on information gleaned online, few ventured into the worm cavern, as the worms yielded little value and were entirely worthless beasts. This, however, seemed to result in a substantial population of worms. Fortunately, there was no fear of a worm infestation, as most beasts in Bailianson fed on them. As he approached the worm cavern, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air, an anguished cry from another beast. Zhang Heng quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. Before long, he beheld a small opening in the ground, were several death worms, each the size of a small dog, were using their barbed tongues to drag a creature many times their size toward the hole. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he drew his dual blades and charged toward the death worms. With a swift upward strike of his blades, he cleaved through the tongue of a death worm, and dark green ichor erupted from the severed appendage. Zhang Heng wielded his dual blades with fervor, completely liberating the creature from its bindings. The beast gazed at the unexpected human before it, a flicker of gratitude evident in its eyes. However, in the next heartbeat, as Zhang Heng spun around, he severed the creature's head in one swift stroke. Without pausing to heed the notifications from the system echoing in his mind, he launched an assault on the nearby death worms. The sole means of attack for these death worms was their elongated, barbed tongues that emerged from their mouths, resembling grasping tentacles. Although the bodies of the death worms were no larger than a small dog, their tongues could extend an astonishing 7 meters. In mere moments, Zhang Heng dispatched these death worms with deft precision. He then silently chanted bloodthirst, and a torrent of crimson lines erupted from his being, propelling him into the worm's lair. The bloodlines seemed to sense the presence of living creatures and pointed in a singular direction. Based on Zhang Heng's calculations, his bloodthirst radius was approximately 10 meters, barely exceeding that. The effect of bloodthirst was to draw the vital essence from the target at an average speed, inexorably attracting it into his own body. This absorption was inescapable. As long as one remained within his sanguine radius, even gods would bleed. With nimble strides, Zhang Heng swiftly approached the worm's den. Possessing the gateway of space, he harbored no fear of danger. Should peril arise, he could immediately utilize the portal to escape. Rustling footsteps echoed ominously from ahead. Zhang Heng's brow arched slightly as he wielded his blades, his gaze sharp as he focused on the approaching swarm of worms. Due to their proximity, a considerable number of death worms had already entered the bloodthirst radius. Sensing the anomaly, the death worms surged towards Zhang Heng in a frenzy. A multitude of razor-sharp tongues appeared before him. Zhang Heng swiftly swung his blades, the dual weapons functioning like an indomitable shredder, obliterating the oncoming tongues. Countless death worms curled their bodies and leaped, baring their serrated fangs as they lunged at Zhang Heng. This was their territory. For these creatures, any being that intruded upon their domain faced but a singular outcome: death and annihilation. The effects of bloodthirst seemed to take hold. As the foremost batch of death worms collapsed to the ground, their bodies disintegrating into ash. In an instant, a staggering number of death worms surged forth. The bloodlines connected to Zhang Heng thickened considerably. He could feel his body teeming with a fervent vitality, the surge of energy akin to an exhilarating stimulant, causing every cell within him to quiver with excitement. Spiritual energy began to circulate. Boom! A violent wave of energy exploded from within Zhang Heng. The death worms rushing at him were instantly flung away. His calf muscles tightened as he propelled himself forward like a sharpened arrow into the mass of worms. His blades ablur as he struck with relentless speed. Slicing through the air, countless death worms were reduced to pieces, green ichor splattering in all directions. Suddenly, Zhang Heng felt an increase in his internal spiritual energy, his muscles swelling with vitality, a warm sensation radiating from his dantian and coursing through his entire being. Standing at the center of the chaos, he danced with his dual blades, which now merged into a long staff with dual-edged blades. No matter how many death worms assaulted him, they seemed destined to be shredded within the blink of an eye. At his feet, the ground became a graveyard of death worm carcasses. The air was thick with a peculiar chemical scent, the unmistakable odor of the deceased creatures. Ultimately, the bloodthirst had proven immensely effective. Hundreds of death worms lost their will to resist, collapsing to the ground, all transforming into ash. Zhang Heng panted heavily, scanning his surroundings. No further death worms approached, as they seemed to flee deeper into their lair. He glanced at his own body, now splattered with the blood of the death worms. But soon enough, all traces were absorbed into him. His back bore several gashes, his tattered clothing revealing the defensive vest beneath. Minor wounds adorned his arms and legs. Clearly, he had managed to fend off the death worms' attacks, yet the origin of these wounds remained a mystery. It appeared his reflexes were not as sharp as they could be. Zhang Heng regarded the merged dual blades, and after utilizing them, he was suddenly inspired to modify his weapon. While the dual blades were formidable, the ability to transform them into a long staff in an instant could be advantageous, especially against larger beasts, providing a distinct reach advantage. He resolved to return to the master blacksmith's workshop for a weapon upgrade and to rest a while. He opened the gateway of space. Chapter 022, New Weapon Design. At the master blacksmith's workshop. Ah, young brother, you arrived quite early. What do you intend to sell this time? Boss Yi beamed at Zhang Heng, his smile broad. This patron was known for his generous spending and lack of penny pinching, truly a valued customer. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before replying. I wish to speak with the forger. There is an aspect I'd like him to help me improve. Of course, I shall not skimp on the reward. She returned from her night patrol, rested for a bit, and headed to the South Central Abilities Academy early this morning to deliver something. She may take a while to return. If you have no urgent matters, feel free to wait here while I make a call to her. Night patrol? What area does she patrol? Could this forger have another profession? Very well, I shall wait here, Zhang Heng replied as he stepped into the shop, finding a corner to rest. System. Host, Zhang Heng. Ability, S Blood Demon. Realm, First Stage, 3 stars. Strength, 54. Vitality, 89. Speed, 57. Mentality, 41. Talent, Copy Space Gate. Blood Demon Form, Bloodthirst. Copy Points, 2145. The copy points had reached 2,000. If he still possessed the Eagle Claw, he could create another pair. He wondered if Yi Duo still had any Eagle Claws left. South Central Abilities Academy. Yi Duo's muscular physique elicited gasps of awe from the numerous students who beheld her. My heavens. She is impressively strong, isn't she? She must be nearly 2 meters tall. Is she even human? She is the foremost blacksmith master in Jiangnan City and a member of the night patrol team of the Public Security Bureau. You'd best watch your words. While her first title might not have struck many as significant, the mention of her role in the night patrol team immediately lent her an air of distinction. The Public Security Bureau was not an organization one could easily join, especially not within its specialized night patrol division. This team was primarily responsible for patrolling the various districts of Jiangnan City during the night. Its existence primarily targets the aberrant beasts, orcs, and other foreign entities that invade the city. Without a certain level of skill, it is not easy to gain entry into the night patrol squad. The fact that this woman was able to join the night patrol clearly indicates her formidable prowess. Yi Duo made her way directly to the principal's office. Upon seeing Yi Duo, Principal Su could not help but exclaim, Yi Jian, what brings you here? It has been quite some time, and it seems you have surpassed the 3rd tier in strength. Yi Duo smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, I have broken through to the 3rd tier. Your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever, Principal Su. Principal Su smiled gently and remarked, having seen many, one can always find similarities. The aura you exude is strikingly reminiscent of many 3rd tier abilities I have encountered before. But let us not dwell on this. You wouldn't come here without a reason. What brings you? Yi Duo, cutting to the chase, stated, Yesterday, an aircraft belonging to an airline was shot down by a Sky Eagle. All 32 individuals aboard perished, including a student from your school named Zhang Heng. No way. Before Yi Duo could finish her sentence, Principal Su abruptly interrupted her. Confused, Yi Duo asked, Why are you so certain, Principal Su? In truth, Principal Su himself was uncertain, his face etched with worry as he inquired, Has the body been found? Yi Duo shook her head. The entire aircraft was reduced to fragments. There were no bodies, only remnants. However, we have apprehended the Sky Eagle responsible for the attack. No body, Principal Su said, pulling out his phone to make a call. The phone was answered on the 3rd ring. Principal Su's face lit up with joy. Zhang Heng? Is that you? Yes, it's me. What can I do for you, Principal Su? The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Yi Duo, though she could not quite place it. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's voice, Principal Su felt an immense sense of relief. This young man did not seem to have the look of someone destined for an early demise. No problem. Where are you now? At the Weapon Master's forge. I'm still waiting for my blacksmith to arrive. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Principal Su looked up at Yi Duo in astonishment, as the call was abruptly terminated. Duo? What on earth is happening? Could it be the same person? Yi Duo's expression darkened slightly. Could it be that Zhang Heng didn't board that aircraft after all? Or is there another reason? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. It seemed that Principal Su had begun to piece together the situation. Duo, my student is alive. If there is nothing pressing, you may return for now. Zhang Heng is waiting in his shop. Perhaps you can inquire with him then. Yi Duo raised her gaze to Principal Su and said, Very well. I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. Yi Duo hurried back to her shop. Bursting through the door, she scanned the room and, in the corner, spotted Zhang Heng sitting there, eyes closed in meditation. Zhang Heng rose from his chair and said to Yi Duo, I would like to make some modifications to my knife. Yi Duo took a deep breath. I need to confirm one thing. The ill-fated aircraft had your name on the passenger list. Zhang Heng replied, I missed it. Upon hearing this, Yi Duo let out a long sigh of relief. I thought I had seen a ghost. So you didn't board the plane, huh? Oh. Yi Duo looked at him with a reproachful expression. It was hard to imagine such a large woman suddenly displaying a pout akin to that of a young girl. Zhang Heng, however, appeared surprised. Did you think I was supposed to die on that flight? Yi Duo quickly waved her hands, laughing. That is not what I meant at all. Anyway, how do you wish to modify your knife? This time, I want to charge you. That is more like it. Zhang Heng said as he produced 2 knives, merging their handles and adding a secure mechanism at the base, allowing them to be easily disassembled while maintaining durability against impact. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's idea, Yi Duo couldn't help but laugh. Your concept is quite innovative. I wonder how you plan to use it. Let me give it a try. Zhang Heng then asked, Have you already used the Sky Eagle Claw, or do you still have it? Yi Duo rubbed her spatial ring, and the Sky Eagle Claw promptly appeared in her hand. Of course, I still have it. Look. Zhang Heng reached for the Sky Eagle Claw and then looked up at Yi Duo. What if the knife handle and the connecting buckle were crafted from the Sky Eagle Claw? Wouldn't that yield better results? Deducting 2,000 replication points. Sky Eagle Claw replicated successfully. Critical replication initiated, quantity of sky eagle claws increased significantly. Sky eagle claws have entered the host's inventory. Please check. A smile crept onto Zhang Heng's face as he returned the sky eagle claw to Yi Duoduo. Chapter 023, The True Enemy. Yi Duoduo pondered. If the knife handle and buckle were made from the sky eagle claw, one claw would not suffice, unless... Zhang Heng then glanced at his system inventory. The inventory revealed sky eagle claws X7. Zhang Heng retrieved a pair of sky eagle claws from it and handed them to Yi Duoduo without a word. Yi Duoduo stared in shock at the 3 sky eagle claws in her possession. One was hers, while the other pair was given by Zhang Heng. These claws appeared to be identical, as if cast from the same mold. Did this guy raid a sky eagle nest? Yi Duoduo thought anxiously. Where did he acquire so many sky eagle claws? Did a relative of his go to the wind god's peak and annihilate the sky eagles? Zhang Heng calmly inquired. Do you know that these will enhance the quality of my weapon? Yi Duoduo paused, awkwardly shaking her head. Actually, that's not the case. Zhang Heng replied in a remarkably calm tone. Then please assist me in crafting it. The rest is yours. If you need more, come find me. I'll head home for now. As Yi Duoduo forged the weapon, the basement transformed entirely into a chamber of trials. It was likely unbearable for anyone else to stay there, as he certainly did not wish to endure such torment a second time. Watching Zhang Heng's retreating figure, Yi Duoduo's curiosity deepened. If it truly was Zhang Heng's relative who raided the sky eagle's nest, then the sky eagles might retaliate against humans here with impunity. That would spell serious trouble. Exiting the forge, Zhang Heng felt an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. This woman seemed to harbor suspicions about the origins of his materials. Some things needed a traceable background. The sudden appearance of so many sky eagle claws could easily raise doubts. After contemplating, Zhang Heng decided to return to clarify matters. When Yi Duoduo saw Zhang Heng returning, she queried, "Do you have more requests?" In front of Yi Duoduo, Zhang Heng produced the remaining 6 sky eagle claws. Yi Duoduo's eyes widened. That's an awful lot. Where did you get them? Zhang Heng explained. A relative of mine entrusted me with these from outside. As for the specifics, I cannot disclose them. Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with the recent Sky Eagle attack on the aircraft. That evening, Yi Duoduo still had to patrol the night, which led Zhang Heng to speculate that she might have some connection with the local security bureau. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to explain the origins of the materials to a mere blacksmith. Upon hearing his words, Yi Duoduo sighed in relief, feeling reassured. All right then. I shall place my trust in you. And remember, it's wise to keep wealth concealed, she advised as Zhang Heng addressed her, suggesting that she seemed to be affiliated with the security bureau. I shall temporarily leave these 6 eagle talons in your care. If I think of anything else I wish to forge, I will come to you again. Yi Duoduo forced a smile. Very well, I will safeguard them for you. By the way, may I have your phone number for easier communication in the future? Zhang Heng produced an antiquated mobile phone. Yi Duoduo cast a glance at it, noting that it was nearly as old as her father. How could someone who possessed so many eagle talons be using such a dilapidated device? This fellow was indeed peculiar and suspicious. Wait a moment. How could she doubt her customer? Perhaps some individuals simply preferred a more nostalgic and understated lifestyle. Besides, he was just a child. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? If her curiosity persisted, she could always investigate his background. After all, this matter pertained to whether the Eagle people might launch an attack on Jiangnan City in the future. Were they here seeking revenge for the numerous Eagle people killed by Zhang Heng's elders, or were they sent by other beastmen to investigate Jiangnan City for ulterior motives? She resolved to conduct a thorough investigation upon completing the weapon for this individual. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had returned home. It seemed that in his misuse of the system's capabilities, he had inadvertently drawn some attention to himself. However, he did not consider it a misuse. After all, he genuinely required a reliable weapon to confront the aberrant beasts, and crafting such weapons necessitated a considerable number of eagle talents, which he could only replicate. Moreover, replication was precisely how the system was intended to function. The only unexpected twist was that the female blacksmith was indeed a member of the security bureau, leading her to harbor doubts about him. Reflecting on the recent incident where the Eagle people had suddenly appeared over Jiangnan City and attacked an aircraft, he recalled the information Yi Qian had shared regarding the Eagle people, most of whom resided in the Wind God Peak and rarely appeared elsewhere. It was no wonder Yi Duoduo was suspicious of him. Were the Eagle people conspiring against Jiangnan City? He had heard that some of them had been captured. It was uncertain what the security bureau had managed to extract from them. Perhaps he should clarify his position further to prevent any misunderstandings that could lead to disastrous consequences should the Eagle people indeed be plotting against Jiangnan City. Zhang Heng stood before the mirror, contemplating his reflection. Perhaps he, too, wished to experience the life of a virtuous individual. In the past, he would have cared little for the lives of those around him. After a quick shower to wash away the unpleasant odors, he sat before his computer and began surfing the internet to further understand the world around him. Previously, he had discovered information regarding the peace treaty signed between the Skywing people, Sea people, and humans. The 3 races intended to unite their efforts to eliminate the current dominant species on land, the Beastmen, along with the aberrant beasts closely related to them. Under these circumstances, the Beastmen had become considerably more subdued, avoiding conflict with the Sea People and Skywing People, knowing that should war erupt, the three races would undoubtedly overwhelm them. The Beastmen began to fade into obscurity, while the Sea People refrained from landing on land, as some of their abilities were restricted there. Furthermore, all parties harbored ulterior motives, vying for supremacy in this world. Any significant losses for one side would only benefit the others. This was akin to the current situation with the Dragon Kingdom. It was at war with the other three dominant races, but its enemies included not only the Beastmen, but also the Sea People and Skywing People, who had formed an alliance long ago. The Beastmen would not strike against the Sea People and Skywing People first, but would direct their aggression toward humans. Thus, humans found themselves severely oppressed. However, the Beastmen were also aware that they could not entirely eradicate humanity in one fell swoop, so they exercised restraint. This dynamic inadvertently facilitated the rise of human superpowers, whose abilities began to manifest. Meanwhile, the Sea People and Skywing People approached with feigned goodwill, exploiting human animosity toward the Beastmen, ostensibly offering assistance while actually seeking to manipulate humanity to their advantage. At this moment, humanity found itself in a deplorable situation, harboring deep-seated hatred for the other three races. Yet, facing overwhelming destructive power, humans had no choice but to accept the agreements proposed by the Sea People and Skywing People. If this continued, humanity would face extinction. In that instant, Zhang Heng gradually realized a crucial truth. As a member of the human race, he must defend his kind, for otherwise, he too would perish alongside them. The brutal truths of history began to reshape Zhang Heng's inner thoughts, illuminating the identity of the true enemy. Chapter 024. The stubborn eagle person. When Zhang Heng next encountered Yi Duoduo, she had completed the crafting of his weapon. A brand new katana emerged before his eyes. Yi Duoduo pointed to the hilt of the sword, introducing it to Zhang Heng. The hilt is entirely constructed from eagle talon materials, including the lower binding. Additionally, I forged a steel rod at the center of the binding. This steel will be the most robust part of the two swords, utilizing 3 eagle talons. You still have 5 eagle talons in my possession. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, reaching out to take hold of the 2 swords. Indeed, the weight had increased, particularly in the hilt area. One of the hilts featured a recessed hole beneath it, while the other boasted a protruding 5-centimeter steel rod. At both connection points of the hilts, an X-shaped joint had materialized. The 2 sword hilts interlocked seamlessly, and with a firm twist, they became securely bound. Zhang Heng grasped the joined hilts with one hand and executed several thrusts and slashes with ease. The dual blades could serve as twin swords or transform into a short firearm. He looked up at Yi Duoduo and remarked, "I am quite satisfied. You have manifested my vision into reality, which is truly a remarkable feat." Yi Duoduo beamed with pride. "Oh, dear guest, you flatter me. I am but a blacksmith. Fulfilling the desires of my customers is my duty. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could offer something more tangible?" With that, she laughed, clearly half joking while voicing her thoughts. Zhang Heng responded earnestly, "You have already received what you were owed." Yi Duoduo chuckled heartily. "You, my dear guest, possess quite the principles. I find myself increasingly enjoying our transactions." Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "You merely appreciate my eagle talents, do you not?" Yi Duoduo chose not to respond, instead shifting the conversation. "By the way, dear guest, what are your thoughts on the incident involving the eagle people attacking the aircraft? After all, it was mere luck that spared you from boarding, leaving you to reflect on it with some trepidation, no?" Zhang Heng was taken aback that Yi Duoduo had broached this topic. It provided him with the perfect opportunity to explain. Zhang Heng's eyes revealed a hint of gravity. "The Sky Eagles would not come here without reason. You need not worry about my involvement. It is of no concern to me. I suspect their presence here stems either from a contempt and disdain for humanity, deliberately sowing chaos and claiming lives to instill greater fear of the Beastmen, or that they have come prepared, surveying the terrain for some nefarious plan. After all, the Sky Eagles possess an aerial advantage. Ultimately, it hinges on whether the Public Security Bureau has extracted any information from the captured Sky Eagle." Zhang Heng's words alleviated some of Yi Duoduo's suspicions towards him. She wore a helpless expression. Indeed, they had captured a Sky Eagle, yet it remained obstinately silent. They had considered severe interrogation tactics, but even the most brutal methods seemed ineffective. Zhang Heng pondered briefly before asserting that they must swiftly find a breakthrough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to ascertain whether the Sky Eagle's behavior was a precursor to an impending storm. After speaking, Zhang Heng nodded slightly in gratitude for Yi Duoduo's efforts in crafting new weapons and subsequently exited the blacksmith shop. Yi Duoduo realized she had lost count of how many times she had observed Zhang Heng's retreating figure. Deep down, she felt that the young man named Zhang Heng was becoming increasingly charismatic. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, the Sky Eagles are indeed a matter worthy of attention. She resolved to return to the Public Security Bureau. Zhang Heng harbored an ominous premonition that dire events were destined to unfold in Jiangnan City. He needed to elevate his realm and strength with urgency. He opened a spatial portal and returned to the wormhole cave. Upon landing, He was immediately besieged by a throng of death worms. Zhang Heng's internal energy surged, and a gentle breeze emanated from him, dispersing outward in all directions. Countless bloodlines erupted from his body, connecting him with the surrounding life forms. The sound of blood gushing forth resonated like a series of invigorating stimulants, igniting Zhang Heng's fervor. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, brimming with boundless battle intent. He did not remain stationary. Instead, he charged towards the mass of worms. His dual blades danced in a flurry, rendering the death worm's lethal tongue blades utterly useless. The more exhilarated his body became, the calmer his mind remained. Skillfully evading attacks from all directions, Zhang Heng swept through the death worms as if mowing down grass. Congratulations, host vitality has surpassed 100, unlocking blood demon form. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. 100 vitality enabled the blood demon form? However, under this form, his vitality would steadily diminish, ceasing at 100. Activating it now would likely result in an abrupt shutdown before he could even grasp the sensation. He needed more blood, more vitality. Kill. With an almost frenzied determination, Zhang Heng plunged deeper into the wormhole cave. At the Public Security Bureau, Yi Duo rarely appeared during the day, causing quite a stir among the staff upon her arrival. She greeted several colleagues as she made her way to an office, locating Old Hu inside. He was tilted back in his chair, engrossed in a phone call while fervently manipulating his computer. Seeing this, Yi Duo approached with a smile, but upon glimpsing the screen, she lightly tapped the top of the monitor. Smack! The screen instantly malfunctioned, emitting plumes of black smoke. Yi Duo, what are you doing? I was just about to win. Old Hu exclaimed, clearly infuriated. Yi Duo shot him a cold glare. Who are you calling brainless and brawny? You're not a child anymore, still playing games? As a veteran member, you should be more concerned about the Sky Eagles. Are you not worried that their sudden appearance and actions could have grave consequences for Jiangnan City? Seeing her ire, Old Hu quickly softened. I was wrong. Yi Duo took a deep breath, calming herself before stating, take me to see the Sky Eagle. Old Hu hurriedly led the way, turning back to flash a conciliatory smile. Duo, what on earth happened? You seem quite anxious. Yi Duo replied curtly. The number of beastmen appearing in Jiangnan City at night has been increasing, and the number of humans attacked is rising as well. Now, the Sky Eagles have reappeared near the city. Remember Jiangzhou? The local Public Security Bureau's inaction regarding subtle changes led to a catastrophe. An S-class ability user lost their life there. We must thoroughly investigate the Sky Eagle's intentions, and quickly. Old Hu listened with newfound respect. You're right, Duo. I will drop everything and investigate this matter thoroughly. Yi Duo shot him an exasperated look. What good will your investigation do? Report to the director. I need to speak with this fellow. Old Hu nodded repeatedly, appearing quite intimidated by her, and hurried back. Yi Duo stood outside the prison, smiling at the defiant Sky Eagle within. Hi, I'm back to see you. The Sky Eagle scoffed. You lowly humans should kneel and look up at me while speaking. Yi Duo raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that what it takes for you to talk? The Sky Eagle grinned. Indeed, if you can manage that. Chapter 025, Tire It Out. Yi Duo directly bound one of the Sky Eagle's hands with iron chains, then suspended him in the air with heavy weights on his legs. She nodded in satisfaction. Well, this qualifies as looking up at you. You may begin. Speak. The Sky Eagle remained silent, causing Yi Duo to frown in confusion. What? Are you shy? You were quite talkative a moment ago. Besides, didn't you promise that if I looked up at you, you'd share what I wanted to know? I didn't expect a beast man to be so untrustworthy. No wonder other races refused to ally with you. The Sky Eagle grimaced in pain. Hanging with one hand was bearable for the moment, but the weight on his legs combined with his entire body resting on that one hand was excruciating. His face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming rapidly. The Sky Eagle glared fiercely at the human woman before him. If you have the guts, kill me. Yi Duo smiled slightly and approached from behind, her hand brushing against the tightly chained wings on his back. These wings of yours seem quite exquisite. If I were to craft them into a work of art, I believe many wealthy individuals would pay a handsome price to display them on their walls. After all, humanity possesses an inherent morbid fascination with preserving the heads or various parts of animals as trophies to showcase their status and identity. The Sky Eagle's teeth ground together audibly, yet he remained resolutely silent. He suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. Yi Duo smiled lightly. If you refuse to speak, then you possess no value in living. Perhaps after I leave, the Public Security Bureau will take you away for execution. However, I am still a member of the night patrol team. Your life may be spared, but prior to that, I shall remove your wings. What remains of a sky hawk without its wings? The sky hawk gritted its teeth, glaring at Yi Duo. Do not waste your time on me. My action stems solely from my disdain for humanity. Now that you are aware, go ahead and kill me, you wretched creature. With a sharp slap, Yi Duo struck the sky hawk across the face, causing it to stagger, momentarily disoriented. She glared at it, warning, mind your tongue, or I shall sever that useless tongue of yours. The sky hawk continued to fix her with a venomous gaze. This concludes our encounter for today. I shall return another day. I must admit, I have taken quite a liking to your wings. Yi Duo removed the iron ball beneath the skyhawk's feet and unshackled its hands. After reluctantly caressing its wings, she hummed a cheerful tune as she made her exit. The skyhawk stared at Yi Duo's retreating figure, filled with a desire to devour her whole, yet lamentably aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies of a prisoner. Suddenly, Yi Duo halted, turning back to the skyhawk. Whether you speak the truth or not, your appearance has sounded the alarm for us. We shall uncover the answers we seek. With that, she left the prison and headed straight for Old Hu. Upon seeing Yi Duo emerge, Old Hu hurriedly inquired, Duo, how did it go? Did that birdman reveal anything? Or is he still tight-lipped? Yi Duo sighed, nodding with resignation. I'm afraid we need to prepare for the worst. The skyhawk claims his actions arise from a hatred of humanity, yet with Fengshan Juefeng so far away and countless cities along the way. Why would he choose Jiangnan City specifically? If his intention was merely to investigate this city, there would be no need for such a grand display to deliberately attract our attention, unless we are overestimating his intellect. Regardless, Old Hu, summarize your findings and report them to the higher-ups. Keep this incident confidential until further notice. Old Hu nodded, admiration evident on his face. Duo, I was strongly opposed to your removal from the guard team, but alas, you did strike the wrong person. Yi Duo's face flushed with anger. Am I to be blamed for striking him without cause? Old Hu, feeling awkward, responded, All right, it's in the past. I won't bring it up again. I must go inform the director now. I'll let him know this intelligence was obtained from your interrogation. Who obtained it matters not. The authenticity of the information is what truly counts. Old Hu agreed. You're absolutely right. I'll take my leave. Yi Duo exited the security bureau and made her way towards the blacksmith shop. In the depths of the worm cave, Zhang Heng had reached the very bottom. Defeating the worms seemed no longer to grant him additional levels or replication points, yet his vitality was undeniably on the rise. The more vitality he accumulated, the longer he could remain in a blood demon state. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly fell upon a narrow crevice ahead, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Beyond the crevice, it appeared there was another space. Zhang Heng approached the gap, watching as the corpses of the worms gradually disintegrated into dust. Upon reaching the crevice, he noticed something resembling a fruit tree on the other side, laden with numerous fruits. His pupils constricted slightly as he spotted a massive worm, larger than any he had encountered, lurking beside the tree. Was this the mother worm? The mother worm seemed to sense its discovery, becoming agitated and charging towards the crevice. However, its size prevented it from passing through. Instead, it lashed out at Zhang Heng with its blood-red, bladed tongue. Zhang Heng quickly dodged to the side, the razor-like tongue leaving deep gouges in the stone walls on either side of the crevice, but it was unable to reach him. It was said that the larger an exotic beast, the stronger it became. This death worm had likely reached the second tier. Its once white skin had transformed into a brownish hue, hinting at a chitinous evolution. Zhang Heng's attention remained fixated on the fruit tree behind the mother worm. Clearly, the mother had been guarding this tree until it grew too large to escape, ultimately trapping itself. The smaller worms were its only source of sustenance, as evidenced by the many tiny footprints and various hairs scattered across the ground. Since the mother worm could not reach him, and Zhang Heng was eager to investigate further, a sudden idea struck him. A bloodline surged from within him, directly connecting to the mother worm. Drain it. As the sanguine connection linked to the enraged mother worm, it became even more frenzied, unleashing a flurry of sharp tongues, 7 or 8 in total, far exceeding the number of tongues possessed by the other death worms. The tongues flailed wildly in the crevice, sending small stones tumbling from the walls. Zhang Heng stood before the gap, his expression cold as he observed the impotent rage of the mother worm. In his mind, he contemplated a question. Though my abilities lean towards physical prowess, being an S-class ability, my mental strength must also be considerable. If I could replicate an elemental ability, would I not gain an additional means of attack? Previously, he had inquired of the system whether multiple abilities could coexist or amplify one another. The system had confirmed it was indeed possible. Thus, the next concern was the matter of replication points. He had just glanced at his personal information, having slain a death worm in the cave. He had accrued over 1,000 replication points, totaling nearly 1,400. Replicating a third-tier Skyhawk's Claw required over 1,000 points. But what of replicating an ability? His points were insufficient. He needed to accumulate more before considering replication when the opportunity for an elemental ability presented itself. Observing the mother worm now slumped on the ground as if drained of strength, Zhang Heng remained motionless at the entrance of the crevice. The system's alert had yet to sound. The mother worm was not dead yet. He would wait. After a brief moment of stillness, the mother worm, sensing Zhang Heng's indifference, grew even more agitated. A slight smirk played on Zhang Heng's lips. Had the mother worm feigned weakness to lure him in? Yet, could a second-tier exotic beast possess such intelligence? It seemed he must never underestimate any exotic creature, lest he suffer a considerable setback. Minutes passed, and suddenly a notification echoed in his mind. Kill the second-tier brown-backed corpse worm. Gain 1,000 replication points. Level up. Host is now at level 1, 5 stars. Just as Zhang Heng prepared to step into the crevice, he felt a surge of anticipation. However, the prompt from the system caused him to momentarily falter, momentarily believing he had misheard. In a flurry, he hastily accessed his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng. Superpower, S Blood Demon. Realm, First Tier, 5 stars. Strength, 64. Vitality, 153. Speed, 67. Spirit, 51. Talent, Blood Demon form of the copying space gate, bloodthirsty. Copy points, 24-21. He had not misheard. His realm had indeed elevated. His vitality had increased by a full 10 points, and his copy points had surged by a remarkable 1,000. What was happening? Why such a sudden and substantial increase? While he was acutely aware that he had slain a second-tier aberration, the augmentation of his realm and points seemed excessive. What kind of algorithm did the system employ for its rewards? Could it be that cross-border kills yield considerable bonuses? It was certain that the rewards for cross-border kills were doubled, given the disparity in realms. Yet, such kills were exceedingly challenging and perilous. Instances like today were indeed rare. Upon realizing this, a multitude of audacious thoughts suddenly sprouted in Zhang Heng's mind. For now, he set aside his musings and decided to inspect the ancient tree guarded by the mother insect. Zhang Heng traversed through the crevice and arrived at its opposite side. The space here was rather limited, approximately 10 square meters, with a fruit tree growing conspicuously at the center of this area. The tree stood over 3 meters tall, a modest-sized tree adorned with numerous blue fruits, roughly counting about 7 in total. The exterior of the fruits was somewhat peculiar, resembling eggs, albeit slightly larger than chicken eggs, nearing the size of goose eggs, with a brilliant blue hue interspersed with a hint of translucency. The tree itself exuded an alluring fragrance. Surrounding this fruit tree, not a single blade of grass was in sight, and the mother insect did not tend to weeds. Could it be that the nearby nutrients had all been siphoned by this very fruit tree? Uncertain of the origins of this fruit tree, Zhang Heng dared not recklessly taste its fruits. Yet, he was convinced that the system would recognize them. System copy. Detected sky fruit. Would you like to deduct 500 points for copying? No. Cancel command. Affirmative. Sky fruit. Copying 1 requires 500 points. This fruit was indeed a valuable item. However, its precise effects remained unclear. Perhaps someone online might know? Zhang Heng then retrieved his phone and endeavored to search the internet. Soon enough, he found the answers he sought. There existed a book titled Illustrated Guide to Rare Fruits, documenting thousands of varieties of fruits, both great and small. Initially, the specific effects and existence of these fruits were unknown until they were truly discovered hundreds of years later, prompting dedicated individuals to seek them out and compile them into a tome. The sky fruit, a product of the sky tree, belonged to the C-rank rare fruits, primarily thriving in high-altitude mountainous regions. Yet, the sky fruit tree he had discovered was peculiarly located within a cave. This was exceedingly rare. It was said that consuming the sky fruit could permanently enhance a person's spirit value, making it highly sought after by elemental superpower users. Although the sky fruit tree was immensely precious, there were still individuals selling sky fruits online. However, they would be reserved immediately upon appearing, rendering them effectively priceless. To acquire one would have to pay a premium. The market price for a sky fruit online was set at 200,000 per piece. However, many were willing to purchase at 300,000 or 500,000, with some even fetching higher prices, largely dependent on the sales strategy. Zhang Heng considered himself to be somewhat short on funds, yet not desperately so. Since these 7 sky fruits could enhance his spirit power, they were undoubtedly a boon for Zhang Heng, who had initially intended to seek an opportunity to copy an elemental superpower to amplify his offensive capabilities. Upon further examination of the description of the sky fruit, it seemed that they did not decay. Their very existence appeared to harbor immense energy. Realizing this, Zhang Heng promptly harvested all the sky fruits and stored them in his spatial ring. He was in no rush to consume them, and since they could be preserved for a considerable duration, they could serve as a form of capital storage. In times of financial need, he could retrieve them for quick relief. Zhang Heng opened the space gate, returned home to take a quick shower, and ate a bit before heading back to the 100 Refinement Forest. It must be said that the space gate was indeed remarkably convenient, saving him a significant amount of travel time. He was, however, curious about its maximum distance, which he might test at a later opportunity. Given the smoothness of this hunt, Zhang Heng decided to venture to another location within the 100 Refinement Forest to continue his pursuit. Chapter 027. The Rocket-like Speed of Realm Advancement. Initially, his plan was to seek out first-tier aberration nests, utilizing the bloodthirsty effect to train his neural reflexes while evading the attacks of the horde of beasts, gradually wearing them down. However, as his neural reflexes improved, he realized that if he killed too many of a single type of aberration, the returns would significantly diminish, potentially even ceasing altogether. Might it not be wiser to target powerful, high-tier beasts instead, luring them into this underground lair or similar locations and employing bloodthirst to gradually exhaust them? This way, the gains would be markedly more pronounced, and the strength and speed of high-tier aberrations were evidently superior to those of the first tier, making the act of enticing them a form of training for his neural reflexes as well. At this moment, Zhang Heng walked slowly through the valley of the 100 Refinement Forest, aimlessly searching. He was in pursuit of a location akin to the crevice of an underground cave. If he could find one, it would be absolutely perfect. He took out a map and scrutinized it carefully. Most of the terrain in the 100 Refinement Forest consisted of forested areas, but in the northern part of the forest, there lay a canyon. More importantly, it appeared to be home to a pack of second-tier aberrations known as the ancient wolves of the wild mountains, which seemed to perfectly align with his requirements. Zhang Heng confirmed the northern direction and looked for any advantageous locations. As he traversed northward through the 100 Refinement Forest, he could distinctly sense that the number of elemental hunters dwindled as he approached the northern region. The ancient wolves of the wild mountains were not merely second-tier aberrations. They were also renowned for their pack-hunting prowess. It was said that these wolves typically hunted in groups, targeting larger aberrations, and even venturing across borders in their hunts. The entire pack operated in perfect harmony, akin to an elite unit. They had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle from a young age. Some individuals would rather face third-tier aberrations than confront this exceptional pack of hunters. Zhang Heng looked up at the small rocky hills above him, where numerous ancient wolves of the wild mountains roamed beneath. The area was evidently dominated by a pack of ancient wolves from the desolate mountains, leaving little trace of other exotic beasts. Zhang Heng, utilizing the concealment of the forest, cautiously approached a small rocky outcrop that stood amidst a vast expanse of rubble. He carefully made his way to the rear of the rock formation and observed the uneven surface of the cliff, then proceeded to scale it. Upon reaching the summit, Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings. The small rocky outcrop, scarcely 5 meters in diameter, boasted a remarkably smooth and flat surface, as if hewn by a master craftsman. While marveling at the wonders of nature, he glanced downward. To his surprise, several ancient wolves had gathered at the base of the rock peak. Seemingly drawn by an enticing scent, Zhang Heng assessed the ground and his current elevation, estimating it to be around 10 meters. Perhaps these ancient wolves, formidable on flat terrain, would find themselves at a disadvantage against an airborne adversary. Although the jagged cliffs presented a challenge for ascent, the likelihood of these wolves scaling them seemed minimal. Even if they possessed impressive leaping abilities, it was improbable they could jump 10 meters. Zhang Heng felt a sense of contentment with his choice of refuge. Wasting no time, he opened a spatial portal behind him as a precaution. Subsequently, he activated his bloodlust ability. A multitude of crimson threads surged forth from within him, cascading through the air like fireworks, descending toward the ground. The ancient wolves, having sensed the anomaly, began to howl in alarm. Their collective cries summoned all wolves within earshot to converge upon his location. At this juncture, Zhang Heng unsheathed his katana, combining 2 blades and embedding them into the earth beside him as a dual precaution. After all, the ancient wolves were second-tier exotic beasts, and their precise abilities remained unknown to him. A single miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. The wolves howled incessantly at the descending blood threads, with some daring individuals attempting to bite them. However, such attempts resulted in their connection to the blood threads. Zhang Heng noticed that the range of his bloodlust seemed to have expanded, previously limited to a 10-meter radius. He now unleashed it over a distance of more than 10 meters, still feeling he had more to give. Vitality 1. Vitality 1. Vitality 1. A series of notifications echoed in his ears. A subtle smile graced Zhang Heng's face. It appeared his strategy was indeed fruitful, proving to be an excellent approach. The ancient wolves began their futile attempts to scale the rocky peak, yet they either fell short after a third of the way up or failed to ascend entirely. In that moment, over 30 ancient wolves became ensnared by the blood threads, their lifeblood steadily flowing into Zhang Heng's body. He approached the edge of the rocky outcrop and looked down. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, the wolves below became increasingly agitated, their howls growing more frenzied. At that moment, a sizable pack of around 50 wolves surged toward him from all directions. The cacophonous howls invaded Zhang Heng's ears. He sat down slowly, absorbing the blood that flowed from below. Regrettably, the exotic beasts he drained of their life force met a singular fate. They disintegrated into dust. It felt as though every nutrient within him had been siphoned away, leaving nothing but ashes. Slain second-tier ancient wolf, 1,000 replication points earned. Host current level, first tier 6 stars. Zhang Heng felt a warmth surge within him, a rush of vitality coursing throughout his being. The rewards for cross-boundary kills were surprisingly substantial. Clearly, he had not erred in his choice of location. Having already exhausted one second-tier beast, how far away could the second and third be? Minutes passed. Slain second-tier ancient wolf. 1,000 replication points earned. Host current level, first tier 7 stars. Slain second tier ancient wolf, 1,000 replication points earned. Host current level, first tier 8 stars. Slain second tier ancient wolf, 1,000 replication points earned. Host current level, first tier 9 stars. Zhang Heng's 4 metrics and personal information were refreshed every few minutes, and the changes within his body were monumental. His blood surged, and every muscle felt as though it were expanding. He slowly closed his eyes, reveling in the exhilarating speed of his breakthrough. Finally, after several more minutes, his level successfully ascended from first tier to second tier 1 star. Chapter 028, C-Class Stone Reaper abilities. At this moment, Zhang Heng's body underwent astounding transformations. The red mist formed by his vital energy erupted from every pore, swirling around him. His eyes glowed crimson, and a pair of formidable horns began to sprout from his forehead. His physique swelled as if inflated, stretching his garments and revealing a tapestry of vibrant muscle. Suddenly, an ancient wolf inexplicably scaled the rocky wall and reached the summit. With a ferocious roar, it opened its gaping maw, saliva dripping to the ground. Its muscles tensed as it lunged toward Zhang Heng, as if intending to devour him whole. Zhang Heng's eyes flew open, and he seized the wolf's jaw. As the beast prepared to bite down, Zhang Heng lifted it effortlessly and hurled it over the cliff. Thud! A cloud of dust erupted from the ground far below, leaving the wolf incapacitated. Zhang Heng continued to absorb the blood energy swirling around him, while the blood threads he had released slowly returned to him. Time slipped away, and darkness enveloped the sky. Zhang Heng gradually opened his eyes. His body had returned to its original state, and the area where his horns had sprouted showed no signs of abnormality. He glanced back at the spatial portal, then rose and stepped inside. Silently, he bathed, consumed a modest meal, and climbed into bed. System. Host, Zhang Heng. Ability, S Blood Demon. Level, 2nd tier, 3 stars. Strength, 144. Vitality, 351. Speed, 147. Spirit, 131. Talent, replication of the spatial portal blood demon form bloodlust. Replication points, 23, 320. Zhang Heng admired his system panel, clearly indicating that his hunting endeavors had been extraordinarily successful today. The cross-boundary elimination of exotic beasts had greatly enhanced both his level and replication points, while his form metrics had also seen significant increases. He was now indeed a 2nd-tier ability user, with over 20,000 replication points. He wondered if he could replicate an elemental ability of B grade or higher. If it comes to it, a C-level ability will suffice. Recently, he can devote himself to cultivation, as his current level has brought him considerable satisfaction. Next, he aims to enhance his self-circulation of spiritual energy, neural reflexes, and practical combat skills, and of course, it is essential to replicate an elemental ability. With contentment, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next morning. Zhang Heng rose, performing a brief morning routine before heading to school, returning to his classroom. It was evident that his classmates had undergone their ability awakenings, each radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Some students were boasting to the girls about their awakened elemental abilities. It was said that those who could awaken elemental powers typically had a decent rating, at least a C level. Zhang Heng, you actually came to school. By the way, I didn't see you at the ability awakening ceremony. What power did you awaken? The speaker was his good friend, Ganja, who looked quite excited, presumably having awakened a commendable ability himself. Principal Su had previously communicated with him. If anyone inquired about his power at school, he was to inform them that his ability was a C-level spatial ability. The spatial powers did not possess many flamboyant names, merely a collective term with distinctions based on their ranks. C-level spatial ability, Zhang Heng stated. Ganja paused momentarily, then exclaimed, spatial ability? Wow, that's an exceedingly rare power. And a C-level at that. Where did you get tested? I didn't see you at the awakening chamber. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and inquired, what ability did you awaken? You seem quite pleased with yourself. Ganja chuckled, my power pales in comparison to yours, but I too awakened a C-level ability, an elemental one, though regrettably. It belongs to the practical category. Practical elemental ability, you say? That means it has minimal offensive capabilities and cannot inflict damage on its own, right? Like stone, wood, water, or earth? Zhang Heng asked, puzzled. Indeed, it does have a name, Ganja nodded. It's called Stone Reaper. Stone Reaper? That's quite a novel name. It appeared that Ganja's ability allowed him to convert his spiritual energy into stone. Noticing Zhang Heng's subdued reaction, Ganja added, actually, my power is quite formidable. I can transform my spiritual energy into stone, but not as solid blocks. Rather, they take on a gaseous form. If these gaseous stones ensnare an opponent, I can harden them, leaving my adversary with no means of escape. Though my offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. He sighed. Some even consider the Stone Reaper to be an auxiliary ability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng mused. So, it lacks offensive power and merely restrains opponents, unable to deal fatal blows. And it seems it has little potential for creating value. They say that spatial ability users can craft spatial rings to sell for money. I wonder if your ability allows for manipulation of independent spaces. However, he pondered if asking too directly might seem impolite. Ganja appeared somewhat disheartened with his power. Yet, after listening to Ganja's description, Zhang Heng found himself intrigued by the ability. Gaseous stones that could harden at the host's will? If utilized for ambushes or dealing with exotic beasts, it could prove exceedingly advantageous. System. C-level Stone Reaper, copy points, 20,000. Zhang Heng felt a jolt. He was not easily startled or surprised. Initially, he believed a C-level ability would require no more than 10,000 points. To his astonishment, it demanded a full 20,000. He had just over 20,000 copy points in total. Zhang Heng hesitated momentarily, He pulled out his phone and searched for information on the Stone Reaper ability. Ganja noticed Zhang Heng researching his ability and inquired, Zhang Heng, you seem quite interested in my power? Zhang Heng nodded. Your description didn't quite clarify things for me. But now I see your ability is rather impressive. If used strategically, you could ensnare an exotic beast before it even notices you. Then, you could do as you please. And capturing the beast would be a cinch. Ganja's eyes lit up, as if a light bulb had turned on. So you mean, ambushing? How did I not think of that? If it's for ambushing, it's a guaranteed hit, haha. Thank you, Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng explained, no ability is useless. Only those who do not know how to wield them are at a loss. Do some research. I believe your power has potential. Encouraged, Ganja's confidence surged. Chapter 029, Assisting Tasks. Zhang Heng subsequently issued a command to the system. Deduct 20,000 copy points. Acquire sea-level Stone Reaper ability. Ability now activated. Please conduct a self-check. He felt a sudden shift within his body. Host, Zhang Heng. Ability, S-Blood Demon, Sea Stone Reaper. Level, 2nd rank, 3 stars. Strength, 156. Vitality, 357. Speed, 153. Mentality, 151. Talent, Copy Space Gate, Blood Demon Form, Bloodstone Element Control. Techniques, none. Copy points, 320. Zhang Heng glanced briefly at the details before moving on. His 4 attributes had seen a slight increase, and his mental capacity had improved significantly. A higher mental capacity expands the reservoir of spiritual energy, thus enhancing cultivation speed. However, the rate at which one cultivates was not of paramount importance to Zhang Heng. The capacity for spiritual energy was crucial. What does this technique mean? Zhang Heng pondered, having not encountered it before. After absorbing the elemental ability, it had appeared. Was it exclusive to elemental ability users? Zhang Heng turned to Ganja and asked, Ganja, have you devised any techniques for your ability? Ganja appeared slightly taken aback. Techniques? Not yet. I've been grappling with that issue. Our homeroom teacher mentioned it in class. Elemental ability users need to create their own techniques. Of course, one can draw inspiration from others, but must ultimately tailor them to align with their own unique abilities. Zhang Heng was puzzled. So, elemental ability users must all create their own techniques? Ganja nodded. In theory, that's correct. After all, the techniques are meant to be utilized by the ability user themselves. Even if one wishes to imitate a widely known technique, they must envision it through their own imagination to materialize it. Once that step is complete, they can assign a name to the technique. The next time they wish to employ it, they need only silently recite the name in their mind, and the technique will manifest naturally, as our teacher explained. After hearing Ganja's explanation, Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. It appears he must devise a few techniques of his own, allowing him to unleash them instantaneously with merely a silent recitation of their names in his mind, as if extending his arm to point. To his surprise, the speed at which elemental abilities manifest is significantly slower than that of physical abilities. For practitioners of physical prowess, targeting an adversary involves straightforwardly concentrating their strength in various parts of their bodies and then releasing that force. As the afternoon school day concluded, Zhang Heng was preparing to leave the classroom when the homeroom teacher, Li Shui, unexpectedly entered with a grave expression. A rather unfortunate incident had transpired recently. The Public Security Bureau was understaffed and needed to borrow some individuals from us. Each class was required to provide 5 volunteers, whose primary duty would be to conduct night patrols in specific areas. Should they encounter anything suspicious, they were to promptly use their walkie-talkies to contact nearby patrol members. Zhang Heng, you will be one of them, and I encourage the rest of you to step forward. A sudden chuckle broke the tension emanating from Ganja. Zhang Heng was somewhat taken aback. However, with Li Shui speaking so decisively and in a tone that brooked no argument, he felt compelled to comply. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of protests. Why should we be the ones to patrol at night? We have only recently awakened our abilities, if danger arises. Who will be responsible? Teacher Li, is it true that there are rumors of beastmen infiltrating the city through underground pipelines? Ah, I know about this. I heard that several residential areas have been attacked by beastmen recently, and it made the news. Li Shui clarified that it would not only involve their class, but also students from several other institutions. Furthermore, the residents of Jiangnan City would be ordered to remain indoors during this time. The Public Security Bureau would provide them with beastman scanning devices, which would emit an alarm if any beastmen were detected within 100 meters during their patrols. At that point, they would merely need to report their location to the patrol team members. Direct confrontation would not be required. Her words offered some reassurance to the students, though many still harbored unwarranted fears. After all, only 5 individuals from each class were needed, indicating that the risk was likely minimal. Ganja quietly remarked that, while it seemed there was not much danger, those brave enough to participate in such endeavors were probably few and far between. Just then, a young girl stood up and spoke in a chillingly calm voice. Teacher Li, count me in. Li Shui's face brightened slightly as she nodded. All right, you're one of them. There are 3 spots remaining. I hope everyone will volunteer. Aye. Let me go? Don't all of you compete with me for this. I can protect Xianya. Xianya was undoubtedly the strongest among them. and thus, the one deserving protection. Who do you think you are? I'm going. I must protect our class flower. It is my duty. Do not contest with me. Initially, the students hesitated, but with Lin Xianya's declaration, the boys in the class suddenly became fervent. The unexpected shift rendered Zhang Heng momentarily stunned. Following Lin Xianya's gaze, he soon understood the cause of the fervor. This girl possessed striking features, delicate features, a petite face, and skin as fair as snow, exuding an inherent melancholic aura. The surrounding clamor seemed to have no effect on her. She simply sat there, elegantly leafing through a book. Li Shui sighed helplessly, then casually selected 3 individuals, bringing the total to 5. Those not chosen immediately wore glum expressions. For only 5 spots were available, and they were now filled. Students selected, please follow me, Li Shui instructed. Wait. A tall, handsome young man suddenly stood up. Teacher Li. Who is he? Zhang Heng noted the young man pointing in his direction. Upon noticing Li Shui's slight change in expression, a hint of displeasure crossed her features. Qin Han. Zhang Heng is the principal's chosen candidate. Do you take issue with the principal's decision? Upon learning it was the principal's choice, Qin Han softened considerably. The others regarded Zhang Heng with curiosity. It was evident that few in the room were familiar with him. Even Lin Xianya instinctively cast a surprised glance in his direction. One might have mistaken Zhang Heng for a transfer student. Qin Han clenched his jaw and remarked, Teacher Li, if he was personally selected by the principal, I have no objections. I was merely curious, as I do not recall ever seeing him before. Li Shui explained. His name is Zhang Heng, and he is in your class. He simply attends school infrequently. That will be all for now. Zhang Heng, you may follow me. Without further ado, Li Shui led the way out of the classroom, with the other 5 students quickly trailing behind. Chapter 030. Night Patrol Team halfway down the corridor. Li Shui turned to the 5 students behind her. Zhang Heng, come with me for a moment. The rest of you should gather at the school gate. Students from other classes should also be there. I need to discuss a few matters with Zhang Heng, and I will join you shortly. Lin Xianya and her companions instinctively glanced at Zhang Heng. Clearly, this student named Zhang Heng was regarded as quite special by both the principal and the homeroom teacher. Though the specifics of his uniqueness remained a mystery, for now, they prioritized following the teacher's instructions. Lin Xianya and the others descended the stairs toward the school gate. While Zhang Heng looked at Li Shui, perplexed. Teacher Li, is there something you wish to convey to me? Li Shui nodded, stating that she had some messages from the principal to relay. You must understand that this task in collaboration with the Public Security Bureau is no trivial matter. Students from other schools will be involved as well. Zhang Heng acknowledged this, realizing that the manpower shortage was indeed severe enough to necessitate student involvement. Li Shui smiled weakly. You have no idea how vast and intricate the underground system of Jiangnan City is. Even deploying all the personnel from the Public Security Bureau for a search is insufficient. Moreover, to prevent the depletion of defense capabilities on the surface, they had no choice but to resort to this strategy. However, rest assured, this is only for a few days, and reinforcements from other areas will be arriving soon. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. He then raised his gaze to Li Shui and asked, Teacher Li, you called me over. It must not be merely to discuss this, right? The principal believes this is an opportunity, Li Shui said, glancing at Zhang Heng, uncertain of his thoughts. While you possess considerable talent, you are still a child, having only awakened your abilities a short while ago. Yet, the principal has high hopes for you to bring honor to the school during this night patrol mission. The principal's intention for Zhang Heng to remain incognito was precisely for this purpose. Zhang Heng was reluctant to attract too much attention, thus he acquiesced. The principal had also promised to assist him in investigating his abilities, which was essentially a means of uncovering his father's true identity. He wondered if any findings had emerged from that inquiry. Zhang Heng replied, Teacher Li, should anything arise, I will handle it. Li Shui nodded, emphasizing the importance of his safety. Even if nothing occurs, the principal will not hold you accountable. Understood. The two then proceeded to the school gate. Jiangnan Ability Academy comprised a total of 15 classes, each dispatching 5 individuals, all of whom were now assembled at the entrance. 2 buses gradually arrived at the school gate, and everyone began to board in succession. Zhang Heng, along with 4 classmates from his class, followed suit and settled into the last row. Excitement radiated from everyone. Yet Zhang Heng maintained a serene demeanor as he gazed out the window. Xianya, with us around you, you are absolutely safe, a male classmate said with earnestness. Lin Xianya shook her head, replying, Take care of yourselves. I am not participating in this event for attention. I genuinely desire to partake, and I do not require your protection, as I am certainly not weak enough to need it. Her words were courteous, and she even offered a smile to the 3, which subtly hinted at her disdain for their overzealous concern. However, upon seeing her smile, the 3 classmates were instantly smitten. After speaking, Lin Xianya turned to glance at Zhang Heng. The aura emanating from him was formidable. He was undoubtedly not an ordinary first-tier ability user, and he seemed to be on the verge of second tier. The nature of abilities remained a mystery. The students favored by the principal and homeroom teacher were certainly extraordinary. Perhaps tonight, she could witness his prowess? Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Heng was lost in thought. He was contemplating the creation of his own techniques. Since elemental ability users needed to devise their own methods for greater efficacy, he too sought to invent some abilities to augment his offensive capabilities. Control over the earth element? The abilities of elemental users could manifest various traits in their spiritual energy. Fire users released flames, frost users emitted cold air, and lightning users unleashed currents. His spiritual energy could transform into gaseous stone. This stone could solidify rapidly at his will, making it an excellent tool for ambush, just as he had mentioned to Ganja. But what of defense? He did not intend to rely on the abilities of stone users to create defensive techniques. The best defense was offense. He had devised means for ambush. What about direct attacks? Flying daggers? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Throwing daggers had once been his forte. In close combat, expertly wielded daggers could determine victory at critical moments. Utilizing gaseous stone to form flying daggers? Wait, that might not be wise. Instead of throwing daggers, it would be better to close the distance to the opponent. How should he employ it? The gaseous stone took on a misty form. He could freely alter the mist's density, transforming it into stone. Suddenly, Zhang Heng's expression changed. During a confrontation, he could ensnare his opponent with the mist. Even if the opponent attempted to evade, upon close contact, the mist would naturally wrap around them. Then, he could solidify the mist. His opponent would be immobilized by the stone, hindering their movements. Even the most formidable adversary would reveal a flaw during their struggle to break free. A faint smile crept onto Zhang Heng's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, envisioning himself enveloped in gaseous stone. This technique was remarkably simple. He merely needed to release his spiritual energy, allowing it to coil around him, gradually advancing towards his opponent during combat. He would bestow it a name, Stone Mist. Simple and memorable. That would suffice. At that moment, the bus came to an abrupt halt. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the entrance of the local security bureau. All the students began to disembark. Zhang Heng followed the crowd down the steps, and upon looking ahead, he paused for a moment before regaining his composure. Yi Duo. She was indeed here. Having heard about her night patrol duties, he had suspected her identity was extraordinary. She was, after all, a member of the security bureau's night patrol team. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Yi Duo smiled slightly and said, "Zhang Heng, join my team." Zhang Heng did not refuse. He nodded and walked over. Lin Xianya quickly followed, surprised to discover that Zhang Heng knew someone from the night patrol team. Chapter 031. The night patrol begins. Yi Duo looked at Zhang Heng with a slight smile and instinctively glanced at his energy pool. At that moment, her expression froze. This change did not go unnoticed by several of Zhang Heng's classmates nearby. Gradually recovering from her shock, Yi Duo regarded the seemingly aloof Zhang Heng and thought to herself, has he really broken through to the second tier in such a short span? How did he cultivate? Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, should I now refer to you as Captain Yi? Yi Duo chuckled wryly, in a professional context. Addressing me as Captain Yi is perfectly acceptable. Are you all classmates of Zhang Heng? I am quite curious about how Zhang Heng interacts with you at school. Does he always maintain this indifferent demeanor? Upon hearing Yi Duo's words, even Lin Xianya, who typically remained composed, couldn't help but chuckle. The three classmates beside her erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Captain Yi, your analogy is spot on. Ha, indifferent demeanor, huh? Zhang Heng rarely attended school, so they did not know him well, but they were surprised to learn he was acquainted with the captain. Captain Yi, please tell us what we should do next, as it seems the other teams are preparing their equipment. Zhang Heng looked at Yi Duo with a bemused expression. Realizing she may have gone too far with her jest, Yi Duo quickly laughed it off. Zhang Heng, don't be upset. I was merely joking to lighten the mood. Setting that aside, here are your scanners and communicators, one for each of you. Come and collect them. Zhang Heng accepted the scanner and ear communicator that Yi Duo handed over. Both devices were relatively small. The scanner resembled a wristwatch, while the ear communicator fit directly into the ear. Once everyone donned their equipment, Yi Duo, wishing to test the communicator's functionality, spoke into it. We have 6 of us, and we will form pairs to patrol areas A, B, and C on Hualong Street. I will assign you based on your abilities. Shorty, you're with me. The boy standing behind Lin Xianya, who had been overly attentive, looked shocked. No, Captain. I came here for Lin Xianya. Please let me pair with her. Lin Xianya's expression shifted slightly as she replied, I will follow the captain's arrangement. The short boy's face brightened with anticipation as he looked at Yi Duo. However, Yi Duo's expression suddenly turned serious. It seems you all are unaware of the dangers of this task, thinking it is merely a simple patrol. Upon hearing Yi Duo's words, the group perked up, eagerly awaiting what their captain would articulate next. Yi Duo spoke with grave seriousness. Orcs have infiltrated our city through the underground pipelines. Do I need to elucidate what an orc is? They are beings endowed with intelligence comparable to ours. Even without awakening extraordinary abilities, they possess inherent physical prowess. Were it not for the formidable nature of the orcs, the other 2 races on Blue Star would not have entered into a peace treaty with us, and our human population would not have dwindled from several hundred billion to a mere few billion. Furthermore, we have recently discovered that the underground pipelines have been compromised by orc incursions, Who knows how many orcs have already traversed these conduits into our urban landscapes? At this juncture, Lin Xinya inquired, so, does this mean that during our patrols, we are highly likely to encounter orc attacks? The moment her words fell, the three individuals behind her widened their eyes in astonishment. This was far more perilous than they had been led to believe. Yi Duo nodded, acknowledging the possibility. I have considered various perspectives while determining our team assignments and have grouped you according to my judgment. Clearly, the strongest among you are Zhang Heng and this delightful young lady. Lin Xianya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast a shy glance at Yi Duo, introducing herself, Captain. My name is Lin Xianya. It was the first time someone had so candidly complimented her cuteness, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yi Duo continued. Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya, each of you shall take one companion. Zhang Heng will oversee Area B of Hualong Street, while Lin Xianya will be responsible for Area A. I will be in charge of Area C along with this petite one. The petite individual stood in stark contrast to Yi Duo, who towered nearly 2 meters, resembling a mother with her child. The petite one gulped nervously. Fear etched across his face. He was not prepared to contend with such a muscular woman. After the assignments were made, Zhang Heng and a boy named Lin Han proceeded to Area B of Hualong Street. Lin Han sighed with resignation. Having hoped to spend a romantic evening with his goddess Lin Xianya, even if it was just a casual stroll, to his dismay, he found himself outpaced by another. Zhang Heng glanced at the scanning device on Lin Han's wrist and reminded him, your scanner isn't activated. Lin Han looked at his watch, his brow slightly raised. Oh, thank you for the reminder. He turned on the scanner, revealing a radar display on the egg-sized screen, which currently showed 2 yellow dots. Zhang Heng, these 2 yellow dots must indicate us, right? The other teams should also be represented by yellow dots? Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, indeed, but we must remain vigilant. Things may not be as they seem. Lin Han, puzzled by Zhang Heng's phrase, asked, what do you mean by things may not be as they seem? Zhang Heng smiled slightly and explained, if I were an orc in this situation, I would certainly not remain idle. I would seek out a weaker group, eliminate them, seize their scanning devices, and then use those devices to locate other team members. Lin Han stared at Zhang Heng, astonished by his unsettlingly calm demeanor, which evoked an eerie feeling within him. How could one maintain such composure? Was it a deliberate effort, or was it simply his nature? A person devoid of emotion? Was he some kind of robot? The streets lay deserted, devoid of any human presence. Stray dogs and cats began to take over the sidewalks, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a lockdown. Zhang Heng observed the scanner in his hand, which remained silent. Crack! A voice crackled through the earpiece. Orc sightings have been reported on North Huabei Street. The teams in that area are en route to their destination. Teams nearby, please proceed for support. Chapter 032, Night Assault. Lin Han's expression turned tense. They've discovered orcs so quickly? Are we going to provide support, Zhang Heng? Zhang Heng shook his head, responding. Those who are close can certainly assist, but North Huabei is several streets away from us. We have no need to go, do we? Lin Han nodded, looking decidedly unwell as he remained alert, scanning their surroundings. The communication device was evidently open to all, as they could hear reports from the North Huabei area. Attention! All personnel, be advised that the orcs possess strength above level 2, and their numbers are increasing. We require assistance. We need assistance. A piercing scream echoed, causing Lin Han to rip the earpiece from his ear in fright. When he regained his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Heng, with a hint of concern, asked, Lin Han, are you alright? Lin Han shook his head, attempting to brush it off. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong, haha? It was clear that the unexpected turn of events had rattled him. Yet, he was not present at the scene. If he had been, the situation would have been far worse. It seemed not everyone could maintain their composure in the face of orcs. Fortunately, their immediate area appeared to be free of significant threats. Suddenly, Lin Han spoke up. Zhang Heng, could you wait here for a moment? I need to step into the alley for a moment. Zhang Heng nodded. Sure, go ahead. Lin Han surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixed intently on the scanner's display as he stepped into a nearby alley. Zhang Heng continued to monitor the situation in the North Huabei area. I am the commander of the North Huabei district. I have dealt with the orcs here. However, due to several students acting recklessly, there have been casualties. Sigh. A crackle signaled Yi Duoduo's voice in the earpiece. This is Captain Yi Duoduo. Zhang Heng, Lin Xianya, report your current status. Zhang Heng activated the microphone, stating, there are no abnormalities in Area B of Huaqing. Area A is also clear. Area C remains secure, but this is only temporary. Please refrain from wandering at night. Patrol your designated areas and rest when fatigued. B area acknowledged. A area acknowledged. Lin Xianya switched off her microphone, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed that the North Huabei area had indeed experienced casualties, affirming Captain Ye's assertion that this was no trivial matter but a very serious night patrol mission. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Lin Xianya's expression shifted instantly, a katana materializing in her hand as her demeanor turned sharp and fierce. She spun around to confront the source of the sound. Xianya, hungry are we? Look what I brought you, haha, milk tea and hot dogs. You should enjoy this. Sun Yin clearly viewed this night patrol as a private date with Lin Xianya. He had already envisioned boasting to his classmates about it the next day. Lin Xianya's eyes flickered with anger. You say you went on patrol elsewhere, only to buy food? Her tone was laced with indignation. Sun Yan, not oblivious, quickly defended himself. I merely happened to pass by, and that shop was closing soon. I thought of you and hurried to grab something to eat. Let us not dwell on that. Eat up. Lin Huanya forcefully tossed aside the hot dog and milk tea that Sun Yan had offered her. Her gaze was as frigid as ice. Sun Yan stared at the steaming hot dog and milk tea on the ground, momentarily struck with shock. As he looked up at Lin Huanya in disbelief. At this moment, you should focus on the fluctuations on the scanner. I prefer not to elaborate. But I trust you comprehend what this signifies, Lin Huanya stated, gripping her katana tightly, before striding alone into the engulfing darkness ahead. Sun Yan clenched his fist slightly, casting a venomous glance at Lin Huanya in the distance. How arrogant. Does she truly believe herself so significant? Just because she is good-looking, she feels entitled? Damn. Sun Yan surveyed his surroundings, but found no one else. He then picked up the hot dog from the ground, blew on it, and decided it was still edible. However, at that moment, a red suddenly appeared on his scanner, approaching with alarming speed. Taking a large bite of the hot dog, mayonnaise and salad dressing oozed from the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's simply delectable. I even added 2 extra sausages. Lin Huanya, you're missing out. As Sun Yan munched on the hot dog, he ambled towards Lin Huanya's direction. Now I understand why Huanya is upset. Sun Yan suddenly realized. It must be that I've been gone too long, returning too slowly, and Huanya was frightened on her solitary patrol at night. Hence her anger towards me? Hiss. In the dead of night, a woman walks silently down a desolate street, surrounded by the cries of stray cats and dogs, some of which sound like children. How could she not be afraid? Alas, my emotional intelligence is woefully low. I should have recognized this sooner. No, I must find Huanya. She is likely both angry and scared right now. Sun Yan flung the hot dog behind him and sprinted forward. But after a few paces, he suddenly halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Odd. Why was there no sound of the hot dog hitting the ground? Could it have gotten lodged somewhere? Sun Yan turned to look back. He was met with the sight of an orc towering over him, nearly 2 meters tall, with a massive lion's head. It was only then that he noticed the red lights on his scanner flashing incessantly. An orc. Hello, human. The lion orc grinned widely, holding the half-eaten hot dog in his hand, taking a bite. Human food is indeed the most delicious. You all consume such delightful meals daily. It's no wonder your flesh is so sweet. Alas, such a small morsel is insufficient to satisfy me. It seems I shall have to devour you instead. You have no objections, do you? Sun Yan stood frozen for 3 seconds before suddenly wailing. Help. Captain. Orc sighted. Orc sighted. The lion orc grinned wider, leaning slightly forward. Crack, crack, crack. Its enormous claws struck the asphalt, causing the muscle in its calves to tense, creating a 3-inch deep crater in the ground. Boom. The colossal figure rushed through the air, producing a deafening whoosh. The lion orc utilized all 4s to charge forward, seizing Sun Yan by the head and pulling him along. Just then, a graceful silhouette burst forth from the darkness. The figure arrived before the human did. A cold gleam preceded her. Zing. 2 blades of icy light flashed simultaneously. The shadow slowly revealed its true form. Chapter 033, The Tenacious Lion Orc. Sun Yan, tears streaming down his face, looked at Lin Huanya with gratitude. Huanya, I never expected you to come to my rescue at such a critical moment. When we return, I shall repay you. The lion orc casually tossed Sun Yan aside like refuse. He landed heavily atop a nearby trash bin, losing consciousness instantly. Lin Huanya glanced towards Sun Yan's direction. Assured that he was still alive, her sole focus now was to confront the orc before her. With a surge of energy circulating within her, a powerful wave erupted from Lin Huanya's body. Her hair and clothing lifted as if submerged in water. Fully armed. Zing. At that moment, Lin Huanya underwent a remarkable transformation, her form shifting into a pitch-black silhouette, akin to a being forged from steel. This was Lin Huanya's unique ability, B-class iron element. However, her iron element was not merely elemental power. It was the ability to completely steelify any object she touched, including herself. The lion orc observed Lin Huanya, now fully prepared. With a smile. I knew you were extraordinary. Now, let me witness your prowess, little girl. Lin Huanya's eyes hardened, and she struck forward with her blade in a lightning-fast arc, executing a series of consecutive slashes. Her body danced as she spun 3 times, forcing the lion orc to retreat repeatedly. The lion orc laughed heartily as he stumbled back. Come again, come again. Lin Huanya's eyes flared with an inferno of rage. How dare he treat her as a mere plaything? Yet reality struck her. The disparity between herself and this orc was insurmountable. The lion orc had clearly surpassed the first stage and was likely a second-stage orc. She herself was merely at the 6th star of the first stage. Having barely managed to block the lion orc's previous strike, she had only just managed. But she believed that upon entering full armed mode, she could match the orc blow for blow. However, the lion orc dismissed her entirely. Is it my turn now, little girl? The lion orc's right fist swelled, muscles contracting violently. This punch was no trifling matter. Bang! The katana slipped from Lin Huanya's grasp. Her body was sent flying backward, her mouth spilling forth a mouthful of blood. Lin Huanya crashed heavily to the ground. The lion orc leaped into the air, landing a foot on Lin Huanya's abdomen. Bang! The ground trembled slightly as Lin Huanya let out a muffled groan. The earth beneath her shattered, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. Her gaze grew unfocused, and the full-armed mode gradually dissipated. The lion orc grasped Lin Huanya's ankle, observing the now unconscious woman with a faint smile. Humans are perpetually weak. Even with their special abilities, they can never match us orcs. The extinction of humanity is merely a matter of time. The lion orc scoffed, lifting Lin Huanya slowly and opening its massive jaws, preparing to swallow her whole. However, at that moment, a colossal figure descended from the sky. It was Yi Duo. Yi Duo, with a long-handled iron hammer slung over her shoulder, gazed at Lin Huanya in the lion orc's grasp. My teammate has certainly received quite a bit of your attention, hasn't she? The lion orc raised an eyebrow, finally facing a worthy opponent. Once I deal with you, I'll savor you all the more. Lin Huanya was forcefully tossed backward by the lion orc. The lion orc cracked its neck, producing a series of popping sounds. Strong beings can recognize one another. This is beyond doubt. The posture of this muscular woman was somewhat familiar to it. It appears that numerous orcs have perished beneath his iron hammer, each one with their skulls brutally crushed. Even orcs would not commit such barbarity against humans. For the head is one of the most delectable parts. They would never part with it. Wait a moment. Why is there no sound of anything falling to the ground? The lion orc turned to glance behind him, only to see the woman he had just thrown now lying in a man's embrace. The expression in the man's eyes caused him to momentarily pause in surprise. Another one? Zhang Heng entrusted the unconscious Lin Xuanya to Lin Han, instructing, "Take good care of her and bring her to safety." Lin Han's complexion turned pale with fear. It was already a challenge to stand here. Letting him leave was indeed the right choice. When Yi Duo noticed Zhang Heng approaching, she cautioned, "Zhang Heng, this is not a battle you should engage in. I will handle it." It was evident that the lion orc was incredibly powerful. If he could seize the right to slay the lion orc, it might significantly enhance his replication points and realm. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Zhang Heng retrieved 2 katanas from his spatial ring, gripping one in each hand. "I will manage," he declared. Seeing Zhang Heng's determination, Yi Duo refrained from further objections. "I knew you wouldn't listen to me. Just be careful and don't allow him to exploit any weaknesses." As she spoke, a tempest of energy erupted from within Yi Duo's body. Her spiritual energy surged, reaching the second tier and seemingly striving towards the third. A faint glow enveloped her form. It must be said that this woman possessed a physique bordering on perfection. Her muscles would undoubtedly incite envy in many men. At that moment, the lion orc's body began to swell, his towering frame of over 2 meters expanding to nearly 3 meters in an instant. Orcs could indeed conceal their true strength. And at this moment, Yi Duo appeared as a mere child before the lion orc. The two stood in a tense standoff before simultaneously charging at each other. Yi Duo leaped into the air, her massive hammer swinging unhesitatingly toward the lion orc. In an instant, the lion orc vanished from sight. Boom! The entire roadway shattered, the ground upheaving and sending clouds of dust into the air. If that hammer were to land solidly, it would likely be unbearable for anyone. The suddenly absent lion orc reappeared behind Yi Duo, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he hurled a punch at her. Yi Duo swiftly raised her hammer to defend. Bang! The punch sent her sliding several meters across the ground, her arms tingling, but she quickly regained her composure. A deafening roar erupted from the lion orc as a colossal spectral white lion lunged at Yi Duo with claws bared. Yi Duo wielded her hammer with the finesse of a helicopter's rotor blade. Bang! The phantom white lion crashed down upon her hammer, yet gained no advantage. Both combatants understood that without closing the distance, they could not inflict harm upon one another, and in that instant, they charged forward. Chapter 034, Grateful Lin Xuanya. The lion orc seemed to have the upper hand, yet unbeknownst to him, a thin crimson thread had appeared on his body. His focus remained entirely on Yi Duo before him. Clearly, she was an opponent who could inflict catastrophic consequences with a moment's distraction. The lion orc's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! The ground beneath him shattered under the tremendous force he unleashed, and his entire body lunged forward, utilizing all fours to crawl, his speed doubling compared to before. Whoosh! A glint of cold light sliced through Yi Duo's arm. Splatter! A chunk of flesh was torn from her arm, blood instantly streaming down. The lion orc licked his fingers, savoring the moment. Indeed, the flesh of a stronger human was ever so delectable. Suddenly, Yi Duo's form twisted, and in the next heartbeat, she vanished without a trace. "Have you truly tasted my flesh?" The lion orc blinked in confusion, glancing at his right hand. Where was the blood and flesh? What was happening? Suddenly, several duplicates of Yi Duo emerged, each standing in various positions, encircling the lion orc. The lion orc's gaze darted among them, confusion evident on his face. His sense of smell seemed to have failed him. What was going on? Moreover, all around him were the figures of Yi Duo. Was this woman capable of manipulating his senses? Zhang Heng observed the lion orc, who was flailing wildly at the air, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Yi Duo approached Zhang Heng, a slight smile on her lips as she remarked, I wondered why you weren't fleeing. It turns out you were looking out for yourself. What's that crimson thread for? Zhang Heng replied calmly, it's meant to weaken his abilities. Consider it my assistance. Yi Duo nodded in understanding. Then turned to the lion orc, stating, now it's up to you. I want him alive. Alive? Clearly, Yi Duo intended to interrogate the lion orc. It made sense. Given the sudden influx of orcs through the underground passage to wreak havoc in this city, it was improbable that no one had attempted to intervene. Perhaps they could extract some useful information. Zhang Heng nodded. It will take time. I will do my best to keep him alive. He could have used stone mist to completely seal off the lion orc, but with so many diverse abilities at his disposal, if word got out, the Dragon Kingdom would likely capture him for research and dissection. He dared not take such a significant risk. The only downside was that Yi Duo insisted on an alive lion orc. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable gain. As time passed, and after confirming the status of the other team members, the distant lion orc had now collapsed to the ground. Zhang Heng ceased his torment of the lion orc, simultaneously astonished by Yi Duo's capabilities. It appeared her ability could induce some form of illusion upon her opponents. Could it be the legendary and exceedingly rare psychic ability? If so, that would truly astonish him. Psychic abilities were even scarcer than S-rank abilities. Such powers could control a target without any physical contact, rendering them incapable of combat. The most formidable could even compel a target to take their own life. Yi Duo's abilities might be related to psychic powers, yet they were not entirely psychic. Otherwise, she would not have responded so vaguely and uncertainly during the last interrogation of that eagle man. Yi Duo approached the lion orc, retrieving a pair of restraining handcuffs from her spatial ring. These handcuffs could suppress the powers of orcs and ability users, preventing them from utilizing their spiritual energy. After securing the lion orc's hands, she turned him over. Upon seeing the expression on the lion orc's face, Yi Duo gasped in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. The lion beastman's complexion was ashen. His body felt as though it had been hollowed out, rendering him remarkably light. It was evident that he was barely clinging to life. What had Zhang Heng done to him? How could the once vibrant lion beastman now appear so feeble? Yi Duo took a deep breath and said, Zhang Heng, this will suffice for today. You may return for now. Be sure to report to the Public Security Bureau at the designated time tomorrow evening. Zhang Heng nodded in response. Yi Duo hoisted the lion beastman and departed the scene. Zhang Heng then opened a spatial portal and returned to his residence. He checked his system and noted his vitality, 387, a notable increase of 30 points. This evening had not been in vain. Early the next morning, Zhang Heng arrived at school and entered the classroom. Lin Xuanya, upon seeing him, hurried over. All eyes in the class shifted towards her. Zhang Heng, I wish to express my gratitude for yesterday. Let me treat you to lunch. At that moment, Lin Han suddenly chimed in, winking at Zhang Heng. I've already told Lin Xuanya. So tell me, how will you repay me? It appeared Lin Han had shared the events of the previous night with Lin Xuanya, though perhaps not in their entirety. Zhang Heng replied with utmost calmness, Lin Xuanya, it was our Captain Yi who saved you. I bear no relation to this matter. If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards Captain Yi. Lin Xuanya shook her head, replying, while it's true that Captain Yi saved me, you were also there to catch me as I fell, sparing me from more severe injuries. I will indeed thank Captain Yi tonight. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Afterward, Zhang Heng returned to his seat. Ganji, noticing his return, eagerly inquired, hey, I heard the fight last night was intense. Some students from other academies even lost their lives, and our academy was lucky, with only a few injured. What exactly happened? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. I don't know much, only that several beastmen have infiltrated our city and the Public Security Bureau is addressing the situation. I merely acted as a human scanning device, detecting the presence of beastmen and notifying the captain. Ganji nodded in understanding. But how did anyone end up dead? Zhang Heng scoffed, desperation to prove oneself. Is there any other possibility? Eager to show off, yet lacking the strength, leading to their demise at the hands of beastmen? Ganji sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. I didn't realize it was so perilous. Thank goodness I stayed back. By the way, you saved Lin Xuanya. Under such circumstances, it's likely she will develop feelings for you out of gratitude. Why not seize this opportunity to showcase your masculine charm and win her over? After all, she comes from a wealthy family. If you manage to win her affection, who knows what might happen next? Seemingly lost in his own fantasies, Ganji continued his musings. All right, Ganji, class is starting, Zhang Heng interjected. Ganji looked out the window, puzzled. Class has started? I didn't hear the bell ring. Chapter 035, The Situation. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the typically reclusive Lin Xuanya approached Zhang Heng after the first class concluded, engaging him in trivial conversation filled with inconsequential questions. The weather is lovely today, though I saw the forecast predicting rain. Did you bring an umbrella? I have two. I could lend you one, or even give you one as a gift. Zhang Heng, what kind of food do you like? Someone's coming, shoo. At that moment, Zhang Heng noticed the entire class was watching the two of them. Zhang Heng sat at his desk, while Lin Xuanya leaned into converse with him. From a distance, their rapport appeared quite intimate. Ganji, observing the scene, felt a twinge of envy but refrained from interrupting, inhaling the unique fragrance that emanated from Lin Xuanya. Zhang Heng remarked, Lin Xuanya, your attention is a bit overwhelming. I appreciate your gratitude, but you've already thanked me. Haven to you? I prefer solitude. So unless there is something else, I suggest you concentrate on your studies. Lin Xuanya's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Had she inadvertently troubled him? With a soft sigh, she replied, very well, I'll focus on my studies tonight. I'll return to my seat now. Ganji sighed in delight. How delightful. I wonder what perfume Lin Xuanya wears. It's simply enchanting. I think I've found yet another reason to admire her. Clearly, Ganji had entered the early stages of infatuation. At the Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, a bright light shone upon the lion beast man's face. Gradually, he regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings with confusion. He was still alive? Where was this? Upon spotting Yi Duo, the lion beast man realized the ordeal he had just endured. It seemed he had been defeated in a most inexplicable manner. Indeed, the remaining humans were not to be trifled with. They had awakened various abilities and were steadily maturing. Strangely, he felt utterly drained, unable to muster even the slightest strength. Attempting to shift his position proved futile. He lacked the energy even to extend his legs. Seeing the lion beast man awaken, Yi Duo smiled slightly and inquired, Big Cat, you should be aware of your current predicament. If you choose to cooperate, I might make your experience more tolerable. With his final reserves of strength, the lion beast man attempted to adopt a fierce expression. What? Isn't it normal for beastmen to attack humans? Don't you humans also assault exotic beasts and our kind? We are at war, after all. Thus, we are enemies. Enemies kill enemies out of hatred. What is so surprising about that? What else do you wish to learn from me? Yi Duo grinned. You're quite the eloquent one, Big Cat. The lion beast man fell silent, merely glaring at her. Yi Duo, puzzled, recalled the attacks on human aircraft by the Eagle Men, and how the lion beast man and other beast men had infiltrated the human city of Jiangnan through underground tunnels, executing plans to hunt humans. Numerous incidents of beast men attacking humans had previously occurred. These fragments connected in her mind, revealing a vast conspiracy. With so many different races involved in such a multitude of invasion incidents, to claim it was mere coincidence would be far too coincidental. After pondering for a moment, Yi Duo continued, let me guess, your leader sent you to gauge the overall strength of Jiangnan's human population? Once you thoroughly understand our city's capabilities, you'll devise strategies to counter us? The lion beast man smiled faintly, remaining mute. Yi Duo sighed in exasperation, addressing the officer outside. All right, take him back to prison, place him next to the Eagle Man. The lion beast man scoffed derisively. Yi Duo stormed out in frustration, only to encounter Lao Hu. Noticing her troubled expression, he hastily reassured her, don't fret, take it slow. Have we not already made significant progress? I believe we will uncover the truth soon. Yi Duo cast a fleeting glance at Old Hu, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossing one towards him. Have there been any discoveries regarding the group in the underground pipelines? Old Hu replied with a wry smile. Our underground network is a labyrinthine maze, intricate and tightly controlled, typically managed by computers. It includes systems for water supply, sewage discharge, and natural gas distribution, to thwart any potential disruptions by the beastmen. The director has instructed us to conduct a thorough search layer by layer, seeking out vulnerabilities and capturing any beastmen we encounter alive, or eliminating them if necessary. So far, we have not encountered any beastmen we could capture. It seems we have only progressed to the 5th layer. Only the 5th layer? Yi Duo exclaimed. The underground network spans over 20 layers. Old Hu seemed to sense Yi Duo's skepticism and added, the surveillance cameras below have all been destroyed, leaving us in the dark about how many beastmen lurk beneath or what dangers lie in wait. We are left with no choice but to search blindly. The destruction of the surveillance cameras indicated that the beastmen had thoroughly explored the underground network. Their intent was evidently to lure humans into their trap or conceal their nefarious activities. If these beastmen were to sabotage the natural gas pipelines, it could trigger a catastrophic explosion, likely resulting in the collapse of the entire Jiangnan city. Fortunately, the beastmen remained oblivious to the pipe's significance and the potential for explosions. At that moment, Yi Duo lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. We must expedite our progress. If necessary, we should enlist the Dragon Army for assistance. This matter concerns the safety of all humanity in Jiangnan City and cannot be delayed. Old Hu chuckled lightly. Isn't help already on the way? Whatever you think of, others are likely considering as well. Just don't be too anxious. Haste makes waste. Yi Duo rolled his eyes slightly and pressed. Has there been any news from above? Any indication of the beast tide's movements? Old Hu shook his head. The director hasn't shared anything with me yet. If there were any updates, he wouldn't keep them from me. For now, our primary focus remains on the beastmen in the underground pipelines. To prevent any damage to the pipelines or contamination of our drinking water, we have severed all connections to the gas and water supply lines. However, I doubt this will hold for long. Within the next few days, we must expel all the beastmen from the underground and ascertain how they infiltrated the system. Yi Duo sighed, realizing they had received no good news. He quickly finished his cigarette and stepped outside, urging, if there are any new developments, inform me at once. I intend to seize this opportunity to return to the guard. If we succeed in uncovering the beastmen's plot and thwarting a potential attack, reinstating me in the guard shouldn't pose a problem. Old Who smiled wryly, of course I know. Otherwise, would you be so invested? Chapter 036. The situation is grim. That evening, Zhang Heng received a notification from Yi Duo, instructing him to head to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. He promptly opened a spatial portal and arrived on the scene, only to notice that the turnout was markedly smaller than the previous night. Upon spotting Zhang Heng, Yi Duo's expression shifted slightly. Are you nearby the bureau? How did you arrive so quickly? Zhang Heng retorted, well, I'm here now. Why are there so few people tonight? Did I arrive too early? Isn't this the time when the bureau needs manpower? Yi Duo replied, we can't afford to overlook any support, even from the academy. The more assistance, the better. Without elaborating further, Yi Duo remarked that she would explain once the other person arrived. Another person? So, it won't be the same group of 5 as yesterday? Zhang Heng pondered while waiting for Lin Xuanya. Lin Xuanya arrived, panting and wide-eyed upon seeing Zhang Heng at the bureau's entrance. Zhang Heng, you're already here? I saw you heading to the restroom right after class, and I waited for you at the school gate for quite a while. Zhang Heng had indeed gone to the restroom to access the spatial portal. With Lin Xuanya present, he turned to Yi Duo, puzzled. So tonight it's just the 3 of us? Yi Duo nodded, explaining. The current situation is as follows. The beastmen have infiltrated the underground pipelines beneath our city and destroyed all our surveillance cameras. We must drive them out entirely and determine how they access the tunnels, sealing off the entrance and reconstructing the underground wall structure. Of course, that can be discussed later. Lin Xuanya inquired hesitantly, Captain Yi, does this mean the beastmen will no longer come to the surface? Yi Duo affirmed, after last night's battle, the beastmen suffered heavy losses and gained little. They are unlikely to emerge again. Additionally, our colleagues utilized life detection devices to scan the underground, where numerous life forms. Presumably the beastmen were detected. The pipelines carry our drinking water, natural gas, and sewage. If they linger too long, they could severely disrupt our daily lives and safety. We must expel them swiftly. Patrols will still be conducted, albeit with reduced personnel. We require more combat-capable individuals to assist us. Zhang Heng is competent, and Xuanya performed well yesterday. I observed through roadside surveillance. However, the beastman you encountered has reached the 2nd tier, and beastmen are inherently stronger than ability users, even at the same level. Nevertheless, I must acknowledge your commendable performance. Lin Xuanya's gaze hardened with determination. Thank you for your encouragement, Captain Yi. I will strive to do my utmost tonight. Yi Duo nodded. Effort is commendable, but if the disparity in strength is too great, do not throw your life away needlessly. Survival is paramount. Zhang Heng, you and Xuanya will team up. Please look after her. Zhang Heng nodded, understood. Lin Xuanya's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced up at Zhang Heng, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Yi Duo, seemingly aware of Lin Xuanya's feelings, allowed a small smile to surface as he observed Zhang Heng's indifferent demeanor. With a mischievous thought, he wondered if any sparks might ignite between the two. Yi Duo then retrieved an item resembling a tablet from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhang Heng. This device contains a virtual map of the underground terrain and can also be used to locate your GPS scanners. You will enter the underground pipelines alongside the night patrol team. Stick close to them, do not play the hero, and return alive. Zhang Heng's expression shifted, sensing an ominous gravity in the air. It seemed the situation indeed looked dire. Was the Bureau prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the beastmen below? Upon reflection, this made sense. If the beastmen wreaked havoc in the underground, the resultant damage could be irreparable, particularly concerning the natural gas lines. Should they be detonated, the entire contents of the pipelines would ignite instantaneously, leading to an explosion. The consequences of a natural gas explosion in a city are all too predictable. Even though the transportation of natural gas pipelines has been severed, an immense threat still looms. Zhang Heng activated his tablet, revealing a virtual map of underground pipelines with green lines against a black background. At this moment, a robust middle-aged man approached them. His name was Cheng Nan, likely in his 40s, with a buzz cut and a square jaw, exuding an aura of strength. He scrutinized Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya before addressing Yi Duo. Are these the two? Yi Duo nodded affirmatively. Old Cheng, take good care of these 2 little ones. Cheng Nan nodded in response and said to Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya, you two, follow me. My team is about to depart. Cheng Nan's abilities seemed to align closely with Yi Duo's. If given a choice, Zhang Heng would prefer to accompany Yi Duo, as her prowess promised a somewhat easier experience. All members of the night patrol team were uniformly clad in explosion-proof gear, and Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya were equipped in the same manner. Once they donned their gear, they positioned themselves at the forefront of the team, standing behind the captain, Cheng Nan, while utilizing their electronic map to guide the night patrol team. Zhang Heng, Lin Xianya, this mission may prove perilous. You must stay close to me. If we encounter orcs, our team will handle it. Should their numbers be overwhelming, assist as needed, but do not engage in one-on-one combat. Lin Xianya's expression shifted slightly. If that were the case, what was the purpose of their descent? Would they merely become a burden? Zhang Heng shared her sentiment. I understand the captain's concerns for our safety. However, rest assured, I have experience dealing with orcs and have hunted exotic beasts beyond the city. I will manage. Lin Xianya added, I have also slain orcs and exotic beasts. I am not here to be a burden. I will handle myself. She glanced at Zhang Heng after speaking. The members of the night patrol seemed quite satisfied with their responses. Perhaps Captain Cheng was overly cautious. These two youngsters were quite formidable and might prove to be of significant assistance. Yet, safety remained paramount. Chapter 037. Zhang Heng proposes a solution. Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya followed closely behind the night patrol team as they exited the elevator shaft, which descended to the 5th underground level of the pipeline. Captain Cheng met with the commanding officer stationed there and exchanged a few words before returning to address his team, stating, the situation is far from optimistic. The underground pipelines below the 5th level appear to have suffered varying degrees of damage. Natural gas has leaked, and sewage is flowing everywhere. This news was a tremendous blow to the night patrol members preparing to undertake their mission. The gas leak meant they could not use firearms, nor even regulated knives. Who could predict whether a spark would ignite the gas-laden air? Cheng then turned to Zhang Heng. If you two do not wish to proceed, I will not hold it against you. Please consider your decision carefully. Zhang Heng then looked at Lin Xianya. Your ability is to transform objects you touch into steel? This marked Zhang Heng's first proactive conversation with her. Lin Xianya quickly replied, Yes. What of it? Have you thought of a good solution? Zhang Heng contemplated for a moment. Indeed, he had a plan, one that had just occurred to him. He suddenly looked up at Cheng Nan and declared, I have a method I intend to try, but it only requires Lin Xianya and me. Perhaps we can first test its efficacy before you all come down? Cheng Nan's expression shifted slightly. Just the two of you? What exactly is this method? Perhaps you could share it with me first? Other members of the night patrol also turned their attention to Zhang Heng. He proceeded to explain, it pertains to my special ability. If we cannot use firearms or knives, then my power must suffice. I cannot disclose the specifics of my plan right now, but I assure you, if executed, Lin Xianya and I can drive out all the orcs below and seal off their entry point with my powers. Zhang Heng seemed reluctant to divulge his abilities in front of so many people. The surveillance below was nearly all malfunctioning, making confirmation via the monitors impossible. The night patrol members exchanged glances. While they might possess considerable strength, it was clear that in this scenario, mere power was insufficient. The critical factor was employing the right strategy. Zhang Heng's reluctance to elaborate left Cheng Nan feeling perplexed. Zhang Heng, if you do not reveal your method, how can I assess your likelihood of success and the associated risks? What if something goes awry? Zhang Heng questioned, do you perhaps have a better plan? If so, I would like to hear it before deciding whether to descend with Lin Xianya. Lin Xianya nodded in agreement, eager to lend her strength. What a delightful prospect this was. Cheng Nan pondered deeply. To be frank, his strategy involved sending everyone down to confront whatever challenges arose, a brute force approach devoid of finesse. Relying purely on overwhelming numbers, Zhang Heng's proposal, while shrouded in mystery, suggested a two-person operation, which appeared to sidestep concerns about numbers and strength. Cheng Nan's expression changed as he asked, if you encounter orcs, what do you plan to do? With only two of you, wouldn't that be perilous? He continued, if you genuinely wish to proceed, I am willing to grant you an opportunity, but I must assign 2 members of the night patrol to protect you. If that is unacceptable, no matter your method, I cannot permit you to go. You are still children. As the night patrol of the Public Security Bureau, we would rather face immense risks ourselves than hide behind 2 youngsters. The other night patrol members chimed in, echoing their captain's sentiments. The captain is right. We will not allow ourselves to stand behind 2 children. Zhang Heng, this is not the time for heroics. Consider Captain Cheng's advice. Are 2 people truly sufficient? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. 2 is ample, and if it fails, I possess means to escape. I am a spatial ability user. At this revelation, the members of the night patrol widened their eyes in astonishment. A spatial ability user? Spatial movement? No wonder you dare to go down with just 2. It seemed they had been overly concerned. Cheng Nan's worries began to dissipate as he helplessly pointed at Zhang Heng. You should have mentioned you were a spatial ability user sooner. You've made me worry for nothing. Yet Zhang Heng, with a serious demeanor, responded, I do not wish for anyone to divulge this information. The principal urged me to maintain discretion. Had I not feared for your concern over Lin Xianya and myself, I would have kept it to myself. It was at this moment that the crowd comprehended why Zhang Heng was reluctant to disclose his method. As a spatial ability user, he belonged to a rare minority among the supernatural beings, making his existence exceedingly uncommon. The principal might harbor personal interests in keeping the identity of this student confidential, even advising him to refrain from publicizing it. Could it be that he feared other academy heads would attempt to poach him? Although spatial ability users may not possess formidable combat prowess, their potential for creating significant value cannot be overlooked. The greatest value lies in the ability to forge spatial rings. Cheng Nan chuckled, noting that Su Zhongshan, this cunning old fox, was indeed a master of guile. Rest assured, we shall keep your secret, and it shall remain undisclosed. Zhang Heng nodded, then addressed Lin Xianya, saying, "Come with me." At that moment, Cheng Nan commanded the elevator to descend to the 6th underground level, wishing them luck. Donning their gas masks, Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya stepped into the elevator. Lin Xianya inquired, "Zhang Heng, what do you intend for me to do?" He replied, "Shortly, I will create a wall that will shield us from toxic gas and the beastmen. If this wall begins to fail or shatter, you must use your ability to transform it into steel." Lin Xianya, taken aback, pondered, "Isn't Zhang Heng a spatial ability user? How can he create a wall? Could this be part of his power?" She nodded in agreement, but then asked, "So, I won't need to engage in combat?" Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "No need. At a critical moment, simply turn my wall into steel. Our mission is to drive these beastmen away, not to eliminate them entirely, correct?" Chapter 038, The Advancement of the Stone Wall. Lin Xianya smiled slightly, affirming his words. Zhang Heng slowly raised his right hand, and the instant the elevator doors opened, stone mist enveloped the entrance, pushing inside. Lin Xianya observed the screen in her hand, stating, "There's no sign of beastmen within 100 meters ahead." Zhang Heng, puzzled, remarked, "The entire underground pipeline spans approximately 2 kilometers. A lack of beastmen within 100 meters does not imply their absence further ahead." He instructed the stone mist to clear a path while surveying their surroundings, noting the severely damaged lower pipe facilities. The stone mist wall formed a vast, seamless plain ahead, covering the entire space. As Zhang Heng advanced, he propelled the stone mist forward. After walking for nearly 3 to 4 minutes, Lin Xianya called out, "Ahead." A large number of life forms detected. "It's the beastmen." Upon hearing this, the stone mist instantly solidified into sturdy stone. Concurrently, countless bloodlines surged forth from his body, creating a narrow crack in the center of the stone wall, through which the bloodlines penetrated. Bang, bang, bang. The front wall vibrated violently, the stone wall, 5 to 6 meters thick, teetering precariously. Lin Xianya quickly placed her hand atop the stone wall, releasing a wave of black substance from her palm, transforming the white stone wall into a thick block of iron instantaneously. The heavy iron barrier stood resolutely between the beastmen and the two of them, impeding their advance with ease. They relentlessly assailed the wall, obstructing their path, while Zhang Heng absorbed their life force. Standing beside Zhang Heng, Lin Xianya's eyes shone with astonishment. What exactly was Zhang Heng's ability? It exuded an eerie sensation. The bloodlines, each as fine as a hair, seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing and shifting, their color morphing from dull to a vivid crimson. Zhang Heng continued to push the steel-turned stone wall forward. Such a hefty barrier would be impossible for any ordinary individual to manipulate single-handedly, yet for Zhang Heng, it was as light as a feather, devoid of any weight. He accelerated his advance, compelling the beastmen behind the wall to retreat, hurling curses in their frustration. Zhang Heng, however, remained oblivious to their taunts. Life Force 1. Life Force 1. Life Force 1. Notifications echoed in Zhang Heng's ears incessantly, yet he did not receive any alerts regarding the increase in realm or replication points. Could it be that the beastmen were too weak, insufficient to grant him replication points? This thought left him somewhat disheartened. Encountering a formidable beastman, such as the lion beastmen, might have significantly augmented his replication points. The beastmen, initially aggressive in their assault on the stone wall, soon succumbed to cries of despair, desperately seeking a means of escape. Lin Xianya, observing the screen, announced, "The beastmen within 100 meters ahead have vanished." Zhang Heng's bloodlines gradually returned to him as he dismantled the stone wall, gazing at the empty passage ahead, where a metal door loomed at the end, leading down a staircase. The beastmen had evidently fled to the lower levels. Zhang Heng then communicated through his earpiece, "The 6th level has been cleared. Lin Xianya and I will proceed downward." With that, he advanced towards the large door, with Lin Xianya hastily following. Cheng Nan, upon hearing Zhang Heng's concise report, found it hard to believe. How long had they been down there? A mere 10 minutes? And they had already cleared the 6th level? "Captain Cheng, what's the status? Are Zhang Heng and the others all right?" murmured a team member, noticing the captain's grim expression. "Were the 2 youngsters in peril? What are we waiting for? We must hurry down." Cheng Nan raised a hand, declaring, "No, they are unharmed." He strode towards the elevator, pressing the button. As the doors slowly opened, he turned back to announce, "The 6th level has been successfully cleared by Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya. We shall now descend to inspect the machinery and pipelines. There appear to be some damages. Summon the maintenance personnel." Understood. Moments later, Cheng Nan, accompanied by several maintenance workers and members of his night patrol team, arrived at the 6th level. The area showed no significant damage, The infrastructure remained intact, with no signs of battle or any beastmen corpses in sight. Zhang Heng smiled slightly, realizing that the two youngsters had been fortunate. This level had likely not been overrun by beastmen. The rest is up to us. You two guard the maintenance workers as they inspect the equipment. The rest remain on standby. At that moment, Zhang Nan's communicator buzzed once more with Zhang Heng's voice. The 7th level has been cleared. After relaying this, Zhang Heng cut off the connection. This boy certainly had no time for idle chatter, merely informing them of the situation before continuing with his tasks. Zhang Nan's heart raced unexpectedly. It had been ages since he felt such excitement. Captain Zhang, what seems to be the matter? You appear to be in quite good spirits. A team member smiled and inquired of Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan flashed a grin and replied, Zhang Heng's method seems to be remarkably effective. The 7th level has been cleared as well. Come, let us descend and take a look. The 7th level has been cleared? My cousin, stationed in the underground pipelines of another sector, had just messaged me, stating that the cleaning of the 6th level was nearly complete. How could a single team manage to outperform two individuals? Could it truly be that Zhang Heng and Lin Xian you were simply fortunate? Perhaps that was their initial thought, until Zhang Nan and his team found themselves in the working area of the underground 10th level. Zhang Heng was seated beside a stone wall, meditating to regain his breath, with Lin Xianyu beside him. Lin Xianyu had seemingly exerted little of her energy. It was Zhang Heng who was evidently fatigued from employing his abilities. Zhang Nan, puzzled, wondered why not a single corpse was in sight. Had the beastmen truly fled? Or had they gone to assist other areas? Was the method Zhang Heng spoke of related to the very stone wall behind him? Using a stone wall to drive away the beastmen in the underground pipelines was indeed a clever tactic. However, how could he manipulate the stone wall? Was this a manifestation of spatial abilities? With a slight smile, the knowledgeable Zhang Nan dismissed his concerns. Ultimately, our team had demonstrated the highest efficiency. If this success continued, we could extend our support to other teams in different areas. Chapter 039, Great Success. Though Zhang Heng was meditating, he absorbed every word exchanged by Zhang Nan and his companions. No corpses? Good fortune? Perhaps only Lin Xianya, who accompanied him, understood the sheer number of beastmen they had encountered after descending from the 7th level. There were indeed no bodies here. Rather, all had disintegrated into dust. At that moment, Zhang Heng accessed his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng. Superpower, S Blood Demon C Stone Departed. Realm, 2nd tier 4 stars. Strength, 166. Vitality, 469. Speed, 163. Mentality, 161. Talent, Replication of Spatial Gate Blood Demon Form. Mastery of Bloodstone Element. Skill, Stone Mist. Replication points, 5120. The beastmen appeared relatively weak, and those inferior to him did not contribute significantly to his realm or replication points. Upon their demise, they yielded a mere point of replication, with minimal enhancement to his realm, yet it still allowed his realm to ascend to the 2nd tier, 4-star stage. This elevation replenished the energy he had previously lost. Had it not been for Lin Xianyu beside him, he might have pressed on further. After resting for a full half-hour, Zhang Heng stood, and the stone wall before him vanished without a trace. Lin Xianyu, let us proceed. Lin Xianyu slowly rose, murmuring in agreement as they descended to the 11th level. Zhang Nan, observing Zhang Heng and Lin Xianyu depart, mused to himself, youth is truly wonderful. They forge ahead with such vigor. Bang, bang, bang. The iron wall reverberated with a series of muffled thuds, trembling incessantly. Break it down. We must not let them descend any further. Do not stop. Push forward with all your might. It's too heavy, we can't budge it, and the stench here is unbearable. I can hardly breathe. The noxious fumes of natural gas and sewage mingled, creating a potent and acrid odor. The beastmen seemed oblivious to the dangers of these scents. Wholly unconcerned, their fists and feet relentlessly pounded against the iron wall. Zhang Heng's body emanated wisps of white smoke, his skin turning a vibrant crimson. Within his core, it felt as though a blooming ghost flower had unfurled, its unique, delicate petals transforming into vivid red bloodlines that connected to the beastmen ahead. The beastmen, believing their weakness stemmed from the gas, remained unaware that it was actually the continual loss of their own blood causing their anemic condition. One by one, the beastmen fell, and the sound of their relentless assault on the iron wall began to dwindle. Zhang Heng then initiated the movement of the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall emitted a dull thud. Zhang Heng could distinctly sense a force resisting him. But what of it? Could he truly breach this 6 or 7 meter thick, steel-like wall? After a succession of heavy strikes, a low voice resonated from the opposite side. These red lines are peculiar. Retreat. At that moment, all the bloodlines from Zhang Heng retracted. It appeared the beastmen had all fled. As he and Lin Xianyu continued their descent, they reached the 21st level without encountering a single beastman. Lin Xianyu, upon seeing this, joyfully exclaimed, Zhang Heng, it seems the beastmen have all escaped. Moreover, they likely entered through that opening ahead. Should we not seal it off? To think that the two of them had managed to clear an entire sector of beastmen was truly astonishing. Yet, Zhang Heng found no joy in this outcome. A beast man of considerable strength had unexpectedly appeared, quickly assessing the thickness of the stone wall before leading others to flee. He had earned but a meager amount of replication points, and realm advancement was even more elusive. The realms of these beastmen were low, generally beneath his own, which made Zhang Heng realize the drawbacks of having a high realm. When one was too powerful, eliminating low-tier life forms yielded no replication points or realm enhancements. Zhang Heng activated his communicator and spoke to Captain Cheng Nan on the other end. We have arrived at the final level and located the entry point of the beastmen. They tunneled in. Captain Cheng Nan had already descended to the 21st level, accompanied by 2 team members. Zhang Heng then severed the connection, standing before the cave entrance. Turning to Cheng Nan and asking, should we seal it off or pursue them? Cheng Nan smiled broadly and replied, leave it to us. You must be weary. We can't simply return without taking action, can we? Turning to the 2 team members, he instructed, summon the remaining night patrol team members to the 21st level. We will pursue the beastmen. After issuing this command, Cheng Nan turned back to Zhang Heng, smiling slightly. Zhang Heng, Lin Xianya, you have both worked hard. You should return and rest. I will report all that has transpired here to my superiors in detail. Zhang Heng seemed indifferent to Cheng Nan's words. After Cheng Nan finished speaking, he proposed, let me accompany you. My energy reserves are not significantly depleted, and I won't hold you back. Cheng Nan chuckled. Everyone has witnessed your prowess. No one would think you a burden. However, Zhang Heng, do not be overly ambitious. Allow me and my team some tasks as well. You and Xianya should return to rest for a while. Seeing that his self-recommendation was unappreciated, Zhang Heng realized that Cheng Nan evidently regarded him and Lin Xianya merely as students, concerned about their fatigue. Lin Xuanya then said, Zhang Heng, Captain Cheng is right. We have indeed been quite helpful. I can hardly believe I have managed to achieve this level. We should heed Captain Cheng's advice and leave this place. Zhang Heng nodded and replied, very well, let us proceed upstairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanya smiled faintly and followed Zhang Heng towards the elevator. Cheng Nan watched Zhang Heng's departing figure, sensing a hint of reluctance in the young man. What a pity, he is still just a student. If only he could be recruited into the night patrol team, he might prove to be an excellent choice. The descent took nearly 5 to 6 hours. However, the ascent was swift, as the elevator circuitry remained intact, reaching the 21st floor in less than a few seconds. It was now around 1 or 2 in the morning, and the streets were desolate. After inquiring about Lin Xuanya's residence, Zhang Heng decided to escort her home. Xianya, you have been a tremendous help to me tonight, and I consider this a way to repay the favor from when I saved you. After this, we are square. Chapter 040, Blood Demon State. Lin Xuanya paused slightly. We merely collaborated to confront the beastmen. This hardly counts as repaying your kindness. Your favor is something I could never repay in this lifetime. Do you dislike me? Zhang Heng. Lin Xuanya gazed at him with tearful eyes. Observing her pitiful expression, Zhang Heng replied, I would never escort a woman I dislike home. However, during school, please refrain from seeking me out for conversation. You know you are quite attractive, and many admire you. By deliberately getting close to me, you are only inviting rivals. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanya sighed in relief. So that is how it is. I thought you disliked me. I will be more mindful in the future. Thank you. Zhang Heng. She instinctively glanced at the screen of the scanner. Suddenly, she grabbed Zhang Heng's arm, who also halted. His indifferent gaze fixed on a dark corner of the street. In that darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes radiated an intense malevolence. Lin Xuanya moved beside Zhang Heng, her expression sharpening. It's a beast man. Zhang Heng was attuning himself to the aura emanating from the figure, estimating its level and strength. If it were a tier 3, he had no chance. If it were tier 2, he might give it a try. You peculiar ability-wielding brat. You finally decided to show yourself. The beast man emerged from the shadows, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, possessing a human form and enormous arms that were thick at the front and slender at the back. A gorilla? No, gorillas don't have such arms. It must be a silverback gorilla. The silverback gorilla is the most combative and intelligent of the gorilla species among beastmen. Upon hearing the beastman's voice, Zhang Heng's expression slightly changed. Are you the beastman commanding the others from the cave's depths? The silverback beastman grinned. Among you humans, there is a saying about being oblivious when death is imminent. Previously, a peculiar stone obstructed our confrontation, but now nothing stands between us. We can finally engage in a fair duel. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Before Zhang Heng could respond, Lin Xuanya had already drawn her katana from her spatial ring and instantly transitioned into a fully armed state. The sight of her transformation caused Zhang Heng's pupils to constrict slightly. This ability seems quite impressive. I wonder how many copying points it requires. System. C-Class Steel Bride. Required copying points. 50,000. 50,000. The Stone Departed was also C-Class and required only 20,000 copying points. This C-Class Steel Bride demands twice that of the Stone Departed? Zhang Heng silently noted the required points and then turned his attention to the silverback beastman standing at a distance. He slowly withdrew his hands from his pockets, and with a flash of dark light, 2 katana blades were instantly in his grasp. Dual blades? Lin Xuanya was surprised to discover that Zhang Heng also wielded blades. And like her, he chose katana, but with two. Zhang Heng looked at Lin Xuanya and said, "Leave this to me. You handle the other beastmen." Lin Xuanya was momentarily taken aback. Other beastmen? Where? The silverback's expression changed slightly before he laughed. So this is what it means to be an ability wielder? Your senses are even sharper than ours. Indeed, understanding humans. Oh no. Understanding ability wielders is the right approach. Understanding ability wielders is the right approach? Were these beastmen here merely to study humanity? Or was it just a casual remark? If they genuinely sought to learn about humans while invading human territory and wreaking havoc, that seems rather ludicrous. What the beastmen truly wished to comprehend was not humans, but the powers of ability wielders, seeking to understand their formidable capabilities. Could it be that the beastmen believe they too can awaken abilities? Or do they simply wish to grasp the strengths of ability wielders? After all, humans initially struggled against the four great races and could hardly stand their ground. Only after awakening their abilities did they gradually establish their position in this world. As time passed, the war persisted for an extended duration. Throughout this protracted period, the conflict never ceased, yet the reduction in human numbers steadily declined. Until recent years, the population began to show signs of resurgence. Humans commenced large-scale deforestation, expanding their territory, which alarmed the beastmen. From the heights of a building above the silverback beastman, a slightly smaller silverback descended from the rooftop. Lin Xuanya's eyes widened in astonishment. It was right above. She had been completely unaware. Zhang Heng had known all along. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuanya faced the somewhat smaller silverback. "Your opponent is me. Follow me." The silverback grinned and dashed after Lin Xuanya. As he passed by Zhang Heng, the smaller silverback suddenly swept a kick towards him. Zhang Heng leaned slightly to the right, evading the attack, causing the smaller silverback's expression to darken as he heard Zhang Heng's voice. "This is why you must remain in the shadows." The smaller silverback snorted, remaining silent as he pursued Lin Xuanya. Lin Xuanya's combat experience was commendable. She understood the importance of dividing the battlefield. She likely had an excellent mentor guiding her. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Zhang Heng exhaled slowly, channeling spiritual energy that surged through him, instantly reaching the second tier. A fierce wind swirled around him before suddenly dispersing. As the silverback beastman felt the chill of the wind, Zhang Heng soared into the air, appearing before the silverback in an instant. The beastman was momentarily stunned and immediately raised his steel-like arms to defend himself. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zhang Heng struck the beastman's arms, leaving him slightly astonished. In a flash, Zhang Heng entered the blood demon state. Buzz! His body was enveloped in a crimson light, horns sprouted from his forehead, and blood energy swirled around him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The beastman was still reveling in the moment of having blocked Zhang Heng's strike, when Zhang Heng abruptly entered the blood demon state. When had the beastman ever witnessed a human transform into such a formidable form? As his eyes widened in astonishment, Zhang Heng vanished from his sight in an instant. A swirling mass of blood shadows shifting rapidly around him. The beastman, filled with trepidation, felt his muscles bulging as his physique expanded dramatically. "Are you merely going to leap about like a flea?" He scoffed, suddenly launching a powerful punch into the air to his left. But he struck nothing. Suddenly, swoosh! A blood shadow sliced through his arm. That once metallic limb was severed cleanly. The severed arm thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. The beastman's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, his enormous head rolled forward, bidding farewell to his body. At this moment, Zhang Heng revealed his true form. His eyes filled with bewilderment as he savored the sensations of being in the blood demon state. It felt as if he were omnipotent, capable of easily slaying any opponent. Was this the power of the S-class combat talent, the blood demon state? This beastman could hardly muster a basic response before losing his head. Chapter 041. The Cavern Beneath the Underground Pipeline. Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier beastman. Copy points 2,000. Significant enhancement in realm achieved. 2,000 points for copying. Does this merely elevate my realm? Not enough to break through? Zhang Heng flicked the blood from his blade onto the ground and turned to look behind him. Lin Xuanya was engaged in a chaotic battle with another beastman. The remaining beastman faced Lin Xuanya with apparent ease, the fight reaching a fevered pitch. In an instant, a bloodline pierced into the beastman's body. The beastman felt a sharp, tingling sensation at the point of impact. He reached to grasp the bloodline, only to find it intangible and impossible to touch. The other end of the bloodline belonged to the human he had previously ambushed. The beastman's eyes widened in shock and horror. "How did you get here? Where's my brother?" It was only then that Lin Xuanya noticed Zhang Heng had already dealt with the earlier beastman. That beastman had been far stronger than the one she currently faced. Yet Zhang Heng had swiftly dispatched him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Xuanya's eyes. She was upset with herself. Why had she not yet eliminated her opponent? A glint of cold light erupted in Lin Xuanya's gaze as her body shot forward like an arrow towards the beastman. Still reeling from the shock of his brother's death at Zhang Heng's hands, The beastman barely had time to react before the human woman's blade appeared before him. Instinctively, he reached out to block the approaching knife. However, the katana effortlessly sliced through his palm and plunged into his eye socket. Emerging from the back of his skull, Lin Xuanya slowly withdrew the katana and swiftly flicked it, leaving behind a gruesome blood line on the ground. With a sigh of relief, she turned to Zhang Heng and offered him a faint smile. Zhang Heng replied in a remarkably calm tone, "Let us go, I'll take you home." Lin Xuanya was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded. Zhang Heng seemed to display little emotional reaction to the events that had unfolded, as if everything were perfectly normal. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably. After all, it was her first encounter with beastmen within the city, let alone engaging them in combat. Lin Xuanya lived in a prestigious residential complex. Zhang Heng escorted her to the entrance and bid her farewell. Just then, he abruptly halted and turned back to look at Lin Xuanya. She gazed at his ever-constant expression, biting her lower lip slightly as she whispered, "You must be careful too." Zhang Heng nodded and continued on his way. Upon reaching a nearby corner, Zhang Heng opened a spatial portal. Stepping through the portal, he arrived at the bottom level of the previous underground pipeline. Based on his deductions, there should be connecting points throughout the various sections of the underground pipeline, all interconnected. With so many beastmen below, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? He relied on his instincts to confirm a direction and began to proceed cautiously. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng retrieved a tablet, its screen displaying a black background with green lines, outlining the entire underground pipeline route. He verified his location and decided to head towards an adjacent area. After walking for nearly a few minutes, the sounds of combat ahead quickly captured his attention. Zhang Heng quickened his pace. Before him appeared a group of members dressed in the night patrol uniform. They had successfully eliminated all the beastmen in the current area and discovered a deeper underground passage. Captains Yi Duo and Cheng Nan were also present. Zhang Heng donned a gas mask and blended in with the night patrol members. It must be said, the members of the night patrol exhibited commendable strength. He did not see any fallen members on the ground, nor any of them injured. Yi Duo furrowed her brow as she gazed at the underground passage. Could they have all come from this tunnel? I wonder where it ultimately leads. Cheng Nan scoffed. Let us go down and find out, shall we? Yi Duo shook her head. Now is not the time. I will assign a few people to guard here, and later send two to investigate the underground passage. The rest will support members in other areas and search for similar passages. Cheng Nan nodded and began issuing orders to the surrounding members. You few stand guard at the entrance. You go down below to take a look. The rest follow Yi Duo to support the other areas. Tonight we'll catch them all. Yes. Yi Duo and Cheng Nan led the majority away. After their departure, a night patrol member beside Zhang Heng began to grumble. While the brothers are fighting elsewhere, I'm stuck guarding this pit. Isn't this a bit demeaning? I want to join the fray with the beastmen. Another member chuckled lightly. The captain is looking out for you. You should appreciate it. Or would you prefer to switch places with me and investigate the cave below? This place reeks. I'm not going down there. At this moment, Zhang Heng interjected. Why not let me go with him? Sure. But who are you? Your voice sounds unfamiliar. Are you new? Zhang Heng remained silent, directly leaping into the cave. Hey, this kid is rather eager. The member named Lao Yu exclaimed. Why are you still standing there? Follow him. Lao Yu nodded and then jumped down after Zhang Heng. The outer layer of the cave was quite steep, but upon reaching the bottom, the slope gradually leveled out. Zhang Heng monitored his scanner while remaining vigilant to the movements around him. Lao Yu soon caught up to Zhang Heng, panting heavily. Hey, the newcomer remarked. We have successfully dealt with 2 regions of orcs consecutively. How is it that you still possess the strength to carry on? You hardly appear fatigued. Why don't we take a moment to rest? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. You may rest here. I shall scout ahead. The member of the night patrol, known as Lao Yu, wasted no time and plopped down onto the ground, pulling out a pack of cigarettes to enjoy a brief respite. He gazed at Zhang Heng's retreating figure, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Though he could not place who this individual was, Zhang Heng traversed the tunnel for several minutes. One must admit, this tunnel was indeed quite extensive. Moreover, it was not the sole passage. He encountered several similar tunnels along the way. However, he was at a loss, unable to explore them all. It was only when he caught snippets of conversation that he halted, crouching slightly, holding his breath to listen intently. Chapter 042. Capture the leader first. Though distant, he could discern their words. We have already lost many of our kin and have disrupted their peculiar pipelines. Yet we have not even set foot on the surface of the human city. Does that not make it clear? We cannot possibly be their match. It is still not too late to retreat. Retreat? So many of our brethren have perished. To leave now would be to admit our defeat to the humans. What would our fellow orcs think of us upon our return? We have inflicted significant damage upon the humans and suffered considerable losses ourselves. Upon our return, they will sing praises of our bravery and strength. They will not mock us. Let us depart while we still can. Otherwise, we will meet the same fate as the leader of the lion tribe, ultimately imprisoned in a cold iron cage by humans. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. He realized there were 2 orcs engaged in this conversation. Could they be the masterminds behind the attack on Jiangnan City? The lion tribe must refer to the lion orc captured by Yi Duo. Thus, it seemed that if he could eliminate these two, everything would come to a halt. This notion certainly warranted consideration. Zhang Heng gradually rose and unleashed the stone mist. The mist, resembling smoke, began to drift slowly towards the orc's location. Soon, the entire passage was enveloped in a dense fog, concealing Zhang Heng's figure completely. However, within his line of sight, the mist posed no obstruction. He could see the surroundings clearly, perceiving the stone mist as merely a transparent gas. The leopard-headed orc uttered a sound of confusion, observing the creeping mist entering the cave. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. He turned to the eagle-headed orc before him, stating, "Had your brother not disrupted our plan, we would not have been discovered so swiftly. We could have sabotaged more of the humans' underground pipelines and silently slain more of them. The lion tribe would not have been captured while attempting to rescue him. You bear full responsibility for this failure." The eagle-headed orc's gaze hardened. Is this truly the time for such arguments? We are no match for these humans. I will instruct my kin to leave this place immediately, if you remain obstinate. That is your own affair. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the ground, his expression shifting in alarm. What is this? The leopard-headed orc scoffed at the mist swirling on the ground. Today, I learned that the eagle-headed orc possesses such cowardice. Even the earth's essence can cause you to panic? The eagle-headed orc shot back with a frigid glare. Where do you see panic in me? Today, I have also come to realize how the leopard tribe is all bravado and no strategy. I should never have allied with you. Return to your Jiangzhou and tend to your underlings. Initially, I believed your coalition signified ambition and wisdom. In hindsight, it is nothing but a jest. The leopard-headed orc glared fiercely at the eagle-headed one. Do you dare to underestimate me? Suddenly, from the ground, the earth's essence surged upward, forming 4 stone walls around them. In quick succession, 2 crimson threads pierced through the stone walls, directly connecting to their hearts. The eagle-headed orc's eyes widened. This is an ability user. It's your fault for hesitating. Now, the ability user has breached our defenses. The leopard-headed orc, equally alarmed, thought, a mere stone wall cannot hinder me. His form swelled, and with a colossal fist, he struck the stone wall behind him. Boom! The wall shattered into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, it reformed instantaneously, revealing yet another wall behind the broken one. The leopard-headed orc furrowed his brow. How can this be? These walls can self-repair? At that moment, the eagle-headed orc unfurled his wings, unleashing a fierce gale within the chamber. From his outstretched wings, a barrage of arrows shot forth, piercing the stone wall and creating a gaping hole. The hole was rapidly being mended before their eyes. The leopard-headed orc shouted, "Such attacks cannot breach these bizarre walls. Let us concentrate our efforts on a single point." The previously quarreling leopard-headed and eagle-headed orcs now united in their efforts, relentlessly assaulting one wall. Zhang Heng observed as the wall continuously disintegrated and reformed under his influence, retreating while hastening the release of his spiritual energy. The stone wall filled the entire passage, measuring an impressive 6 to 7 meters in thickness. The onslaught from the leopard-headed and eagle-headed orcs rained down like a barrage of cannon fire, unrelenting. Boom! The leopard-headed orc punched through the stone wall. However, what lay beyond was merely a cloud of white mist. The eagle-headed orc, puzzled, wondered, where exactly is that boy? Concealed within the stone mist, Zhang Heng watched as the leopard-headed orc's half-body breached the stone cave. He swiftly solidified the wall, causing a torrent of mist to surge towards the leopard-headed orc. The leopard-headed orc found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as his body melded with the stone. "Help me! What are you waiting for? Save me!" he cried out to the eagle-headed orc. The eagle-headed orc's expression turned grim. He tore through the stone walls encircling the leopard-headed orc, ultimately yanking him free. They quickly retreated. Zhang Heng, lamenting the lost opportunity, began to repair the stone walls that had been damaged by the eagle-headed and leopard-headed orcs. The leopard-headed orc sat heavily on the ground, staring at the thin thread connecting to his heart, futilely tugging at it with his hands. But the bloodline showed no signs of response. What kind of ability is this? And what of these peculiar stone walls? Has the power of human ability users truly surpassed that of our orc kin? The eagle-headed orc's complexion paled. He could distinctly feel his blood surging out through the thread. It was evident that they were trapped here, with the ability user employing these strange walls to confine them and siphon their blood. Clearly, this individual intended to slowly drain them of their lives. Taking a deep breath, the eagle-headed orc concluded, "It is impossible for us to escape from here. The extraordinary beings are outside, and their numbers should be few. Quickly summon all our kin back." At this moment, the leopard-headed man had little to say. Both the eagle-headed man and the leopard-headed man let out a deep, resonant roar simultaneously. Upon hearing these two roars, the orcs immediately abandoned their opponents and turned to retreat towards the underground cave. Chapter 043, The Orcs' Despair. The mist began to swiftly spread towards the passage behind Zhang Heng, rapidly forming a stone wall within the arena. When the orcs returned to the underground cavern, they found themselves obstructed by a wall of white stone. From within this wall, countless crimson threads surged forth, darting towards the hearts of all the orcs. There was no pain, no obvious discomfort, It was a slow death. Vitality 11111. Zhang Heng's body was also suffused with a faint aura of blood energy, its intensity noticeably heightened in an instant. What is this? What are these red threads? Why is there a wall here? Where is our leader? The human extraordinary beings are upon us. Fellow kin, we must destroy these stone walls. Otherwise, we cannot escape this place. The orcs rallied in response. All of them commenced their assault on the wall, clearly oblivious to its formidable strength. Their fists and feet struck the stone wall as if they were merely striking air, which caught Zhang Heng's attention, as well as that of the two orc leaders trapped within. A glimmer of joy appeared in the eyes of the leopard-headed man. Our kin have arrived. Yet the eagle-headed man's keen eyes betrayed a sense of foreboding. If even the two of them combined cannot breach these walls, what can their kin do? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Duo and Chung Nan, leading their team, hurried toward the source of the crashing sounds. Soon, they discovered all the orcs trapped behind a stone wall, frantically trying to break through, desperate to carve a path to freedom. Yi Duo raised her right hand slightly, signaling the team to halt. Chung Nan gazed in astonishment at the distant stone wall. Duo, did your people do this? Yi Duo shook her head. My team lacks the power to manipulate stone. I thought it was your people. But it matters not. Someone has clearly intervened to block these orcs. What they had anticipated to be a brutal battle had turned into a situation where the orcs were effectively trapped, like fish in a barrel. What are those red threads? A member of the night patrol suddenly exclaimed. So many red threads. What are they for? Red threads? Yi Duo took a few steps forward. At the forefront of the stone wall, she saw that all the orcs had a red thread connecting to their heart. This red thread. Yi Duo stared, astonished. Could it be that kid? Chung Nan widened her eyes slightly. Who do you mean? Yi Duo took a deep breath, avoiding a direct answer to Chung Nan's question. You all stay here and do not act rashly. I need to make a call. Chung Nan looked exasperated. What are you thinking? We don't have time for calls. We could just use our weapons to turn these bastards into a hornet's nest. Yi Duo's expression shifted slightly. If you wish to do so, I will not stop you. Chung Nan sighed in frustration, but still issued the command to hold their ground. She stepped outside, found a phone number, and dialed. The first call went unanswered. Undeterred, she dialed again. Zhang Heng, are you underground too? I have captured 2 of their leaders. I will deal with the remaining rabble. Do not engage. I will leave their leaders for you. So it is indeed that kid? How has he managed to capture their leaders when his level is only 2nd tier? Has he hidden his true capabilities? How did he ensnare these orc leaders? While they fought above, he must have stealthily descended below, cutting off the orcs' escape and capturing their leaders in the process? Yi Duo suddenly laughed, a mix of exasperation and excitement that she hadn't felt in years. It seems that the Southern Extraordinary Academy has unleashed a formidable monster this time. Zhang Heng hung up the phone, gazing through the translucent stone wall at the eagle-headed man and the leopard-headed man, who lay on the ground, pale and unconscious. He then severed the connection of the crimson threads. With unwavering focus, he turned his bloodthirst towards the orcs behind him. There were at least 100 orcs, varying in strength. To Zhang Heng, they were not orcs, but rather copy points, levels, and vitality. Yi Duo returned to her team. Chung Nan hurried forward to report. The stone walls are shifting again, enveloping all the orcs from above. Do you think these stone walls were conjured by the orcs? Yi Duo shook her head. There are no extraordinary beings among the orcs. You should know this better than I. In any case, do not worry. I know who created these walls. It is a friend of mine. He has already captured the orc leaders. You all should return and wait for news. I will bring the 2 orc leaders back. Chung Nan was taken aback. You made that call just to confirm this? Your friend is impressive. Who is he? He should join our night patrol. Chung Nan smiled wryly. I will try, but for now, old Chung, take your people back and begin inspecting all areas of the underground pipes. The orcs should be gathered here. Understood. Chung Nan led the remaining night patrol members back toward the surface. Yi Duo approached the stone wall, which seemed to possess a life of its own, inching inward. From within, the anguished screams and wails of the orcs could be heard. It remained unclear what transpired inside. Half an hour later, the stone wall vanished. Zhang Heng suddenly appeared before her. His body was surrounded by swirling blood energy, which continued to flow inward. At that moment, Zhang Heng resembled a demonic figure risen from a blood-soaked hell, his eyes a fierce crimson, cold as the crescent moon in the night sky. Yi Duo looked at Zhang Heng, and the familiar sensation washed over her. This aloof little brat. Zhang Heng approached Yi Duo, the 2 orc leaders already unconscious. Perhaps you brought the restraining handcuffs? Yi Duo nodded, retrieving 2 pairs of handcuffs from her spatial ring. Zhang Heng examined the restraints in his hands. These devices could indeed suppress the powers of extraordinary beings and the strength within the orcs. In essence, they limited the spiritual energy of both the extraordinary beings and the orcs. Zhang Heng, I thought you had left. I did not expect you to come down here alone. Do you have some obsession or hatred for the orcs? Otherwise, I cannot fathom your motives. Zhang Heng seemed not to hear her, asking instead, can you spare me a few of those handcuffs? Yi Duo wore an expression of exasperation. Did that insufferable brat even bother to listen to what he was saying? Chapter 044, Everyone Captured. Ultimately, Yi Duo declined Zhang Heng's proposal, for the handcuffs in question were a privilege reserved for the officers of the Public Security Bureau, unattainable by mere civilians. Nevertheless, Yi Duo indicated that he could gift him a pair, though not at that moment. With this response, Zhang Heng returned directly to his home. After a brief refreshment, he settled onto his bed and activated his personal interface. System. Host Zhang Heng. Abilities. S Blood Mage C Stone Wraith. Level. 2nd tier, 6 stars. Strength. 186. Vitality. 567. Speed. 183. Mentality. 181. Talent. Blood Mage form of spatial door replication and stone elemental manipulation. Skill. Stone Mist. Replication points. 16, 750. His level had ascended by 1 star, and his vitality had increased by nearly 100 points. It appeared that his efforts had not been entirely fruitless. However, the increment in replication points seemed rather meager. The strength of these beastmen was evidently not formidable. If he could vanquish those 2 beastman leaders, he could anticipate a significant increase in both his level and replication points. Had it not been for Yi Duo's subsequent arrival, Zhang Heng would have relished the opportunity. Clearly, he did not welcome Yi Duo's intrusion, perceiving it as a disruption to his plans. The synergy between the stone wall and the bloodlust was strikingly evident. If he could replicate Lin Xuanya's abilities, he might effortlessly seek out 3rd-tier beastmen or exotic beasts for extermination in the future. Unfortunately, he was still far from accumulating the requisite 50,000 replication points. Following the system's reward mechanism to garner replication points, it was uncertain when he might reach that milestone. At that moment, Zhang Heng inquired of the system, "Are there alternative methods to acquire replication points aside from eliminating living beings? Completing tasks can yield replication points, and even item rewards. Would the host like to attempt activating the task function?" Task function? Why had it not been activated sooner? Zhang Heng straightened his posture and replied, "Of course. Host, please do not rush to consent. The task mode is originally set to activate once the host's level reaches the 3rd tier. This is because, once a task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded, and it is bound by a time limit. Failing to complete it will incur certain penalties, with the minimum requirement being 3rd tier. Is the host certain about activating the task mode now? It seemed to entail considerable risk. Furthermore, the task's baseline requirement was to attain his 3rd tier level. This implied that even the simplest of tasks would necessitate 3rd tier prowess to accomplish. Penalties? What could they possibly entail? Zhang Heng enjoyed taking risks occasionally, yet he was not one to embrace danger without absolute certainty. Based on his assessment of the current situation, the beastman's assault on humanity would likely reach its conclusion at this moment. Following this event, Jiangnan City would again bask in a period of tranquility. With this lesson learned, he surmised that the mayor would fortify the underground infrastructure and enhance security measures. His life would revert to its usual rhythm, which primarily involved attending classes or hunting outdoors. Perhaps he should first endeavor to elevate his level to the 3rd tier. Naturally, he could not neglect his other training. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng posed a crucial question to the system. Are the task execution standards mandatory, or can they be chosen at will? Tasks are not mandatory for the host to execute. The host has the freedom to choose when to accept a task or what type of task to undertake. The difficulty of tasks varies, and the host may opt to commence with simpler tasks, which bear less severe penalties for failure. A slight smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. Then let us activate the task function. Activating task function. Task function successfully activated. A total of 10 tasks will appear daily, with difficulties ranging from E to S grade, and each tier offering varying rewards. Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the functionalities adjacent to his personal information panel. Upon clicking on it, a task icon emerged. He opened the task icon. E-grade task. Eliminate 10 3rd-tier exotic beasts. Reward 1,000 replication points. And randomly receive a universal replication card fragment. Can be accepted repeatedly. D-grade task. Eliminate 10 3rd-tier beastmen. Reward 1,000 replication points. And randomly receive a universal replication card fragment. Can be accepted repeatedly. C-grade task. Eliminate 10 4th-tier exotic beasts. Reward 10,000 replication points. And randomly receive a universal replication card fragment. Can be accepted repeatedly. Zhang Heng's eyes widened slightly. No wonder the task function was set to activate only once he reached the 3rd tier. The E-grade task required the extermination of 3rd-tier exotic beasts. However, the rewards appeared rather appealing. He pondered the potential penalties. Zhang Heng clicked on the E-grade task. A penalty appeared below. Should you fail, the host will forfeit 10,000 replication points as compensation for failure. Had he accomplished anything? A tenfold retribution for failure? Was this a system or a loan shark's extortion? What purpose did this serve? To compel him to accept tasks and execute them with utmost diligence? Zhang Heng approached his computer, intending to search for locations frequented by 3rd-tier exotic beasts to conduct his research. At the Public Security Bureau, Yi Duo had confined all captured beastmen within a prison. Initially, the 4 beastmen pretended not to recognize one another. Yet, after a single night, they were soon weeping in each other's arms. Brother, I am so sorry. Brother, it's not your fault. It is I who am useless. The lion beast man and the leopard-headed man watched the two eagle men huddle together in the corner, crying profusely, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. How had they so foolishly conspired to seize Jiangnan City together? The leopard-headed man sighed helplessly. This time, my planning was misguided. I have brought you ruin. Do as you wish. If it helps, feel free to strike me. The lion beast man exhibited a glimmer of helplessness in his eyes. It is not your fault. We underestimated the human ability users. Yet, we must convey a message to our fellow kind. The human ability users are no longer the same as before. They are exceedingly powerful now, serving as a cautionary tale. Yi Duo and Old who stood before the monitor, arms crossed, observing the four beastmen displayed on the surveillance screen. It appeared the mystery had been unraveled. The masterminds behind this operation were now confined within a prison. The terror attack they had orchestrated lacked any hidden mastermind. No wonder they had only seen beastmen and not a beast tide. This was not characteristic of their kind. Chapter 045, Playing a Game. At this moment, Old who remarked, the news from above has finally arrived. There are no signs of any beast tide gathering within 1,000 kilometers of Jiangnan City. It seems we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Duo nodded and responded, no signs of a beast tide gathering within 1,000 kilometers? It appears this matter may be drawing to a close. Old who then added, by the way, Director Wang wishes to see you. You should hurry. He might be considering reinstating you. Yi Duo's expression shifted slightly, followed by a faint smile. Reinstatement? I once entertained that thought, but now, huh? Besides, being a night patroller is quite pleasant. During the day, I can spend more time with my father. If there's any credit to be given, let it rest upon your shoulders. With that, Yi Duo strode out. Old who was taken aback. Duo, you can't do this. I haven't done anything. How can you attribute this credit to me? Moreover, it was the director himself who wanted you reinstated. He has been seeking an opportunity to do so. The moment Yi Duo recalled that the captain of the guard team was that repugnant individual, any desire to return to the guard team evaporated. After finally escaping from that loathsome person, why would she go back? She was no fool. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the prison. A group of individuals clad in white leather attire entered, their garb starkly contrasting with the black leather uniforms of the night patrol team. They were none other than the members of the guard team. The man at the forefront appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a slick hairstyle, possessing handsome features, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. This was Chun Jianbo, the captain of the first squad of the guard team. The moment Yi Duo caught sight of Chun Jianbo, a strong malevolence flickered in her eyes. Chun Jianbo, however, seemed utterly oblivious, swaggering confidently forward with his entourage. Yi Duo, undeterred, also advanced. As the distance between them diminished, Chun Jianbo suddenly halted, turning to Yi Duo with a smirk. Ah, is that Duo? Long time no see. You're looking more robust than ever. Didn't I mention that too much muscle on a woman isn't appealing? Men don't fancy it, you know. Yi Duo dismissed him with indifference and continued onward. Yet, the members of the guard team positioned themselves to block her path. Yi Duo, our captain is speaking to you. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? Yi Duo scoffed. So it's Zhang Wei. You're the captain of the 6th team now? No wonder the death rate of the 6th team has been so high lately. A vein bulged on Li Wei's forehead, his face flushed with rage. What did you say? Care to repeat that? Chun Jianbo interjected with a smile. Yi Duo, our guard team spends most of its time executing missions, while you night patrollers merely patrol the city. High casualty rates are inevitable. By the way, I heard the city was recently invaded by beastmen. What is going on? It's quite inconvenient for me to rush back here before finishing my task. Although you're part of the night patrol, you're still a part of our public security bureau. Yi Duo replied. It seems you've just returned. As for this matter, I have resolved it. Chun Jianbo's expression shifted slightly. Oh, resolved it? Did you even find their mastermind? Yi Duo replied calmly. There is no mastermind. This plan was concocted by 5 beastmen. 1 is dead, and the remaining 4 have been captured alive. Chun Jianbo looked at Yi Duo with exasperation. Duo, that's why I always say women struggle to achieve great things. Your thinking is too simplistic, often leading to conclusions based solely on appearances. This is precisely why I took over your position as captain of the first squad. You can't possibly believe those wretched beastmen, can you? Can you be responsible for Jiangnan City? Yi Duo gazed coldly at Chun Jianbo and replied, I cannot. Chun Jianbo clicked his tongue. See, this proves my point. How could you shoulder the responsibility for Jiangnan City? You are merely an ordinary member of the night patrol team. I heard you've been forging during the day. While the other team members are training, you're busy forging. How could you possibly improve your skills like that? Therefore, I say Duo. Director Wang is looking for you. He wants you to report on the current progress right away. Old who called from behind, phone in hand. Chun Jianbo abruptly fell silent, but quickly added. No need to rush with the report. Take me to see those 4 beast men. I want to interrogate them. After that, I will report the final results. Yi Duo shoved past the obstructing Li Wei and walked straight out. Li Wei scoffed. This woman is becoming increasingly disrespectful. Chun Jianbo glanced at Li Wei and corrected him. Li Wei, In the future, refrain from using we too often. Otherwise, others might mistakenly think our standards are comparable. She merely looks down on you, while she simply dislikes me. Li Wei was left speechless. Chen Jianbao then huffed, enough of this. Let us go interrogate the beastmen. Yes. The group proceeded to the prison entrance. Inside, the 4 beastmen slowly rose and turned to face them. Chen Jianbao surveyed the 4 beastmen before him and remarked, "What foolish faces you all have. Do you really think you can seize Jiangnan City with such a ragtag bunch?" The lion beastman looked at the sudden influx of humans with disdain. "I don't know where you lot came from, standing outside the iron cage and making bold claims. If you have the guts, release my restraining device and let us have some fun. I'd like to see if you'll still talk to me like that." The eagle beastman stepped forward, eyeing Chen Jianbao's comical visage, and couldn't help but chuckle. Why would he dare to release our restraints? The leopard-headed beastman raised an eyebrow. They seem to be from the human guard team. No wonder they're so arrogant. Chen Jianbao's expression shifted slightly, intrigued. "You all have quite the personality. I like beastmen like you. Want to challenge me? How boring. Instead, let us play a game. A very enjoyable game I'm sure you will love. Through this game, I believe we can both attain what we desire." Chen Jianbao grinned, and the members of the guard team beside him shared an eerie smile. Chapter 046. You ruined everything. In the prison yard, the 4 beastmen were momentarily puzzled about why they were there. A group of humans clad in white leather, wielding long blades, surrounded them in a wall. The lion beastman observed the humans, who stood at a distance, scoffing at them. To his surprise, they truly intended to challenge him. Chen Jianbao waved his hand. "Come on, help him remove the restraining cuffs." The beastmen exchanged glances, as if ideas were forming in their minds. One of the guards from the guard team released the cuffs from the lion beastman and even handed him a knife. The lion beastman was taken aback. What sort of trickery was this? Chen Jianbao smiled slightly and said, "Hey, the orc, resembling a lion, you are now free. And I have even granted you a knife. Next, we shall engage in a game of turn-based strategy." The lion-like orc, scratching his wrist, gazed disdainfully at Chen Jianbao and scoffed. "Turn-based game? What an utterly tedious pastime." Chen Jianbao, with a cheerful smile, replied, "This game is anything but dull. Here's how it works. We will stand facing each other. I will pose a question first. You may choose to answer or remain silent. Should you choose to respond, your answer must be truthful. Should you deceive me with falsehoods, I shall be granted the opportunity to launch an attack against you." The lion orc, perplexed, inquired, "And what if I speak the truth?" "If you speak the truth, you will gain the right to strike me," Chen Jianbao explained. Of course, the defending party may opt to evade. The lion orc pondered this, concluding that indeed, the game seemed rather tedious. "And what if I utter a lie?" Chen Jianbao slowly raised the katana in his hand, stating, "Then I shall have the chance to attack you." The lion orc tightened his grip on the long knife. Feeling increasingly irritated by the human's audacious laughter, the sensation of being manipulated was deeply unsettling. However, if his opponent were not an extraordinary power wielder like Yi Duoduo, he felt little to fear. With a cold sneer, the lion orc declared, "Fine, I shall indulge you in this game." Chen Jianbao nodded with satisfaction, and the two took their positions, standing merely an arm's length apart. Chen Jianbao maintained a smile, crossing his arms as he asked, "First question, why did you attack Jiangnan City?" After a moment's contemplation, the lion orc responded, "Why attack Jiangnan City? Humans and orcs are enemies. Is it not perfectly natural for orcs to assault humans? You humans have relentlessly slaughtered our kin, even other orcs." Chen Jianbao smiled slightly. "That is indeed the truth, which grants you the right to strike me. Go ahead." At that moment, the 3 orcs behind him began to stir. "Kill him. Let that damned human witness our might. Don't mess it up." The lion orc glanced at the long knife in his hand and tossed it aside. "Only weak humans resort to such implements. We orcs never use them. They make us feeble. I shall use my bare hands." Chen Jianbao replied nonchalantly, "How you choose to attack and with what weapon is your prerogative. However, remember, you have but one chance to strike. If I evade, the game continues." The lion orc took a deep breath, his muscles bulging. Suddenly, his palm, clad in tough beast hide, sprouted 5 conical spikes at the fingertips. He glared fiercely at Chen Jianbao, aware that killing him would mean his own demise. Yet, if it were the captain of the guard, he would gladly make that sacrifice. Chen Jianbao, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Wow, I'm thrilled to see that you orcs possess qualities akin to my team. I've made my decision. To honor your bravery, I shall take your blow head on, without any evasion." The lion orc's eyes flared with fury. "You better keep your word." He raised his right hand high, the massive lion claw glinting ominously, and brought it crashing down. The spikes struck Chen Jianbao's body. Thud! 3 glimmers of cold light pierced through, and with a gurgling sound, Chen Jianbao's chest was instantly torn open, revealing a horrific claw mark. The lion orc's eyes widened in shock. This fellow truly did not evade. Chen Jianbao collapsed to the ground, a pool of crimson blood quickly accumulating beneath him. The lion orc's companions displayed expressions of delight. Yet, curiously, despite Chen Jianbao's grievous injury, the surrounding humans exhibited no signs of alarm. They stood still as if indifferent to their captain's fate. Cough. Shun Jianba suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but astonishingly, he wiped his mouth and stood up as if nothing had happened. That was close. Almost met my end there. In an instant, his complexion transformed from ashen to vibrant. And remarkably, even the wound on his chest seemed to vanish. The lion orc stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Why are you unscathed? At that moment, Li Wei chimed in. Our Captain-S ability is super regeneration. No matter the injury, he can recover in no time. Are you dumbfounded? Ha ha. Smack. A shoe flew towards Li Wei's head. Shun Jianba looked at Li Wei, exasperated. What are you doing? The most thrilling part of this game is when I sustain a serious injury, rise from the ground, and nonchalantly inform him of my power's nature, eliciting a look of utter shock on his face, thus satisfying my inner self. You've ruined everything. Get out of my sight. Return once I've calmed down. Li Wei, holding his bleeding forehead, opened his mouth but found no words, letting out a helpless sigh as he ran off under the gazes of the others. Shun Jianba sighed lightly. As my subordinate mentioned, my ability is super regeneration. Regardless of how severe my injuries are, I can recover swiftly. Don't claim this is unfair, while I can regenerate. The pain is unavoidable. The lion orc's fists, once clenched, now fell slack as he stared, dumbfounded, at this human. This fellow is utterly insane. Even with the ability to recover swiftly, who would willingly endure such agony? He appeared to revel in it. His team members seemed well accustomed to his manner. The extent of human powers has developed to such a bizarre degree. Chapter 047, The New Technique of the Sugar Cane. Shun Jianba waved his hand before the lion orc. Hey, it's my turn now. I have a question for you. Are you ready? The lion orc took a deep breath, regardless of the outcome. He was already in too deep to turn back now. Next time, he would find a way to eliminate his opponent, taking advantage of the other's overconfidence in his abilities. Shun Jianba contemplated before asking, do you have a mastermind behind this? The lion orc replied solemnly, no. The orc who devised this attack is dead. The rest of us are here. Shun Jianba then glanced at the bald man beside him, who wore a peculiar expression. The bald man nodded, confirming the truthfulness of the statement. Shun Jianba's face fell in disappointment. So there is no mastermind? You all decided on a whim to attack Zhang City? The lion orc tightened his arms against his sides, letting out a roar, as if his strength surged once more, radiating a blood-red aura that made him appear almost twice his size. Shun Jianba rubbed his temples in exasperation, realizing that there was no mastermind after all, which left him somewhat disheartened. Since that is the case, you all hold no value in living. The lion orc, seemingly oblivious to Shun Jianba's words, raised his right hand and lunged fiercely towards Shun Jianba's head. Shun Jianba let out a cold sneer and swiftly drew his blade, thrusting it upward with great force. With a decisive sound, the colossal arm of the lion beastman fell to the ground, landing with a dull thud. The lion beastman stared in disbelief at his severed right arm, his eyes wide with shock. How could this be? How had his hand been severed? Was the opponent's speed truly beyond his beastly perception? Filled with disappointment, Shun Jianba declared, I shall leave the rest to you. Eliminate them all. I must report to the chief. Understood. Shun Jianba strode towards the crowd. The lion beastman watched his departing figure, perplexed. What did this mean? Eager to engage in a duel, only to have it devolve into mere sport? After so casually severing his arm, Shun Jianba left the scene with an expression of utter disinterest. What did he take the beastman for? A mere toy? Enraged, the lion beastman clenched his remaining hand, a seething fury boiling within him. Roaring, he unleashed a series of deafening sonic attacks. The nearby guards instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Damn humans! How dare they underestimate me? This is the consequence of their folly. The lion beastman bellowed as he charged at Shun Jianba. Suddenly, Shun Jianba turned, his gaze icy and unyielding. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. A glint of cold light flashed past the lion beastman's waist, and his body was instantly cleaved in two. Lying on the ground, he could only see a pair of shoes. Those shoes slowly rose, and then came crashing down upon his head with great force. The lion beastman's massive skull burst open like a watermelon. Ah! The leopard-headed man cried out in terror, while the other two beastmen turned ashen. They had once thought the beastmen to be the most brutal. Today, they had gained a profound understanding. These humans did not regard them as living beings at all, just as they had never considered humans to be life forms either. Shun Jianba's voice was cold as ice. What are you still standing there for? Eliminate them all. Hang their corpses at the city gate, and see if we can lure some of the beastmen from outside. Yes, Captain. Shun Jianba glanced down at his shoes, speechless. Damn it, I just polished these leather shoes, and now they're filthy again. I purchased these expensive shoes with my own money. As he spoke, he pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, walking forward while hopping slightly to wipe the blood from his shoes. The scene was rather comical. Zhang Heng returned to his mundane school life. The homeroom teacher, Li Shui, had long grown accustomed to Zhang Heng's absences. Seeing him seated in the classroom surprised her. It seemed the incident with the beastmen in the underground pipeline had been resolved. Li Shui cast a contented glance at Zhang Heng, wondering if he had played a part in the resolution. At that moment, a girl with a slightly pale complexion walked past Li Shui. Li Shui was taken aback and quickly called out, Zhang Qian, you look unwell. Are you feeling all right? Zhang Qian shook her head and continued walking to her seat. As she passed by Zhang Heng, he caught a faint glimpse of her. The scent of blood was palpable, perhaps due to his unique ability. He was acutely sensitive to the smell of vitality. He detected a strong odor of blood emanating from this classmate, and it seemed rather stale. Ganja, astonished, looked at Zhang Heng. Bro, I can't believe you like girls like Zhang Qian. Now I'm at ease. Zhang Heng turned to Ganja, puzzled. So, if looking at someone means I like them, does that mean Lin Xianyu is going to marry me? Ganja paused briefly, then glanced in Lin Xianyu's direction. Indeed, she had been looking over at Zhang Heng. Clenching his fists, Ganja exclaimed, damn your charm. If this continues, Lin Xianyu will genuinely fall for you. Since you're not interested in her, how about I teach you a trick to make her dislike you? What do you say? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. How is your ability training going? Instead of pondering such trivial matters, you should consider the day when a horde of beastmen storms Jiangnan City. Will your powers be sufficient to ensure your survival then? Ganja looked at him in exasperation. Why do you sound like my mother? But I'm not just talk. I've been working on a fantastic technique lately. After class, I'll take you to the back garden to demonstrate my strength. With the recent increase in his vitality, he had discerned that he could track others through their vitality signatures. This sensation surpassed any form of perception he had experienced before. Moreover, he was becoming adept with his ability, the Stone Wraith, and planned to develop more techniques. Perhaps observing Ganja's demonstration would inspire him more than their idle chatter. All right, I'll see what sort of technique you've come up with. Chapter 048, Beasts in the School. After class, Ganja led Zhang Heng to the back garden beside the school playground. Ganja flashed a confident smile at Zhang Heng and said, after you see this, don't be too shocked. Rest assured, I won't be surprised. Suddenly, Ganja raised his right hand, grasping his wrist with his left, and began to roar. Zhang Heng's eyes widened slightly. A swirling mist of stone appeared above Ganja's palm, rapidly transforming into the shape of a boomerang. Ganja smirked. I know you're astonished. You're just keeping it to yourself to spare my feelings. But that is not the point. Hey, Zhang Heng, where are you going? Come back. I haven't shown you the most crucial part yet. Damn it. He realized he had wasted time, foolishly expecting Ganja to develop some impressive new technique to draw inspiration from. At that moment, a familiar scent suddenly wafted into Zhang Heng's nostrils. His expression changed slightly, but he followed the scent's direction slowly. Ganja caught up. Zhang Heng, why aren't you waiting for me to finish my demonstration? I brought you to this secluded place to show you the power of my technique. You should at least give me a chance. Zhang Heng suddenly halted. Ganja, you should return to the classroom. I'll find you shortly. Ganja was taken aback. Why? Are you meeting someone else? Who? Lin Xianya? Have they already gotten together? Ganja felt his heart shatter at the thought. Zhang Heng explained. Lin Xianya and I are just ordinary classmates. If you truly like her, go after her. Otherwise, someone else will snatch her away. Just don't let them take you away. Sighed Sugarcane helplessly, his hands tucked into his pockets. All right, I'll head back for now. Next time, I shall showcase my new techniques to you. Good. After watching Sugarcane depart, Zhang Heng immediately quickened his pace. The scent in the air grew increasingly potent, and multiple distinct aromas began to emerge, evidently not originating from a single individual. Following the scent, Zhang Heng arrived at the abandoned gymnasium to the south of the school. This gymnasium had been temporarily closed for various reasons, and it was seldom frequented. Just then, Zhang Heng spotted Zhang Qian entering the dilapidated gym ahead, accompanied by several other female classmates. He hesitated momentarily from a distance. Was this considered stalking? It was merely a particularly unusual scent. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Heng resolved to return to the classroom. The following day, upon arriving at school, Sugarcane rushed up to him, her face etched with anxiety. Zhang Heng, there was a death at our school last night. Right at the old gymnasium. The local security team's guards were alarmed, suggesting that a strange beast may be lurking within the school. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. The old gymnasium was precisely where he had followed Zhang Qian the previous day. The students buzzed with gossip, particularly the girls, all wearing expressions of sheer terror. Yesterday, Zhang Qian took 2 girls to the back garden, but it turned out they went to the old gym, and all 3 of them died there. The autopsy report indicated their organs had been completely extracted, and the time of death appears to be 3 days ago. I spoke with her just yesterday. Could it be a ghost? 3 days ago? So the person I saw yesterday wasn't Zhang Qian? Just then, their homeroom teacher, Li Shui, entered, her gaze landing on Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya. Zhang Heng, Xianya, please come to the principal's office. As they stood to leave, the chatter in the classroom shifted dramatically. What is going on? Why does the homeroom teacher always call Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya together? Are they really in a relationship? This is an ability academy, not high school. Can romance still be subject to ideological education? Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya seem to be among the most capable in their class. With the recent incidents of strange beasts attacking humans within the school, perhaps the principal needed to address them regarding this matter. Zhang Heng looked at Li Shui, puzzled. What is going on? What happened? Li Shui wore a troubled expression, clearly distressed by the commotion caused by the deceased's family in the principal's office, which had left her somewhat on edge. Come with me. I'll explain as we walk. The three exited the classroom. Lin Xianyu inquired, could this be related to the death incident at the old gym? Li Xuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is connected. The deceased was a student from our class, and when they died, only their skin remained, showing signs of being gnawed upon. We suspect it was the work of a strange beast. Zhang Heng interjected. If it is suspected that a strange beast is responsible and believed to be lurking within our school, why not dispatch people to conduct a search? Why call us? Moreover, all students should be evacuated to prevent any further victims. Li Shui sighed in resignation. This is the principal's directive. He does not wish to escalate the situation, and the guards investigating the incident share this sentiment. Not long ago, we dealt with an incident of beastmen attacking the underground tunnels. Now there are reports of strange beasts lurking. If this news spreads, it could incite significant panic and impact the school's reputation. Furthermore, if we begin a large-scale investigation, the strange beasts are likely to flee. We must eradicate this beast completely. Otherwise, the consequences will extend beyond just the Academy's students to those outside as well. We, as ability users, must be willing to face this danger. Otherwise, how will we perform when encountering strange beasts or beastmen outside the city? The panic from the beastmen invasion had yet to dissipate, and now there were reports of strange beasts attacking students. It was truly a case of one calamity following another. The principal and the Security Bureau's approach appeared to be aimed at preserving the school's reputation while placing students in peril. However, upon further reflection, if students ceased attending school, the strange beasts might simply shift their territory, complicating the search efforts. Should the situation escalate, it would cause considerable panic within the city. Once it became known that the harmful strange beast had escaped from the Southern Ability Academy, one could only imagine the backlash and societal scrutiny that Southern Ability Academy would endure. Chapter 049, Captain of the Security Team. Zhang Heng and Lin Xianyu entered the principal's office. Upon their arrival, Principal Su promptly stood to greet them. Zhang Heng, Lin Xianyu, come in quickly. Let me introduce you to an important figure. Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man beside Principal Su, sporting slicked-back hair and wielding a katana. His attire was reminiscent of the security team's uniform. Could he be the captain of the first security team? Hadn't Sugarcane mentioned that the incident at the old gym had attracted the captain's attention? Chun Jianba wore a subtle smile, scrutinizing Zhang Heng with calm and composure, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Upon entering, he instinctively scanned the layout of the principal's office before briefly resting his gaze upon the two of them, standing resolutely without averting his eyes. Such demeanor could not be cultivated through mere training. It was evident that this individual was extraordinary. One couldn't help but wonder who had trained him. Chun Jianba approached Zhang Heng, clapping a hand on his shoulder. So you're Zhang Heng? I heard you forged a blade at Yi Duoduo's blacksmith shop? That blade was crafted by Yi Duoduo herself. How could that muscular woman accomplish such intricate work? He continued. Next time, I'll introduce you to a place that will surely meet your satisfaction. Zhang Heng was perplexed. Why was Yi Duoduo being mentioned? Furthermore, it seemed that Chun Jianba had done some background research on him, even knowing about his visit to Yi Duoduo's shop. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Heng turned to the principal, questioning, Principal, did you summon us simply to introduce us to someone? Principal Su quickly corrected him. Zhang Heng, the individual before you is the captain of our Security Bureau's first team. The number of beastmen he has dispatched exceeds 800, if not 1,000. Jiangnan City has remained safe under Captain Chun's protection. At that moment, Lin Xianyu respectfully bowed to Chun Jianba. Master, when did you return? You didn't even inform me. Master? Zhang Heng was taken aback to learn that Chun Jianba was Lin Xianyu's mentor. Chun Jianba gently ruffled Lin Xianyu's hair, saying, I returned yesterday. Upon my arrival, I was immediately caught up in pressing matters. How have you been? Have you been practicing diligently? Lin Xianyu nodded, of course. Master, I practice 200 sword swings daily. Recently, I even participated in the night patrol team during that incident and managed to slay a second-tier beastman. Though Zhang Heng assisted me quite a bit. Chun Jianba squinted slightly, directing his gaze toward Zhang Heng, who had indeed participated in the recent incident involving the orc invasion of the underground tunnels. Principal Su, stepping in for Zhang Heng, explained that due to a shortage of personnel, numerous schools had dispatched volunteers, and it was said that with the assistance of Zhang Heng and Lin Xianyu, Captain Chungnan's team had swiftly cleared the orcs from the underground tunnel area down to the 21st level. Chun Jianba expressed mild astonishment, impressed by their prowess. He was well aware of his apprentice Lin Xianyu's capabilities. Could it be that they had managed to eradicate all the orcs across 21 levels solely through their efforts? It was hard for him to believe that Zhang Heng had played no significant role. Su, with a grin, remarked that the deceased in the recent case of the old gymnasium's beastly murder had happened to be from Zhang Heng's class. In an effort to avoid causing too much commotion, he had taken the liberty to propose the establishment of an investigative team within the school, which would include Zhang Heng and Lin Xianyu. Captain Chun, what do you think of this arrangement? He inquired. Chun Jianba nodded with satisfaction. Of course, that sounds splendid. One is my apprentice, and the other is a student personally recommended by you, Principal Su. Having both of them conduct a discreet investigation is indeed advantageous. With that, He handed the matter over to them. Should you uncover anything, do not hesitate to inform me at once. Xinya, please call your father and let him know I'll be over this evening for a drink. Ask him to bring out that cherished bottle of fragrance oil. Haha. With that, Chun Jianbo strolled out of the principal's office with an air of swagger. Zhang Heng observed Chun Jianbo's departing figure, noting the apparent dissatisfaction he harbored towards Yi Duo, as his earlier remarks had dripped with disdain. His demeanor was rather unorthodox, appearing casual. Yet, it is often those who seem the most indifferent who exhibit the greatest rigor and seriousness in certain matters. For instance, when confronting orcs and other beasts. Principal Su chuckled, addressing Zhang Heng. You know, he is the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Public Security Bureau's guard team. If you perform well, he might just take you on as his apprentice, which would be quite an honor for you. Captain Chun had spent years hunting beasts and hunters. His practical experience was not to be trifled with. Lin Xianya chimed in. What Principal Su says is true, Zhang Heng. If Master takes you on as his disciple, that would be wonderful. We could train together. Besides, I would then be your senior. She gazed at Zhang Heng with eager anticipation. Zhang Heng, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Becoming his disciple is unnecessary. I already have a master. Principal Su chuckled softly. Ah, Zhang Heng, you are mistaken. Wang Yin is simply incomparable. Suddenly, Zhang Heng interjected. So, to avoid alarming anyone and drawing attention, the principal has decided that Lin Xianya and I will search for the hiding places of the beast within the school? Indeed. If it is the two of you, I can rest easier. What is the matter? If you find it burdensome. Zhang Heng shook his head. Not at all. I have indeed made some discoveries and wish to verify them. Xianya, you may return to the classroom. I have some questions for Principal Su. Principal Su, slightly taken aback, wondered if Zhang Heng's inquiries pertained to his abilities. Lin Xianya nodded. All right, I will wait for you in the classroom. She left the principal's office with remarkable tact. Inside, only Zhang Heng and Principal Su remained. The principal smiled faintly. Zhang Heng, you wish to inquire about your abilities, correct? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, it has been a month. If you have been investigating on my behalf, you may have some leads by now. Principal Su sighed softly. That is true. I have made inquiries from various sources and reached out to some acquaintances. Your abilities fall into 2 categories. One is an unknown type, and the other is an ability awakened by individuals who are not from the Dragon Kingdom. It has not been recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's ability system, hence its obscurity. Zhang Heng appeared perplexed. What do you mean by abilities outside the Dragon Kingdom? Aren't all surviving human citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? Principal Su scoffed lightly. Indeed, they are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but some of them are not. They have defected and belong to a stateless group or a notorious underground organization. Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Humanity had already been cornered by the other 3 races, yet factions opposing the Dragon Kingdom still existed. In the chaos of war, he had at least sought to contribute to humanity's future. According to Principal Su, could it be that his estranged father, Zhang Tao, was actually a stateless individual or a defector? Perhaps he was even a significant member of an underground organization? This revelation was indeed explosive. He had initially thought he could live a blameless life in this world. Yet, it turned out he was likely the son of a traitor? Was it true that gold shines wherever it is found? If Zhang Tao's true identity were to be revealed, would it have any repercussions for him? Noticing the rare hint of sorrow on Zhang Heng's face, Principal Su quickly reassured him. In truth, you should have a clearer understanding of your abilities than anyone else. Haven't you figured them out by now? A knowing smile crept onto Principal Su's face. Zhang Heng nodded. I understand now. Thank you, Principal. Principal Su offered a wry smile. Go ahead, be cautious this evening. Zhang Heng departed the principal's office and proceeded to the classroom. After a full day of lessons and bidding farewell to the loquacious Ganja, he made his way to the school rooftop, determined to wait until nightfall. Lin Xianya arrived approximately 10 minutes ahead of him, seemingly prepared, as she produced several boxes of steaming, exquisite dishes. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Heng almost doubted his own eyes. In the center of the rooftop, Lin Xianya sat on a clean picnic blanket, smiling at him as she unveiled box after box of food. Zhang Heng, I made all of this myself. I hope it suits your taste. Zhang Heng, not one to stand on ceremony, picked up chopsticks and began to eat. The flavors were delightful. The rice was perfectly cooked, made from high-quality grains, soft yet distinct. The dishes were homely, complemented by a tofu and meat soup. The meat appeared to be beast meat, delightfully chewy, and the warm broth enveloped him in a comforting warmth. Although Zhang Heng did not directly respond to Lin Xianya's question, his rapid eating spoke volumes about the meal's deliciousness. I'll take care of the cleanup, he declared as he neatly sealed the food boxes, disregarding any further assistance. Lin Xianya then retrieved a small refrigerator from her spatial ring, revealing an array of carbonated drinks and juices. Zhang Heng, which would you like to drink? Zhang Heng glanced at Lin Xianya's spatial ring, noting that its capabilities seemed to differ from his own. Was it a fourth-dimensional pocket? It appeared to contain everything. Curiously, he asked, I didn't see you this afternoon. Did you go home to prepare dinner? Lin Xianya gently nodded her head, acknowledging the constraints of time that might impede their return. The principal had instructed them not to leave the school, and with the cafeteria not providing dinner, she contemplated returning home to prepare a meal. Zhang Heng understood this and pointed to a bottle of orange juice, saying, "I'll have this." Lin Xuanya handed him the juice, exclaiming, "Here." Zhang Heng twisted off the cap and took a hearty gulp, a faint smile gracing his face. Such a mundane existence seemed rather pleasant. If only humanity were not threatened by the other three races. Perhaps he could engage in a small business, run a convenience store, adopt a cat, and find a woman as gentle and capable as Lin Xuanya, who could also cook. Lin Xuanya, let us linger a bit longer and then take a stroll nearby, Zhang Heng suggested, glancing at her. Have you noticed that all the victims seem to be women? Lin Xuanya nodded. Indeed. They are all female. Do you have something to say about that? Zhang Heng replied. Unlike beastmen, aberrations do not confront humans openly. They prefer to evade detection, utilizing their inherent advantages to kill without engaging directly. This particular aberration is especially cunning. Finding it will require considerable effort. However, based on its pattern of selecting prey, it appears to have a preference for women. Lin Xuanya grasped his meaning. Are you suggesting that even if we seek out the aberration, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate it if it hides? Perhaps it would be better for me to act as bait to lure it out? Zhang Heng nodded but expressed concern. However, I am not entirely comfortable with you going alone, which is why I have prepared this. He retrieved a wig from his spatial ring and casually placed it on his head, then asked Lin Xuanya. Of course, a wig alone won't suffice. Do you have any spare clothing that I might borrow? Seeing Zhang Heng, now adorned with a long-haired wig yet maintaining a serious demeanor, Lin Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. I never expected you to be so amusing at times. Zhang Heng, are you planning to disguise yourself as a girl to lure the aberration? She laughed uncontrollably, never imagining she would find such joy in her laughter, especially given Zhang Heng's usual serious disposition contrasted dramatically with his current appearance. Zhang Heng blinked and said, Lin Xuanya, this is for drawing out the aberration. You will accompany me in this endeavor, allowing us to respond swiftly to any situation that arises. Now, stop laughing and lend me some clothes. After a fit of laughter, Lin Xuanya, slightly breathless, replied, All right, I'll get them for you. She retrieved a white dress from her spatial ring. Zhang Heng examined the dress, wondering why he had never seen Lin Xuanya wear it before. Without further thought, he slipped it on. True to her nature, Lin Xuanya had chosen a loose-fitting dress, perhaps anticipating that his size would not match hers. It must be said that this woman possessed a certain level of observation and judgment. Click! A flash of light erupted from the front. Lin Xuanya, glancing at the photo on her phone, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Zhang Heng frowned slightly. Lin Xuanya, please don't use my photo for any pranks. With a smile in her eyes, Lin Xuanya reassured him. Rest assured, I could never bear to share such a precious photo with anyone else. Chapter 051. The night intrusion into the teaching building. At this moment, the Southern Ability Academy was devoid of any presence. Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya were patrolling the corridors of the school. With no dormitory buildings, students and teachers alike returned home at night. Thus, the school was entirely deserted after dark. While the campus thrived with life during the day, it transformed into an eerily silent and desolate place by night. The wind rustling through the teaching building produced strange sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Initially, Lin Xuanya walked alongside Zhang Heng, but as the night wore on, she found herself hiding behind him, clinging to the hem of his dress. A chill swept over them, causing Lin Xuanya to shudder, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Zhang Heng glanced back at her, surprised by her evident fear. What was she truly afraid of, darkness or something else? He found it difficult to comprehend. Even more perplexing was the fact that throughout the night, they had scoured the school without discovering any clues. It was as if his senses had failed him. He detected no sense whatsoever. Was this night destined to be a fruitless endeavor? Had he donned women's clothing for nothing? Suddenly, a commotion echoed from ahead. Lin Xuanya grasped Zhang Heng's arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. Stay calm. It's just people, Zhang Heng reassured her. Realizing her grip on him, she quickly released her hold, exclaiming, Oh, I'm sorry, Zhang Heng. I didn't mean to touch you. He seemed unperturbed and proceeded toward the source of the noise. Several flashlights illuminated the area as a familiar voice called out, Hey, Zhang Heng, what on earth are you wearing? Long hair and a dress. I would have thought you were some kind of weirdo. Ganja, accompanied by several others, rushed toward Zhang Heng. Recognizing him, Zhang Heng approached without caution. What are you doing here? It's dangerous at night, he stated calmly. His warning, however, failed to dissuade Ganja and his companions, who instead began to point and laugh at Zhang Heng's attire. With a dismissive wave, Ganja chuckled. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. We're all ability users. What do we have to fear from aberrations? As he spoke, Ganja's gaze shifted to Lin Xuanya, who typically appeared reticent around others but seemed perfectly at ease in his presence. Did Lin Xuanya harbor feelings for him? After all, she had cooked for him before. Perhaps it was merely gratitude for having saved her previously. Ganja addressed Lin Xuanya. Xuanya, we're here to assist you. Just tell us what to do. Lin Xuanya frowned slightly, feeling relieved that more people had joined them. Strangely, with Ganja and his group's arrival, her anxiety diminished significantly. Zhang Heng, often taciturn, had spent the night without uttering a single word, and she found herself at a loss for conversation as they traversed the quiet, darkened hallways of the teaching building. It was during this night that Lin Xuanya realized just how many fears she truly harbored. The night was pierced by the howling cold wind, accompanied by peculiar rustling sounds emanating from an unknown corner. Lin Xuanya remarked that if the number of helpers were to increase, perhaps we could uncover more clues. Zhang Heng, what do you think? I can't very well send them away, can I? Ganja chuckled, and the few individuals behind him wore expressions of delight. One of Ganja's classmates, Wang Rongyao, interjected, Zhang Heng, we all entered the academy together, so logically, our abilities should be quite comparable. Investigating the hidden beasts within the school is a task you can handle, but so can we. Just tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. Indeed. They had come to assist. Zhang Heng surveyed the gathering, noting 6 individuals, including himself. It seemed feasible to form 3 small groups. Ganja, you take one person, I will take another, and Lin Xuanya, you can take someone as well. We will split into 3 groups and patrol the school together. Lin Xuanya and I have already searched the teaching building, but I suspect the beasts are not hiding there. They are likely concealed in more obscure locations, such as seldom visited areas or underground spaces and caverns. If you discover any hidden tunnels, remember to inform the others immediately. We shall venture down together. A look of confusion crossed Ganja's face. Zhang Heng, if you believe the teaching building is not a lair for the beasts, then why waste time wandering there? At that moment, Lin Xuanya interjected, it's not a waste of time. The beasts can disguise themselves as humans or manipulate them to approach us. Furthermore, do not mock Zhang Heng's disguise. It seems the victims have predominantly been female. Zhang Heng deduced that the beasts prefer targeting females. Hence his attire is designed to lure them out or attract those under the beast's control. The group began to comprehend the situation. Zhang Heng continued, the beasts might be hiding. My disguise may not affect them. Our focus should be on locating tunnels or closed-off rooms that are not easily accessible. Also, be mindful of a particular scent. It resembles a mix of blood. If you encounter this odor, notify others immediately or call out loudly, as the beast may be nearby. The group nodded in understanding. However, when it came to dividing into teams, everyone gravitated towards Lin Xuanya's group. Zhang Heng directly pulled Ganja towards the old gymnasium. Hey, don't drag me. I want to be in Lin Xuanya's group. I want to protect her. Zhang Heng replied coolly. There are too many competitors for her attention. It would be best to stick with me. We are not here to play. The abilities of this beast are clearly formidable, as it can manipulate humans. You should be cautious. If you are not careful, you might fall under its control, and that would be troublesome. Ganja sighed in resignation. I came here in the dead of night for Lin Xuanya. Why else would I be here? The others echoed his sentiments, emphasizing the fierce competition and the need to avoid wasting time. Ganja, exasperated, resolved, fine, I must find that beast and earn Lin Xuanya's admiration. Hey, brother, you must help me. Chapter 052, The Cocoon. Zhang Heng and Ganja arrived at the old gymnasium. They stood outside the iron door, and Ganja approached, tugging at the lock, exclaiming, it's locked. How do we get in? I think I can smell blood now. Zhang Heng, why didn't we come here first? Zhang Heng moved to a nearby pile of debris, shifting a few boxes to reveal a hole in the wall. A dog hole? Seriously? I come to help you. And you want me to crawl through a dog hole? Ganja clearly was not pleased. Moreover, next to the hole hung an unknown viscous liquid that shimmered in the moonlight. Zhang Heng then recalled his earlier response to Ganja's question. The local security bureau had thoroughly investigated the old gymnasium and found nothing suspicious. Ganja responded, then why have you brought me here now? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, I don't trust them. Ganja. With that, Zhang Heng crawled into the dog hole. The air inside the old gymnasium was heavy, tinged with a faint stench of decay. Not far ahead, shadows of several individuals lying on the ground were drawn on the floor. Zhang Heng approached to inspect them. Ganja joined him and asked, you don't trust the security bureau? Who do you trust then? Zhang Heng responded calmly, I trust myself. You should look around as well. Ganja picked up a rusted javelin, poking around. I could have spent a lovely evening with Lin Xuanya. Girls are afraid of the dark. If I made any noise, she'd probably scream and leap into my arms. But here I am, stuck with you searching for holes. If there were any, wouldn't the security bureau have found them? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. You're right. If there were any, the security bureau would have discovered them. Hence, what we seek might indeed be above us. Zhang Heng gazed up at the steel framework of the gymnasium ceiling. Ganja joined him, looking up as well. You suspect the beast is hiding up there? Surely. If it were that obvious, the security bureau would have found it. Zhang Heng explained. I have explored the teaching building to rule out other possible locations for the beast. I visited all the necessary places, but found nothing. Thus, the old gymnasium remains the most suspicious. It is clearly a suitable hiding spot. If there are no traces of the beast below or elsewhere, then the upper area is the only place we have not checked. Ganja shone his flashlight upward, illuminating a layer of yellowed fireproof drywall. Several large holes appeared in the drywall, large enough for a beast to enter and exit. Ganja's expression shifted. Now that you mention it, it really could be up there. But how do we get up there? The distance from the ground to the ceiling is at least several meters. Zhang Heng glanced at Ganja. That is precisely why I wanted to team up with you. Your stone mist can serve as our stepping stone to elevate us. Damn. So Zhang Heng had everything planned out from the beginning. Even if Lin Xuanya had invited him to team up, he would still drag her here to the gymnasium? Zhang Heng stated, however, I cannot be 100% certain the beast is up there, but at least we have a chance to confirm it. Let's hurry, we must not waste time. If we do find the beast, I will tell Lin Xuanya, it was you who spotted it first. Ganja raised an eyebrow slightly. Alright then, I'll begin. The spiritual energy within Ganja began to swirl slowly, clearly indicating that his energy circulation had not even reached the first tier. Yet, the stone mist began to condense and spiral around their feet. Zhang Heng felt a subtle force gradually lifting him upward. A flat stone slab, approximately 10 square meters in area, was gradually rising in height. At that moment, Zhang Heng drew forth his 2 samurai swords, and simultaneously, a crimson thread surged out from within his body, darting straight towards the rooftop. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed, and he cautioned, indeed, something lurks above, but it remains motionless. Exercise caution. Ganji gazed at the bloodline emanating from Zhang Heng's body, pondering whether this was his power. He mused, what was the story behind these swords? They were undeniably impressive. Once the stone slab reached a certain elevation, Zhang Heng connected the 2 samurai swords, transforming them into a short spear. Incredible. They can be fused together. Excitement flooded Ganji's eyes. He simply had to acquire one of these. Zhang Heng firmly grasped the short spear and instructed, take cover in the corner. I shall cleave through this layer of fireproof gypsum board. Without hesitation, Ganji dashed to the corner. Zhang Heng's spiritual energy surged dramatically, instantly escalating to a new level. A formidable force erupted from within him as he tightened his grip on the short spear and struck fiercely at the fireproof gypsum board above. With a swift motion, a 3 to 4 meter long fissure appeared in the board. In the next moment, the gypsum board shattered, cascading debris to the ground, along with enormous oval silk cocoons. What on earth is this? Ganji exclaimed in astonishment. There were more than 30 silk cocoons, each tethered to a slender white thread, which connected them to the steel framework above. Furthermore, an enormous spider web sprawled across the ceiling of the dilapidated gymnasium. Zhang Heng discerned that his bloodline was linked to one of the silk cocoons. He hastily severed the connection and rushed towards the cocoon he had been linked to. The bloodlust would not affect a corpse, indicating that within this cocoon lay either a lifeless being or perhaps food for a monstrous creature. Most likely, it was the latter. He recalled a particular species known for storing prey within silk cocoons, suffocating them before injecting a peculiar liquid into the cocoon, causing the prey to gradually dissolve into bodily fluids for easier consumption. With a decisive strike, Zhang Heng sliced open the cocoon. To his shock, a pale-faced man tumbled out. Zhang Heng caught him and gently laid him on the ground. Bloodlust. It seemed that only one thread was present. The others within the cocoons appeared to be deceased. Observing the barely alive man, Zhang Heng noted that he was merely a middle-aged stranger, seemingly not affiliated with the school. At that moment, Ganji rushed over, exclaiming, Zhang Heng, look, there's a large hole above. Chapter 053. A stunning blade. Zhang Heng entrusted the middle-aged man to Ganji, instructing, take him to the hospital. I will investigate above. Ganji glanced around at the multitude of cocoons, questioning the fate of the others. Zhang Heng shook his head. They have all perished. With that, Zhang Heng leaped upward, grasping the beam, and swiftly ascended like a monkey to the vicinity of the large hole in the old gymnasium. Once he steadied himself on a steel beam, he gazed up at the gaping hole above. The iron ceiling had been corroded by an unknown entity, creating an opening over 3 meters in diameter. Suddenly, a thud echoed from above, as if a heavy object had fallen. Zhang Heng swiftly climbed onto the roof and looked up to see a colossal 8-legged spider, roughly the size of a truck, positioned before him. This enormous arachnid not only boasted a massive form, but also possessed a pair of wings resembling those of a cicada. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of creature was this? In the darkness, the spider's 8 eyes swiveled, and Zhang Heng felt an unsettling sensation of being targeted. A faint hiss arose from ahead as the spider creature expelled a white orb. The orb burst open in midair, unfurling into a vast spider web. Instantly, Zhang Heng's spiritual energy surged to a heightened state. He thrust his hands forward, conjuring 2 mists of stone that rapidly expanded into a solid wall. The spider web collided with the wall above. Before he could fully comprehend the enormity of the web, the spider creature scuttled towards Zhang Heng, its front limbs slicing through the air like massive blades, shattering the stone wall into fragments. As the creature emitted an eerie sound, Zhang Heng, while retreating, unleashed a bloodline that connected to the spider beast. Gripping the short spear tightly, he dashed towards the creature's flank at incredible speed. The spider beast continued to spew webs, but Zhang Heng adeptly evaded each one. Its massive size did not equate to swiftness. After testing its agility, Zhang Heng concluded that the spider beast was indeed sluggish. However, he overlooked the fact that the spider could fly. Sensing Zhang Heng's proximity, the spider unfurled its wings, summoning a powerful gust that propelled its massive body skyward. At that moment, a dark figure ascended from the ground, as if stepping on invisible footholds in the air. Lin Xianya? With a powerful leap, She propelled herself towards the airborne spider beast like an arrow. Her blade struck the creature with remarkable speed and precision. The spider shrieked in agony, its 8 legs thrashing wildly as its enormous body plummeted earthward. Lin Xian, you landed gracefully a short distance from Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, are you all right? She inquired anxiously. Zhang Heng nodded. I'm fine. Let us retreat for now. Okay. With a resounding crash, the spider beast crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring several meters high. Lin Xian seemed unwilling to grant the creature any respite. She landed atop the spider, driving her black blade deep into its flesh and twisting it violently. Greenish fluid erupted from the wound as the spider screeched, its 8 legs thrashing violently towards Lin Xian. Clang, clang, clang. Its limbs struck Lin Xian, as if colliding with solid iron, merely sending her sprawling backward. Zhang Heng had now reached the ground, witnessing Lin Xian fiercely battling the spider beast from a distance. With a swift flick of his wrist, Zhang Heng tightened his grip on the short spear and charged toward the arachnid with terrifying speed, aiming for its rear. The colossal tail resembled a massive oil tank. Zhang Heng plunged his spear into the tail of the arachnid beast, which immediately erupted in a torrent of viscous white liquid, inflicted with injury. The arachnid creature swiftly pivoted on its 8 legs, its forelimbs lunging toward Zhang Heng with alarming speed. Clang! Zhang Heng deftly severed one of the creature's advancing legs with his spear. In that instant, he darted away with haste. Lin Xian also rushed toward the arachnid beast in a flash. Their figures intersected, both raising their weapons simultaneously. The arachnid let out a grotesque shriek, its massive form arching upwards before crashing heavily to the ground. Suddenly, Lin Xian gripped her katana tightly, her entire being radiating an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. Boom! A column of energy shot skyward, illuminating the heavens. Zhang Heng widened his eyes, and in the next moment, a violent explosion erupted where Lin Xian stood, causing the ground to sink by nearly half a meter. Her body then soared in a peculiar manner, gliding low to the earth as she swung her blade forward. A brilliant white light blazed forth. The radiant beam instantly pierced the arachnid beast's body. After a brief struggle against the onslaught of light, the beast's massive form split in two with a sickening sound. Not only that, but the ground beneath it bore a horrifying fissure, as if the very earth had been cleaved by her strike. Lin Xian's petite frame trembled slightly, her shoulders rising and falling as she caught her breath, evidently drained from the exertion of that powerful blow. Zhang Heng observed the unfolding scene with serene composure. It appeared that Lin Xian's strike had seemingly depleted all the spiritual energy within her, channeling it entirely into her sword, which then unleashed a momentous explosion of power. He had not anticipated such a utilization of spiritual energy. Why had Wang Yin not taught him this? Perhaps Wang Yin had indeed imparted this knowledge, yet he had failed to comprehend it. This technique did not seem overly complex. It merely involved compressing spiritual energy into one's fist or any weapon and then releasing that compressed energy in a moment of explosive force. Perhaps he could experiment with it upon returning home. Lin Xian gazed at the lifeless form of the arachnid beast in the distance, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Then turned to Zhang Heng with a smile. Zhang Heng, we did it. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, you accomplished this. I contributed little. Lin Xian promptly attempted to clarify. Observing her earnest efforts to explain, Zhang Heng's mind wandered to another matter. Such a formidable beast. Could it truly have been hiding atop the old gymnasium all this time without anyone noticing? Surely not. Had he overlooked the fact that this arachnid possessed the ability to control humans? Were there other beasts lurking undetected? Chapter 054, Zhang Heng's speculation. Zhang Heng. A male classmate rushed toward him. It was Wang Rongyao. Zhang Heng looked at Wang Rongyao and inquired, where are the others? Wang Rongyao took a deep breath before responding. Everyone else has gone to the hospital. His gaze fell upon the enormous carcass of the arachnid beast. A glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Is this the man-eating beast that had been lurking in our school? How did it manage to go unnoticed? Did you kill it? Zhang Heng. Wang Rongyao's eyes were drawn to the peculiar double-edged sword in Zhang Heng's grasp. Zhang Heng shook his head, stating, I did not kill it. Lin Xinya did. Lin Xinya explained in a calm tone, I fought alongside Zhang Heng to slay it. Without him, I could never have defeated this beast. Wang Rongyao observed the two exchanging credit and felt a twinge of envy. Nonetheless, he acknowledged, you two are now renowned throughout the school. Congratulations. Zhang Heng then suggested, let us discuss this tomorrow. I'm heading home now. Wang Rongyao, could you please escort Lin Xinya back? Sure. Wang Rongyao replied eagerly. Lin Xinya opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Wang Rongyao had not anticipated that Zhang Heng would grant him the opportunity to accompany Lin Xinya home. His perception of Zhang Heng had significantly shifted in that moment. Xinya, let us go. I'll take you home. Lin Xinya, having depleted her spiritual energy with that fearsome strike, realized that encountering danger on the way would be difficult to evade. She nodded. All right then. Thank you, Wang Rongyao. Wang Rongyao chuckled. No need for thanks. It's the least I can do. Let us go. Lin Xianye cast one last glance in Zhang Heng's direction before following Wang Rongyao out of the school. Zhang Heng opened a portal at the corner and returned home. He quickly washed up in the bathroom before sitting down at his computer. The arachnid beast that Lin Xianye had slain clearly did not possess the ability to control others. Why did he have the unsettling feeling that someone was keeping this arachnid as a pet? Regardless, a search on this beast would provide clarity. The beast's compendium would detail its specific abilities and characteristics. If it indeed possessed the ability to control humans, then he had clearly overcomplicated matters. Beast Compendium Entry No. 148, Winged Spider. Zhang Heng examined the appearance of the winged spider, comparing it to the one Lin Xianye had slain that night. They were nearly identical. The only difference being that the winged spider was classified as a small-bodied creature, never exceeding 90 centimeters. The one from that night was likely 7 to 8 meters wide. Its abilities did not include any capacity for human manipulation. Could the one killed that night be a mutated specimen? He scoured the internet for more information, but found no rumors of mutated beasts developing new abilities. This suggested the possibility that an ability user was utilizing their power to breed this spider. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, shut down his computer, and resolved to inquire with others at school the following day. As dawn broke, golden sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing the playground of the Nanzhong Ability Academy and illuminating the massive carcass of the arachnid beast. A crowd had gathered around the creature's remains. My goodness, how did such a large beast enter our school? Where has it been hiding all this time? The old gymnasium has been cleared of many silk cocoons. I heard the people inside have been dissolved into liquid. Isn't this the arachnid beast that Zhang Heng and Lin Xianye killed? How on earth did they manage to split it in half? I just learned that Lin Xianye's master is actually the captain of the first squad of the Security Bureau. In the principal's office of the Nanzhong Ability Academy, Chen Jianbo gazed at Lin Xianye with admiration. Truly, she is a remarkable student of mine. Old Su, did you see that? I told you she was capable, didn't I? What do you think? Principal Su awkwardly nodded, chuckling. I never imagined they would discover the lurking beast in the academy so swiftly and even eliminate it. At this moment, Zhang Heng suddenly interjected, Principal, it seems that the spider-like beast does not merely possess a single lair. Moreover, when I returned home last night, I conducted some research online. This creature is fully known as the winged spider, and it lacks the ability to manipulate humans. I suspect that someone at our school is harboring this beast. Principal Su paused momentarily, casting a glance at Chen Jianba beside him. Chen Jianba was equally astonished by Zhang Heng's assertion. Do you truly believe someone is keeping this creature? Is there any evidence? Zhang Heng countered. Are there any individuals at our school who possess the ability to control others? Principal Su shook his head, responding, that is impossible. Only a psychokinetic could exert such control. In the entirety of Jiangnan City, there is but one person with this capability, Yi Duoduo. Yet she is a member of the Night Patrol. How could she possibly engage in such actions? At this point, Chen Jianba, wearing a serious expression, interjected, Old Su, do not speak so lightly. Who says Yi Duoduo would never do such a thing? Zhang Heng has pointed out that this beast is evidently being kept by someone. Moreover, the only individual in Jiangnan City with the ability to manipulate others is indeed that muscular woman, Yi Duoduo. For someone like her, keeping a beast as a pet would be trivial. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Some psychic's information is not recorded on the Dragon Kingdom's Psychic Information Network, is it? For instance, what about traitors? What if all this is orchestrated by a traitor? Then everything would make perfect sense. Chen Jianba clapped his hands, stating, that is a possibility. However, for now, we can consider Yi Duoduo a suspect, correct? Here is the plan. I will detain her for the time being, and then I will dispatch someone to investigate further in the city. With that, Chen Jianba whistled and skipped out of the principal's office. Principal Su, appearing somewhat awkward, turned to Zhang Heng. Realizing that the relationship between Chen Jianba and Yi Duoduo was already strained and would likely worsen, Zhang Heng's expression changed as he said, Principal Su, that was not my intention. Principal Su sighed. I understand that was not your intention. You merely provided us with the information you possess. Rest assured, nothing will happen. You may return to your classroom. Zhang Heng nodded and then exited the principal's office. Chapter 055, The Arrest of Yi Duoduo. At the weapons master blacksmith shop, Chen Jianba, accompanied by a group of guards, approached the entrance with a beaming smile. Yi Qian hurriedly stepped out to greet him. But upon realizing it was Chen Jianba at the door, his expression fell. Oh, it's you. When did you return? Chen Jianba smiled faintly, saying, when I returned is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your daughter is implicated in a murder case I am investigating. Is she at home? Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression soured. Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? My daughter is a member of the Security Bureau, a night patrol officer. How dare you suggest she is involved in a murder case? Even as a jest, that is unacceptable. Just then, a towering woman, approximately 2 meters tall, emerged from the blacksmith shop. Yi Duoduo looked down at the group with an icy demeanor and scoffed. Chen Jianba, I am right here. Who do you claim I have killed? Chen Jianba flashed a grin and retrieved a pair of restraining handcuffs from his spatial ring. In any case, You will wear these handcuffs and accompany me back to the security bureau. If you resist, it will be taken as an admission of guilt. So what will it be? Will you come willingly, or shall I assist you? Yi Duoduo's gaze remained fixed on Chen Jianbao, and if looks could kill, he would have perished countless times. What do you intend to do? Do you possess any evidence that I have killed anyone? Chen Jianbao handed the restraining handcuffs to a man named Li Wei beside him. As I said, once we are back at the security bureau, I will explain everything to you. Li Wei, put them on her and take her away. Li Wei approached Yi Duoduo, a smirk on his face, and said, Yi Duoduo, I never imagined you would find yourself in this situation. Place your hands behind your back. Facing away from me, quickly. Yi Qian stepped closer to his daughter, urging, Duoduo, do not act rashly. Just go back with them for now. You haven't killed anyone. And they will release you soon. When that happens, Chun, you will owe us more than mere apologies. Less chatter. Hurry and put your hands behind your back. Facing away from me. Yi Duoduo fixed her gaze on Chen Jianbao and declared, this is the last time, Chun. Chen Jianbao's lips curled into a slight smile. What do you mean, the last time? As the guardian of Jiangnan City, it is only natural for me to detain suspects for questioning. It is my livelihood. Yi Duoduo, uninterested in further dialogue, placed her hands behind her back. With a resounding click, the handcuffs secured her wrists. At that moment, her towering physique astonishingly shrank down to that of a young girl, appearing merely 11 or 12 years of age. Even her clothing diminished in size accordingly. Chen Jianbao, witnessing Yi Duoduo transformed into a small girl, chuckled derisively. No wonder you are a blacksmith. I was worried you might expose yourself. What material is your clothing made of? Allowing it to stretch so effortlessly? By the way, it has been ages since I have seen your true form. Indeed, you are most charming like this. Yi Duoduo snorted in disdain and walked out amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Li Wei stared at Chen Jianbao in disbelief. Captain Shun, what is happening? How did Yi Duoduo turn into a little girl? Chen Jianbao replied coldly. She has always been like this. It is said that she suffers from a hormonal disorder, causing her body to remain in the appearance of a 14-year-old. However, even at 14, she appears only 11 or 12. What you usually see is her form after her abilities have manifested. Class A ability, super evolution. It seems that every organ in her body receives a super evolution in an instant. Li Wei followed Chen Jianbao outside. I thought she was a psychokinetic. Chen Jianbao smiled slightly. There is no such thing as a purely psychokinetic individual in this world. If there were, they would be akin to a divine being. One glance could compel you to take your own life. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Li Wei chuckled awkwardly. Is it really that exaggerated? Then how does Yi Duoduo control others? Simple-minded, are we? It has already been stated that her ability is super evolution, which manifests in her organs, superior vision, hearing, strength, and cellular functionality. I am uncertain why she can control others so covertly. It must be a capability acquired once her organs evolve to a certain extent. Li Wei nodded, comprehending. Chen Jianbao grinned. Now the fun begins. Let us return. Yes. At the security bureau, in the interrogation room. Yi Duoduo sat on a metal stool while Chen Jianbao faced her, accompanied by a bald man with pure white eyes. Chen Jianbao smiled gently at the visibly disgruntled young girl before him. Duoduo, you should recall this gentleman beside me. He is by you, the so-called walking lie detector. Thanks to him, I have been able to ascend to my current position. What's next? Yi Duoduo coldly scoffed. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, then reveal them. At this moment, Bai Yu interjected, Yi Duoduo, I will first pose a few relatively simple questions, and you must answer truthfully. Chen Jianbao raised his right hand and gestured forward. Little sister Duoduo, please listen to the question. Bai Yu inquired, Yi Duoduo, do you harbor a deep-seated dislike for Captain Chen? Chen Jianbao's expression shifted slightly. Why such a trivial question? Indeed, I loathe him. I wish he would perish on his missions. Yi Duoduo's voice seemed to transform into that of a young girl, sounding remarkably innocent. Chen Jianbao's countenance darkened immediately. Yi Duoduo, are you cursing me to death? I am merely fulfilling my duty. Bai Yu continued, would you be willing to marry Captain Chen? Yi Duoduo's pretty face contorted with disgust. Even if every man in the world perished, I would never marry him. He isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Chen Jianbao shot an irritated glance at Bai Yu. Hey, what kind of question is that? And you, Yi Duoduo, take a good look in the mirror. Do you think I would ever be interested in you? Bai Yu seemed to disregard Chen Jianbao's remarks, stating, that should suffice, Captain Chen. We can move on to the questions. Chen Jianbao glared at Bai Yu. Next time, don't use me as a subject for your questions. Bai Yu forced a smile, clearly undeterred. Chen Jianbao took a deep breath and asked Yi Duoduo, have you been raising a winged spider beast? Yi Duoduo raised an eyebrow. Chen Jianbao, do you think I haven't seen the news this morning? The man-eating beast in the south has been found. It is the winged spider. Do you really suspect it is under my care? Have you lost your mind? Chen Jianbao replied with a cold snort. It's not me who suspects you. It's a kid named Zhang Heng who has his doubts. Zhang Heng. Yi Duoduo's face flushed with anger. Bring him to me at once. I want to confront him directly. I have arrived. Came a voice suddenly from the loudspeaker. Chapter 056. Another culprit. Chen Jianbao raised an eyebrow as Zhang Heng pushed open the door to the interrogation room, entering with an air of calm. Yi Duo glared at him. What did you tell him? Zhang Heng answered honestly. I merely mentioned that someone might be raising the beast, and that it could be the work of a psychic ability user. Upon hearing this, Yi Duo coldly turned to Chen Jianba. So you apprehended me based on that? Chen Jianba's expression appeared somewhat awkward as he scratched the back of his head, looking at Zhang Heng with confusion. Who permitted you to enter? At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind Zhang Heng. It was Old Hu. Old Hu spoke solemnly. I allowed him in. He claimed to have crucial information to share with us, particularly concerning Yi Duo. Clearing his throat, Chen Jianba continued. In any case, based on Zhang Heng's evidence, all psychic ability users in Jiangnan City are under significant suspicion. Moreover, since this information was uncovered by Zhang Heng, until he can find evidence to exonerate Yi Duo, she will have to endure some hardship in custody for now. Yi Duo, as a member of the night patrol team at the Public Security Bureau, I hope you can cooperate fully with me, alright? Yi Duo took a deep breath and then turned to Zhang Heng. Prepare a room for me. I have more questions to ask. Chen Jianba grinned. Let us provide her with the best accommodations in the prison. After all, she is one of our own. How could we let her suffer? Old Hu chuckled bitterly. Is there even a good environment in prison? Aren't they all about the same? Yi Duo was led into a cell, her hands restrained by handcuffs. Zhang Heng followed her inside. The room was soon left with just the two of them. Yi Duo looked at Zhang Heng and asked, I've heard some news about the academy recently. What exactly is going on? It seemed Yi Duo had calmed down her earlier anger. Zhang Heng succinctly recounted the events to her. After listening to Zhang Heng's account, Yi Duo nodded, understanding dawning on her. After you and Lin Xuanya dealt with the winged spider, you suspect that someone at the school has been secretly raising them? What led you to that conclusion? Zhang Heng explained in a calm tone. Had I not caught a whiff of that peculiar odor or seen those individuals entering the old gymnasium, this matter might have slipped away quietly, ending with the death of the winged spider. But that was not the case. What did you observe? Zhang Heng continued. We must start with the deaths that occurred at the old gymnasium. 3 people died there that day, and their deaths differed from the way the winged spider consumes its prey. The bodies of these 3 women were exceedingly strange, their internal organs almost completely extracted. In contrast, the winged spider, when it preys, ensnares its victims in silk cocoons, and those contained within do not have their organs devoured. The differing methods of predation imply that the winged spider is unrelated to the homicides. The true culprit, possessing psychic control, may have intended to murder these 3 women and frame the winged spider for it, especially since one of its layers is located within the old gymnasium. The killer likely stumbled upon this fact and initiated their murderous plan. Yi Duo's expression changed slightly. But didn't you previously suspect that someone was killing in order to raise the winged spider? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. I do not trust Captain Chen, but the information I provided to him could allow the Public Security Bureau to identify the killer. I simply did not anticipate that it would implicate you. Upon hearing this, Yi Duo did not express anger. Instead, she gazed at him with admiration. I truly like you, little customer. Anyone who despises Chen Jianba is my friend. Little? Zhang Heng looked at the petite girl before him, pondering who truly was the smaller one. Yi Duo then noticed Zhang Heng's scrutinizing gaze, huffing lightly. Do you prefer my current form or the previous one? Zhang Heng responded. Definitely the previous one. It's more convenient for everything. As he spoke, images of Zhang Tao flashed through his mind. Could a physical ability user change their form at will? That was something he had not anticipated. Yi Duo huffed. Exactly. But this current appearance is my true visage. What do you think? Isn't it adorable? Zhang Heng fell silent for a moment before saying, I believe our misunderstanding has been resolved. My trip here wasn't in vain. Next, I will find a way to locate the true culprit. With that, Zhang Heng exited the prison. Yi Duo sighed softly. Truly a man devoid of romantic sensibilities, utterly frigid. Zhang Heng left the Public Security Bureau and returned to the classroom. At that moment, Lin Xuanya and he had become revered figures in everyone's eyes, especially after the shocking incident with the winged spider. Indeed, the massive creature had been split cleanly in 2. Reports of the incident had even made it to local news outlets, further elevating the notoriety of the Ability Academy. Upon seeing Zhang Heng return, Lin Xuanya hurried over. Zhang Heng, I've heard that reporters from a television station are coming to interview us this afternoon. The principal wants us to prepare thoroughly. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, Zhang Heng replied. Lin Xuanya paused, momentarily taken aback, but then felt it was quite in line with Zhang Heng's character. For the average individual, appearing on television might incite a whirlwind of excitement. However, for Zhang Heng, such an opportunity elicited naught but indifference. Lin Xuanya nodded in agreement, responding, well, if that's the case. Ganja patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and whispered, brother, what's the matter? You're going on TV, gaining fame. Don't you desire that? Zhang Heng, maintaining an expression of tranquility, replied, I have stated that it was Lin Xuanya who vanquished the winged spider, cleaving it in twain with a single stroke. I possess no such capability. Although his cultivation level surpassed that of Lin Xuanya, he lacked the extensive experience in utilizing spiritual energy that she possessed. After all, Lin Xuanya was a disciple of Chen Jianbo. Despite Chen Jianbo's somewhat difficult temperament and his penchant for opposing Yi Duo, The fact that he could mentor someone as formidable as Lin Xian indicated his own considerable prowess. Following this incident, Zhang Heng resolved to seek opportunities to hone his combat skills. The martial techniques of this world were entirely on a different plane compared to those of his own. While his skills were adequate for dealing with humans, they faltered against the colossal beasts that roamed this realm. At that moment, a man with dark skin and waxy yellow hair entered the room, appearing as though he had long suffered from malnutrition. His figure was unkempt and his appearance was far from appealing. Several girls wrinkled their noses as they passed by him. Chapter 057. The Murderous Insect, Cheng Liang. A girl exclaimed, blocking his path. A group of boys quickly positioned themselves in front of the disheveled Cheng Liang. Terror flickered in Cheng Liang's eyes as he instinctively raised his hands and recoiled. What are you doing? The group encircled him, both males and females alike. Leading the charge was a student sporting a lip piercing, dressed in a rather fashionable manner with a shaved head. This student, known as Hidong, had gathered several male and female classmates around Cheng Liang. However, due to the overwhelming stench emanating from Cheng Liang, they kept their distance. Hidong cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Liang. How long has it been since you last bathed? Why do you always smell so foul? You've offended my girlfriend. You know, his girlfriend, standing beside him, was a heavily made-up girl with a smoky eye look named Tao Ran. Tao Ran seemed to enjoy considerable popularity among the boys, likely due to her attractive appearance and her rapid succession of boyfriends, regardless of their looks. This had led many boys to harbor a flicker of hope that they too might have a chance. With her nose pinched in disgust, Tao Ran glared at Cheng Liang. Hidong, this guy reeks. You have to get him out of here, or he'll pollute the air in the classroom. Cheng Liang's timid demeanor only fueled Hidong's arrogance further. Hidong delivered a kick to Cheng Liang's side. With a crash, Cheng Liang toppled several desks behind him, sprawling on the ground and wailing in agony. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my girlfriend tell you to leave the school? You really are pathetic. Must I resort to violence? As Cheng Liang slowly rose from the ground, he glanced at his bleeding palm, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Evidently, he had struck something sharp during his fall. A peculiar smile crept across Cheng Liang's face as he extended his tongue and began to lick the blood from his hand, all while fixating his gaze on Tao Ran with a maddening expression. Tao Ran's brows knitted in alarm as she instinctively retreated behind Hidong. Hidong, get rid of him. He is staring at me. It's so disgusting. Hidong's expression shifted to one of concern. It appeared that Cheng Liang's mental state was indeed precarious. People like you. You contribute nothing of value to this world. Just die, Cheng Liang. Just die? Cheng Liang, bloodied yet resolute, stood tall. Perhaps due to his loss of blood, the terror that once filled his gaze was now replaced by an eerie calmness. He stepped closer to Hidong, who immediately became wary, not out of fear of Cheng Liang himself, but of the potential for blood to stain his new charming attire. Cheng Liang regarded Hidong with a serene smile. Every individual in this world possesses their own value, even if it's akin to that of a mere insect. Suddenly, Cheng Liang's wound erupted into a swarm of countless white insects, which he hurled toward Hidong. Hidong's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, the insects began to shred his face and burrow into his flesh. A chorus of horrified screams erupted from the female students as they fled in terror. The group surrounding Hidong swiftly restrained Cheng Liang. One burly man with a dark complexion seized Cheng Liang by the throat, bellowing, "What have you done to Hidong? You insect-loving freak! What have you done to my brother?" Cheng Liang's body inexplicably transformed into a multitude of tiny, white insects, which scattered throughout the classroom, swiftly attacking and overwhelming their victims. The insects possessed extraordinary strength, easily tearing through skin and burrowing into the bodies of their prey. Within moments, several individuals collapsed to the ground. Ganja joined the throng of panicked students attempting to escape. Zhang Heng stood in shock, witnessing the unexpected chaos unfold before him, utterly bewildered as he pushed open a window and leaped outside. Good heavens! A murder has occurred. Insects are devouring people. Quick, inform the teacher. Hurry! Where's the counselor? Where's the counselor? Someone needs to intervene. Ganja, trembling behind Zhang Heng, paled with fear. What in the world is happening? Zhang Heng, let us get far away from here. Through the window, Zhang Heng could see the 10 or so individuals sprawled on the ground, their bodies writhing in agony. The insects scurried beneath their skin, visible as they moved beneath the surface. Time passed, and eventually, the homeroom teacher, Li Shui, along with another instructor, arrived at the scene. Li Shui scanned the panicked crowd and quickly spotted Zhang Heng, rushing over to inquire, "Zhang Heng, what transpired?" The other teacher stormed into the classroom. Ganja called out urgently, "Be careful. The classroom is filled with man-eating insects." The male teacher emerged moments later, perplexed. Insects? Where did these insects come from? What on earth happened here? Teacher, I just had a conflict with Cheng Liang, but I have apologized and received his forgiveness. I swear I won't do it again. To everyone's astonishment, Hidong, the first victim of the insect attack, appeared unscathed, looking as though nothing had happened. Through the window, Zhang Heng observed that all the individuals who had initially been afflicted were now seated at their desks, maintaining proper posture. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Hearing Hidong's words, the male teacher huffed. It was merely a typical fight. What do you mean by insects killing people? Who is spreading such alarmist tales? However, we truly witnessed a multitude of insects just moments ago. Cheng Liang's body unexpectedly transformed into a swarm of bugs and began to assault those around him. Cheng Liang, trembling with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at the individual who spoke, exclaiming, I am human. How could I possibly turn into an insect? Li Shui sighed in exasperation and replied, since everyone seems to be unharmed, let us disperse and return to our classrooms. Those who need to go back should do so. Despite the apparent lack of immediate danger, the majority of students were reluctant to re-enter the classroom. At that moment, Cheng Liang spoke up, Teacher, I've injured my hand. I'll visit the infirmary and then take a day off. Li Shui pinched her nose and nodded. Be sure to take a shower. You've developed quite an odor. Cheng Liang grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. All right, I understand. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Chapter 058, The Insect Whisperer. Cheng Liang's departure prompted many students, who were hesitant to re-enter the classroom, to finally return. Ganja patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder, his face etched with concern. What on earth just happened? Was what we saw merely an illusion? With that, Ganja's gaze shifted towards Hidong, the first victim of Cheng Liang's attack. Hidong appeared completely unscathed, even sharing laughter with Tao Anren. Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor. Perhaps he alone comprehended the true nature of the events that had transpired. At that moment, even without deliberately inhaling, he could discern a faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. He was acutely sensitive to the scent of blood and had previously been unable to identify the source of that acrid odor. Now he understood. It was likely the scent emitted by those small white insects. Zhang Heng inquired of Ganja, what is Cheng Liang's ability? Ganja scratched his head. How would I know? I only just learned that someone like him exists. By the way, he smells terrible. How can there still be such unclean people around? I thought I was quite lazy myself. Zhang Heng rose and headed outside, stating, I'll ask Li Shui. In the teacher's office. Zhang Heng found Li Shui seated behind her desk, engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's arrival, she set her documents aside. Zhang Heng, what brings you here? Zhang Heng nodded and approached her. The Public Security Bureau has tasked me with investigating certain matters, and I believe I'm onto something. If I could confirm this individual's information, it would bolster my confidence. May I see the student records? Li Shui's expression shifted slightly. Theoretically, it was not permissible as it pertained to individuals' privacy. However, she added, since you're assisting with an investigation for the Public Security Bureau, I can grant you access. Whose records do you wish to see? Li Shui was also curious about what the Public Security Bureau had entrusted Zhang Heng to uncover. Hadn't the matter of the winged spiders already been resolved? Cheng Liang, Zhang Heng uttered the name. Li Shui nodded, opening her notebook and beginning to search for information regarding Cheng Liang. I recall this student. His family background is quite unusual, and his ability is rather peculiar. Here it is. Take a look, but don't share this with anyone else. Li Shui stood, making room for Zhang Heng. He took a seat in her place, resting his hand on the mouse, gently scrolling through the documents. Moments later, Zhang Heng closed the file and raised his gaze to Li Shui. Thank you. I have a clearer understanding now. Li Shui nodded, watching him leave. As Zhang Heng exited the teacher's office, he had acquired a comprehensive understanding of Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang's background was indeed remarkable. He was an abandoned infant raised in the Sunlight Orphanage until the age of 18, at which point he attended the South Central Ability Academy for Awakening. The most bizarre aspect was his ability. His power was designated as Insect Whisperer, which allowed him to communicate with insects. Zhang Heng retrieved his phone and quickly located detailed information about this ability in the Ability Compendium. Ability, Insect Whisperer, Ability Level E. Ability effect, can converse with the insect tribe. From the information presented, this ability seemed to lack even the status of a supportive power. It merely enabled dialogue with insects. However, Zhang Heng understood from a more profound perspective that this ability encompassed much more than simple communication. He could manipulate insects and even allow them to inhabit his body, commanding them to attack designated targets. Moreover, he could control others. It was likely that the 10 or so individuals in the classroom had already fallen under the influence of those repugnant insects. As the insects inhabited their bodies, those under control would emit an unusual stench. The insects would gradually consume a person's internal organs, eventually feasting upon their brain, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell. Zhang Heng made another visit to the Public Security Bureau. He had been there numerous times and was well known among the staff. He headed straight for Old Hu. Old Hu looked astonished. Practical report? There's no need for such formality. I'm already aware of the practical reports concerning those girls. Their internal organs have been completely devoured. Their flesh and brains have vanished, leaving only their skins behind. Our coroner was drenched in cold sweat upon examining those bodies. They had clearly never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Zhang Heng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Old Hu regarded the young man with admiration. As Yiduo had mentioned him several times, it was the first time he had seen Yiduo hold such high regard for someone, especially a student. Old Hu was not in a hurry, patiently awaiting Zhang Heng's next words. Sure enough, after a moment, Zhang Heng pieced together the fragmented thoughts in his mind and looked up at old Hu, saying, "There is a student at our school named Cheng Liang. His ability is Insect Whisperer, which allows him to manipulate insects. Today, due to certain circumstances, he employed his power to create panic within the school. I have reviewed his records and know where he lives. If you dispatch some personnel, you might be able to apprehend him. A brief interrogation should yield results." Old Hu blinked. "Can you be certain it's him?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sharing this with you." With that, Zhang Heng picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the table, writing down an address. At that moment, someone entered the room. "Zhang Heng, you're practically one of us at the Public Security Bureau now. You've been here so often lately. Don't you want to join my security team?" Old Hu quickly grabbed the paper he had written on and said to Captain Chen Jianba, "Captain, Zhang Heng has provided us with extremely reliable intelligence. The 3 deceased from the old gymnasium at the South Central Ability Academy were actually murdered. This is the address of the perpetrator's residence. You must dispatch personnel to arrest him at once." Captain Chen Jianba looked surprised. "Really? Have you found the killer? It's not you, Duo. Zhang Heng." Noticing Chen Jianba's astonishment, couldn't he help but interject, "You and I both know it's not you, Duo, don't we?" Chen Jianba tilted his head. "I'm not entirely sure. After all, I pride myself on being impartial and wouldn't dismiss my suspicions of her just because she's one of our own. I adhere to an unwavering principle of absolute justice. Should Huna find herself on the wrong side of the law, I would not hesitate to apprehend her without consideration of her status as my disciple." Lao Hu, standing nearby, chuckled. "Zhang Heng, Captain Chun is precisely that type of person. It is due to his selflessness that our Jiangnan city enjoys such tranquility." Chun Jianba shot Lao Hu a sharp glare. "Are you mocking me? What tranquility? The winged spider and that murderer emerged from thin air, did they not?" Lao Hu shrugged. "Weren't you out on a mission at the time? Had you been present, they would never have dared to cause such chaos. Such flattery." Chun Jianba grinned. "Lao Hu, your talent for flattery remains as sharp as ever. However, I must decline. Apprehending individuals requires evidence. I cannot simply act on your words alone. You will have to resolve this matter yourself." With that, Chen Jianba tossed aside a note and strode out. Chapter 059, Investigation. Zhang Heng observed Chen Jianba's departing figure, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He evidently did not harbor fondness for the captain of the guard, Chen Jianba. He glanced at the visibly distressed Lao Hu, who anxiously remarked, "Captain Chen is a man of his word. When he says he won't help, he truly won't. Zhang Heng, what are we to do now? He clearly intends to prolong this situation with Duo. Zhang Heng pondered, what grievance does Captain Chen hold against Duo? Why is their relationship so strained? Lao Hu cast a furtive glance in the direction Chen Jianba had taken, ensuring he was out of earshot, then lowered his voice to explain. This issue dates back a year, to the election for the captain of our first division. At that time, there were 2 excellent candidates, Chen Jianba, and of course, the Duo you know. Zhang Heng remarked. Duo does not strike me as someone who would harbor resentment over losing the captaincy. Lao Hu sighed. The selection for the first division captain is determined by individual prowess and investigative skills. Duo triumphed over Chen Jianba in their face-off, but was ultimately outmatched in investigations, having fallen into a trap set by Chen Jianba himself. While it is not forbidden to employ such tactics to disrupt competitors, Duo was furious after her defeat, and thus, their animosity was born. Ultimately, during the voting phase, she lost to Chen Jianba again. As you know, he does not shy away from mockery, especially in such moments. Unable to restrain herself, she struck him, resulting in her expulsion from the guard and her reassignment to the night patrol. For someone of her caliber, serving in the night patrol is a gross misallocation of talent. Of course, I do not mean to disparage the night patrol. Gaining entry is no easy feat for the average individual. I merely suggest that Duo is better suited for the guard. Zhang Heng nodded, realizing the depth of the conflict between them. It was evident that Duo's defeat stemmed from her lack of prowess, compounded by her belief that Chen Jianba had sabotaged her. She was simply too naive, while Chen Jianba was cunning and shrewd. The disparity was glaring, leaving little room for debate. If Captain Chen is unwilling to intervene, then let the night patrol handle this matter. After all, I have already identified the perpetrator. I am quite busy and cannot continually oversee your affairs. Lao Hu suddenly remembered that Zhang Heng was still a student and awkwardly laughed. I nearly forgot you were still a student. Zhang Heng added. The individuals in the classroom have evidently fallen under the control of the insects. I will find a way to subdue them, so I am not completely neglecting my responsibilities. Afterwards, I will leave it in your hands. With that, Zhang Heng headed towards the door of the office. Lao Hu took a deep breath and promptly contacted the members of the night patrol. Upon returning to school, Zhang Heng immediately sought out Lin Huna. After finishing a press interview, Lin Huna had returned to the classroom, where she was surrounded by a throng of classmates. Zhang Heng wanted to speak with her, but found it difficult to break through the crowd. Furthermore, he noted that the group of individuals controlled by the insects did not appear to be in the classroom. Zhang Heng approached Gan Zheng and inquired, "Where are He Dong and the others?" Gan Zheng's expression shifted slightly, glancing around, seemingly unaware. "I didn't notice. Why are you looking for them?" A classmate seated in front of Zhang Heng overheard their conversation and interjected, "I just saw Hidong and a dozen others leave the classroom together. I'm not quite sure where they went, but they looked rather peculiar, expressionless and dazed, almost like robots. A troublesome situation indeed." He had little desire to involve himself in such matters, but the principal's request lingered in his mind. It seems that seeking assistance often comes with its own price. Zhang Heng nodded and exited the classroom. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Huna had appeared behind him. "Zhang Heng, what is wrong? What is happening?" Zhang Heng, somewhat surprised by her arrival, replied, "You're just in time. I'm looking for Hidong and Tao Anren. They may have already fallen under the insect's control." "What do you mean?" Lin Huna exclaimed in shock. Zhang Heng succinctly conveyed his suspicions to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Huna furrowed her brows. "I had no idea that such events transpired while I was at the interview. What should we do now? Should we search separately?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "There is no need for that. They likely left the classroom only recently. We can simply check the surveillance footage." Lin Huna's eyes brightened. "I completely forgot about the campus surveillance. Let's go find the principal. Only he has the authority to grant us access to the classroom footage." The two then made their way to the principal's office. To their surprise, the principal was absent from his office. A passing teacher noticed Zhang Heng and Lin Huna and proactively informed them, "Are you looking for the principal? He has stepped out for a moment." Lin Huna explained, "Some important items were lost from our classroom. Could we possibly view the surveillance footage to see where they might have fallen?" The teacher hesitated for a moment before retrieving a key from his pocket. "How did you know I am the administrator for the campus surveillance?" Lin Huna's face lit up with joy. "What luck! May I ask your name? You're being a tremendous help." The man smiled slightly. "Just call me Teacher Chung. I remember you. You are Lin Huna, one of the top female abilities at our Southern Academy. If it were anyone else, perhaps I wouldn't help. But since it's you, follow me." Teacher Chung led the way with a smile. Zhang Heng thought to himself that it was indeed wise to enlist Lin Huna's aid. Had it been him alone, the process would likely not have been so smooth. Before the surveillance monitor, Teacher Chung was rewinding the recorded footage. Zhang Heng and Lin Huna stood behind him. The video revealed Hidong and Tao Anren exiting the classroom together, followed by others trickling out one after the other. They walked outward until they reached a corner of the academy's wall, a blind spot beyond the surveillance cameras. Teacher Chung expressed his confusion, noting that it seemed they had climbed over the wall. "But wait, didn't you say something was lost? Could it be that they took it?" At that moment, Lin Xian turned her gaze toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng wore a solemn expression and replied, "It's fine now. Lin Xian, let's leave the rest to the security bureau. It no longer concerns us. These individuals must have gone to Chung Liang's residence, and from there, let the night patrol handle it." He finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 060, The Scent of Death. In the security bureau, Chen Jianbo personally unlocked the prison door to Yao Duo's cell with a key. Lao Hu hurried in and removed the handcuffs from Yao Duo's wrists. Zhang Heng has already located the criminal. Lao Hu exclaimed excitedly. Yao Duo rubbed her wrists, puzzled. "You found him so quickly? I thought I would be stuck here for several more days." She glanced at Chen Jianbo, who stood outside the door with a silent smile. Chen Jianbo chuckled. "It seems my dear disciple has taken quite a liking to that lad named Zhang Heng, so I shall do him a favor. Moreover, this criminal appears rather dangerous. If my negligence leads to further casualties, I would feel quite remorseful. Therefore, I have decided to let you lead the team to the target location and apprehend the criminal, alive." Yao Duo's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "How do I know this isn't another one of your cunning schemes? Why don't you go yourself? Why must it be me?" Chen Jianbo scratched his stubble thoughtfully. "Aren't you part of the night patrol?" The night patrol was established to safeguard Jiangnan City. Our daytime guards patrol the outskirts, apprehending criminals, and upon returning, we must maintain urban order. Do you think we are superhuman? Yao Duo scoffed. "I apologize. But in my current state, I am utterly incapable of anything, let alone capturing a criminal. The night patrol still has personnel, let them handle it." Chen Jianbo raised an eyebrow. "Yao Duo, I am granting you a favor by releasing you. You would do well not to be ungrateful." In an even tone, Yao Duo replied, "I am well aware that you intend to seize this opportunity to release me, but if I simply step out, wouldn't that be too generous of you? You lock me up without just cause. Shouldn't capturing someone require evidence? You have none. Yet you can find me here and now expect me to apprehend a criminal? Your calculations are quite audacious, but I refuse to play the fool." With that, she folded her arms, exuding a demeanor far beyond her youthful appearance. Chen Jianbo's lips twitched slightly. "Yao Duo, I shall give you one final chance. Will you go or not?" "I will not. I am a suspect, and until I clear my name, how can I dare to go?" Chen Jianbo seethed internally but quickly regained his composure. "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall not force you. Lao Hu, put the handcuffs back on her, and ensure there is no physical contact. Be wary that she may attempt to steal your keys." Lao Hu looked exasperated. "Can both of you not act a little more mature?" Chen Jianbo huffed and departed. Yao Duo slowly raised her hands. "Lao Hu, come on, reapply the cuffs." Lao Hu swatted her hands away. "Forget it. I'll take care of any issues that arise. Just sleep well. You should be fine by tomorrow." Yao Duo smiled faintly. "Thank you, Lao Hu." Lao Hu waved his hand, and exited the prison. It was reported that the target was a student. A 10-man team led by Zhang Heng was currently surrounding a dilapidated building. Zhang Heng surveyed the crumbling structure and remarked, "Isn't this building slated for demolition? Why is it still rented out? The landlord truly has a heart of stone. Captain, is the target on the 3rd floor? Should we breach from above, or?" Zhang Heng smiled slightly. "The target is merely a student. There's no need for undue tension. Follow my lead, and we'll simply apprehend him." But Lao Hu said the target is very dangerous and can control insects to attack. "Are you afraid of insects?" Zhang Heng asked, fixing his gaze on a night patrol member who often contradicted him. "No, not at all," he replied, though his voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. "Exactly. What is there to fear about insects? If you are scared of them, how can you call yourself a member of the night patrol? Now, let us proceed swiftly. We mustn't frighten the child." Yes, the 10 members of the night patrol began to ascend. Reaching the 3rd floor quickly, they found a red-painted iron door ajar ahead. Suddenly, a bare-chested boy emerged. Dong stared in disbelief at the throng of night patrol members filling the corridor, their black gun barrels causing him to tremble. "Please, don't kill me. I haven't done anything. I just woke up here, and I don't know what is happening." The night patrol members exchanged glances. Realizing he wasn't Chung Liang, and beckoned to Dong. "Come here. Are there others inside?" Dong hurried toward them. "There are several classmates inside. They are all unconscious. Please help." As he reached the night patrol members, his body suddenly collapsed like a rag doll, and swarms of insects erupted from within him, launching themselves at the members. "Ah, insects. They're getting in. Damn it. Where did all these insects come from? My body. My body." Gunfire erupted incessantly. Chung Nan, who was downstairs smoking, froze momentarily before hastily discarding his cigarette. "But why are they shooting? That's a child. These incompetent fools." He instinctively stomped out the ember and dashed upstairs. However, halfway up, he encountered several night patrol members carrying the unconscious Chung Liang down. "You fools. Why are you shooting at a child? Have you all lost your minds?" "Captain, we only intended to scare him. We've already apprehended him, right?" Chung Nan lifted Chung Liang's chin to inspect him. "Yes, that's him. Return to base." In the security bureau, Chun Jianbo pinched his nose, gazing at Chung Liang, who emanated a foul odor. Did this kid fall into a cesspool? Why does he smell so terrible? Chung Liang grinned. "I have no idea why. No matter how much I wash, the smell clings to me. In fact, I've decided not to wash it off. I rather like this scent." Chen Jianbo questioned. "Why? It's revolting. No girl would ever like you." Chung Liang smiled darkly. "Revolting? This is not merely a foul scent. It is the scent of death. Do you understand the scent of death?" Chen Jianbo could not help but chuckle. "It seems we can skip the interrogation. Which means you indeed killed those 3 girls from Nanzhong Ability Academy." Chung Liang feigned innocence. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I was cooking at home when a group of people barged in. I wanted to ask what was happening." Chapter 61. The Unwitting Confession. Chen Jianbo raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback by the audacity of the lad to still feign innocence. "Are you implying that you are unaware of the reason for our bringing you here?" Chung Liang nodded, inquiring, "What crime have I committed that necessitated such a large contingent to apprehend me?" At that moment, Bai stepped forward, gazing intently at Chung Liang, and stated, "Each of us guardians possesses unique skills, and mine is the ability to discern whether a person is lying. I shall pose several questions to you, and should you utter a falsehood, it will unequivocally reveal you as the perpetrator." Chung Liang smiled faintly and replied, "Go ahead, for I shall not lie." Bai scoffed. "You would do well to adhere to that. Tell me, the 3 female classmates of yours who perished in the old gymnasium at Nanzhong Ability Academy, did you kill them?" Chung Liang shook his head with a nonchalant expression, responding, "Why would I kill them? Do I appear to be the sort who would take a life?" Bai's countenance shifted slightly, prompting Chun Jianbo to urgently inquire, "Is he lying?" Bai's expression was grim, for it seemed that Chung Liang was indeed speaking the truth. His heartbeat and breathing remained remarkably steady, devoid of any anomaly, consistently ordinary. Bai refrained from answering Chun Jianbo's question, instead pressing on with another inquiry. "Why did you kill those 3 female classmates?" Chung Liang could not suppress a laugh, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I already stated that I did not kill anyone." "Surely, you cannot unjustly accuse an innocent person?" Bai's breathing quickened, as the truth still held firm. "What is happening? Could it be that he truly has control over his emotions? While that is not an insurmountable feat, merely requiring some specialized training, this youth before me appears to be nothing more than a child. A discarded infant raised in a place called the Sun Orphanage, with no records of any such training. Could they truly have erred?" Chung Liang smiled gently, asking, "When might I return home?" Chen Jianbo, visibly impatient, queried, "Bai, what is going on? Is he lying or not?" Bai shook his head, stating no. Everything he claims is true. Chen Jianbo's eyes widened in disbelief. "All true? He did not kill them? Let us change our method of inquiry." A voice echoed from behind them. Zhang Heng slowly stepped into the crowd. The others, taken aback by Zhang Heng's sudden appearance, paused momentarily. Chen Jianbo scoffed. "Change methods? What does that mean?" Chung Liang recognized the newcomer. Zhang Heng, Lin Shuanya, the recent sensation of Nanzhong Ability Academy. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Cheng Liang sneered. Zhang Heng, not only are you formidable, but I am astonished by your connections with the Public Security Bureau. I truly envy your network. Students like you must be quite popular in school, I presume? Zhang Heng replied coolly. Li Qian, Wang Wan, and Zhang Rongrong. Did you command your insects to kill them? Cheng Liang's expression shifted immediately, coldly fixing his gaze on Zhang Heng. I told you, I did not kill them. Zhang Heng nodded, understanding. What I meant was, did you instruct your insects to carry out the murders? Bai Yu's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he had caught a glimpse of a slip from Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang hesitated to respond to Zhang Heng's question, instead diverting the conversation. You have yet to answer my earlier question. As an outstanding student, you must be quite esteemed in school, no? Zhang Heng replied with a huff, a classic diversion. He does not wish to answer my question, but fears doing so. Technically, he did not kill Zhang Qian. He merely commanded his insects to do so. In this scenario, it was not him, but his insects that committed the act. Cheng Liang observed Zhang Heng, who maintained a calm demeanor and steady gaze throughout. A vein throbbed on Cheng Liang's forehead as he declared, I know who you are. You are absolutely unlikable. You are merely an observer, watching everyone from the sidelines, seemingly involved, yet perpetually detached. You care not for what transpires around you. You simply watch events unfold without intervening. You are a selfish scoundrel. At this juncture, Zhang Heng turned to Bai Yu, suggesting, if we ask him a few more times, he will eventually crack. Before that, can we release Yi Duo? I personally find it incomprehensible why Captain Chen detained her, whether out of impartiality or personal vendetta. Now that the true culprit has been identified, shouldn't this matter be resolved? Chun Jianba snorted. You think I do not wish to release her? It is she who refuses to come out. With that, he urged Bai Yu. Press him for his motive. What drives him to murder his classmates, particularly targeting women? What sort of man is he? Zhang Heng stated coolly. The reason he targets women may stem from his profound insecurity and cowardice. Such individuals often endure a dark childhood, suffering relentless bullying, living in constant fear. Had he not awakened his abilities, he might have spent his life as a silent, unremarkable individual. However, upon gaining power, his desire for vengeance intensified. The psyche of a weakling, once ignited, yearns for retribution. It is unfathomable what sort of person would feel compelled to murder several women. How fragile must his inner self be, how utterly powerless, to engage in such petty acts. Enough. Cheng Liang's expression morphed into one of unbridled fury. Glaring at Zhang Heng as he screamed, what do you know? Do not pretend to comprehend me while spouting your nonsense. Zhang Heng grinned. Then tell me, why did you kill them? Because those wretches deserve to die? Cheng Liang gritted his teeth in reply. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence upon his words. Realizing his slip, Cheng Liang hastily defended himself. I did not kill them. But I believe they deserve to die. They always looked at me as if I were trash, questioning why I did not drop out. They even mocked my birth. Was it my choice to be an orphan? Did I wish for this? Their deaths bring me joy, for they deserved it. Having spoken, Cheng Liang gradually regained his composure, inquiring, if you lack evidence, can I go free? Bai Yu grinned. What evidence? Did you not just admit it? Chapter 62. The insect clan strikes. What is the limit of fury? Is it hysteria? No. It is calmness. It is silence. At this moment, Cheng Liang maintained his composure and silence, observing the group before him, particularly Zhang Heng, who had previously provoked him with biting remarks. Do you think this is the end? The real show has only just begun. Do you understand? Bai Yu scoffed, about to speak. Zhang Heng appeared deep in thought. Chun Jianba extended his hand to stop Bai Yu, scrutinizing the unassuming Cheng Liang before him. Cheng Liang, he began, considering your lineage and the myriad adversities you have endured, I might intercede with my superiors on your behalf for leniency. I strongly advise you to refrain from further provocation. You currently teeter on the precipice of calamity. Do you comprehend? Cheng Liang scoffed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is evident that you possess a profound understanding of my circumstances. Indeed, I am parentless and unburdened. Do you grasp the terrifying consequences of cornering someone with nothing to lose? They will drag everyone down with them into the abyss. Moreover, allow me to enlighten you. My insects are not mere products of spiritual cultivation, but tangible entities that proliferate by consuming biological matter. Through my extensive nurturing, my army of insects has reached an astonishing magnitude. The greater their numbers, the more ravenous they become. The hungrier they are, the more they consume. The more they devour, the more they multiply. How many inhabitants reside in Jiangnan City? What is the total human population in this world? Will these individuals satiate my insect army? If you harbor delusions of terminating my existence, know that my insect legions, bereft of my command, will go berserk. Can you contain them? An immediate silence enveloped the room, all present gazing in astonishment at the unremarkable yet odorous Cheng Liang. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, audacious and unrestrained. Do you truly believe I allowed myself to be captured by you? I am the ultimate victor. If you remain oblivious to this fact, I shall be greatly disappointed. Now, what are your plans for me? Will you kill me? Or will you kneel and plead for my mercy? Speak up, Zhang Heng, especially you. Do you think your attempts at provocation to extract the truth from me are impressive? Merely a trivial trick, it merely hastened my revelation. Before my insect army, you are insignificant. Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he contemplated Cheng Liang's ability, seemingly at E rank. If it's E rank, the consumption of points for duplication should be minimal. He then issued a command to the system. Would you like to expend 1,000 points to duplicate the insect whisperer? Duplicate. Congratulations, host. Duplication successful. It appeared he had stumbled upon a promising ability. Zhang Heng glanced at his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng. Ability, S Blood Demon C Petrified E Insect Whisperer. Rank, 2nd tier 6 stars. Strength, 186. Vitality, 567. Speed, 183. Mind, 181. Talent, Duplicate Space Gate, Blood Demon Form, Bloodthirsty Stone Element Control, Insect Whisperer. Skill, Stone Mist. Duplicate points, 15750. Insect Whisperer. Details, commands all insect life to obey you as their master. Zhang Heng, what ails you? Struck dumb? Speak. Ha ha. Are you so frightened that you cannot utter a word? At that moment, Chun Jianba interjected, take him to a special prison. The rest of you, follow me. Very well. Cheng Liang retorted with a cold laugh. My insect army is everywhere. What purpose does confining me serve? You would do better to kill me. For then my insects would activate more swiftly. Chun Jianba replied with a sneer. Kid, this world is not as fragile as you perceive. Humanity persists despite the looming threats of 3 major races. The city is teeming with abilities. Your insect army may inflict some harm, but they will ultimately be eradicated. Do not underestimate the abilities of this era. Cheng Liang cackled maniacally, his expression deranged. I am eager to witness your next moves. To see you exhaust yourselves only to find yourselves powerless, that would be quite delightful. Enough of your prattle. Follow me. Be gentle, or I shall make an example of you both. Oh, is that so? I hope you can deliver on that promise. Cheng Liang was transferred to a special prison, while Zhang Heng accompanied Chen Jianba and the others to the conference room. After a few moments, Yi Duo entered the meeting room. She approached Zhang Heng and whispered, the situation seems to have escalated? Zhang Heng nodded. We underestimated Cheng Liang's abilities and resolve. Initially, we thought that once the truth was revealed, he would capitulate under the pressure from the Public Security Bureau. Yet, he opted for the most reckless course, willing to perish alongside everyone. We cannot kill him, nor can we take any drastic measures. Captain Chen appears to be grappling with this as well. Yi Duo, recalling some insights from Old Hu, remarked, this is not the time to dwell on personal grievances. We must unite and resolve this matter first. Taking a deep breath, she sat beside Zhang Heng. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Jianba, who wore a grim expression. To all guardians and night watchers present, we are currently confronted with a dire situation. I trust you are aware of the recent murder case at the Nanzhong Sports Center. Chen Jianba recounted the events in detail. Initially, the audience seemed unfazed. But by the conclusion, their eyes widened in horror as they gasped. So we cannot kill him? If he dies, his insects will wreak havoc across Jiangnan City? What shall we do? Can we ascertain the locations of those insects? We must find and eliminate them to prevent future calamity. Where is Cheng Liang now? Chen Jianba responded. He is in a special prison, which brings me to my next point. We must swiftly eliminate any potential insects in Jiangnan City before we can deal with Cheng Liang. There is no other alternative. Of course, if anyone has a better suggestion, please share it for consideration. Imprison Cheng Liang, then eradicate the insects outside. And finally eliminate Cheng Liang? That is indeed the best course of action thus far. However, Jiangnan City is neither vast nor small. Any oversight could pose a significant threat. At that moment, all their phones simultaneously chimed. Yi Duo picked up her phone and pressed the answer key. Captain Yi, an alarming situation has arisen in Jiangnan City. Countless flying spiders have inexplicably appeared, indiscriminately attacking nearby cities and humans. Chapter 063, The New Insect King. Chun Jianba's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded, everyone, immediately proceed to the areas where the flying spiders have been sighted. Move quickly. Boom. The occupants of the conference room swiftly exited. Yi Duo glanced at Zhang Heng and said, it's dangerous outside. You should stay here. Chun Jianba hurried past Zhang Heng, affirming, she is correct. It is perilous outside. Remain here. Zhang Heng watched as Chun Jianba and Yi Duo exited the conference room, realizing that despite their animosity, they could set aside personal grievances in the face of a crisis threatening Jiangnan City. At this moment, Lahu pushed open the door and strode into the conference room. Zhang Heng, Duo, allow me to escort you to a secure location. Please follow me. However, Zhang Heng interjected, where is Cheng Liang imprisoned? I wish to speak with him. I have matters to discuss. Lahu paused slightly. That is certainly feasible, but are you not afraid of him? He is quite perilous at present. And even the winged spiders outside seem to have been summoned by him. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, replying, it's nothing to worry about. It will be a brief exchange. Lahu regarded the smile on Zhang Heng's face, momentarily at a loss for words. In such dire circumstances, he still managed to smile. One could only wonder what Zhang Heng intended to convey to Cheng Liang. Nevertheless, it was best to take him to see Cheng Liang first. In the special prison area B, Zhang Heng stood before a cell entirely constructed of pure iron. Was this square prison indeed the special facility? Approaching the door, he peered through the solitary window at the top, calling out to Cheng Liang within. Cheng Liang, it's me, Zhang Heng. Cheng Liang gradually approached the door, a smile illuminating his face as he responded, Zhang Heng? What brings you here? Let me guess. Has a horde of winged spiders suddenly appeared outside, wreaking havoc and causing death? Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, indeed, I had no idea that the insect speaker possessed such remarkable abilities. Yet his power rating is merely E, hard to fathom. Cheng Liang, listening to Zhang Heng's tone and observing his smile, felt uncertain about the purpose of his visit. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Are you here to set me free? Do you wish to ally with me? Otherwise, why would Zhang Heng utter such flattering words? It seemed the situation outside was indeed dire. Otherwise, Zhang Heng would not be so keen to curry favor. Zhang Heng shook his head, stating, that is not my intention. I merely came to express my gratitude. Thank you? For what? Cheng Liang was momentarily puzzled by Zhang Heng's words. What do you thank me for? Hey, don't go. Zhang Heng. The reason Zhang Heng felt compelled to thank Cheng Liang was quite simple. It was merely the insect speaker's ability that exceeded his expectations. Cheng Liang seemed to have shared intricate details about this terrifying ability to ensure others understood its enormity. These insects were not mere manifestations of energy within Cheng Liang. They were real creatures existing in this world. For instance, the winged spider was inherently a second-tier insectoid beast. The insects he referred to, according to his conjecture, should be a first-tier species known as carrion beetles. Carrion beetles can reproduce asexually, increasing their population through division. Furthermore, carrion beetles are omnivorous. For such a creature to thrive as a species is remarkably challenging, as many other beasts prey upon them. Carrion beetles are even regarded as one of the species on the brink of extinction. Yet, Cheng Liang discovered and nurtured these carrion beetles. The reason they obeyed Cheng Liang was not solely that he was their master, but because of his unique ability as an insect speaker. As an insect speaker, he naturally commanded a special effect that rendered the insectoids obedient to him. This phenomenon resembled a monarch-subject relationship among species. To the insectoids, Cheng Liang was their king. To heed the king's words was an ancient imprint inscribed within their very genes, an edict they could not defy. And he had replicated Cheng Liang's ability. He too was a monarch of the insectoids. In the biological realm, the hierarchy of strength and weakness was the most traditional. His cultivation surpassed that of Cheng Liang. Ultimately, would the insectoids heed him or Cheng Liang? The answer was evident. These insectoids would unconditionally obey him. What he needed to do now was locate them and issue new commands. Suddenly, Zhang Heng halted, observing a group of over a dozen individuals approaching. Among them a familiar face, Cheng Nan. Zhang Heng recognized these individuals as the ones who had brought Cheng Liang here. Their insides had been hollowed out by the carrion beetles, which now controlled their bodies. Cheng Nan's body began to melt like wax. Countless carrion beetles crawled out from within him, swiftly converging before Zhang Heng. The other individuals were reduced to mere skins, their carrion beetles detaching from their forms and gathering at Zhang Heng's feet to greet their new king. Seek out your kin, then bring them to me. Instantly, swarms of carrion beetles burrowed underground, scattering in all directions. As Zhang Heng exited the security bureau, the sky was suddenly filled with 7 or 8 winged spiders the size of trucks. These winged spiders descended from the heavens, landing before Zhang Heng. One of the winged spiders approached him slowly, lowering its head. Zhang Heng extended his right hand, gently stroking its head before issuing the command. Return to your origin and inform your kin to never set foot in this city again. Go. The winged spiders immediately leaped into the air without hesitation, departing swiftly. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for these creatures to relay the message to their kind. This chaos seemed to be drawing to a close. Indeed, it appeared so. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and returned to the security bureau to await developments. Time passed, and the previously dispatched guardians and night patrollers began returning to the security bureau. Chen Jianba went directly to the special prison to confront Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang, do you think you can toy with us? Do you believe I want to kill you right now? Cheng Liang, upon seeing Chen Jianba's arrival and listening to his incomprehensible threats, paled slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I toyed with you? Where is my insectoid army? Chen Jianba, fuming with rage, retorted, you still claim not to have played us for fools? Did you not summon these winged spiders and then dismiss them? Do you think everything is under your control? Do you believe the security bureau is your plaything? Lao Hu, release him. I will personally take him outside the city to deal with him. Lao Hu hurriedly approached, attempting to dissuade. Captain Chen, please, do not act impulsively. Meanwhile, Cheng Liang was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with confusion. What was happening? Why had the winged spiders departed? What of his carrion beetles? Could it be that the restrictions from the handcuffs rendered his previous commands ineffective? But he merely possessed the ability to communicate with the insects. They had listened to his requests and were in the process of complying. Otherwise, the skies over Jiangnan City would not have harbored winged spiders. What was truly amiss? At that moment, a member of the guard rushed in, reporting, Captain, all winged spiders have vacated the skies of Jiangnan City. requesting further instructions. Chen Jianba turned to Cheng Liang. Kid, what is going on? Cheng Liang, flustered, stammered. You're right. I did command them to leave, but I can summon them back at any moment. You best release me immediately, or you all shall prepare to feed my insects. A faint chuckle resonated through the crowd. Though the sound was subtle, it reached the ears of everyone present with remarkable clarity. The onlookers turned to see Zhang Heng entering the scene, his movements seemingly constrained by the handcuffs that inhibited his abilities. The relationship between him and the insectoid creatures was akin to that of a signal tower and a mobile phone. The signal tower had been turned off, and thus the phone could no longer receive commands. As a result, the directives vanished, and the creatures returned to their previous state. If they had intended to attack humanity, there would have been no need for Cheng Liang to issue commands. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's explanation, the crowd experienced a sudden realization. Chen Jianba grinned, implying that this young man was now rendered ineffective. Cheng Liang glared at Zhang Heng, his ire palpable. Why did he always interfere with his plans? Why, Zhang Heng? You are spouting nonsense. Zhang Heng replied coolly, asserting that whether he was speaking nonsense or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that the flying spiders and the flesh-eating insects no longer obeyed Cheng Liang's commands. At this moment, he was merely an ordinary murderer, nothing more. No, you are mistaken. I can still command them. Are you truly willing to bring the entire city down with you? Can you bear the weight of such responsibility? Cheng Liang raged, pounding on the iron door in desperation, but it remained immovable. Zhang Heng let out a dismissive snort and slowly made his way outside. It was now up to the authorities to handle the situation. He had to meet his insect army. Upon leaving the security bureau, Zhang Heng proceeded to the underground tunnels. He stood still for a moment, and from the dark recesses above, countless flesh-eating insects fell like rain, crawling at his feet. Zhang Heng regarded the tide of insects before him without a hint of discomfort, for his prowess surpassed that of Cheng Liang. Otherwise, this swarm would not be so easily quelled. How should he manage such a vast number of insects? They required an enormous amount of sustenance daily, and he lacked the dragon coins to feed them. Moreover, these flesh-eating insects would self-replicate, leading to an ever-growing population, regardless of where he placed them. Such a multitude would pose a catastrophe. Frankly, Zhang Heng found himself with a headache. This power was not something he could reveal publicly, otherwise he would easily be misconstrued as the mastermind behind an attack on Jiangnan City using the insects. Perhaps he should consult the all-knowing system? Is there a way to induce a dormant state in them, allowing for awakening at will? Searching for solutions for the host, Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. The system was indeed omnipotent, even able to seek solutions for him. I can create an independent space for the host, where the flesh-eating insects can reside, requiring only 10,000 replication points. 10,000 replication points? Zhang Heng's countenance darkened. This price seemed exorbitant. However, at this moment, he appeared to have no alternative. Since the system had devised a solution, albeit costly, he would have to accept it. Very well, let us proceed with your method. Creating an independent space suitable for the flesh-eating insects. Creation complete. A black portal materialized before Zhang Heng. He gazed at the door in perplexity, wondering where it led. An independent space devoid of the passage of time. The flesh-eating insects will fall into a slumber until the host chooses to awaken them. So that was it. The expenditure of 10,000 replication points seemed worthwhile after all. Zhang Heng commanded the flesh-eating insects to enter the portal. At his command, they surged into the black space, leaving none behind. The portal promptly sealed itself. These insects would surely prove invaluable in confronting aberrant beasts or beastmen in the future. Zhang Heng smiled faintly before stepping through the portal. Upon returning home, he performed a brief cleansing ritual and then fell into a deep slumber. The next day, as he opened his phone to check the time, a barrage of notifications flooded his screen, inundated with news regarding the flying spiders and the insect army, threatening to drown the internet. The personal details of Cheng Liang, the principal perpetrator of the incident, were disclosed, including his transgressions at the South Central Ability Academy. A photograph of Chen Jianba, a member of the Security Bureau's protective squad, appeared on his screen, extolling his capabilities and effectiveness in rescuing Jiangnan City. The news also mentioned that he was the one who first identified the true identity of the criminal. Zhang Heng turned off his phone, quickly washed up, and headed to school. In the classroom, his peers buzzed with discussions about the previous day's events. Bro, you've really made waves. It seems like several major news stories have you at their center. Ganji beamed at Zhang Heng, clearly pleased to have such an accomplished friend. Yet, Zhang Heng had never considered Ganji as anything more than a necessary acquaintance in the fabric of life. At that moment, a stranger entered the room, a sweet and charming young girl. Her gaze swept across the classroom before landing on Zhang Heng. With a huff, she approached him directly. Before she could speak, another figure stepped in front of Zhang Heng. Lin Xianyu regarded the newcomer with hostility. You don't seem to belong to this class. What business do you have with Zhang Heng? The young girl was taken aback by the unexpected interruption. Ing Miao Miao appraised Lin Xianyu with disdain, scoffing. And who might you be? A rival for Zhang Heng's affections? Lin Xianyu's eyes widened in indignation, her voice trembling with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? You clearly don't belong here, barging into our class without a reason. How do we know what your intentions are? I am merely acting in the interest of my classmates' safety. We lost over 10 students yesterday. In Cheng Liang's home, the Security Bureau discovered several human skins. All of them belonged to our class. Consequently, Principal Su was gravely affected, and the reputation of the South Central Ability Academy plummeted. Many students seemed to choose to withdraw, leaving the entire school in a state of trepidation, fearing the emergence of another Cheng Liang. Fortunately, Principal Su was not one to be easily intimidated. He publicly revealed that many of those killed by Cheng Liang had been bullies, suggesting that Cheng Liang's actions were born of desperation and a desire for societal retribution. This narrative helped to suppress the negative publicity surrounding the South Central Ability Academy, yielding effective results. Zhang Heng turned his gaze towards Ying Miao Miao, perplexed. I do not recall ever meeting you. What business do you have with me? He searched through the recesses of his mind, but found no connection to the young woman before him. Clearly, he did not recognize the young girl standing there. Ying Miao Miao took a deep breath and replied, I am a friend of Cheng Liang, and there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Friend of Cheng Liang? Lin Xuanya's expression soured upon hearing that name. So you are an accomplice of the criminal who attempted to wreak havoc in Jiangnan City. That makes it all the more imperative that I prevent you from approaching Zhang Heng. Ying Miao Miao raised an eyebrow at Zhang Heng. This is your woman. Deal with her as you see fit. I have something to say to you, she declared before turning to leave. With a loud thud, Ganzheng slammed his hand on the table, indignantly exclaiming, Silence. While your appearance may be to my liking, I cannot forgive you for slandering my friend. When did Lin Xuanya become Zhang Heng's woman? Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Ying Miao Miao tilted her head towards Zhang Heng, inquiring, What is the matter? Are you afraid? Lin Xuanya hastily interjected, Zhang Heng, ignore this person. If she is indeed a friend of Cheng Liang, she cannot be a good individual. You seem rather attractive. Yet your words are quite unpleasant. Such beauty wasted. Lin Xuanya found herself at a loss for a retort. Was that a compliment or an insult? You have something to say to me? Very well, I will accompany you. Lead the way. Zhang Heng regarded the flustered Lin Xuanya and remarked, Is she really going to devour me? Lin Xuanya cast him a resentful glance. Zhang Heng pretended not to notice and sidestepped her, following Ying Miao Miao out of the classroom. Without further ado, Ying Miao Miao spoke as they walked. To be concise, I hope you can intercede on behalf of the Public Security Bureau for Cheng Liang. Although he has committed unforgivable acts, he was compelled to do so. He endured relentless bullying from those in your class. He acted only when pushed to the brink. Zhang Heng nodded. I understand. I witnessed it all. Ying Miao Miao gazed at him coolly. It seems Cheng Liang was right. You are merely a cold-blooded bystander. Since you witnessed it, why did you not intervene? Zhang Heng, puzzled, replied, What does that have to do with me? Did you not say I was merely a bystander? I recall there are many others like me around. Ying Miao Miao shook her head. No, you are not just a bystander. If you were, how could you have been involved in numerous operations of the Public Security Bureau? The previous incident with the Beastmen, and now this affair with Cheng Liang. Zhang Heng spoke nonchalantly. The principal requested my assistance, and I owe him a favor. Thus, I obliged. Besides, it allows me to broaden my horizons, which is not without its benefits. Ying Miao Miao suddenly halted, looking at him earnestly. Is it impossible for you to plead for Cheng Liang? He grew up with me in the Sun Orphanage. He is kind-hearted and honest. Even after leaving the orphanage, he frequently returns to visit the younger ones, purchasing gifts and treats with the dragon coins he earns from hunting. You can verify this. It is all true. If it were not for that man, Hidong, and that wretched woman, Tao Anren, constantly bullying him. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow at Ying Miao Miao. Do you overestimate my position in the Public Security Bureau? I am merely a helper, just like you, a student from Nanzhou. Even if I wanted to speak on Cheng Liang's behalf, no one would heed my words. You should approach the principal. At least he has some influence. Ying Miao Miao pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps I need a bargaining chip. Name your price. Zhang Heng regarded her, saying, What do you think the chances are for a criminal who has killed so many within the city to survive? Ying Miao Miao shook her head, stating, The death penalty was abolished long ago. Living superpowered individuals hold greater value than the dead. Considering the charges he bears, I can foresee where he will be sent. Zhang Heng looked on, puzzled. Ying Miao Miao continued, Severe offenders are dispatched to guard the borders, where they enjoy no freedom and must face fierce beasts or beastmen daily. Regardless of the circumstances, it is these heavy offenders who are the first to be sent into battle. They are shackled with restraints that prevent them from utilizing their powers, forced to rely solely on their physical prowess in combat. However, if Cheng Liang were to end up in a mine, merely wielding a pickaxe, he might manage to survive a bit longer. I could go see him when I have the time. Zhang Heng, though not well versed in the legal punitive system of this world, shook his head. You should abandon this notion. I lack the means to alter Cheng Liang's future. You can see for yourself that his abilities are perilous. His very existence poses a threat, even if my words were to hold weight, and he were sent to a mine. Within months, perhaps even weeks, he could conjure an army of swarming insects, leading to even more deaths at the hands of his insect horde. He is a bug whisperer. He is also the insect king. His words can slay many, and you must be aware of this, given your friendship with him. Yet you seek a breakthrough through me. How naive. Zhang Heng offered a slight smile to Ying Miao Miao before turning to walk back towards the classroom. Ying Miao Miao stared at him in disbelief. How could he possess such knowledge about the Bug Whisperer's abilities? The analysis in the ability compendium regarding the Bug Whisperer was erroneous. The true power of the Bug Whisperer was known only to Cheng Liang himself and one other person. How did Zhang Heng come to know? Zhang Heng suddenly turned back and said, by the way, all of this was disclosed to me by Cheng Liang. He spoke of his abilities with a confidence that suggested he was certain of his power. Ying Miao Miao's expression slowly shifted to one of despair as she gradually leaned against the wall, crossing her arms tightly and clenching her fists. The last person she could count as a true friend had departed from her. In this world, perhaps it would be best for it to simply be obliterated. Chapter 066, Tree Heart City. To her astonishment, Cheng Liang had a friend who cared for him so deeply. Yet, if he truly valued such connections, perhaps he would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Cheng Liang's background and experiences indeed warranted sympathy. If he sought vengeance, it was somewhat understandable. His gravest error was committing murder against 3 female classmates and leaving behind evidence, those 3 skins. That was his most foolish act. Had he not left those skins, perhaps Zhang Heng would have believed it was the winged spider that killed those classmates, preventing the subsequent turmoil. Cheng Liang's ordeal seemed to be drawing to a close, and life at the Nanzhong Ability Academy gradually returned to its mundane rhythm. Finally, Zhang Heng had time to himself. This scene unfolds in a tropical forest located 300 miles from Jiangnan City. The locals aptly named this tropical forest Tree Heart City. A colossal tree, over 30 meters wide and towering more than 100 meters high, shot up into the sky, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding smaller trees. It is said that a colony of winged spiders resides high above in that giant tree. Zhang Heng harbored suspicions that the winged spiders summoned by Cheng Liang originated from the upper reaches of this colossal tree. The multitude of winged spiders suggested the existence of a creature akin to an insect monarch. He had replicated the unique ability of the insect whisperer, enabling him to command the insect tribes across the globe. The method of summoning these creatures was remarkably straightforward. He merely had to call upon the nearby insects in his mind. Those within range would swiftly converge before him. At that moment, a winged spider squatted before Zhang Heng, who gently caressed its head before unsheathing his twin-bladed dagger and effortlessly plunging it into the creature's skull. The winged spider's 8 legs spasmed against the ground, and its 8 eyes slowly closed. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier aberrant creature, winged spider, earning 2,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Zhang Heng, well practiced, swiftly detached the 8 legs of the winged spider and stowed them within his spatial ring. He then resumed summoning the nearby winged spiders, methodically repeating the process. The morning hastened by in a blur, and Zhang Heng had dispatched over a dozen winged spiders, amassing a collection of spider legs that numbered in the hundreds within his spatial ring. Moreover, his rank had ascended by a full tier. System: Host Zhang Heng. Abilities: S Blood Demon, C Stone Wraith, E Insect Whisperer. Rank: second tier, 7 stars. Strength: 206. Vitality: 587. Speed: 203. Mentality: 201. Talent: Replication, Spatial Gate, Blood Demon Form. Bloodthirsty Stone Element Manipulation, Insect Whisperer. Technique: Stone Mist. Replication points: 35750. He was tantalizingly close to 50,000, but it seemed that no additional winged spiders were nearby. Otherwise, they would have already arrived. At this juncture, Zhang Heng released the corpse-eater worms, which immediately scurried towards the carcass of the winged spider that had lost its legs. The enormous corpse was swiftly devoured by the overwhelming number of corpse-eater worms, leaving it utterly clean. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that the number of corpse-eater worms had seemingly increased. Within the space created by the system, these worms could go extended periods without sustenance. Yet Zhang Heng decided to occasionally release them to feed, as he did now. The well-fed corpse-eater worms returned contentedly to their dark realm. Having rested sufficiently, Zhang Heng pressed onward into the heart of the Tree City. It was said to be a hunting ground for the various guilds, with each region delineated by the major associations. Intruders would be driven away lightly, or worse, become fodder for the land. Where are the hunters from any guild? Zhang Heng inhaled deeply, capturing scents wafting from all directions. His complexion shifted slightly, and he dashed rapidly towards a specific direction. After an indeterminate period of running, Zhang Heng found himself in an expansive area. Before him lay a sea of corpses, with aberrant beasts voraciously gnawing at the remains. Scattered among them were numerous severely injured individuals, helplessly watching as their bodies were methodically consumed by the beasts. What on earth transpired here? The scene was rife with the corpses of 2 factions, as if they had engaged in a brutal skirmish. A pungent, metallic scent of blood permeated the air, with severed limbs littering the ground, and vibrant crimson blood nearly saturating the earth. At that moment, Zhang Heng's ears caught a faint plea for help. Following the sound, he discerned a bloodied individual struggling to crawl out from beneath the heaps of bodies. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. It appeared there were several gravely injured individuals present, all seemingly above the second tier. He pondered the potential replication points they might yield. Regardless, they would inevitably be consumed by the aberrant beasts. Might as well take advantage of the situation. Zhang Heng regarded the previously calling individual with cold indifference before swiftly advancing towards him. "Help me, please," the man cried, desperation evident in his voice. "I can offer you anything." With a swift thrust, Zhang Heng pierced the man's skull, twisting the blade for good measure. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier ability user, earning 3,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Bloodthirsty. In an instant, over 30 bloodlines surged forth in all directions, simultaneously connecting with the aberrant beasts feasting nearby. Enraged, the beast charged towards Zhang Heng, gripping his twin-bladed dagger tightly. He summoned energy within, rapidly entering a heightened state, a continuous flow of power coursing into his right hand. Zhang Heng faced a massive aberrant beast and swung his dagger with ferocity. With a sickening sound, the beast was cleaved in two, its innards spilling forth. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier aberrant creature, earning 2,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Zhang Heng surveyed his right hand. Lin Xian had previously utilized this technique to slice a winged spider in half, and after a modest period of study, he found it was not particularly challenging, merely a matter of controlling one's own energy. This technique proved remarkably effective against larger aberrant creatures. However, due to the time required to charge and the relatively slow speed of execution, it would be less reliable against ability users, unless they were exceptionally foolish. As Zhang Heng contemplated these matters, a series of notifications rang out in his mind from the system. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier ability user, earning 3,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier ability user, earning 3,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier aberrant creature, earning 2,000 replication points and an elevation in rank. Zhang Heng glanced once more at his system. His replication points had surged to an impressive 50,000. Yet, his rank seemed to remain stagnant. The reasons for this eluded him. Chapter 067. Seeking guidance from Lin Xian. Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings. Most of the aberrant beasts had been driven away. Numerous corpses lay scattered about. The two factions had left their severely wounded behind to perish, which had inadvertently allowed him to reap the benefits. Perhaps it was time to conclude his endeavors for the day. Zhang Heng opened a spatial gate and exited through the boys' restroom at school. Upon returning to the classroom, he cast a glance at Lin Xian in the distance. In that instant, a notification from the system appeared before him. Would you like to expend 50,000 replication points to replicate the Sea Iron Sorceress ability? Confirming host command, deducting 50,000 replication points, successfully replicating Sea Iron Sorceress ability. Ability is currently merging. Please wait a moment. Zhang Heng felt an influx of information flooding his mind, prompting him to close his eyes and meticulously process it. He remained in this state for an indeterminate time until a notification from the system signaled his success in merging the Sea Iron Sorceress ability. Open Personal Information Panel. Host Zhang Heng. Abilities: S Blood Demon, Sea Stone Wraith, E Insect Whisperer, Sea Iron Sorceress. Rank: second tier, 7 stars. Strength: 266. Vitality: 597. Speed: 233. Spirit: 211. Talent: Replication of Spatial Gate, Blood Demon Form, Bloodthirsty Stone, Elemental Control of Insects, Elemental Control of Steel. Skills: Stone Mist. Replication points: 1235. Zhang Heng placed his hand beneath the table, and in an instant, his right hand transformed into steel. From the statistics provided, it was evident that his strength had significantly increased, while the other 3 attributes saw only slight improvements. The ability to replicate powers allowed him to enhance these 4 attributes, thereby sparing him the arduousness of rigorous training. Thus far, he had yet to encounter a power that truly satisfied him. The next step was to engage in continuous battles to hone his skills and develop his unique combat style, whether against exotic beasts or other power wielders. However, a pressing dilemma now troubled him. He could not use his powers in front of others. This limitation made it increasingly challenging for him to refine his combat techniques. Without the ability to utilize these powers in battle, he remained unaware of his true limits. It was akin to a long jumper who knows their maximum distance and can freely control how far they leap. Yet, he was still in the dark regarding his own strength's boundaries. Lin Xuanya seemed like a suitable opponent. Zhang Heng retrieved his phone and sent Lin Xuanya a message. Upon glancing at her phone, Lin Xuanya was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at Zhang Heng. He raised an eyebrow in response. A faint smile graced Lin Xuanya's lips as she resumed her attention to the lecture. After class, Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya exited the classroom together. Lin Xuanya's cheeks were flushed with excitement. Zhang Heng, I didn't expect you to want to be my sparring partner. I was actually looking for someone of a similar level to help refine my practical skills, she exclaimed. Zhang Heng nodded and replied, I don't know many people, so I appreciate your willingness. Lin Xuanya waved her hand dismissively, saying not at all. As I said, I too am in need of a sparring partner. And my acquaintance circle is quite limited. They exchanged pleasantries until Zhang Heng inquired about Cheng Liang's fate. Lin Xuanya's expression shifted slightly, and she replied, My master said Cheng Liang will be sent to guard the borders, but it seems that those dispatched to the borders rarely survive beyond a month. She continued, By the way, a woman named Miao Miao came to see me recently, the one who sought you out last time. She learned of my relationship with my master and specifically came to plead for Cheng Liang. Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor and asked, Did you refuse her? Lin Xuanya nodded as if it were obvious. Of course. Cheng Liang has taken so many lives, it would be unjust to grant her request. Besides, I wasn't particularly close to Cheng Liang. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before commenting. It's fortunate that Cheng Liang has a friend like Miao Miao. It's a pity, however, that he was too arrogant and left behind evidence of his misdeeds. Lin Xuanya, initially in agreement with Zhang Heng's assessment, now expressed her confusion. Zhang Heng, do you actually condone Cheng Liang's actions? You only think he was careless in leaving evidence? Zhang Heng did not respond to her question, but instead shifted the topic. Did you learn your martial arts from Captain Shin? What did he teach you? Lin Xuanya chose not to press further, reflecting, He taught me some techniques with the blade and the application of spiritual energy. But don't expect to see the techniques. Even the grip has its intricacies. The key lies in how you generate power. There are two methods, pure physical strength and spiritual energy application. Only by combining the two can one achieve a decisive strike. This was somewhat reminiscent of the application of Qigong in her world. The power of Qigong was far too weak compared to the spiritual energy in this realm, which was 100-fold more potent. After hearing Lin Xuanya's explanation, Zhang Heng appeared to gain some insights. They arrived at the Ability Center and temporarily rented a training room. The space was modest, only around 20 square meters. They each began to stretch and loosen their muscles. As the only male and female present, Lin Xuanya felt a subtle thrill within her. Would they be able to come here for practice every day? Zhang Heng produced a samurai sword from his spatial ring and inquired, Lin Xuanya, could you explain the proper way to grip a sword? Lin Xuanya hurried over, of course. I will share everything my master taught me, if you're willing. A rare smile broke across Zhang Heng's face. I would be delighted. Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanya became even more earnest in her teaching. She drew her own samurai sword, resting the hilt atop her palm. The sword appeared remarkably light, almost weightless in her grasp, as it lay horizontally in her hand. Zhang Heng, which finger do you think generates the power from the palm? She asked. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng replied, the pinky. Lin Xuanya's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know? Have you undergone some training? Zhang Heng indeed had training, whether in boxing or swordsmanship. The most crucial finger for power generation was the pinky. You're correct, Lin Xuanya continued. If a swordsman does not understand how to generate force, they cannot unleash their full potential. The proper grip involves pinching the hilt with the fleshy part of the palm, fingers tightly wrapped, with the knuckle of the index finger resting near the upper ring of the hilt. Generating power is not merely about swinging the sword. It involves leveraging the twisting force of the waist to drive the arm in a slashing motion. Chapter 068, Training. After Lin Xuanya finished, she cast a shy glance at him. What I've shared are just the basics. If you already know, feel free to interrupt, and I can skip ahead. Zhang Heng shook his head. No need, please continue. The methods of generating force in martial arts seem to remain consistent, still relying on the waist's twisting motion to amplify strength. For instance, the power of a regular kick pales in comparison to the force generated by a spinning kick in midair. As the saying goes, one principle applies to all. And after listening to Lin Xuanya's elucidation, Zhang Heng quickly integrated his past knowledge with her teachings. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Xuanya exhaled deeply and smiled at Zhang Heng. That should be about it. Do you have any questions? She had thoroughly explained the grip and various power generation techniques. Uncertain how much Zhang Heng had absorbed, he might be quite concerned about appearances. Even if he hadn't comprehended everything, he would find it hard to admit it. Zhang Heng shook his head. That is sufficient. Let us move on to practical combat. Lin Xuanya shook her head gently. Zhang Heng, you are still too impatient. It would be wise for you to first allow your body to acclimate to wielding the knife before engaging in actual combat. Otherwise, even if you manage to perform as I previously described, it would merely be a hollow facade. Zhang Heng nodded in realization and inquired, how can I make my body familiar with using the knife? Lin Xuanya smiled softly and replied, it is quite simple. You must practice wielding the knife daily to cultivate muscle memory. Once muscle memory is established, your movements will flow as effortlessly as water, devoid of any hindrance. Shall we begin this together? Muscle memory. This was indeed the crux of the matter, and it seemed he had been too hasty. Lin Xuanya stepped in front of Zhang Heng, grasped her knife, and made a gentle forward slash, declaring, let's start with 1,000 repetitions. Zhang Heng then assumed Lin Xuanya's stance and began to practice alongside her. Though swinging a knife appeared straightforward, over time, each lift and slice imposed a significant burden on one's body. By midday, both Lin Xuanya and Zhang Heng were lightly perspiring. Lin Xuanya, somewhat surprised, remarked, Zhang Heng, is this your first time practicing with the knife? Yet you managed to keep pace with my training level, which is truly remarkable. Zhang Heng asked, do you swing the knife over 1,000 times every day? Lin Xianya nodded, indeed. This is the task assigned to me by my master. Not only must I swing the knife 1,000 times each day, but I also run on a specialized treadmill in the evening, primarily to enhance my muscle memory. It is essential to become lighter on my feet while running. My master emphasized that when training the body, one must persist daily. Stagnation is equivalent to regression. I dare not forget this. Chun Jianbo, though of mediocre character, is an excellent teacher. Zhang Heng nodded and said, thank you for today. Let us go? I will treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Lin Xianya glanced at the sweat stains on her clothes and replied, perhaps we should shower first. Come, I will take you. Zhang Heng followed Lin Xianya to a bathhouse adjacent to the Ability Center training room. They each entered their respective changing rooms, and Zhang Heng quickly rinsed off before deciding to wait for Lin Xianya at the entrance. Suddenly, a man, half a head shorter than Zhang Heng, appeared before him. With a faint smile, he scrutinized Zhang Heng from head to toe, raising an eyebrow and asking, you are Zhang Heng, aren't you? Recognizing him, but not wishing to engage, Zhang Heng replied, and you are? The shorter young man grinned widely and said, good question. My name is Luo Chuan. You may not have heard of me, considering you don't frequent school much. However, I know you, and I find you quite intriguing. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Are you interested in a little sparring? A duel? Zhang Heng had been yearning for an opportunity to battle against an ability user, and it seemed that chance had arrived sooner than expected. Just as he was about to respond, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Zhang Heng, what is going on? Is he giving you trouble? Lin Xianya approached Zhang Heng, enveloped in the fragrance of body wash. Upon seeing Lin Xianya, Luo Chuan's eyes lit up. Lin Xianya? So, you two are together. It appears your relationship is rather close. He continued, very well, I shall fight Zhang Heng first, and then I will have my turn with you. Lin Xianya, puzzled, replied, why must we engage in battle with you? Zhang Heng, let us go. Luo Chuan suddenly laughed coldly. Ah, it seems the rumors are true. You two are merely the former principal's pawns, lacking any real strength. I was reluctant to believe it. But it appears you two do not even possess the courage to confront me, Luo Chuan. I find that truly disappointing. Lin Xianya smiled faintly and stated, say what you will. In any case, I am going to dine with Zhang Heng, and no one can stop us. With that, she took Zhang Heng's hand and began to walk away. Reluctantly, Zhang Heng followed Lin Xianya, clearly aware of her displeasure at the interruption to their lunch. Should Luo Chuan persist in his pursuit, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Luo Chuan seemed to recognize the situation and did not follow, casually inserting his hands into his pockets, smirking, very well, I shall wait for you to finish your meal. I will come looking for you afterward. After all, we are all students of this school, no one can escape. At the cafeteria, Zhang Heng found a private booth and ordered several signature dishes from the school. Ganzhong, with keen eyes, spotted him and joined in. Lin Xianya's gaze turned icy as she fixed her attention on Ganzhong, the unwelcome guest. Ganzhong, seemingly oblivious, focused on his own meal. The food here is marvelous. I feel as though I might gain weight. Ganzhong exclaimed, his tall, slender frame earning him the nickname Sugarcane. Zhang Heng did not seem to notice. Lin Xianya cut a piece of beast meat into perfect squares and placed it on Zhang Heng's plate, saying, Zhang Heng, this meat is incredibly tender. You should try it. Zhang Heng, hardly glancing at his plate, devoured his food rapidly, and before long, his table was cluttered with empty plates. More meat was continuously brought in from outside. Ganzhong watched Zhang Heng eat, swallowing hard, and remarked, Lin Xianya, whether you personally cut the meat for him or merely tossed it on the ground before placing it in his plate, I bet he would still devour it without hesitation. Lin Xianya chuckled softly, her eyes filled with fondness as she observed Zhang Heng's voracious appetite. Chapter 69, Let Us Duel, Zhang Heng. The meal cost over 100,000, leaving Zhang Heng utterly astonished at the staggering price. The meat was said to be from exotic beasts, explaining the elevated cost. This meal had entirely depleted his funds, but fortunately, he still had over 100 spider legs in his spatial ring, which he could use to purchase more supplies. As he consumed more of the exotic beast meat, Zhang Heng felt a warmth emanating from within, sensing a notable increase in his cultivation level. It appeared that in addition to swinging the knife 1,000 times daily, he would also need to hunt an exotic beast each day to sustain his physical growth. Lin Xianya, looking somewhat embarrassed, said to Zhang Heng, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize this meal would cost so much. Next time, it will be my treat. Ganzhong interjected, Lin Xianya, don't take it to heart. Most of that was Zhang Heng's portion. We hardly ate anything, right? Lin Xianya offered an awkward smile and fell silent. The three of them exited the cafeteria when Zhang Heng suddenly spotted the short man who had previously confronted him at the ability center. Wasn't he called Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan, with a toothpick in his mouth and hands shoved into his pockets, smiled at Zhang Heng. It seems you've finished your meal. How about some exercise to burn off those calories, Zhang Heng? And you too, Lin Xianya. Lin Xianya shot Luo Chuan an annoyed look. Why are you like a piece of chewing gum that just won't come off? Ganzhong stared at Luo Chuan, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place him until Luo Chuan himself said, I, Luo Chuan, wish to spar with you. It is a privilege for you. So do not be ungrateful. Luo Chuan. Ganzheng suddenly recalled who he was. Luo Chuan. The renown of Luo Chuan ranks just below that of Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya. He appears to be a recent dark horse that has emerged from obscurity. Possessing strength at the second tier, he is an elemental ability user. Classified as B-level with the power of Raging Dragon's Heavenly Flame. Gan Kane hastily remarked to Zhang Heng, "You must not engage him in combat. This fellow has been challenging everyone, and those who have faced him have suffered severe burns, with some even disfigured." Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "It is quite rare for you to know of me." Gan Kane replied with a dismissive huff, "I've merely heard some rumors about you." Luo Chuan grinned and said, "Rumors can be both true and false. One cannot accept them at face value. However, I indeed relish the challenge of battling formidable opponents, particularly someone like you, Zhang Heng, or Lin Xuanya. You mentioned earlier that you were going to eat. Now that your meal is finished, are you truly going to concoct an excuse to avoid combat?" Lin Xuanya inhaled deeply, realizing that if she did not confront him, Luo Chuan would not relent. "Then allow me to take you on." At this moment, Zhang Heng surprisingly interjected, "Let it be me." It was a rare opportunity to face an opponent of notable strength, and Zhang Heng was determined to seize it. Lin Xuanya looked astonished. "Zhang Heng, are you truly resolved to fight him?" Zhang Heng nodded, "Indeed. I have yet to spar with an elemental ability user. This may present an excellent chance for me to gain a deeper understanding of their powers." Seeing his conviction, Lin Xuanya had no further words. Luo Chuan flashed a smile, declaring, "I knew you would accept. I could see in your eyes that you wished to duel. Come, let us proceed to the playground." Suddenly, Luo Chuan was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fiery figure that resembled a slowly burning humanoid monster. He leapt into the air, soaring at an incredible speed to the center of the playground. With a forceful push of his hands towards the ground, a wave of fire rippled outwards, causing the onlookers to scatter in panic. "My apologies, everyone, but I require this space temporarily." Luo Chuan grinned as he observed Zhang Heng approaching leisurely. "Are you not a bit too relaxed? Why the slow pace?" The surrounding students quickly grasped the situation. It seemed these two intended to battle here. "It's Luo Chuan. Has he found yet another opponent?" The last few were left severely burned, looking disfigured. Who would dare face him again? After all, he is a B-level elemental ability user. How audacious he is to seek out battles, desperate for fame. Should one possess strength, they too could emulate him. Listening to the murmurs around him, Luo Chuan's expression revealed a hint of pride. Having reverted to his original form, he turned to Zhang Heng, saying, "Zhang Heng, I am still unaware of your abilities. I am a B-level elemental user with the power named Raging Dragon's Heavenly Flame." B-level? An elemental user? There are likely very few in our school. Not entirely. Our school does have some exceptional students, but they receive specialized one-on-one guidance from professional instructors and rarely appear on campus. I know of at least 3. Luo Chuan took advantage of their infrequent appearances, emboldening him to act so brazenly. Our school truly harbors hidden talents. One cannot judge by appearances alone. Zhang Heng flexed his fingers, clenched his fist, and stretched his limbs, disregarding Luo Chuan's inquiry. Noticing Zhang Heng's arrogance, Luo Chuan snorted, not willing to speak. "Are you? I shall make you." As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Chuan's hands were enveloped in 2 fireballs. "My abilities are not limited to elemental powers. I also possess the bloodline of the fire dragon, granting me considerable physical prowess. You appear to be a martial ability user. I shall employ my less adept physical skills against you, and see if you can compel me to use my elemental powers. Otherwise, this will be exceedingly dull." Zhang Heng lightly leaped in place, asking, "Shall we commence?" Luo Chuan beamed, "Let us." In an instant, both opponents' gazes sharpened, and they charged towards each other at remarkable speed. With a swift punch aimed at Zhang Heng, Luo Chuan intended to gauge his opponent's strength through a direct clash. However, to his astonishment, his punch met only air. Zhang Heng sidestepped effortlessly, executing a smooth 170-degree spin. With a resounding thud, Zhang Heng delivered a sweeping kick to Luo Chuan's face. Before Luo Chuan could react to the blinding speed of the strike, he was sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. Zhang Heng surveyed the fallen Luo Chuan, contemplating. Is this truly the extent of his capabilities? The outcome of the battle was decided in the blink of an eye. Zhang Heng slowly raised his right hand, signaling his personal victory, and then turned to leave the crowd. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching Zhang Heng's retreating figure until he vanished from sight, their attention shifting to the unconscious Luo Chuan on the ground. Boom. It was as if a grand feast had reached its zenith. In that moment, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What just transpired? Zhang Heng's speed and strength were astonishing. I didn't catch it. Did anyone see what happened? Lin Xuanya stood frozen, forgetting to pursue Zhang Heng. His velocity and explosive power far surpassed her own. Why would such a formidable individual seek her out for guidance? Was it possible that Zhang Heng was merely using training as a pretext to draw closer to her? Heavens! Could it be that Zhang Heng harbored feelings for me? Perhaps it was just that he felt shy expressing it? No, that's implausible. I am so ordinary. And how could such a cool guy like Zhang Heng possibly like someone like me? Yet, it seems there might be a chance. I am not entirely unremarkable. Lin Xuanya's thoughts were a tempest of conflicting emotions. The crowd remained reluctant to disperse, engulfed in frenzied discussions, all centered on Zhang Heng. Meanwhile, Luochuan gradually regained consciousness. As he awoke, tears of pain welled in his eyes. His jaw was completely dislocated. Zhang Heng's sudden kick had struck his vagus nerve, causing him to lose consciousness on the spot. Had Zhang Heng truly defeated him so easily? Luochuan, you're awake? Are you alright? Luochuan, surely you jest. You didn't deliberately lose to Zhang Heng, did you? What do you mean by deliberately lose? That kick from Zhang Heng was so swift that I could hardly see it. Did any of you catch what happened? It was a victory based purely on strength. Luochuan cupped his hands over his jaw, forcibly resetting it. As the audible crack echoed, everyone present winced in sympathy. Luochuan paused for a considerable moment before finally speaking. I underestimated him. I shall challenge him once more. Next time, let us see who remains prostrate on the ground. With a disdainful snort, Luochuan swaggered out of the human wall. He wandered to a less crowded area and turned into a nearby alley. After surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was watching, he spat out several shattered teeth, which fell into his palm, mingled with viscous blood. Gazing at the remnants of his teeth, he clenched his fist tightly, cursing under his breath. How could I be so humiliated? Zhang Heng, I shall remember this debt. Do you wish to kill Zhang Heng? A melodious voice floated towards him from the front. Luochuan was startled and quickly shoved his bloodied hand into his pocket. He looked up to see a sweet-faced girl approaching. To his surprise, he recognized her instantly and called out, "Hello, you're Ying Miao Miao from our class, aren't you?" Ying Miao Miao smirked. "I can't believe you remember me." "Indeed. We are classmates. Tell me, do you wish to kill Zhang Heng?" Luochuan responded, astonished, "While I harbor some resentment towards him, I certainly do not wish to kill him. What is your true intention?" Ying Miao Miao sighed, casting him a knowing glance. "As long as he remains at this school, he will always overshadow you. If he were to die, you would never have to endure his presence again. Is such a simple truth beyond your comprehension?" Luochuan appraised Ying Miao Miao from head to toe and retorted, "You're insane." Despite being insulted, Ying Miao Miao remained unfazed and continued. The South Central Academy of Abilities has yet to reach 2 months since its opening. By the 3rd month, the school will hold a power assessment to classify this year's students. Those with strength aspire to enter the elite class. Gaining entry into the elite class means receiving guidance in cultivation and enjoying special privileges. There are only 15 spots available, 5 of which are already reserved, leaving 10 remaining. Out of the 1,000 students, only 10 will be selected for the elite class. Do you believe you will be among them? Luochuan coldly scoffed. Why do you think I seek challengers? It is precisely to ascertain whether I belong among that 10. Even if I am not Zhang Heng's match, I will still be among those 10. If you seek someone to deal with Zhang Heng, I can only say you've chosen the wrong person. I am not foolish enough to be a pawn for someone else. Ying Miao Miao, seemingly anticipating his reply, smiled slightly. I concede you are clever, but not clever enough. You fail to realize the immense benefits of collaboration. You are unaware of just how formidable Zhang Heng truly is. Do you think Principal Su would care for an ordinary student without reason? Lin Xuanya is the apprentice of the chief guard from the Public Security Bureau. And Zhang Heng? Who knows him? He appears to be a mere nobody, but is he truly? You lost to Zhang Heng before a multitude, and you declared your intent to challenge him again. If you were to lose a second time, you would become a laughingstock, just as you previously claimed. You believe you can enter the elite class. Luochuan's fists tightened, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Ying Miao Miao. Don't think just because you're a woman, I won't dare to strike you. Ying Miao Miao remained as calm as ever, reiterating, let us collaborate. You will confront Zhang Heng and force him to withdraw from school, after which you can find a chance to eliminate him. I will assist you covertly, and no one will suspect a thing. My power is the siren's eye. I can render those I gaze upon into a state of sluggishness, just like this. Suddenly, Luochuan felt as if he was moving in slow motion, his entire being drastically decelerating. Chapter 071, The Death of Luochuan. Ying Miao Miao approached him, observing as his movements became increasingly sluggish, a slight smile gracing her lips. So how about it? Cooperate with me willingly? You can defeat Zhang Heng and compel him to leave the campus. I am sure Principal Su would take a liking to you. Who knows? You may even become his apprentice. As Luochuan's sluggishness began to fade, he inhaled deeply, staring at the woman before him. Though I know not the grievances between you and Zhang Heng, I shall not aid you in confronting him, nor will I leverage your power. And I certainly will not kill him. I will vanquish him by my own strength, not by relying on your so-called siren's eye. Ying Miao Miao's expression darkened, her patience waning. I have exhausted my efforts to reason with you, and you repay me with disdain. You deserve to die. In an instant, her gaze turned razor-sharp. The next moment, Luochuan's body began to petrify, inch by inch, from head to toe, until, within mere seconds, he was reduced to a lifeless statue. Ying Miao Miao scoffed. Were it not for your deliberate provocation against Zhang Heng, would I have sought you out? You truly lack self-awareness. With a swift kick, she toppled Luochuan's statue, shattering it into countless fragments. As the petrification lifted, Luochuan's body was reduced to a multitude of dismembered parts, and from his shattered head, It was barely discernible that he was indeed Luo Chuan. Another student has died at our school. A male classmate burst into the classroom. Panic etched across his face as he delivered the grim news. In an instant, all eyes widened. What now? Is it another beast or a beast man? This school is far too unsafe. People are dying every few days. I want to drop out. I cannot stay here any longer. Who knows who will be next? What on earth is happening? Who has died? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhang Heng furrowed her brow slightly and turned to Zhang Heng. What is going on at our school? Is it bad feng shui or something? Why are people dying again? Zhang Heng remained silent, focused instead on his phone, searching for the information he sought online. In these chaotic times, anything could happen. Even within the city, human life was not guaranteed. To survive, one must continuously grow stronger and acquire the ability to protect oneself. Zhang Heng was indifferent to who the deceased might be. However, he was more concerned about what had caused this death. He set his phone down and turned his attention to the male student who had rushed in. The male classmate then remarked, "The deceased is named Luo Chuan. It is said that his body was dismembered into several pieces, right next to the teaching building beside the school playground, precisely in the blind spot of the school's surveillance cameras." Upon finishing this statement, he cast a glance towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Luo Chuan. Wasn't he the one who had faced him in a duel that morning? Could it be that he was dead? The significance of this glance from the classmate was profound, causing Zhang Heng to furrow his brows. Beside him, Ganja could no longer contain his curiosity and exclaimed, "Luo Chuan? Isn't that the guy you dueled with? He is actually dead?" Zhang Heng. Could it be that? Suddenly, Ganja realized something and tactfully closed his mouth. Indeed. Even Ganja had begun to harbor doubts about him. What about the others? Surely they could not be oblivious to the implications. In that instant, all eyes in the room were directed towards him, their gazes tinged with suspicion. Although no one spoke, their eyes seemed to convey the question, "Did you kill Luo Chuan?" Once doubt takes root, accusations can swiftly follow. At that moment, Lin Xianya suddenly stood up. "What are you all thinking? How could Zhang Heng possibly kill Luo Chuan? It is evident that someone is deliberately attempting to frame him." She continued, "Zhang Heng has been in the classroom since he returned from the duel." Her words instantly awakened all the students present. But would they truly believe her? Just then, the homeroom teacher, Li Shui, arrived in the classroom. She scanned the room and then addressed Zhang Heng, who was seated in the corner. "Zhang Heng, please step outside." As he rose to leave, whispers erupted behind him. Could it have been Zhang Heng who did it? He only came to class this afternoon. He had plenty of time to commit the murder. Not only did he kill him, but he also dismembered the body? Is this an attempt to stage a beast attack on Luo Chuan, deliberately? They mused. Luo Chuan hadn't offended him that much, had he? Please, let us not jump to conclusions. We must speak with evidence. Indeed. Li Shui led Zhang Heng towards the principal's office. "Zhang Heng, I heard you had a duel with Luo Chuan this morning?" Zhang Heng nodded, "Yes. He sought me out several times, and I eventually agreed to duel him after lunch on the playground. In the end, I won." The homeroom teacher nodded. "Then you must have heard the news of Luo Chuan's death?" "I just heard it from a classmate," Zhang Heng replied. Li Shui sighed deeply. "I know Luo Chuan's death is not related to you, but the authorities wish for me to bring in those who had contact with him for questioning." In the principal's office, Zhang Heng immediately spotted Captain Chen sitting on a couch in the corner. Captain Chen smiled upon seeing him and waved. "Hey, Zhang Heng. It's good to see you again. How have you been?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I'm well." Meanwhile, Principal Su sat at his desk with a furrowed brow, troubled by the recent spate of deaths at the school. He had originally intended for Zhang Heng to assist the school in gaining some prestige. Yet these unfortunate events had unfolded consecutively. With a resigned sigh, the principal said, "Zhang Heng, Captain Chen has some matters he wishes to discuss with you. If you know anything, please share." Seamlessly, Captain Chen continued, "Zhang Heng, we've heard that you had an encounter with Luo Chuan this morning. You two had a duel on the playground, correct? What happened afterward?" Zhang Heng replied calmly, "After I defeated him, I returned to the classroom. What transpired afterward is beyond my knowledge. Those present at the time would know better." Captain Chen smiled slightly. "I see, then you're free to go. Is that all?" Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and then asked, "I heard that Luo Chuan was dismembered?" Captain Chen raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to see a photograph?" Zhang Heng considered it and replied, "Yes." Captain Chen, treating Zhang Heng as a confidant, produced a photograph and handed it to him. Zhang Heng glanced at the image, which depicted a gruesome scene. Indeed, it was Luo Chuan, but the dismembered body bore strange wounds. The cuts did not resemble those inflicted by a sharp weapon, nor did they appear to be the result of a beast attack. Rather, they seemed to have been caused by some form of supernatural ability. Zhang Heng struggled to find a more fitting description. They resembled cracks. Yes, cracks, akin to those found on shattered porcelain. Chapter 072. This kid is quite strange. Captain Chen smiled at Zhang Heng, retrieving the photograph, and inquired, "So, did you discern anything?" Zhang Heng replied, "The wounds are peculiar. They do not appear to be caused by physical tearing or a beast attack, but rather seem to have resulted from the actions of a certain supernatural entity." Captain Chen scoffed lightly. "I am already aware of that." "Very well, you may return." Zhang Heng nodded and began to leave. At this moment, Principal Su approached Captain Chen and asked, "Captain Chen, Zhang Heng shouldn't be a suspect, right? Captain Chen replied, indeed, he is not involved. However, old Su, you are concealing something from me. Where on earth did you find this child? Principal Su's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? What do I mean? Captain Chen chuckled coldly. This photograph caused even my men to frown, yet when I showed it to this kid, his expression didn't waver in the slightest. He even noted the uniqueness of the wounds. You asked me what is wrong? How did you come to possess such a child? I can't shake the feeling that he is some kind of underground assassin. After observing Zhang Heng for several days, Captain Chen had arrived at this conclusion. Zhang Heng's background certainly warranted a thorough investigation. Principal Su quickly smiled wryly. Captain Chen, you misunderstand. Zhang Heng's disposition is simply like that. He is rather reticent and has endured many hardships, so he has likely grown accustomed to witnessing corpses and such. Captain Chen shook his head. No, it's definitely not that. Every one of my men has accompanied me through thick and thin, facing numerous trials. Yet, when they see corpses, they still furrow their brows or exhibit discomfort. This indicates that my men still retain a sense of humanity. As for Zhang Heng, he displayed no reaction whatsoever to the sight of human remains, not even a flicker of emotion. Only a soulless killer, who has taken countless lives, could possess such a mindset. If he were a soldier in the Dragon Army or some elite unit, I wouldn't find this alarming. Rather, I would be grateful for such an exceptional soldier. But he is merely an ordinary student. Principal Su's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, there are indeed people who are naturally calm and bold. Moreover, I've investigated his background. It's quite clean. He grew up in a dilapidated building in Jiangnan City. His mother left when he was young, and his father, Zhang Tao, is just an ordinary security guard in a neighborhood. Captain Chen quickly seized upon this detail, asking, what supernatural abilities does the child possess? And what is his level? C-level, telekinesis. It's nothing rare. Principal Su responded smoothly. Captain Chen appeared taken aback. You stated his abilities and level without a moment's thought? Have you done your homework in advance? Old Su, we have been acquainted for quite some time. And whenever something occurs at your school, I have always rushed over to Jiangnan City, have I not? Even I kept it hidden from you. Speak up. What is it that you have concealed? Old Su found himself at a loss for words. Captain Chen, please refrain from pressing further. The most pressing matter at hand is to identify the perpetrator who took Lo Chuan's life, is it not? You have noticed the peculiarity of his wounds. Yet what precisely makes them so extraordinary? Old Su's tone shifted, clearly reluctant to elaborate on Zhang Heng's inquiry. Chen Jianba nodded slightly at Principal Su, and though curiosity lingered in his mind, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The wounds were indeed bizarre, as Zhang Heng had pointed out. They could not have been inflicted by a beast or a beast man. His body bore no external injuries. Yet his shoulder exhibited a shattering wound that expanded throughout his entire form, reminiscent of shattered glass scattered upon the ground. I suspect that Lo Chuan may have been petrified by someone. You should investigate whether there are individuals at your school with abilities akin to this, or those who possess powers that closely resemble it. Old Su nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, I shall conduct an inquiry immediately. Should I uncover any information, you shall be the first to know. Chen Jianba replied with an then I shall take my leave. Please keep me updated on any developments. I find myself rather free at the moment. Allow me to see you off. In the classroom, Zhang Heng returned to his lesson. Ganja leaned towards him, whispering, Teasy, what did the principal want with you? Zhang Heng shook his head. Nothing of consequence. Focus on your studies. Ganja let out a disappointed oh. Teasy still treats him like an outsider, refusing to share anything. At that moment, a chill emanated from Li Shue's hand, forming an ice sword. Classmates, the manifestations of abilities can take on various forms depending on the wielder's imagination. The richness of your imagination directly influences the potency of your powers. Unleash your creativity, and your abilities will ascend to new heights. Li teacher, may I touch it? A curious student in the front row asked, gazing at the ice sword. Li Shue smiled gently. Of course, come here. The boy eagerly grasped the ice sword, marveling at its purity. I never knew Li teacher's ability was ice. Suddenly, the sword shattered, crashing to the floor. Crash. The ice fragments scattered in all directions. The boy looked embarrassed. Li teacher, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. Li Shue, however, simply smiled and remarked, this leads us to the topic of our next lesson. The fragility of the ice sword stems from the fact that the spiritual energy within it has not been compressed. An ice sword formed through compression will be harder than steel. The students immediately understood. As Zhang Heng gazed at the scattered ice shards, images of Lo Chuan's corpse flooded his mind. Lo Chuan's body had been shattered in a similar manner, albeit not as exaggerated. It was indeed the work of an ability user, whether an ice manipulator or one capable of petrifying others, remains a suspect. What was the point of pondering this? The authorities would handle the situation. After class, Li Shui announced, students, this afternoon's practical lesson will take place outdoors. You have been learning in school for over 2 months now. While some of you may have encountered beasts with your abilities, others may not yet have seen what these beasts look like. From this afternoon until tomorrow night, you will venture into the Crescent Moon Forest in the southern part of the city for a day and night of outdoor adventure. Form groups of 5. As when the bell rings for the first class this afternoon, I will take you to the forest. Until then, pair up with classmates you trust. After class, Ganzhou exchanged glances with Zhang Heng and raised his eyebrows towards a figure not far away. Zhang Heng followed Ganzhou's gaze and spotted Lin Xianye, who stood up and offered him a smile. It seemed they had quickly found 2 members for their 5-person team. Lin Xianye approached Zhang Heng, stating, I have worked alongside Zhang Heng on subterranean beast and campus creature missions. For us, exploring a place like Crescent Moon Forest poses little challenge. Consider it a simple gathering among classmates. Lin Xianye smiled and gazed at Zhang Heng with admiration. She had always believed in his strength, and witnessing his duel with Lo Chuan had only solidified that belief. Ganzhou shook his head helplessly. How are you 2 training? We are in the same class, and the disparity is quite pronounced. You must take me along so I too may become as powerful as you. Zhang Heng turned to Ganzhou, saying, to grow strong. One must have a target that inspires that growth. What is yours? Lin Xianye widened her eyes slightly. Zhang Heng's words resonated deeply within her. Indeed, she had been striving tirelessly towards that very goal. A formidable individual always possesses a target that drives them to push their limits. The existence of a goal is essential for aspiring to become stronger. Ganzhou scratched the back of his head. I seem to lack a goal, so I shall take you as my target. Zhang Heng shook his head. A goal cannot be something trivial. You must harbor strong emotions towards it, or it must relate to your very existence. Ganzhou wore a glum expression. Where am I to find such a target? It seems I shall never become strong. A leisurely life breeds laziness. Clearly, Ganzhou was accustomed to idleness, and Zhang Heng did not insist on him training rigorously every day, as it was ultimately not his concern. Just then, 2 more individuals approached, both of whom Zhang Heng recognized. One was Lin Han, and the other was Wang Rongyao. Both classmates. Zhang Heng, let us form a team with you, they proposed. Zhang Heng nodded, having no objections. It mattered little who joined. Lin Han and Wang Rongyao exchanged smiles before instinctively glancing at Lin Xianye. To their astonishment, they found Lin Xianye gazing at Zhang Heng, her smile seemingly reserved solely for his presence. This led them to speculate whether Lin Xianye had feelings for Zhang Heng. Forming a team might also serve as a means to gather intelligence and gauge Zhang Heng's true strength, understanding the disparities among them. After grouping, all the students in the classroom formed their teams. When the bell rang for the first class that afternoon, everyone made their way outside to board a bus heading to the Crescent Moon Forest. The vast majority were visiting the outskirts for the first time, their faces flushed with excitement. The 5 of them settled into the last row of the bus. Zhang Heng sat by the window on the left, gazing out at the bustling crowd beyond. In her mind, another matter occupied her thoughts. Who exactly was responsible for Luo Chuan's death? It was said that he frequently sought out duels, and due to his inability to hold back, many of his opponents sustained varying degrees of injury. Perhaps this was a common belief. Soon, they attributed Luo Chuan's demise to the consequences of his own actions. What kind of power could render a person to such a shattered state? Was there a means to withstand such force? At this moment, Zhang Heng turned to Lin Xianye, inquiring with curiosity whether the techniques of elemental ability users could indeed provide a defense. Lin Xianye was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Heng's unexpected question. Her mind raced, quickly recalling some vital information her master had once shared about countering elemental ability users. She nodded, affirming that it was indeed possible. Her master had stated that if her opponent was an elemental ability user, one should close the distance at the fastest speed, denying them the opportunity to unleash their techniques. After all, it was a rarity for an elemental ability user to also excel in physical combat skills. In other words, the speed of an elemental ability user could never surpass that of a physical ability user. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. It was a straightforward and effective strategy. However, what if one encountered an elemental ability user who also possessed physical prowess? At this point, Ganzhou and the others looked on with curiosity, eager not to miss this opportunity to gaze openly at Lin Xianye while she spoke. Lin Xianye continued, if I were to face an elemental ability user whose speed was comparable to mine, or even faster, a physical ability user would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Once the opponent's elemental techniques were unleashed, it would likely be impossible for a physical ability user to even approach them. At that moment, one could only resort to a bit of cunning. Ganzhou, puzzled, asked, a bit of cunning? Lin Xianye turned to him with a slight smile, explaining, while an elemental ability user's speed may exceed mine, their techniques may not necessarily be swifter than my own. The so-called cunning involves continuously luring the opponent into attacking, depleting their energy, and once they are exhausted, one can then engage them directly. Upon hearing this, Ganzhou couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, remarking that it was indeed quite crafty. He had not expected Xianye to be so knowledgeable about combat. Anyone who became her adversary would surely be unfortunate. Lin Xianye, however, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, my master said this is not mere craftiness. If your opponent is intent on killing you, and you must likewise eliminate them, this so-called tactic becomes your trump card for survival. Sooner or later, we will have to face the dangers outside the city. As ability users, how can we remain confined within the city? Ganzhou was left at a loss for words. Wang Rongyao hastily interjected. My goal is to join the military and become a member of the Dragon Army to protect my homeland. What about you, Xinya? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xinya replied, I will first follow my master's path, becoming a guardian, accumulating military achievements during my service, and then I will join the military. Lin Han interjected, only the elite can enter the military. I didn't expect Xinya to have such lofty ambitions. I suppose I can only aspire to serve in the military district or some bases. In that instant, Lin Han felt a significant distance had opened up between him and Lin Xinya. How could a woman of her caliber ever consider him? He wished her happiness. Wang Rongyao wore an awkward smile. Lin Xinya then turned her gaze to Zhang Heng, continuing. There exists another category of elemental ability users who are exceedingly difficult to contend with. They are rare, almost genius-like beings. Zhang Heng's expression subtly shifted. Lin Xinya elaborated. There is a class of elemental ability users hailed as geniuses, possessing the ability to transform themselves into pure elemental form. This full elementalization grants them immunity to all external attacks. Ganja's eyes widened in astonishment. Immune to all external attacks? Are elemental ability users truly that powerful? Wouldn't tea that make them invincible? Suddenly, the entire bus fell into an unusual silence. Even the teacher, Li Shui, who stood at a distance, crossed her arms and looked at Lin Xinya with admiration. Lin Xianya's complexion changed, her cheeks flushing crimson. Li Shui encouraged her. We have just arrived at the Crescent Moon Forest, and we still have time. Xinya, please share with your fellow students. Allowing the frogs at the bottom of the well to understand the vastness of the world. All the students wore smiles. Yes, Xinya, please continue. Let us, the toads, hear the tales from the swan. They chuckled. Stop laughing, or Xinya will be too shy to continue. Lin Xinya instinctively glanced at Zhang Heng, who wore an expression of eager curiosity. She steeled herself and raised her voice, stating, the rarest elemental ability users, upon mastering full elementalization, can indeed be deemed invincible. However, such invincibility does not exist in this world. Everything in nature is subject to balance. There are many who can counter an elemental ability user's full elementalization. One need only master a power known as divine breath. Divine breath? Someone questioned, perplexed. Indeed, divine breath. Those who can cultivate divine breath are as rare as elemental ability users. Since everyone is eager to listen, I shall elaborate further. Divine breath is an immensely potent force. If one imbues the essence of divine breath into a weapon, it can sever anything, including the full elementalization of an elemental ability user. At that moment, someone suddenly asked in a playful tone, Xinya, what if an elemental ability user also masters divine breath? What would the outcome be? Lin Xinya smiled gently, as if recalling a delightful memory. Actually, I once posed the same question to my master. He responded that if an elemental ability user also masters divine breath, it would depend on the level of their opponent's divine breath. Divine breath has levels? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xinya nodded. Of course it does. Divine breath can not only be attached to weapons, making them capable of severing any object, but it also possesses a uniquely special effect. The first level of divine breath is mental tremor. A user with insufficient mental strength will faint from the mental tremor. This is a method employed by those who have mastered divine breath to discern whether their opponent is worthy of their effort. As for the second level, I am unaware, as my master did not disclose it to me. Upon concluding her explanation, Lin Xianya smiled slightly, indicating she had finished. Applause rang out around her. Lin Xianya turned in surprise to her side. Zhang Heng was the one applauding. Instantly, everyone joined in with fervent applause. Lin Xianya's face flushed deeply. Zhang Heng, why are you joining in the commotion? Laughter filled the air, though many wore bittersweet smiles. The gap had widened. At that moment, everyone was acutely aware of the distance between themselves and Lin Xianya. Ganja fell speechless. Such an exceptional woman was beyond his reach. Zhang Heng then asked, so, how can one cultivate divine breath? This question was crucial and sparked curiosity in everyone. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Lin Xianya, holding their breath. Each individual felt a flicker of hope that they might awaken to the divine breath. Lin Xuanya's gaze sharpened. For her master had informed her that to awaken the divine breath, one must possess a formidable physique capable of bearing such power, which simply put, required one's vital energy to reach 1,000 points. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. 1,000 points of vital energy? What manner of individuals awaken the divine breath? How could anyone possess such extraordinary physical attributes? I had thought I might stand a chance. But it appears that those who awaken the divine breath are truly the elite among humanity. This world cannot possibly be so vast. My current metrics barely aggregate to 100 points. Zhang Heng, deep in thought, promptly inquired, what else is there? Lin Xuanya was momentarily taken aback. After hearing of the 1,000 points of vital energy, Zhang Heng seemed unfazed. Additionally, there is the awakening of rage and death energy, she continued. My master stated that for an ordinary person to elevate their vital energy to 1,000 points is already exceedingly arduous. Thus, awakening rage and death energy is even more challenging. Rage cannot be quantified, so one cannot ascertain the level of fury required to awaken it. As for death energy, One must experience death firsthand, comprehend it, and then return to life, achieving mastery of the divine breath. A profound silence enveloped the bus. Upon hearing the concept of resurrection and mastery of the divine breath, Li Shui's expression shifted to one of despondency. The divine breath represents a threshold. This threshold has obstructed countless extraordinary individuals, while only a select few have managed to cross it. The sensation of being so near yet so far has shattered the confidence of many a prodigy. After listening to Lin Xuanya's words, Zhang Heng could not help but lapse into silence. The breadth of this world is indeed vast. This is merely the pinnacle for humanity. What are the limits for beast men? Aberrant creatures, the Skywing race, and the Sea Tribe? Can humanity truly emerge victorious in this era of chaos? At this moment, Li Shui summarized Lin Xuanya's discourse. She clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention and proclaimed, "Dear classmates, I trust you have gleaned from Lin Xuanya the vastness of this world. To survive in it, strength is an imperative each of us must possess. This holds true in the wilderness as well. The aberrant creatures and beastmen therein harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, vowing to drive us to extinction. Therefore, during this expedition, do not adopt a frivolous attitude. Danger could arise at any moment, and your lives may very well hang in the balance. Do not easily part ways from your teammates. Seek a safe encampment for yourselves. If fortune does not favor you, whether you will see the night through remains uncertain." The students instinctively swallowed hard, their mood turning tense. Chapter 075, Wilderness Expedition. In the Remnant Moon Forest, Li Shui led the students to the entrance. Facing them, she stated, "This is the Remnant Moon Forest, where the incidence of aberrant creatures is rated E, predominantly featuring first-tier creatures. It is a location where the South Central Academy has historically arranged for students to hone their skills. Scattered throughout the Remnant Moon Forest are black cards placed by our school's instructors. You are a total of 45 individuals, and there are 100 such cards hidden within the forest. By tomorrow evening, each 5-member group that retrieves a card will receive rewards prepared by the Academy. I urge you all to exert your utmost effort. Your very lives will soon rest in your own hands. I hope to see each of you return safely." Dismissed, the students ventured into the depths of the Remnant Moon Forest. It seemed the aberrant creatures sensed the invasion and began to stir restlessly. Initially, all the students proceeded with utmost caution, but as time passed within the forest, they gradually relaxed. Ganja took the lead, boldly stepping forward as the vanguard. Reassured by the presence of Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya, two of the Academy's most formidable talents. With them around, what threat could first-tier aberrant creatures possibly pose? They would surely be subdued. Lin Xuanya remarked, "Nightfall is approaching. We should hasten to find a suitable place to spend the night." Ganja returned, puzzled. "A place to overnight, perhaps a cave? Or maybe we could construct a wooden hut ourselves." Zhang Heng interjected, "Caves are likely inhabited by aberrant creatures. After all, we are in the wilderness. If they are indeed dwelling in caves, they are probably in underground burrows. Building a wooden hut might be advantageous. We have plenty of skilled lumberjacks here." Wang Rongyao chimed in, "Since we've come this far, why not seek out a cave and confront an aberrant creature? To be frank, I've yet to face one." Lin Han nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us test our mettle against an aberrant creature. Having ventured outside the city, how could we return without a taste of blood? Would that not squander this opportunity?" Zhang Heng found it difficult to comprehend their enthusiasm. To him, this so-called expedition seemed utterly frivolous, merely a waste of time. He believed each person should build their own hut and return home for a restful night. Returning the next day, after all, with Lin Xuanya around, she should be able to resolve any troubles that might arise. Lin Xuanya glanced at Zhang Heng and, noticing his silence, proposed, "Perhaps the black cards are hidden within some caves as well." "Zhang Heng, should we seek out a cave?" Zhang Heng nodded, "All right. But I might still construct a wooden hut afterward." Wang Rongyao and Lin Han beamed at Zhang Heng's acquiescence. Nevertheless, was he overly fixated on the hut? Ganja, wielding a stone boomerang, exclaimed, "Finally, my moment has come. If we encounter any aberrant creatures, allow me to take the first strike." Zhang Heng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This expedition was less of an adventure and more akin to a group of elementary students embarking on a camping trip. Ganja, alongside 2 others, quickened his pace, setting out to locate a cave where aberrant creatures might dwell, while Lin Xuanya and Zhang Heng leisurely followed behind. "Zhang Heng, what are your thoughts on Luo Chuan's death? Who do you believe is responsible?" Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "Luo Chuan made many enemies, leaving numerous individuals scorched by his actions. There are countless who would want him dead. However, if it were one of his former adversaries, it seems implausible. If they were capable of defeating Luo Chuan, how could they have lost to him in the first place? Wasn't he undefeated until he encountered me?" Lin Xuanya nodded. "You are correct. Luo Chuan had not been bested by anyone prior to facing you. If it were indeed someone he had previously vanquished, they might have sought assistance. I have seen Luo Chuan's corpse. His body was shattered like glass. I suspect it may have been the work of an elemental ability user. What do you think?" Lin Xuanya's mentor is the captain of the Guardian Squad of the Public Security Bureau, and her future aspiration is to become a guardian herself. It is only natural for her to be intrigued by the death of Luo Chuan. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. Your speculation aligns with mine. I too believe it was the work of an elemental ability user, and the school authorities are likely already investigating. If all students of the school are ruled out, it is highly probable that the perpetrator is from outside the institution. However, I suspect it was someone from within the school. Lin Xuanya inquired. Why do you think so? Zhang Heng explained. The assassin evaded all surveillance cameras on campus, which indicates a familiarity with their locations. Had Luo Chuan and the assassin appeared in the same frame of a surveillance camera, they would have been discovered long ago. Furthermore, it is possible that Luo Chuan knew this individual, and they were engaged in a conversation they wished to keep from prying ears. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a secluded spot. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the assassin decided to eliminate Luo Chuan, who was caught off guard. There were no external injuries on Luo Chuan, ruling out the involvement of a physical ability user. The wounds exhibited a cracking pattern only an elemental ability user could inflict. I suspect there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Luo Chuan was instantaneously killed by the assailant, which speaks to the latter's considerable skill. Lin Xuanya's eyes widened slightly. Zhang Heng, what is your goal? Would you consider joining me in becoming a guardian? Zhang Heng contemplated before replying. If I become a guardian, I could gain direct access to the military, so I shall consider it. Lin Xuanya took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the revelations. She was astonished that Zhang Heng had deduced so much useful information, far more than she had anticipated. If Zhang Heng could become a guardian, they would be able to undertake missions together, promising a remarkable journey ahead. Zhang Heng remarked. The Public Security Bureau is likely to have gleaned the same information I have, so there is no need for us to overexert ourselves. Lin Xuanya nodded in agreement. Just then, Ganja suddenly rushed towards them, exclaiming, Lin Xuanya, Zhang Heng, come quick. We found a splendid cave, and there are exotic beasts inside. Lin Xuanya smiled faintly, reminiscing about her first experience with her mentor in the wild when she encountered an exotic beast. Zhang Heng, let us hurry. Zhang Heng nodded, and the two quickly made their way toward Ganja. Chapter 76. Aesthetic absence. Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya arrived at the entrance of the cave, discovered by Ganja and the others. It was a small cave, its entrance barely taller than an adult, yet the interior seemed spacious. At that moment, a creature resembling a leopard lay sprawled at the cave's mouth. Zhang Heng's mind swiftly conjured a name, Spirit Leopard, a first-tier exotic beast, posing little threat. Wang Rongyao and Lin Han were currently engaged in a standoff with the Spirit Leopard, seemingly wary of its potential escape. Ganja, brimming with excitement and wielding a boomerang, shouted, let me take a turn, let me take a turn. Zhang Heng and Lin Xuanya stood back, observing the unfolding scene. They estimated that the three of them combined should be more than capable of handling such a first-tier beast. Suddenly, Wang Rongyao shouted and charged at the Spirit Leopard with his machete. With a swift motion, the Spirit Leopard reared up, using its claws to deflect Wang Rongyao's strike, leaving its claws bloodied. The beast's resilience was impressive. Upon seeing the blood, Wang Rongyao's face flushed, clearly becoming increasingly exhilarated. My turn now, my turn now. Ganja threw his boomerang forcefully towards the Spirit Leopard. The boomerang's speed was slow, yet the Spirit Leopard again stood upright, using its claws to block. With a crack, the boomerang struck the Spirit Leopard's head, falling beside it. Ganja grinned and called out to those around him. How about that? Not bad, right? A gash appeared on the Spirit Leopard's head, crimson blood staining half of its face. Despite the pain, it remained crouched at the cave's entrance, emitting a deep, throaty roar that sent shivers down Ganja and his companion's spines. Ganja, now armed with another boomerang, declared, how dare you roar at me? Watch this. However, just then, a figure dashed toward the cave with blinding speed. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, severing the Spirit Leopard's head before it even realized what was approaching. As the group regained their composure, they recognized the figure responsible. Ganja grumbled, Teasy, that was a bit inconsiderate. We weren't finished having our fun yet. Lin Han, who had been waiting for an opportunity to strike, felt dismayed as Zhang Heng had beaten him to it. Wang Rongyao chuckled, as expected of Zhang Heng. That blow is something I can learn from. Zhang Heng stowed his dual blades in his spatial ring and remarked, your abilities are too weak. Before attempting to confront exotic beasts, you should focus on enhancing your strength. This method of slaughtering exotic beasts lacks any sense of aesthetic beauty. Even an exotic beast is a living being. If the odds were even, it would be a different matter. The reality is, if it were to escape this cave, it could easily shred you to pieces. The only reason it hasn't fled is that there is a young one inside. At that moment, a small Spirit Leopard darted out of the cave, standing atop the corpse of its parent while incessantly roaring at them. Seeing that the humans showed no response, it licked the Spirit Leopard's body. The group then understood why the Spirit Leopard had not left the cave. It was there to protect the young one inside. Lin Xuanya stepped forward, stating, Zhang Heng is correct. If you wish to kill an exotic beast, it should be done swiftly and cleanly, rather than torturing it with a blunt blade, which is devoid of beauty. Beauty in killing exotic beasts? Ganja and his companions failed to grasp this concept. Nevertheless, with Lin Xuanya supporting Zhang Heng, they had little room for dissent. Lin Han sighed. It is precisely because of our lack of strength that we sought to practice on an exotic beast. We never expected there to be so many unwritten rules. Even regarding aesthetics, Zhang Heng explained calmly. Indeed, killing an exotic beast requires a sense of beauty. It reflects one's strength and is also a mark of respect for the life that falls by your hand. If you have watched videos of wildlife hunting, you would understand this. Regardless of the prey, hunters first kill their quarry before savoring it. It is rare to see a predator gradually consume its prey while allowing it to bleed out slowly. The method you employed earlier exhibited no sense of beauty, failing to showcase your strength, and instead, it appeared as though you were toying with life, which is quite unseemly. The three of them fell silent, their spirits dampened. Zhang Heng gazed down at the spirit leopard sprawled on the ground, just as it lifted its head to let out a fierce roar. With a resounding thud, he sent the small spirit leopard flying with a swift kick, crashing against the stone wall behind it, and dying on the spot. The system seemed too indifferent to even notify him of the kill against a first-tier creature. This single act not only dispelled the vexation lingering in the hearts of Ganja and the others, but also offered them a profound insight into Zhang Heng's character. He was not merely a sentimental soul. He genuinely believed that their method of dispatching the beast was excessively brutal. Lin Xianya, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow her brow momentarily, though it quickly relaxed. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with this approach. After all, the spirit leopard was a foe of humanity, whether it be a cub or an adult. Zhang Heng turned to Ganja and the others, remarking that aside from a foul odor, the cave was quite suitable for an overnight stay. I shall go chop some wood to construct a cabin. You may do as you please, he declared, striding toward a nearby forest. Ganja and the others exchanged glances as they watched Zhang Heng's retreating figure, their expressions far from pleased. Was it really necessary to humiliate others, even with such strength? No, this was by no means an act of humiliation. TZ was not that sort of person. He was looking out for them. Had it not been for the small spirit leopard, the three of them would likely have been dealt with by the adult spirit leopard long ago. Indeed, one of them agreed. If the spirit leopard had not been preoccupied with its cub, it might not have hesitated to eliminate us. Lin Xianya approached with a wry smile. It's wonderful that you all think this way. I was worried you might hold a grudge against Zhang Heng. At first, there was a slight annoyance. Zhang Heng is truly formidable. I wonder how he trains. Ganja mused, casting a glance at Lin Xianya, inwardly hoping this might endear him to her. Chapter 077, Good Friends. The group found a river to clean the spirit leopard's carcass before setting up a makeshift grill over the bonfire outside the cave. Not far from the grill, a rudimentary wooden cabin appeared rather abruptly. As dusk settled in, the sky darkened, with hardly any stars visible. Save for a solitary full moon hanging high above, the spirit leopard sizzled as it roasted, and the four sat around the fire. Three of them eagerly reaching for the meal, while Lin Xianya's gaze kept drifting toward the modest cabin. Ganja, noticing her distraction, couldn't help but chuckle. Xianya, don't mind Zhang Heng, let him rest. He needs to recuperate, so he can help us find the black card tomorrow. Lin Han, meanwhile, checked his phone, a frown crossing his face. It seems our classmates have gotten into a scuffle over the black cards, and one is seriously injured. What are they doing? The others looked on in astonishment. Wang Rongyao queried, aren't there 100 black cards? We have only 40-some people. Each should have 2 cards, which is sufficient. Why the need for conflict? Lin Han nodded, enlightened by a message from a friend, then explained to the others, true, there are 100 black cards. But each member of a team must secure 1. There are over 100 places to hide the cards, and some wish to gather 5 right from the start to conclude their exploration early. And this is how fights break out, he concluded. I think we should be cautious tomorrow. Ganja scoffed. We should have the least to worry about, right? With Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya as our experts. Who would dare challenge us? Lin Han sighed. While others may hesitate to challenge Zhang Heng and Lin Xianya, our team as strength is uncertain. Tomorrow, we need to penetrate the forest to find the black cards, and splitting up will surely enhance our efficiency. Can we really expect that all 5 of us will find a card before sunset? Wang Rongyao added with a rueful smile. In the end, we must rely on ourselves. If we possess strength, we need not fret so much. Look at Xianya. She hardly concerns herself with these matters. Lin Xianya blinked in surprise, looking up at the 3. What is this? Were you talking about me? Ganja and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Realizing that Lin Xianya had not been paying attention at all, at Zhang Heng's residence, after a quick wash, he lay down on the soft bed and fell asleep immediately. The following morning, he utilized the space gate to return to the cabin, then pretended to emerge from it. Seeing Zhang Heng step out, Lin Xianya approached with a smile. Zhang Heng, have you awakened? I came looking for you several times last night, but you must have been asleep, as you didn't respond. Was Lin Xianya perhaps a bit too clingy? Zhang Heng noticed that she seemed to have kept vigil near the cabin throughout the night. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Lin Xianya, do you harbor feelings for me? Her eyes widened in shock, and she stood frozen, unsure where to place her hands and feet, stammering, I don't dislike you. What about you? Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with expectation, resembling a puppy gazing at Zhang Heng. He felt the need to clarify. I may never be able to love anyone in this lifetime, nor can I force myself to like you. Do you understand? Though he longed for the simplicity of an ordinary life, the harsh truth remained. He could never be an ordinary person nor live an ordinary existence. The path of the strong was profoundly solitary and fraught with thorns. He did not wish for this woman before him to someday suffer because of him, or to stand on a precipice where life and death hung in the balance, her tearful eyes imploring him to end her life or to abandon her. Women only served to weaken men. In a world so chaotic and terrifying, who had the luxury to indulge in romantic entanglements? Zhang Heng's response left Lin Xianya utterly astonished and deeply disappointed. He could never love anyone in his lifetime, which naturally included her. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Heng, her breath quickening. I understand. I'm sorry. Lin Xianya wept openly. But Zhang Heng remained oblivious to the concept of cherishing delicate emotions, watching as she dashed toward the forest. Was she planning to withdraw from the adventure? A woman who could be so easily swayed by external emotions was indeed someone he found difficult to like. However, if he did not pursue her now, it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, Zhang Heng followed after Lin Xianya. She soon realized he was trailing behind her. Suddenly stopping, she turned and glared at him. Why are you following me? I'm going back. Are you returning as well? What about Ganzhou and the others? Zhang Heng replied calmly. I sense that you are not the type of fragile woman who needs to cry. Wipe your tears. Save them for later to avoid raising suspicions with Ganzhou and the others. Lin Xianya clenched her fists, thinking, who says I am not fragile? I am far too fragile. What is wrong with Zhang Heng? He appears devoid of any human emotions. Shouldn't he comfort her in this moment? She had truly developed feelings for such a block of wood. How absurd. Lin Xianya took a deep breath, wiping away the tears on her face. She approached Zhang Heng, her voice tinged with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Can you tell me why you can never love anyone else in your life? Zhang Heng continued walking forward as he replied, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to answer that question. It's just that your persistent affection towards me creates a great deal of pressure and draws too much attention. I have always regarded you as a very dear friend. Lin Xianya's expression slightly returned to normal. A dear friend, is it? That doesn't sound too bad. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and remarked. It is indeed a good beginning, isn't it? Lin Xianya found herself puzzled by Zhang Heng's notion of a good beginning. Had she truly understood him? Perhaps she would have grasped his meaning. Zhang Heng seldom considered anyone as a friend. His pursuits lay in the realm of absolute power, transcending the myriad of beings. The affairs of love and attraction held little interest for him. By laying his cards on the table today, perhaps Lin Xianya's feelings for him would no longer be so overt. Although this approach might cause her some pain, isn't it preferable to endure a brief suffering rather than a prolonged one? At that moment, Lin Xianya believed herself to be Zhang Heng's very good friend, which seemed to lift her spirits considerably. The two then returned to their previous campsite as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 078, Silence. At the campsite, Ganzhou inhaled deeply and announced, now that everyone is gathered, we should commence our search for the black cards hidden within the forest. As we discussed last night, in order to discover more black cards, we have decided to form groups. I will team up with my buddy Zhang Heng, while Wang Rong Yao and Lin Han. You will pair with Lin Xianya. Give up. Lin Xianya would never develop feelings for him. Ganzhou promptly relinquished any hopes, uninterested even in the opportunity to be close to her. Just as his words fell, Lin Xianya strode directly into the forest, with the other two hurriedly following her. Ganzhou's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. What was the matter? Xianya seemed rather displeased. Could it be because I forgot to switch night watch with her last night? At that moment, Zhang Heng also moved forward, sensing that something had occurred. Let us discuss it as we walk, he suggested. Ganzhou, keeping pace, explained, it's madness. Our classmates suddenly started fighting. Regardless of whether you possess a black card, you get beaten up first. If they don't find a black card, then so be it. We must be cautious. Zhang Heng smiled subtly, saying, if a person grows up in an environment devoid of conflict, their innate savagery will gradually fade. However, when placed in the wild, amidst such perilous circumstances, their primal instincts are rekindled. Ganzhou scratched his head, pondering, why hasn't my savagery awakened? You should be more vigilant of your surroundings now than you were at school, Zhang Heng responded. Ganzhou chuckled awkwardly, realizing the truth in Zhang Heng's words. I suppose my savagery has been awakened. Ahem, let us focus on finding those black cards. Perhaps they lie hidden in the most unexpected corners. The two wandered aimlessly into the forest. The Crescent Moon forest was not vast, and thus devoid of any exotic beasts. With a total of 100 black cards, there was little reason to fret about finding them, unless someone was deliberately hoarding them. Within the next hour, both of them discovered a black card in various parts of the forest. Ganzhou examined the iron card stamped with the words South Central Ability Students and remarked, surprisingly heavy, huh? Our luck seems to be quite good. We found one in just an hour. Zhang Heng replied, there are 100 black cards in this forest. And since it is populated by our fellow classmates, finding one each shouldn't be too arduous. Let us go find Lin Xianya and her group. If they have also found one, this tedious adventure will be deemed a success. Ganzhou cautiously glanced at Zhang Heng and asked, Zhang Heng, do you find this wilderness exploration boring? I actually find it quite refreshing and exhilarating. Zhang Heng replied calmly. You perceive it as refreshing and exhilarating because you have never experienced such feelings before. Once your strength increases and you venture outside more frequently, it will cease to be novel or thrilling, for it will become a part of your daily life. Ganja chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Zhang Heng, are you and Lin Xianya getting closer? Zhang Heng shook his head. Lin Xianya and I are merely ordinary classmates. Don't overthink it. However, I can tell you that Lin Xianya is quite capable herself, naturally gravitating towards powerful men. You truly need to put in more effort. Ganja sighed helplessly. I'm aware of all that, but cultivation is not solely dependent on talent. Personal interest plays a significant role as well. My interests lie elsewhere, and I merely go through the motions with my training. Once I finish my 3 years at South Central Ability Academy, I plan to become a businessman. Being wealthy has its own appeal. Zhang Heng remarked. Becoming a powerful ability user, slaying high-tier beasts, can also be lucrative. Ganja found himself speechless, observing Zhang Heng's demeanor. He could not shake the feeling that Zhang Heng had become exceedingly composed, exuding an air of a sage from another realm. At times, listening to his words invoked a peculiar sensation. Just then, a figure wearing a black mask suddenly appeared before them. From her stature, it was apparent that she was a woman. Ganja's expression shifted as he called out to the woman in the distance. Are you one of our classmates? Did you get separated from your group? Or? His pace slowed considerably. Zhang Heng's expression changed slightly as he instinctively closed his eyes. Oh, you know to close your eyes to evade my ability? Have you studied my powers? The woman inquired, her voice sounding eerily familiar. Ing Miao Miao? Zhang Heng was taken aback. Ing Miao Miao let out a soft scoff and began to approach Zhang Heng. Indeed, it's me. I never expected to find you here in the Crescent Moon Forest for an adventure. I wondered where everyone from your class had gone. Thankfully, the forest isn't too large, so I managed to find you. Upon recognizing Ing Miao Miao, Zhang Heng regained his composure. Are you here to kill me since I want to help you? Was Luo Chuan also a victim of yours? Ing Miao Miao retorted. Open your eyes. If you do, I will tell you. At that moment, the movements of the heavy-set person suddenly slowed, as if immobilized. A strange red light emanated from ahead, and Zhang Heng instantly deduced that this was likely the cause of Ganja's slowed movements. Thus, he kept his eyes shut. He had indeed guessed correctly. As long as he did not meet her gaze, he would not fall prey to her tricks. Zhang Heng retrieved a double-edged knife from his spatial ring, relying on his hearing to ascertain Ing Miao Miao's position. Initially taken aback, Ing Miao Miao stood frozen in place, unwilling to advance further. Boom! Zhang Heng's internal energy surged, propelling him into the second tier of energy circulation. A continuous flow of energy surged into his right hand. The double-edged knife in his grip shimmered brilliantly, exuding an imposing aura. Ing Miao Miao gazed in astonishment at the bizarre weapon in Zhang Heng's hand, emanating a terrifying aura. Zhang Heng remained silent, appearing to listen intently. Was he trying to ascertain her position? The moment she spoke, would he strike at her with that lethal blade? Having witnessed the duel between Zhang Heng and Luo Chuan, she knew his speed was akin to lightning. If that were the case, she could very well be slain by him on the spot. Damn it! Initially, she had intended to eliminate Zhang Heng to avenge Cheng Liang, yet now, standing before him, she found herself paralyzed with fear. Chapter 079. Ambush in the forest. Ing Miao Miao's complexion turned ghostly pale, her breathing shallow and carefully controlled, not daring to utter a sound. She feared that if she opened her mouth, Zhang Heng would end her life. The two adversaries were locked in a tense stalemate. Zhang Heng flashed a grin and remarked, "Did you never consider that before you seek to kill another, someone might retaliate?" As he spoke, he unleashed his bloodthirst ability. Two crimson lines shot forth in opposite directions, one aimed at Ganja, the other, naturally, at Ing Miao Miao. Knowing the direction, but what of the distance? Ing Miao Miao watched in dread as the strange bloodlines drew ever closer. Though she did not comprehend their nature, she had no choice but to attempt an escape. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Zhang Heng's eyes flew open. Bang! The ground beneath him shattered as he transformed into a streak of black lightning, slicing downward toward Ing Miao Miao. Ah! She cried out in horror, just managing to roll away clumsily before the blow could land. The ground was cleaved, leaving a fissure several meters long. Zhang Heng's gaze was fixed on Ing Miao Miao's feet as he advanced swiftly. She was not a martial adept. How could her speed possibly surpass his? In an instant, Zhang Heng appeared behind her, his dual-bladed sword effortlessly piercing her body and emerging from her chest. Ing Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the peculiar blade that had impaled her. How could this be happening? Though she had indeed come to kill Zhang Heng, would an ordinary person react so decisively, intent on killing her without hesitation? Who exactly was this man? Zhang Heng slowly opened his eyes, stepping onto Ing Miao Miao's back before withdrawing his blade. He regarded her with cold indifference as she lay twitching on the ground. The system offered no notification. His sword bore no blood. Could it be that Ing Miao Miao was still alive? Yet, there lay a corpse before him. Suddenly, the body transformed into a cloud of pink mist, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, only to hear a soft sound behind him. He turned to see Ganja had become a stone statue, though the stony hue was gradually fading. It seemed that the assassin who had killed Luo Chuan was indeed Ing Miao Miao. Such a formidable ability. Can anyone be petrified? Zhang Heng hastily attempted to contact the system. System, I wish to replicate her ability. Response to the host. Replication is not possible. Why? 1. The host lacks sufficient replication points. 100. 000 are required for replication. 2. The source of replication is not present. Replication cannot be conducted. A staggering 100,000 replication points. And the source is not here. Could it be that what he encountered was merely Ing Miao Miao's doppelganger? What kind of ability allows for such a manifestation? Zhang Heng felt a pang of frustration, yet was powerless to alter the situation. 10 minutes later, Ganzhou awakened, exclaiming, "What just happened?" It appeared he had no recollection of the prior events. Zhang Heng fabricated an excuse, claiming he might have fainted from heat exhaustion. The two made their way back to the original cave. After half an hour, Lin Xuanya returned to the cave with 2 others, presenting their black cards. She stated, "Since we have all found our black cards, let us depart from the Crescent Moon Forest." The group nodded in agreement and proceeded toward the forest's exit. At the entrance of the Crescent Moon Forest, several medical vehicles were lined up, treating numerous students who appeared to be quite injured. Zhang Heng's group submitted their 5 black cards to Li Shui. With a smile, Li Shui remarked, "It seems this outdoor expedition posed no significant challenge for you two." Lin Xuanya offered a wry smile, but remained silent. Zhang Heng suddenly inquired, "Teacher Li, may we leave now?" Li Shui replied, "Not so fast. Other students have yet to return. If I let you leave alone and something happens, I would have a hard time explaining it to the principal. We will wait until everyone is back before departing together. Is there something urgent?" Zhang Heng shook his head, "Nothing pressing for now. I shall rest on the bus." With that, he walked toward the bus at the rear. His mind was occupied with thoughts regarding Ing Miao Miao. Clearly, she had dispatched her doppelganger to eliminate him, and that doppelganger possessed her abilities as well. Since she had made an attempt on his life, he had no choice but to strike first. Zhang Heng dialed Yi Duoduo's number. "Hello? Yi Duoduo, please inform Captain Chen that I know who the killer of Luo Chuan is." "Not going to do it. You do it yourself." Yi Duoduo hung up abruptly. Zhang Heng's expression shifted, recalling that the two seemed to have a strained relationship. With a sigh of resignation, he realized he would have to go in person. He opened a portal to the space and directly arrived at the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. A man approached, none other than Chen Jianba. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Chen Jianba appeared surprised. "Zhang Heng, what brings you here? Do you have new information for me?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I have been targeted by Cheng Liang's associate, a person named Ing Miao Miao. Her ability allows her to petrify others. I shattered her doppelganger. She should be in the city now." Chen Jianba's expression changed subtly. "Ing Miao Miao? Who is she? From your academy?" "Indeed, from our academy. Perhaps you should consult Principal Su. He might assist you in locating her." Chen Jianba's brow furrowed slightly, his tone serious. "Is your information reliable? You're not playing a prank on me, are you?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "Absolutely reliable." Chen Jianba took a deep breath, assessing Zhang Heng, who did not seem the type to engage in mischief. He nodded. "Very well. I will seek out old Su. You may accompany me." Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "Currently, I am engaged in an outdoor expedition course, so I won't join you. You go ahead." With that, Zhang Heng opened a portal before Chen Jianba. The portal revealed a dense forest behind it. Chen Jianba's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, you little rascal, you possess space powers?" Zhang Heng had grown weary of concealing the truth. It was inevitable that the other party would eventually uncover it. Chen Jianba gazed at the gradually vanishing portal to the spatial realm, his expression a perplexing blend of joy and anger. "Damn it, old Su. You've made me suffer in silence. I'm coming to settle the score with you." Chapter 080, Hand over Zhang Heng. In the principal's office of the Southern Metaphysical Academy, Chen Jianba strode in with a light-hearted gait, his face adorned with a broad smile, and pushed open the door to the principal's office. "Old Su, I need your help to investigate someone." Principal Su was startled by Chen Jianba's sudden entrance. "Captain Chen, could you please knock before entering? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Chen Jianba, however, paid no heed to his concern. "Old Su, I'm here to inform you that I've uncovered the identity of the person who killed Luo Chuan. It is said to be a student from your academy, named Ing Miao Miao. Such an unusual name. Surely there can't be another with the same?" Principal Su paused momentarily. "How did you find that out? Who informed you?" Chen Jianba chuckled lightly. "Speaking of which, I must ask you, Zhang Heng is evidently a spatial ability user. Why did you claim his ability was telekinesis? Concealing the information about a spatial ability user, your audacity is commendable." Upon hearing this, Principal Su was taken aback. "You don't mean to say Zhang Heng revealed to you who killed Luo Chuan, do you?" Chen Jianba grinned widely. "Indeed. I've also learned that he is a spatial ability user. I shall report you shortly. Prepare for the repercussions. Ha ha ha." Principal Su fell into a sudden silence. It appeared that Zhang Heng no longer wished to conceal his abilities from the outside world. Understandably so, as he had yet to discern the origins of his ability, which had not provided him with any particular advantage. It was reasonable for Zhang Heng to refuse to cooperate any longer. Perhaps, he deliberately showcased his abilities in front of Captain Chen as a reminder against concealing the level of his powers. With a resigned sigh, Principal Su said, at this point, I shall not hide the truth from you any longer. Zhang Heng's abilities are far more complex than merely being classified as a spatial ability user. Captain Chun's notion of reporting him was evidently a jest, and Principal Su wouldn't take it too seriously. Zhang Heng's physical examination yielded an S-grade result, and his ability level is at least S-grade, and of a special type, spatial abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianba's eyes widened in shock. You didn't even know what his abilities were, merely deducing his S-grade from the physical test results? And it's a spatial ability? An unknown type? Principal Su nodded, indeed. An unknown type. It has been several months, and Zhang Heng himself should have a clearer understanding of his abilities. Previously, Wang Yin from Jiangsheng even took him under his wing for a few days, but he resigned shortly thereafter, claiming the boy's comprehension was too advanced, leaving him with little to teach. Chen Jianba seemed to have completely forgotten the original purpose of his visit. His mind consumed by the revelation that Zhang Heng was an S-grade ability user. He was both astonished and elated. This is splendid news. If we report this to our superiors, the funding for Jiangnan City this year will likely see a significant increase, considering we have an S-grade ability user in our midst. How could you, old Su, keep such a secret? Principal Su chuckled. I must admit, I had my own reasons for withholding this information. However, now that you are aware, it won't be long before the entire world knows. As for the outcome, I shan't concern myself with it anymore. Regardless, our school boasts such a talent. By the way, you mentioned the name of the assassin who killed Luo Chuan. Who was it again? Suddenly, Principal Su recalled the matter at hand. Chen Jianba quickly responded. Ying Miao Miao, she appears to be a female student. Zhang Heng deduced it was her because she attacked him in the Crescent Moon Forest this afternoon, and he witnessed her capabilities. Principal Su furrowed his brow. Is that so? Is Zhang Heng unharmed? With a cold smirk, Principal Su remarked, an S-grade ability user? What could possibly happen to him? If I'm not mistaken, he has likely already reached the second tier of his abilities. He has only been awakened for a few months. His training speed is astonishing. Principal Su let out a long breath. This Ying Miao Miao is exceedingly reckless. I must act immediately. Principal, help. A student suddenly burst into the room. The student crashed through the door of the principal's office, rolling on the floor, and, disregarding the blood on his face, exclaimed urgently, Principal, this is terrible. All the students in our class have been petrified. Ying Miao Miao did this. She sent me to deliver a message. Hand over Zhang Heng, who is shackled with restraining handcuffs, within 3 days, or our classmates will remain as sculptures forever. Principal Su slammed his palm on the desk. Damn it. I had yet to confront her, and she dares to demand my people. Chen Jianba pondered carefully. She must have acted after attacking Zhang Heng. It seems she anticipated her identity would be exposed, hence her reckless behavior. Principal Su queried the student. Did she mention any specific location for Zhang Heng to go to, or her reasons for doing this? The student grimaced. She mentioned Cheng Liang, instructing Zhang Heng to go to where Cheng Liang was previously captured. Principal, who is Cheng Liang? Is he the insect speaker? Chen Jianba exchanged glances with Principal Su. Ying Miao Miao and Cheng Liang hail from the same orphanage. They are close friends. She likely intends to avenge Cheng Liang, which is why she targeted Zhang Heng. For now, let us focus on bringing Zhang Heng back. We can strategize further afterward. As for you, leave now and ensure this matter remains confidential. Understood? Principal Su warned the male student with a stern gaze. The student, pale with fear, quickly nodded. Principal, don't worry, I won't speak a word of this. At the entrance of the Crescent Moon Forest, Li Shui received a call from the principal and subsequently found Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, the principal wants you to return to school immediately. He and Captain Chun are waiting for you in the office. Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, did he say why? Li Shui shook her head. No, but from the principal's tone, he seems quite anxious. Will you be all right returning alone? At that moment, Lin Huanya stood up. Since my master is present, I'll accompany Zhang Heng back. Li Shui nodded. All right, please hurry. Zhang Heng bid farewell to Gan Zhe and the others before alighting the bus. As he walked towards the back of the bus, Lin Huanya curiously asked, Zhang Heng, where are you going? That's the wrong direction. Zhang Heng, undeterred, opened a portal to the spatial realm. Turning to Lin Huanya without looking back, step inside. With that, Zhang Heng entered the portal first. Lin Huanya stared in astonishment at the door, realizing it seemed to lead to the principal's office. To her surprise, she even spotted her master. Lin Huanya crossed through the portal. Chen Jianba immediately chuckled. Zhang Heng, you truly do not attempt to conceal your abilities at all. Zhang Heng, with an expression of calm, responded, so, what is it that you require of me? Chapter 081, Ying Miao Miao surrenders. Zhang Heng had directly utilized the portal to arrive at the principal's office. Chen Jianba was at a loss for words, truly unreserved in showcasing his abilities. Principal Su, at that moment, chose to turn a blind eye. It was evident that he had come to a realization. His own abilities were limited, and an S-grade ability user was beyond his control. What would transpire next was no longer his concern. Chen Jianba remarked that Ying Miao Miao had petrified their classmates as a means to coerce you into visiting Cheng Liang's former residence. However, rest assured, I shall not permit her to cause you any harm. After all, You are an S-rank awakened one. How could we possibly allow you to be in peril? Beside them, Lin Hyunya's eyes widened in disbelief. An S-rank awakened one. Zhang Heng. Wasn't Zhang Heng a C-rank supernatural being? To think he was actually an S-rank. Lin Hyunya gazed at Zhang Heng before her in astonishment, realizing the reason behind his formidable strength and rapid ascension. It was no wonder he looked down upon her. Suddenly, Lin Hyunya felt a sense of relief, as if she had found an excuse for Zhang Heng's past rejections, a rationale. An S-rank awakened one. How could he possibly be interested in a mere C-rank? That would be akin to casting pearls before swine. Strangely, Lin Hyunya found her spirits lifted. When she looked up at Zhang Heng again, he was engaged in conversation with his master. Zhang Heng stated that Miao Miao's eyes emitted a peculiar glow that could induce physical sluggishness, ultimately leading to petrification. However, as long as one refrains from gazing into her eyes, her ability cannot take effect. This conclusion was derived from my skirmish with her doppelganger. And I hope it proves helpful to you. Chun Jianba nodded appreciatively, declaring that this information was crucial. For now, you should remain here. My team and I will personally locate Miao Miao. After taking a few steps forward, Chun Jianba suddenly turned back and asked, Zhang Heng. Your spatial portal should connect to the security bureau, correct? Zhang Heng instantly understood, opening a spatial gateway that led to the security bureau. Chun Jianba grinned and stepped through the portal, arriving at the security bureau. The portal behind him vanished in an instant. And Chun Jianba marveled at the convenience of spatial abilities. As he walked forward, he mused that they had unexpectedly birthed an S-rank spatial ability user in Jiangnan City. Their city would soon gain notoriety. Miao Miao, you could never have dreamed that the individual you sought to eliminate was an S-rank awakened one. This is a treasonous crime. Soon, a team assembled under Chun Jianba's summons and swiftly proceeded to Cheng Liang's former residence. Team leader Chen personally led the operation. Surrounding the dilapidated building where Cheng Liang had resided, with all guards donning specially crafted glasses to counteract Miao Miao's petrification effect. It seemed they had long been prepared for this scenario. Chun Jianba donned thermal detection goggles and surveyed the apartment Cheng Liang once occupied. Indeed, he spotted an individual within. Chun Jianba inhaled deeply, stating that the previous Cheng Liang had led a squad from the night patrol to their demise. They could not afford to repeat the same mistakes. Everyone, remain vigilant. Should there be any resistance upon ascending the stairs, eliminate them on the spot. Yes, the guards responded as they charged upstairs. Cheng Liang's door stood ajar, and Miao Miao was positioned at the threshold, observing the group of over a dozen individuals. She inquired, where's Zhang Heng? Why hasn't he come? Chun Jianba stepped forward from behind the guards, offering a slight smile as he addressed Miao Miao. Miao Miao, I advise you to surrender before you commit an irreparable error. Given your youth, I may consider leniency in your punishment. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall be compelled to grant you a swift end. Miao Miao's expression shifted. What do you mean by a swift end? To kill me? I merely took a few classmates hostage. I did not inflict any substantial harm upon them. You intend to execute me on the spot? Chun Jianba replied solemnly. Your ambush on Zhang Heng outside the city is already a capital offense. Miao Miao furrowed her brow, incredulous. This is utterly absurd. The outskirts are not governed by law. Whatever I did outside the city should not implicate me within it. Chun Jianba nodded. You make a valid point, but Zhang Heng has a powerful figure backing him. But a powerful figure behind Zhang Heng? That statement struck Miao Miao like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by a powerful figure? Chun Jianba responded earnestly. I have only recently learned of this. The identity of this powerful figure exceeds your imagination. Regardless of whether within or outside the city, anyone who dares to lay a hand on Zhang Heng or even insult him will invoke the laws of the Dragon Nation. Your failed ambush on Zhang Heng will lead to your arrest for treason. Miao Miao found herself somewhat convinced. These guards intended to arrest her for treason? It seemed her petrification of classmates was of no concern to them. Chun Jianba continued, I urge you to surrender. If you remain obstinate, you will face dire consequences. Miao Miao took a deep breath, realizing that the existence of a powerful figure behind Zhang Heng was something she had never anticipated. Even if she had the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Heng now, given his formidable strength, she would be unable to accomplish it. Originally, she had planned to utilize the students to lure the security bureau into bringing the nameless Zhang Heng to her. Once she disposed of him, she had every intention of escaping. But now, the security bureau would undoubtedly refuse to hand over the S-rank awakened one Zhang Heng to her. It was all over. The defiance in Miao Miao's expression vanished without a trace, replaced by despair. Slowly, she raised her hands and declared, I surrender. Chun Jianba scoffed, producing handcuffs from his spatial ring, and instructed 2 team members to approach and restrain her. Miao Miao evidently had resolved to surrender, offering no resistance. Meanwhile, at that moment, a woman cloaked in a black robe hurriedly departed from Jiangnan City. She was uncertain whether her actions were right, but at the very least, she had done something for Cheng Liang. Although she had not inflicted any substantial harm upon Zhang Heng, this woman was unmistakably Miao Miao, while the one in Cheng Liang's room was her doppelganger. What Chun Jianba had taken was Miao Miao's doppelganger. Chapter 082, Zhang Heng's sister? At the security bureau, Zhang Heng arrived at the prison section. Clearly, he sought to ascertain whether the Ing Miao Miao that team leader Chen had captured was indeed the real Ing Miao Miao or merely her doppelganger. As a furious shout erupted from within the prison, Chen Jianba stormed out first, visibly agitated. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Team leader Chen, did I not forewarn you? Ing Miao Miao possesses the ability to create doppelgangers, and how could she allow herself to be ensnared within the guard's heavy encirclement? Chen Jianba looked at her helplessly. Even if she had escaped, she would not dare return to Jiangnan City. This matter would inevitably fall upon the night patrol. Zhang Heng, this team leader Chen is truly infuriating. Yet Duo also caught collateral damage. After calming himself, Chen Jianba addressed Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, regarding your status as an S-rank awakened one, even now, only a select few are aware of it. What do you intend to do? Do you require me to report to the higher-ups, or? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment. Chen Jianba reported to his superior, and thus his identity as an S-class ability user would soon become common knowledge throughout the city. It was evident that he was not one to seek the spotlight. However, one could not deny the advantages of being an S-class ability user. For instance, upon learning of his esteemed status, Captain Chen's demeanor towards him noticeably improved, even prompting him to solicit his opinions on various matters. Zhang Heng inquired, what benefits does the revelation of my identity bring to me? Chen Jianba flashed a smile, explaining, the cultivation value of an S-class ability user is exceedingly high, and the advantages are beyond your imagination. However, there are downsides as well. The number of S-class users is quite limited, and only a select few can be nurtured to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know why? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Underground organizations? Chen Jianba scoffed. Indeed, underground organizations, along with the envy from those around, can completely ruin an S-class ability user before they even have a chance to mature. I suggest you keep your identity concealed. Simultaneously, I will report to my superiors and arrange for a covert military unit from the Dragon Kingdom to ensure your safety. Should you have any requests for the nation, feel free to communicate them to the covert unit, and they will undoubtedly be accommodated. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, realizing the implication of a semi-public identity, exposed externally but concealed internally. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will return to school now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng opened a portal and returned to school. In the following days, the news aired a wanted notice for Ing Miao Miao, accused of harming her classmates and fleeing in fear of punishment. The Southern Ability Academy had garnered significant notoriety in Jiangnan City, having recently produced a madman who controlled insects to attack the city, only to be followed by a female fugitive who harmed numerous classmates and fled. Even Principal Su, no matter how capable, found it impossible to suppress the ensuing public discourse online. Principal Su sat in his office, a frown etched deeply upon his face as he perused the disparaging comments directed at the Southern Ability Academy, feeling utterly at a loss. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. A young girl with a mushroom haircut and a grim expression entered, clutching a letter of recommendation. Principal Su's expression changed slightly. Do you need something, student? Shen Ling approached the desk and placed a letter of recommendation on it, speaking in a calm tone. I am a member of the covert military unit from the Dragon Kingdom's headquarters, named Shen Ling, with the rank of major. From today onward, I will be enrolling at the Southern Ability Academy as Zhang Heng's sister. This is the military's letter of recommendation. Principal Su swallowed hard. The covert military unit had arrived so swiftly. Furthermore, it appeared to be a young girl. Perhaps her youth made her more suitable to protect Zhang Heng? Trembling, Principal Su accepted the letter and mechanically processed Shen Ling's enrollment. Time passed, and under the guidance of class teacher Li Shui, Shen Ling arrived at Zhang Heng's classroom. Li Shui cleared her throat and announced, Class, we have a new student joining us. Please welcome her with applause. Shen Ling slowly raised her head, maintaining a polite smile. Upon seeing her, Zhang Heng felt a flicker of change in his expression. It was the most insincere smile he had ever encountered. Who was this woman? At that moment, Li Shui turned to Zhang Heng. Your sister Shen Ling has arrived. Why not greet her? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as Li Shui gave him a knowing look. And he quickly understood. Could this young girl truly be the military's appointed bodyguard posing as his sister? Rising, Zhang Heng said, Shen Ling, welcome to my class. Shen Ling regarded him with a detached gaze, pondering, is he truly the S-class ability user that requires my protection? He seems quite capable. Ganja, taken aback, exclaimed, wow, she really must be your cousin. You both share such similar eyes. What is the story with your family? But why is her surname Shen? Is she taking her mother's surname? Zhang Heng's sister? Biological sister? Or perhaps a cousin? The surname doesn't matter. She must be a cousin. She is not bad looking. Quite my type. Li Shui instructed, Shen Ling, you may sit beside Zhang Heng. Ganja quickly interjected, wait, what about me, teacher? Li Shui replied, you always talk to Zhang Heng during class. Don't think I don't notice. Go sit in the corner. Ganja was left speechless as he walked to the back row. Shen Ling took her seat beside Zhang Heng under the watchful eyes of all the students. Zhang Heng scrutinized her, and Shen Ling asked coolly, what's wrong? Can't even recognize your own sister? The aura emanating from this so-called Shenling was eerily reminiscent of a killer. Were covert military units trained assassins of the Dragon Kingdom? It seemed likely. Throughout the class, all eyes were on Zhang Heng's sister. After the lesson, many curious classmates flocked to Shenling. Zhang Heng decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air, with Shenling promptly following suit. With a sidelong glance at Shenling trailing behind him, Zhang Heng noted her unwavering proximity. Wherever he went, she followed. He made his way to the school's rooftop, where Shenling followed without hesitation. Once they reached the rooftop and confirmed they were alone, Shenling locked the door tightly and approached Zhang Heng, stating, "Zhang Heng, there are a few matters I must discuss with you." Zhang Heng replied calmly, "I suspected you had something to say. There's no one else here. Go ahead." Chapter 083, Testing Limits. Shenling introduced herself. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Shenling, a member of the Dragon Kingdom's covert military unit, holding the rank of Major, with a 3rd stage 7-star level, B-class ability. Known as Winter's Flower, an ice and snow elemental ability user." Zhang Heng nodded in realization. "So, they sent a B-class elemental user to protect me?" Shenling continued. "From this moment on, I will provide you with round-the-clock protection while also overseeing your training. Perhaps I would like to assess your capabilities to tailor a training regimen for you. According to the intelligence I've gathered, you are a martial arts ability user and an unknown class awakener, correct?" Zhang Heng affirmed. "Yes, that is accurate. However, as an elemental ability user, can you teach me martial arts?" Shenling nodded. "I have been training in martial arts since the age of 7, and even after awakening my elemental ability, I have maintained a daily training regimen. Guiding you should pose no challenge. Before we begin training, I need to ascertain your skill level. Let us find a more open space for practical combat." Her approach was succinct and devoid of unnecessary chatter, showcasing remarkable execution. Beginning her martial arts training at the tender age of 7 and continuing even after awakening her elemental abilities was a rarity among elemental users. Perhaps this was the reason Shenling could become a member of the Dragon Kingdom's covert military unit at such a young age. Moreover, she held a military rank, Major. Zhang Heng held high hopes for Shenling. Suddenly, a spatial portal materialized beside him, leading to the Crescent Moon Forest. Zhang Heng remarked, "If it's the Shadow Guard army, I might be able to exert my full strength for a friendly spar. Follow me." With Shenling having reached the 3rd tier and possessing considerable strength, it was an opportune moment to test the limits of his abilities. As Shenling gazed at the portal, she noted, "Indeed, as the intelligence indicated, your powers are akin to those of a spatial ability user. However, for your physical capabilities to be nearly S rank from the outset, your other ability must be something akin to physical enhancement." Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are correct. Please step inside." As Zhang Heng entered the portal, Shenling followed closely behind. They arrived at the entrance of the cave where Zhang Heng had previously rested in the Crescent Moon Forest. Shenling rolled up her sleeves and began to stretch her limbs. Without further ado, Zhang Heng also commenced his warm-up. The atmosphere within the space instantly became solemn and quiet. The two expressionless individuals locked eyes. Shenling observed Zhang Heng from a distance, a hint of curiosity flickering in her heart. This fellow seemed to have undergone some form of training from a young age. Otherwise, how could his composure be so unruffled? Zhang Heng inquired, "I will be using my full strength." Shenling nodded. "Of course, only then will I discern your limits." It was evident that Shenling was a seasoned instructor. Only by understanding her opponent's boundaries could she set appropriate training objectives for Zhang Heng. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Heng activated the energy within him, swiftly ascending to the 2nd tier. At that moment, a column of energy shot skyward, transforming into a vivid crimson hue. As the bloodlight dissipated, a tall, cold man with a pair of horns, towering nearly 2 meters, materialized before Shenling. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly his ability? It bore the semblance of a mythical being. Though the ranks of abilities were limited to 5, the varieties were countless. Among them, those that transcended all categories were termed mythical abilities. The so-called mythical abilities refer to forms or powers that closely resemble the deities and monsters found in legendary tales. Her ability, named the Flower of Winter, belonged to the mythical ice goddess. Although the ice goddess was indeed mythical, her powers had yet to reach the divine level. In contrast, Zhang Heng's abilities not only encompassed spatial manipulation, but also bore the formidable horns of a being comparable to a deity. The only being within the realm of demons possessing such capabilities was Chaos, the god of chaos revered in Western mythology. Originally a deity in Greek mythology, Chaos ultimately brought about destruction, slaying countless followers and absorbing their blood, thus descending into darkness and becoming chaos itself. Although he had fundamentally severed his ties to divinity, he was still venerated by later generations as the god of chaos. Moreover, if her memory served her right, Zhang Heng's ability was not an unknown one. A certain underground organization's assassin had once awakened this power. He called himself the Blood Demon and had caused significant trouble for the Dragon Kingdom's military. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he vanished without a trace. However, the Dragon Kingdom only regarded such traitors as deceased upon seeing their corpses. The awakening of this ability in Zhang Heng implied that the blood demon was dead. Otherwise, how could someone else manifest the same powers? Seeing Xunling remain motionless, Zhang Heng expressed his confusion. I hope you can exert your full strength as well. Xunling nodded. I understand. I won't let you down. Clearly, Xunling sensed Zhang Heng's seriousness. He seemed to be in search of a worthy adversary. It appeared that Zhang Heng indeed possessed the potential to become a formidable force. Furthermore, his abilities were a promising development for the Dragon Kingdom. The fall of the former blood demon heralded the rise of a new generation in Zhang Heng, and fortunately, he was one of their own. In an instant, Xunling's energy surged, propelling her to the third tier. A tempest of wind erupted from her body, streaming from every pore. Zhang Heng seized upon this moment, recognizing her prowess. Truly, the Shadow Guard army was not to be underestimated. He wondered if she had already achieved full elemental manifestation. A test would reveal the truth. With a powerful stomp, Zhang Heng shattered the ground beneath him, transforming it into a streak of bloodlight that surged toward Xunling. In response, ice walls materialized around her, rather than shattering the walls with brute force. Zhang Heng leapt into the air, executing a 360-degree spin before delivering a kick aimed at Xunling's head. Xunling's expression shifted slightly as the 4 ice walls swiftly converged beneath Zhang Heng's foot. With no chance to retract his momentum, Zhang Heng obliterated the ice walls and, in a sudden descent, unleashed a punch at Xunling. In response, a thick mist of milky white vapor greeted him. Instantly, a thick layer of ice encased Zhang Heng's right hand. However, under the onslaught of the blood demon, he felt no pain. Ignoring the frost, he seized Xunling's shoulder, sinking low while gathering energy in his left hand. Yet, Xunling unexpectedly executed a maneuver, slipping free from his grasp. Chapter 084. Xunling's True Appearance. Zhang Heng swiftly understood the situation. Xunling had dislocated her shoulder, allowing her bone to shrink momentarily and evade his control. She immediately distanced herself, hurling a multitude of ice spikes in his direction. Zhang Heng deftly dodged the ice spikes, his speed and strength escalating with each passing moment. Xunling extended her arms wide, summoning thick walls of icy mist all around. Zhang Heng had evidently entered her mist domain, despite his constant repositioning and acceleration. He could not escape her grasp. Within the icy fog, Zhang Heng's vision was severely impaired, and the chilling properties of the mist obscured her scent, dulling his energy and sound. It was utterly impossible to locate her position through his senses. The longer he remained within her mist domain, the more his senses would deteriorate, and he would inevitably suffer continuous damage. Zhang Heng felt as if he had closed the gap between himself and Xunling multiple times. Yet each time he was met with sharp ice spikes. Even with his remarkable physical defenses, he sustained several punctures. Fortunately, his body possessed an extraordinary self-healing ability, which continuously mended his wounds. However, the ice spikes piercing him needed to be removed before he could fully recover. The other party is not only an elemental adept, but his speed is astonishingly swift. This might be the result of his dual training in martial arts. If Xunling were his adversary, Zhang Heng would likely have fled by now. Let us conclude for today, Xunling suddenly pronounced. Zhang Heng instantly halted. The mist gradually dissipated. Xunling emerged unscathed. Approaching Zhang Heng, observing Zhang Heng, who also appeared unharmed, she was slightly taken aback. Her mist seemed to have inflicted no damage upon him. However, he was equally incapable of harming her within the mist. Zhang Heng resumed his previous demeanor and inquired of Xunling. Although I have always been aware of your position, it has been challenging to draw near you. Xunling replied, that is because I am equally aware of your location. When you advance, I retreat, within my mist. There is no necessity for a direct confrontation. Nonetheless, your cultivation level is merely at the 2nd tier, a significant disparity from mine. Achieving this is quite commendable. You truly embody the prowess of an S-class adept. Zhang Heng nodded gently. I wonder how you intend to train me? Xunling's expression shifted slightly. Based on their earlier skirmish, it was evident he possessed a solid foundation in combat. Instructing him on how to fight would undoubtedly be a waste of time. What you need to enhance is your speed. I have not observed you harnessing spiritual energy to augment your velocity, relying solely on sheer physical strength. While your physical prowess is indeed a strength, without the integration of spiritual energy, it may become a liability. Your spiritual energy circulates effortlessly into the 2nd tier, indicating your adeptness in its utilization. I will focus on refining your inherent speed. As for other aspects, they are currently beyond your reach. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the two of them traversed the spatial portal and returned to the school. Learning is an inherently tedious process. However, Xunling seemed to be thoroughly engrossed. The day's classes swiftly concluded, and Xunling accompanied Zhang Heng back to his home. Zhang Heng prepared Zhang Tao's room for Xunling to reside in, yet she declined. I have stated that I will protect you around the clock. You shall sleep in the bed while I rest on the floor. This way, no matter what occurs, I can respond immediately rather than having to rush from one end to the other. You are an S-class adept, and I cannot afford to be lax in any regard. This is a command from my superiors. After speaking, Shunling proceeded towards the bathroom. I will leave some of my toiletries in there. Please refrain from using them. At that moment, Zhang Heng interjected, I plan to hunt outside the city tonight. Shunling abruptly stopped and turned, her expression one of confusion. You intend to go hunting at night? Zhang Heng nodded. I have classes during the day. I generally hunt at night. Shunling questioned, do you not require rest? Zhang Heng shook his head. With my physical constitution, I could go months without rest and not feel fatigued. Are you not the same? That is indeed the case. However, if one never rests and remains in a state of tension, it can also be detrimental to the body. Shunling probed, are you hunting for money? Or for another reason? If it's for money, I can provide you with whatever you need. Zhang Heng shook his head. I do not hunt for money. I seek to enhance my combat experience. In any case, I will go hunting tonight. Shunling exhaled deeply. Initially believing that protecting an S-class adept would serve as a sort of vacation, she did not anticipate Zhang Heng's relentless dedication. Venturing out to hunt at such a late hour. Concealing her exasperation, she nodded. Very well, I respect your decision. Have you decided where to go? To Heartwood City. The night in Heartwood City was eerily quiet, with only the occasional low growls of exotic beasts echoing from all directions. Zhang Heng and Shunling walked through the forest of Heartwood City. Shunling stifled a yawn, rubbing her eyes. By now, she should have been asleep. She maintained an excellent sleep schedule, unlike Zhang Heng, who seemingly required no rest. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt. Her previously unchanging expression collapsing into one of reproach as she cast a look of discontent towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, sensing the shift, also stopped and turned to gaze at Shunling, who now appeared transformed. Although her expression had once been constant, it had now undergone a drastic alteration. Her eyes filled with resentment, fists clenched, seemingly in a foul mood. Zhang Heng, surprised yet intrigued, queried, do you have an issue with me? Shunling nodded with a look of grievance. I want to go back to sleep. Her tone was decidedly petulant. I should be sleeping right now. Shunling's cheeks slightly puffed out, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction towards Zhang Heng. Was this new demeanor a facade all along? Zhang Heng maintained a calm tone. I can open a spatial portal for you. You may return first. Should any danger arise, I will promptly reopen the portal. Shunling contemplated, then looked at Zhang Heng and nodded vigorously. Chapter 085, The Giant Fruit. Zhang Heng opened the spatial portal, sending Shunling home to sleep, clearly exhausted. Shunling rummaged through her spatial ring, producing a pink mattress and a small teddy bear, hugging the bear as she collapsed into sleep. Zhang Heng closed the portal. Indeed, it seemed Shunling had merely been putting on a facade of seriousness. Deep down, she was quite the girlish figure. Earlier, in her reluctance to accompany him hunting, she had even resorted to a bit of coaxing to elicit his sympathy. Hunting was a solitary endeavor. Shunling's absence was, in fact, advantageous for him. Zhang Heng confirmed a direction and began to walk steadily towards it. At Zhang Heng's home, Shunling was sleeping soundly when suddenly, the miniature earphone in her ear vibrated. Groggily, she sat up. Hello? Are you sleeping? Commander. Respond, Commander. I am not. You still dare to deny it. Your voice clearly betrays you as one who has just awoken. It seemed sending you to protect Zhang Heng was indeed a grave error. Shunling immediately perked up. Commander, let me explain. I truly was not sleeping. The commander snorted. You have already made contact with Zhang Heng, have you not? Were you not assigned to protect him 24/7? Where is he now? Shunling glanced back at the empty bed behind her and whispered, he is asleep, quite soundly. I even practiced with him today and offered him some guidance. He was very satisfied with me. The commander scoffed. I will personally inquire about the specifics with the director of Jiangnan City. In any case, had it not been for your mentor advocating for you to redeem yourself, you would be in prison by now. Shunling choked back her emotions. Is it really necessary to imprison me for one failed mission? This is too ruthless, sob. Do you still have the nerve to cry? If you had not fallen asleep during the mission and missed the rendezvous time of the two contacts from the underground organization, we would not have lost track of them. We had only just managed to capture vital information regarding them, all of which you ruined. Even a rookie could have accomplished that task. Shunling, as a shadow guard, you have failed. I do not even suspect you of being a spy for the underground organization. That would be too lenient. Commander, my name is Shunling, not Shinlong. I did it on purpose. It signifies that you are lacking in some way. Do you not understand? Ensure that you protect Zhang Heng diligently. If I find out that you are being lazy and derelict in your duties, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Shinlong wore a pained expression, acknowledging her words. What do you mean by acknowledge? You must respond with Commander. You are still a major, for heaven's sake. Shinling softly reminded him, Commander, could you refrain from using foul language in front of a lady? A lady, my foot. Slap. The other party forcefully ended the communication. Shunling immediately exhaled a sigh of relief. Her face contorted in grievance as tears welled in her eyes. You bald-headed jerk. You deserve to be bald. Suddenly, she found herself unable to sleep. Grabbing her phone, she dialed a number saved under Master. Hello? Master sob sob. A melodious female voice came through the line. Little Ling? What troubles you? Has Zhang Heng been bullying you? Did I not advise you to maintain a serious demeanor in front of him so that he would listen to you? A snort followed. The middle-aged woman on the other end furrowed her brow slightly, a wry smile gracing her lips. Xinling choked back her sobs. It's not Zhang Heng. It's the commander, no? It's that bald-headed jerk. I was sleeping soundly when he suddenly contacted me and started berating me, even using foul language. Such a thing happened? All right, I understand. Stop crying now, dear. Master will teach him a lesson for you. Okay, thank you, Master. Please don't tell anyone it was me who informed you. I know, now get some rest. It's beauty sleep time. Have you forgotten? Of course. I haven't forgotten. Well then, Master, I'm off to sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Xinling let out a long sigh. Feeling her spirits lift considerably, she wiped away her tears and contentedly hugged her teddy bear, sinking into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng in the heart of the tree city had arrived at the base of the colossal tree. Countless winged spiders scuttled down from the massive tree. Zhang Heng gathered them beneath the tree, utilizing his bloodthirst to slowly eliminate them while they were oblivious. As seconds turned into minutes, the number of fallen winged spiders steadily increased. Most of these winged spiders perished in their slumber, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Kill second-tier beast, winged spider. Gain 1,000 replication points, slight realm increase. Kill second-tier beast, winged spider. Gain 900 replication points, slight realm increase. Kill second-tier beast, winged spider. Gain 800 replication points, slight realm increase. As the number of down-winged spiders continued to rise, the rewards diminished. The more beasts of a certain kind that were slain, or the higher 1s realm, the lesser the rewards became. Zhang Heng began to comprehend this concept. An hour later, no winged spiders remained in sight at the base of the colossal tree. Zhang Heng's realm and replication points had significantly increased. He felt that with continued effort, he could break through his current realm. Nearly all the winged spiders on the colossal tree had been exterminated by him. Zhang Heng was immensely curious about what lay above the colossal tree. He decided to climb up for a closer look. The tree soared over 100 meters, piercing the sky and disappearing into the clouds. As he gazed upward, he discovered a glowing red orb at the very top of the colossal tree. This red light resembled a flame, distinctly visible against the night sky. Upon reaching the top, Zhang Heng realized what the glowing object was. It was a red fruit the size of a fist, resembling an apple, its surface adorned with raised patterns. The red fruit emanated a crimson glow and was growing on a protruding branch at the tree's apex. Could this be the fruit of the colossal tree? Without hesitation, Zhang Heng plucked the fruit. Giant fruit. Effect. Consuming it permanently increases strength by 10, speed by 10, and spirit by 10. Replication, 10,000 points. Zhang Heng immediately understood the significance. This fruit could enhance 3 attributes, and each by 10 points. Although the replication cost was high, the benefits were undeniably excellent. Ecstatic, Zhang Heng carefully stored the giant fruit in his spatial ring. If this were to be sold, it would surely fetch an exorbitant price. However, he had no intention of selling it. He needed it for himself. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to accumulate more replication points. If he could break through to the 3rd tier, it seemed he would be able to accept tasks within the mission system for substantial replication points. Originally planning to return, Zhang Heng decided to find a location to further elevate his realm. Chapter 086, The Cornered Beast's Kill. Zhang Heng strolled through the forest of heart of the tree city. The bright moon hung high, and the forest was eerily quiet. Every sound seemed exceptionally distinct. From all directions, the roars of beasts echoed. Zhang Heng slowly closed his eyes, plunging into darkness. He could sense the scent of blood. Any living creature exuded a faint metallic aroma, which intensified if they were injured. In the darkness, Zhang Heng envisioned countless strands of blood in varying shades. Each strand represented a direction. These densely packed strands formed a crimson ocean around him. The deeper the red, the stronger the beast's power, indicating a formidable realm. Within this vast ocean of blood, Zhang Heng quickly locked onto a red-black strand and opened his eyes, proceeding in the direction it indicated. He was uncertain how long he had walked when he suddenly halted. He seemed to have spotted a massive creature. Surrounding this colossal beast were several smaller ones, all resembling a lion, sprawled on the ground, each the size of a bus. The smaller versions of these lion-like beasts were also present. Beside the lion beast lay the corpse of a slightly smaller creature. These beasts were currently relishing the feast brought down by their lion king. The multiple wounds on the lion king's body indicated that this area had evidently witnessed a fierce battle. Exhausted or gravely injured, the lion king lay prostrate, lacking even the appetite to eat. The other lion beasts, however, paid no mind, greedily feasting on the giant beast's carcass. Fearful that they might miss out on a bite if they hesitated, Zhang Heng pulled out his phone and, concealed in the shadows, searched for information on this particular beast in the beast encyclopedia. Soon, he located its basic information under the 2nd-tier beasts. The beast was named the mountain-moving lion beast. Known for its immense strength and ferocity, living in packs, the enormous lion among them was likely their king. The lion king exists within a triad of realms, and one can perceive its formidable essence from its immense physique. To vanquish this lion king is undoubtedly no trivial endeavor. The number of mountain-moving lion beasts hovers around 15, supplemented by the formidable lion beast king. Should one succeed in their extermination, the rewards would be unfathomable. Merely the Lion King alone could fetch a handsome sum. Zhang Heng, devoid of further hesitation, unleashed the stone mist, which gradually drifted toward the direction of the mountain-moving lion beast king. It was night, and the stone mist, resembling the essence of the earth, was unlikely to attract the attention of the exotic beasts, especially a group engrossed in their meal. The stone mist formed a surrounding enclosure near the horde of beasts with remarkable ease. Suddenly, the flow of the mist altered, surging rapidly upward into the sky. The Lion King, sensing something amiss, revealed a glint of astonishment in its enormous eyes. Yet, it seemed oblivious to the true nature of the phenomenon. After all, it was merely some mist. Although it could react swiftly to imminent threats, its intellect led it to instinctively conclude that the stone mist posed no lethal threat, rendering it less vigilant. However, while the Lion King was still scrutinizing the trajectory of the mist, it instantaneously transformed into solid stone, ensnaring all the mountain-moving lion beasts, including the Lion King, within a cubic stone wall. Zhang Heng approached the stone wall with great haste and struck it forcefully with one hand, instantly solidifying it into steel. Simultaneously, he deftly manipulated the stone mist to envelop the exterior of the iron box, crafting yet another layer around it. Thus, the layers multiplied like Russian nesting dolls, continuously fortifying the defenses of the iron box. Inside, the innermost iron box reverberated with muffled impacts and the roars of the exotic beasts. Unperturbed, Zhang Heng positioned himself directly above the iron box, as 16 bloodlines penetrated into the box beneath. Vitality 1111111. Strangely, he felt that the rate of vitality increase seemed to have doubled compared to before. Was it due to an elevation in his own realm? Or perhaps an aberration stemming from an overuse of his bloodthirst ability and an increase in proficiency? At that moment, Zhang Heng had little time to ponder this enigma. Once bloodthirst was activated, it required no further attention. His sole focus was to reinforce the layers of the iron box, ensuring that the mountain-moving lion beasts and their king could not breach it prematurely. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled incessantly. Zhang Heng could distinctly feel the fury of the colossal creature beneath him. The iron box swayed perilously, yet due to the layered construction, even if the lion beast king breached the outer layer, several more layers awaited him outside. Suddenly, 3 bloodlines vanished. Congratulations, host, on slaying a second-tier exotic beast. 1,000 replication points, realm slightly elevated. Congratulations, host, on slaying a second-tier exotic beast. 900 replication points, realm slightly elevated. Congratulations, host, on slaying a second-tier exotic beast. 800 replication points, realm slightly elevated. Under the onslaught of bloodthirst, several mountain-moving lion beasts began to collapse, partly due to the rampaging of the lion beast king within. As time ticked away, Zhang Heng noticed the number of bloodlines dwindling. Congratulations, host, on slaying a second-tier exotic beast. 10,000 replication points, realm elevated. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Heng released a sigh of relief. Finally, he had dealt with these exotic creatures. The iron box beneath him transformed into mist and spiritual energy, gently returning to his body. Inside the iron box, apart from the exposed ribcage of a devoured exotic beast, there was no sign of any mountain-moving lion beast left. Perhaps the drawback of bloodthirst lay in its inability to preserve the corpses of slain beasts. After their demise, their bodies disintegrated into ashes, leaving not even a hair behind. At that moment, Zhang Heng opened his personal information and glanced briefly. Host Zhang Heng. Abilities: S. Blood Demon, C. Stone Wraith, E. Insect Whisperer, C. Iron Sorceress. Realm: second tier. 8 stars. Strength: 236. Vitality: 697. Speed: 243. Mentality: 221. Talent: Replication Space Gate, Blood Demon Form, Bloodthirst, Stone Element Manipulation, Insect Whisperer, Steel Element Manipulation. Skills: Stone Mist. Replication Points: 48,600. With an elevation in his realm and replication points nearing 50,000, all his metrics showed significant improvement, with vitality approaching 700, drawing him a step closer to the coveted 1,000. This evening had indeed proven worthwhile. Chapter 087, The Challenge at the Door. Upon returning home, Zhang Heng beheld Xin Ling peacefully slumbering on the air mattress. Memories of their previous encounter flooded his mind. The Xin Ling he faced then was a powerful major in the Dragon Kingdom's covert military. Yet, the Xin Ling he had come to know was merely a playful young girl reluctant to join him in hunting. Which version of Xin Ling was the true one? Or perhaps both were genuine. After a brief wash, Zhang Heng retired to bed. The following morning, he awoke first, while Xin Ling remained in deep slumber on the air mattress. Even after he completed his morning routine, she showed no signs of waking. As class time approached, Zhang Heng, out of necessity, nudged the air mattress with his foot. Xin Ling did not open her eyes, but merely furrowed her brow, as if to say, "If you disturb me again, I shall slay you." With a swift turn, She resumed her sleep, her teddy bear squished beneath her. Zhang Heng shook his head in exasperation. Was this truly a member of the covert military? How unreliable. She seemed incapable of even rising from bed. Deciding not to wait any longer, he opened the spatial gate and departed for school. It was not until nearly noon that Shun Ling stirred, rubbing her eyes as signs of awakening emerged. Checking her phone, she noted the time, 11:20 a.m. Oh no, it's time for lunch. I wonder what delicious cuisine Jiangnan City has to offer. With a playful smile, she opened an app to search for food. While waiting for her takeout, she suddenly recalled someone, Zhang Heng. She promptly dialed his number. Hello? How are you? I'm well. Satisfied, Shun Ling nodded. I have something quite important to attend to for the time being, so make sure to take good care of yourself. Okay. After hanging up, Shun Ling reopened the food ordering app, intending to purchase some snacks as well. She would be residing here for the foreseeable future, and it was essential to stock up on daily necessities. Otherwise, when the time came to use them, she might find herself in a predicament, unable to locate anything. Zhang Heng, having concluded his phone call, lifted his gaze forward, where Ganji was animatedly recounting a horror film he had watched the previous night. His words punctuated by spittle. However, Zhang Heng found himself entirely disinterested. Since Lin Xianya had been confronted last time, she had become less clingy, and the accustomed rhythm of daily life seemed to have returned. Recently, Jiangnan City had been relatively tranquil. Zhang Heng's aspirations regarding his own cultivation were not particularly lofty. He prioritized the enhancement of his foundational strength over the elevation of his realm. Practical combat experience, reflexive response, and the self-circulation of spiritual energy were all aspects that could only be cultivated through diligent, incremental effort. The elevation of one's realm and the acquisition of replication points could be attained simply by hunting extraordinary beasts, a notion so straightforward that he relegated it to the bottom of his priorities. After all, what good is a powerful ability if it is devoid of formidable strength? It resembles a cannon that requires assistance to fire. It possesses inherent destructive potential, yet remains dormant without someone to activate it. After finishing his meal, Zhang Heng proceeded directly to the school's ability center. The center not only housed training rooms, but also various small duel platforms. It was common for students to engage in duels on these platforms, thereby enhancing their combat experience. Even onlookers could glean valuable insights from merely observing. More importantly, there were private training rooms available for students to cultivate their skills. Zhang Heng was fortunate enough to possess one of these private training rooms. According to the school's stipulations, as long as he attended his morning classes, he was free to organize his afternoon as he saw fit. He decided to spend the afternoon in his private training room. The training room was devoid of any furnishings. Any necessary equipment could be requested as needed. However, for Zhang Heng, this simplicity sufficed. After locking the door to his private training room, he settled himself cross-legged in the center. Soon, he entered a state of self-circulation of spiritual energy. A gentle breeze swept through the empty room, creating a self-sustaining vortex of air. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Zhang Heng halted his cultivation and approached the door. He had not disclosed his training activities to anyone. Who could it be? Upon opening the door, he found a handsome young man standing outside. The boy was clearly not one of his classmates. Had he been, Zhang Heng would have recognized him. The young man smiled slightly and extended his right hand, introducing himself. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Hui. Zhang Heng reciprocated the gesture. But before he could utter a word, Wang Hui seized his hand with force. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. What are you doing? Wang Hui, applying pressure while maintaining a disingenuous smile, remarked, Zhang Heng, with the training rooms so scarce. Don't you think it's a bit wasteful for you to occupy one all by yourself? It seemed he was irked by Zhang Heng's solitary use of an independent training room and had come to provoke him. Zhang Heng swiftly withdrew his hand, stating, If you have grievances, take them to the principal. Wang Hui stared in astonishment at his own right hand. How had this individual managed to exert such force and withdraw his hand so quickly? He had used significant strength, and yet Zhang Heng appeared unfazed. Hesitant to underestimate him, Wang Hui replied, If going to the principal would be effective, why would I come to you? There are only 7 or 8 independent training rooms for students at Nanzhong, while most others are shared among several people. Don't you think it's excessive for you to have one all to yourself? Zhang Heng responded calmly. I've only just arrived and spent less than half a day here. And you've already set your sights on me? Speak plainly, what do you want? Wang Hui grinned. You're a straightforward person. It's simple, just relinquish the training room. Just so you know, my friends may not have the same notoriety as you, but their strength is certainly on par. It would be wise for you to comply, or else I shall have to resort to force to evict you. Zhang Heng smiled broadly. It seems you've already made up your mind. Let us settle this quickly. Come inside. Wang Hui, without further ado, stepped into the training room. The two then took positions at opposite corners of the room. Wang Hui grinned. This place is rather nice, isn't it? The space is even larger than my previous training room. What did you offer Principal Su to receive such favorable treatment? Not only do you get to choose your instructors, but you also have a private training room? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Defeat me, and this training room will be yours. Wang Hui snorted lightly. That is exactly my intention. Let us begin.